Chapter 1. The Sovereign of All. The autumn cicadas mournfully cry, and the leaves drift down like whispers of time. As the season turns, the Yi family estate is engulfed in a desolate atmosphere. Yi Junlin opens his eyes, surveying the dismal surroundings, only to realize he is seated within a small firewood shed. Did I fail to break the void and instead find myself reborn? He gazes down in astonishment at his diminutive hands and feet. At that moment, the light dims and a tall, robust figure enters the room. My son, in just 1 month, the Yi family will hold the awakening ceremony. I have crafted a wooden sword for you, and over the next few days, I shall teach you the ways of the ordinary martial arts. Yi Guqing approaches with a warm smile, tenderly lifting his son and placing the wooden sword into his small hands. Father, Yi Junlin's eyes brim with tears. In his previous life, he was a figure of immense power, defeating countless adversaries and ultimately reaching the pinnacle of strength. Yet, a profound regret lingered in his heart his father's untimely demise, leaving him without the chance to bestow comfort upon the man who cherished him, to showcase his achievements, and to honor his family name. Fate has granted me a second chance to mend this sorrow. Yi Junlin reflects silently. My son, do not weep, Yi Guqing says, noticing the redness in his son's eyes. He becomes flustered, quickly adding, though we may currently endure hardship, I promise you, we shall soon reside in a grand abode. There stands a familiar father, ever concerned with appearances. A smile breaks through Yi Junlin's tears as he replies, Father, I have faith in your promise. Yi Guqing's face flushes. It seems his son sees through him. I truly can fulfill this promise, he insists, for I possess exceptional talent, and my son is destined to be a genius. When the awakening ceremony arrives, you will shine brightly, and the Yi family shall no longer regard us with disdain. Father, my aptitude is surely not lacking, Yi Junlin affirms with unwavering conviction. Yi Guqing feels bolstered by his son's confidence, sighing, I wonder how your mother and brother fare. That woman. Yi Junlin's expression hardens. The memories of his past life reveal a clear truth. His mother, Bai Ying, and Yi Guqing's union was a calculated scheme. The Bai and Yi families were bitter rivals, and to ruin the talented Yi Guqing, the Bai family orchestrated their fateful encounter. Bai Ying, possessing little talent but great beauty, ensnared Yi Guqing's heart. Because of her, he severed ties with his family. After leaving the Yi family, Bai Ying urged Yi Guqing to become an assassin for profit. Yet, his inherently kind nature made such a path perilous. Fortunately, fate favored him, and he narrowly escaped death multiple times. In the end, after suffering a grievous injury, Bai Ying, realizing Yi Guqing's downfall, departed with their eldest son, Yi Chuan, who was actually the offspring of her true master. Father, you need not dwell on this. A true man need not lament the absence of a wife, Yi Junlin comforts. After all, life is said to hold 3 great joys: promotion, wealth, and the passing of a wife. Consider that woman deceased. It is just you and I against the world. Promotion, wealth, and the passing of a wife. Where on earth did you hear such things? Yi Guqing nearly faints. Is this truly the discourse of a 6-year-old child? Perhaps he has overheard the gossip of others. Attempting to maintain a stern facade, he retorts, but that is your mother. Then, softening, he adds, do not heed the words of others, she has her own struggles. From his father's words, Yi Junlin senses that Yi Guqing is not as oblivious as he appears, having shared many years of marriage. Very well, Yi Junlin concedes, gently ruffling his father's hair. Father, trust me, I will ensure you live a prosperous life. Indeed, Yi Guqing chokes on his words, you are all I have left. Though life is hard, the presence of his son is enough. He holds his small frame tightly, and Yi Junlin reciprocates by embracing his father's head. After a moment of tender connection, Yi Guqing feels rejuvenated. He releases his beloved son and states, now that we have returned to the Yi family, stability is within reach. Your 5th uncle has even secured me a task, providing us with a steady income. Then you should attend to your duties. Yi Junlin nods in understanding. Yi Guqing pinches his son's cheek affectionately before heading out to work. The task assigned to Yi Guqing by the Yi family is to concoct healing elixirs. This is a low-grade potion with minimal requirements for crafting, inexpensive in price, and offering meager compensation. Having just returned to the Yi family, Yi Guqing does not wish to accept charity. He is willing to undertake this manageable work. Thus, he sets up a makeshift alchemy furnace at the entrance of the shed, establishes a workstation, and then brings in a cartload of medicinal herbs. While Yi Guqing busies himself, Yi Junlin sits quietly in the shed, his small figure exuding a sense of quiet strength. He grips the wooden sword, rhythmically tapping it against his palman unconscious habit from his previous life. This wooden sword is his sole keepsake from his father, a cherished relic. At this moment, they face their greatest trials together. Yi Junlin contemplates silently. The days ahead do not unfold as Yi Guqing envisions. 1 month later, at the awakening ceremony, it is revealed that Yi Junlin possesses merely 7 meridians, deemed a low-grade failure. Already battered, Yi Guqing suffers another blow, and soon his old injuries resurface. Even more infuriating, Bai Ying, aware of these events, offers no solace instead. She sends a letter revealing that their eldest son, Yi Chuan, is not Yi Guqing's child, declaring her marriage a ploy to ruin him, to humiliate him. Upon reading the letter, Yi Guqing is so enraged that he coughs up blood, and within days, he succumbs to despair. This time, such tragedy shall not befall us. A fierce glint ignites in Yi Junlin's eyes. He now laments his tender age of merely 6 years, still too young to embark on the path of cultivation. Nevertheless, that matters not. I shall first cultivate my father until he reaches the zenith of power, making those who once scorned him tremble, and ensuring that the traitors live to regret their choices. As Yi Junlin contemplates these thoughts, his father, Yi Guqing, rushes back in. My son, your Uncle Kai has requested my assistance. I shall return shortly. Also, please keep an eye on the elixirs on the workstation. Very well, Yi Junlin stands up. Having clashed with the family before and returned as a broken man, the Yi family shows no kindness towards him. They not only confine father and son to the shed, but also assign Yi Guqing menial tasks typically reserved for servants, forcing him to toil in arduous labor. Yi Junlin understands that his father's subservience is for his sake, to ensure a favorable outcome at the awakening ceremony, to secure a place for him in the Yi family's martial arts, and to safeguard his future. Father, I will not allow you to suffer indignities any longer. With a swift glance, Yi Junlin surveys the rows of elixirs on the workstation, and his eyes light up with determination. Let us begin with the art of alchemy. Chapter 2. The art of alchemy. The concoction of healing elixirs, particularly the rudimentary healing pills, is a remarkably straightforward and somewhat rudimentary process. It merely involves the pulverization of medicinal herbs, followed by purification and molding into the initial form of the elixir. Subsequently, the alchemical furnace is ignited, and the prepared forms are placed within to be baked into their final shape, requiring little technical expertise. Yi Junlin procured a small wooden stool, standing upon it to reach the workbench, where he grasped one of the elixir molds crafted by his father. Upon inspection, the molds were perfectly shaped, especially in terms of purification, showcasing an admirable level of refinement, with each mold rounded and pleasing to the eye. His father, a man of simplicity, approached his work with utmost seriousness. Yi Junlin nodded in satisfaction. The high caliber of the molds had alleviated much of his burden. The small figure swiftly became engrossed in his tasks. Flames flickered within the furnace, and after warming the interior, he added precisely the right amount of herbs to ignite. Next, he arranged the prepared molds within the alchemical tray. The placement of the molds was significant, forming an unintentional alchemical array. Finally, he slid the tray into the furnace and closed the lid. At the tender age of 6, the tasks proved quite laborious for Yi Junlin, particularly the weight of the furnace lid. After completing these tasks, he faintly heard his father's footsteps, prompting him to dash into the woodshed to clean his face and hands. As dusk descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Yi Guqing wore a somewhat melancholic expression. Yi Kai, being a child of lesser birth, often flaunted his status in front of him, treating him like a servant, reprimanding him at will. The other members of the Yi family were similarly scornful, whispering derisively behind his back. It is worth noting that Yi Guqing was regarded as the most outstanding talent of his generation. In past years, his peers had revered him as if he were the center of the universe. Now, the prodigy had fallen, his brilliance obscured. These individuals were utterly oblivious to their own superficiality. Though inherently kind-hearted, Yi Guqing was no mere fool. His pride was considerable, which ultimately led to his distress. Enduring such grievances, he could only suppress his feelings. Yet upon seeing his son, he forced himself to rally. "My son, your uncle Yi Kai has asked for my assistance. Everyone has been quite gracious, recalling the friendships of yesteryear. After all, we are family." Observing the strained smile on Yi Guqing's face, Yi Junlin felt an urge to remark, "Father, your acting leaves much to be desired. I am not a mere child of 3. Gold shines regardless of its surroundings. A talent like my father shall not be obscured. You certainly have a way with words," Yi Guqing replied with a wry smile. Once, he had possessed remarkable aptitude, yet now he was merely a man with a shattered dantian. "Father, I am hungry. Just a moment, my son. I shall prepare the elixirs." Yi Guqing stepped outside, momentarily stunned. He distinctly remembered preparing the molds before leaving. Yet now, the molds had already begun to undergo refinement. "My son, did someone visit while I was away?" "No, not at all." "Then who is responsible for this batch of elixirs?" Yi Junlin inquired, perplexed. "Father, you had just finished preparing everything before stepping out, right?" "I went out after starting the refinement." Yi Guqing was equally bewildered. "Indeed," Yi Junlin stated earnestly, "you instructed me to keep watch over your furnace." Understanding dawned on Yi Guqing. It seemed he had misremembered, having begun the refinement before leaving. The ensuing hours were filled with ease and joy as the father and son prepared dinner together. Despite Yi Guqing's dantian being compromised, his condition was not dire, and with daily consumption of a fasting pill, he remained nourished. However, at the tender age of 6, Yi Junlin required regular meals, and thus Yi Guqing accompanied him at every meal. Though the table bore few dishes, the two shared their meal with delight, finding joy in each other's company amidst hardship. "Father, you have worked hard. Please have another bowl." Watching his father finish a bowl of rice, Yi Junlin promptly served him another. For some reason, the rice today tasted particularly exquisite. Yi Guqing felt a twinge of confusion. Yi Junlin mused to himself, "Of course it tastes good. It has been enhanced. How could it not be delicious?" His father devoured 3 bowls in one sitting, realizing that this rice was of extraordinary quality. He could hardly believe that the Yi family enjoyed such luxury, providing everyone with such premium rice for free. Yi Guqing let out a satisfied burp. Observing that the hour was getting late, he advised, "My son, if you feel tired, retire early. I must await the elixirs from the furnace." "Go for it, father." After tidying up the dishes and washing his face, Yi Junlin climbed into his small bed. Yi Guqing, on the other hand, settled outside the woodshed, watching the wisps of elixir vapor wafting from the furnace, and took a seat upon a mat, patiently awaiting the completion of the elixirs. However, once seated, a sudden change came over his expression. "How can this be? This rice possesses such remarkable properties." Yi Guqing was elated. At that moment, the rice he consumed began to coalesce into a restorative force within his stomach, nurturing his damaged dantian. My heavens! Yi Guqing could hardly believe his eyes. To the average observer, a damaged dantian was thought to be irreparable. Hence, he was regarded as a waste by everyone. He had assumed he was devoid of hope. Yet who could have known that Yi family's rice possessed such miraculous effects? Glancing at the elixirs still in the furnace, knowing there was still some time before completion, Yi Guqing settled into a cross-legged position, refining the spiritual energy to guide more power to nourish and mend his dantian. Time flew by, and night had fallen. The last shift of Yi family servants returned to their quarters, a large common dormitory housing dozens of them. Yet, just as they lay down, one of them suddenly inhaled deeply. "Do you smell that? The fragrance of the elixirs is delightful. Don't mention it. I've been stationed at the elixir workshop daily, and I'm on the verge of nausea. No, this fragrance is different. It's particularly enchanting. I smell it too, in the dead of night." Who could be refining elixirs? Initially, the servants merely conversed, but the fragrance was too alluring. One servant hurriedly ventured out to trace the source, returning in shock moments later, exclaiming, "It's that waste, Yi Guqing, in the woodshed, refining elixirs. He can refine elixirs? I heard this waste was once a prodigy in the Yi family." Indeed, what kind of elixir could he be concocting in the dead of night that smells so divine? The servants, unable to sleep, flocked to witness the spectacle. They beheld the dilapidated woodshed, where billowing vapor cascaded from the furnace like a waterfall, resembling a sea of clouds. Amidst it sat a man in meditation, surrounded by swirling white mist, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, the atmosphere suffused with otherworldly charm. The servants stood in awe. This was no mere waste refining elixirs. This was as if the Supreme Lord had descended. Didn't they say Yi Guqing? No. Yi 7 had already become a waste. How could he possess such presence? What a pretense. Even if it were a facade. This grandeur in crafting elixirs could not be the work of an ordinary individual, could it? As the murmurs swelled, one servant gasped softly, "Look." Chapter 3. Communicating with the realms, one servant, who had burned his arm during work the previous day, had merely wrapped it in a cloth. Feeling an unbearable itch, he tore off the bandage. Under the gaze of all present, the wound visibly began to heal. The efficacy of this elixir is astonishing. The servants stared in disbelief. Someone exclaimed, "Quick, inhale more of the vapor. Extend your arm. My goodness, what kind of elixir is this? Its healing properties are extraordinary. Don't waste it. Everyone, inhale deeply." The Yi family was originally renowned for its elixirs, and the servants had some understanding of alchemy. Yet they had never encountered such potency. Merely inhaling the vapor seemed to heal injuries. Is this some kind of celestial elixir? What are we doing here idling about? Shouldn't we be sleeping? The overseer of the servants, Yi Kai, approached upon hearing the commotion. He was a lesser-born descendant of the Yi family. Known for his harsh demeanor, his attitude towards Yi Guqing had never been friendly. It was he who had instructed Yi Guqing to perform menial tasks earlier that day. Yet now, upon witnessing Yi Guqing's demeanor and the elixir in the furnace, Yi Kai felt a jolt of realization, prompting him to approach with caution. At that moment, Yi Guqing had finished refining the spiritual energy within the rice and opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt exceedingly comfortable, his spirit invigorated, and his energy centers revitalized. "Seventh brother, what is this?" Yi Kai hastily approached to pay his respects. "Oh." Yi Guqing's expression froze. During the day, Yi Kai had not shown him any courtesy. Why was he now calling him brother? Yi Kai, with a forced smile, inquired, "Seventh brother, what miraculous elixir have you concocted? It truly is a spectacle." Only then did Yi Guqing notice the alchemical furnace before him, from which pure white mist billowed, swirling like smoke, cascading like waterfalls, and enveloping the air in an aromatic haze that was both soothing and refreshing. He found himself surrounded by this ethereal white mist, as if he had stepped into a realm of immortality. Yi Guqing was taken aback. He had practiced alchemy before, but he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. After a brief pause, he finally realized that this was merely a batch of healing elixirs he had refined. Healing elixirs? Yi Kai stood there, dumbfounded. Such an unranked potion could produce such effects? He had spent his life crafting these elixirs and had never heard of such a thing. "Seventh brother, do not deceive me. How could healing elixirs possess such grandeur?" Yi Guqing thought to himself. "I, too, find it implausible, yet here it is." He affirmed, "Indeed, it is the healing elixir." Yi Kai remained skeptical that such a potion could yield such results and urged, "If it is indeed a healing elixir, and it appears to be complete, you should collect the potions." Yes, collect the potions." Yi Guqing snapped back to reality. He immediately opened the furnace and extracted the potion trays. Yi Kai's eyes widened as he gasped in astonishment. Each potion gleamed with a translucent brilliance, their surfaces shining like luminous pearls, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that indicated their extraordinary quality. Yi Kai picked one up, bringing it to his nose, and confirmed, "This truly is a healing elixir." To refine such an unranked potion to this level demonstrated Yi Guqing's alchemical prowess had reached unparalleled heights. "Seventh brother, I am genuinely impressed. You were indeed a genius of our generation, and I had thought you. Yet I never expected you to be so skilled in alchemy." After saying this, Yi Kai lowered his head and added, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I shall take my leave." Remembering how he had spoken harshly to Yi Guqing that afternoon, he wished he could dig a hole to bury himself, offered his apologies, and swiftly departed. Watching Yi Kai leave, Yi Guqing gazed at the potions before him, feeling somewhat dazed. Did I truly create these? Is my alchemical skill so profound? Suddenly, he grasped the truth. His true talent lay in alchemy. His heart swelled with excitement. How unfortunate! He lamented that his cultivation had hindered him. Had he known this, he would have devoted himself solely to alchemy and achieved greatness long ago. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin remained sound asleep. That day, he not only helped his father refine a batch of potions, but also, through the system, acquired a small bag of trial spirit rice. Indeed, it was the system. In his previous life, Yi Junlin had relied on the system to elevate himself from a lowly, mediocre talent to celestial heights, ultimately seizing the throne and becoming an immortal emperor. In this life, with his rebirth, the system had accompanied him anew. To elaborate, this system was not particularly extraordinary. Its full name was the Interdimensional Communication System, primarily designed for trade and communication. Within the vast multiverse, every dimension had its host, who exchanged insights on cultivation and traded unique treasures from their respective realms, even allowing for interdimensional assistance, proving quite useful. Yi Junlin opened the system and discovered that all his previous assets and treasures had vanished without a trace, leaving only his system ID, Junlin, Immortal Emperor. This ID could not be arbitrarily chosen. Since he had truly been an immortal emperor, he had earned this title, which could also be seen as a verified alias. With this certification, Yi Junlin messaged the system. I offer solutions to all cultivation-related inquiries, including realm advancement, potion refinement, artifact crafting, talisman engraving, spirit pet nurturing, and various formation setups. Payment required. No deception here. Only spirit stones accepted. Do not miss this opportunity. Once he sent this message, numerous hosts began to take notice. What? An immortal emperor has appeared. Could this be a scam? Is it possible for an immortal emperor to engage in such activities? It seems too suspicious. But how can it be a scam? His alias has been verified. Could it be real? Amidst the wave of skepticism in the comments, Yi Junlin responded unreservedly. Those who understand will comprehend. I shall say this once. Valid payment. Only this once. Wow. The immortal emperor has replied. The hosts, formidable beings in their own dimensions, were intrigued by the prospect of conversing with an immortal emperor, a rarity indeed. One inquired, Junlin, Immortal Emperor, which celestial realm do you belong to? I have never heard your name before. To these inquiries, Yi Junlin paid them no mind. How could I be an immortal emperor if I have yet to ascend? His final response was, valid payment. Believers may contact me. I am known as the Sage of Understanding. Remember, successful individuals seize opportunities. After sending his message, Yi Junlin turned his attention elsewhere, awaiting the responses. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yi Junlin was roused from his slumber by his father's insistence on practicing martial arts. Though mundane in nature and incapable of enhancing one's cultivation, these exercises were vital for honing the physical body. As cultivators, we must focus on our spirit, internal organs, bones, skin, and vital energy. In future battles, honing our martial skills will prove immensely beneficial. Now, the technique I am teaching you is called the Blade of Courage. This technique emphasizes momentum, strength, and valor, designed to instill fear in your adversaries. Yi Junlin followed his father, wielding a wooden sword with vigor. Although this training seemed of little use to him, he could not resist his father's wishes. Thankfully, Yi Junlin had practiced this before in his past life, and as soon as he picked it up, he executed it with great skill, leaving his father thoroughly impressed. Indeed, you are truly my son. As this thought crossed Yi Guqing's mind, he felt invigorated. Come, let us practice 36 more times. Yi Junlin nearly spat blood in exasperation. Father, I have other matters to attend to. While the father-son duo engaged in their morning training, the servants also began to rise. After breakfast, they scurried to their respective duties, like industrious ants. However, today they had a new topic to discuss. The events that transpired outside the woodshed the previous night had spread like wildfire among them. Did you hear? Lord Yi has become a master alchemist. One servant claimed he healed a burn just by inhaling the aroma. Is that so remarkable? Of course. I witnessed it myself. His arm was healed right before my eyes. Wow. Does that mean we won't need medicine anymore? Just buy one and inhale the scent. As the story grew more fantastical, it eventually reached the ears of the potion workshop manager, who reported it with discontent. Fifth uncle, Yi Guqing has just returned and is already causing a stir, bribing servants to sway opinions within the household. Fifth uncle, having watched Yi Guqing grow up, had a certain fondness for him, which is why he had provided him a means of livelihood. However, upon hearing such tales, he was puzzled by Yi Guqing's intentions. In his frustration, he summoned the servant in charge, Yi Kai. Yi Kai, not daring to conceal the truth, recounted the events of the morning. Yi Tonghai remained skeptical, coldly remarking, Yi Kai, have you been bribed? You actually believe in the efficacy of the healing elixir? Surely, you must have some understanding of its true nature? Yi Kai retorted angrily, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Why would I deceive you? Yi Tonghai, are you perhaps envious of seventh brother? Envious of old seven? Look at his pitiful state, replied Yi Tonghai. Enough. Uncle Wu interjected, halting their quarrel. Seeing is believing. Let us visit Old Seven and ascertain the truth for ourselves. Both Yi Kai and Yi Tong I spoke in unison. Let's go. Before long, Uncle Wu led the two to the woodshed. Yi Guocheng was instructing his son in the practice of mundane martial arts, and upon seeing the Yi family members arrive, he promptly ceased his activities. Uncle Wu, what brings you here? With a smile, Uncle Wu replied, word has spread throughout the household today that Yi Laoqi has descended as an elixir immortal, producing a remarkable batch that is unprecedented, a healing elixir like none before. Yi Guocheng's expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. After last night's attempt, he had refined another batch overnight, but the results were far from satisfactory, leading him to question his own talent. At that moment, Yi Kai spoke up in support. Seventh brother, present the elixirs you crafted for fourth brother to see. He doubts you. Yi Guocheng clutched his storage pouch and revealed the elixirs he had collected the previous night. As he opened the lid, a dazzling light emanated, illuminating the faces around him. Uncle Wu examined a few in his palm and exclaimed, perfect-grade healing elixirs. Truly remarkable. Yi Tonghai, upon witnessing such high-grade elixirs, found himself at a loss for words. Having spent a lifetime crafting elixirs, he had never produced a single perfect grade one. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Old Seven, did you perhaps add some extraordinary ingredients? Not at all. Yi Guocheng replied. I lack the funds to acquire rare materials. These were all sourced from Uncle Wu yesterday. To produce perfect grade elixirs from such low-tier materials? Uncle Wu was equally astonished. Yi Kai added, 100 healing elixirs are worth a single spirit stone, yet this perfect grade one alone is worth a spirit stone. Seventh brother, you've struck gold. Uncle Wu quickly grasped the implications. If everyone could create such elixirs, the Yi family would surely prosper. Old Seven, I had no idea your talent for alchemy was so extraordinary. By this point, Yi Tonghai had no retorts left. The old adage rings true, comparison breeds envy. Goods that are compared reveal their worth. With Old Seven's exceptional cultivation aptitude, now coupled with remarkable alchemical skills, how were they to survive? However, he could not fathom why. If Old Seven was so capable, he would humbly return to the Yi family. With such alchemical prowess, he could thrive anywhere. Realizing this, Yi Tonghai concluded that Old Seven had simply stumbled upon success by chance. Old Seven, I've never heard of your talent for alchemy before. Surely, you did not just happen to produce a perfect grade elixir, did you? The others shared his doubts. If it were merely a stroke of luck, Yi Guocheng's value would swiftly diminish. Uncle Wu suggested, Old Seven, since you have a free morning, why not refine another batch? We shall accompany you and witness whether you can produce yet another perfect grade elixir. If you succeed, I promise to report to the family head immediately to restore your rightful status. Yi Guocheng felt a twinge of uncertainty. Well, it was merely a stroke of genius. Seeing his demeanor, Yi Tonghai became convinced, sneering, Old Seven, there is no need for false modesty. If you could produce a perfect grade elixir last night, why not today? Well, it's just that. Just what? Yi Kai interjected boldly. Seventh brother, perform for them. Show them the elixir-making prowess. Yi Guocheng found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Although he considered himself an elixir immortal with exceptional talent, what if he faltered? At that moment, Yi Junlin could no longer contain himself. Seeing the older men conspiring against his father, he decided to demonstrate his own capabilities. Father, with your alchemical skills, creating healing elixirs is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It's an affront to your talents. I've observed your alchemical practices daily, and this is a trivial task. Allow me to handle it. Yi Guocheng was taken aback. My dear son, how can you, a child, presume to take over? Yi Tonghai burst into laughter. Old Seven, your son is even more of a show-off than you. Not at all, I'm not showing off. Yi Guocheng quickly defended himself. Chapter 5, The Birth of Elixirs. Yi Junlin ignored their banter, turning to stoke the alchemical furnace. Though Yi Guocheng initially doubted his son's capabilities, watching him work with such diligence instilled a sense of confidence in him. Since he lacked faith, he would let his son give it a try. If it failed, he would shoulder the responsibility. All right, I entrust this task to you. While Yi Junlin was assigned the task, he lacked the ability to refine or purify the materials, which required a cultivator's touch. Thus, after Yi Guocheng had refined and purified the materials, he left the remaining tasks to his son, joining the others for casual conversation. The scene was rather absurd, with 4 grown men seated, sipping tea and chatting while a 6-year-old labored away. Yi Tonghai was utterly unconvinced. cursing old Seven for using his son as a scapegoat. Yet Yi Guocheng, like any father, felt an inexplicable pride in his son. My boy is formidable. My boy is exceptional. If others cannot do it, my son certainly can. Yi Junlin, sweating profusely from his efforts, glanced back at the four men, feeling a profound sense of responsibility. In the end, I bear the weight of it all. After a flurry of activity and anticipation, evening fell, and the household servants returned from their daily tasks. As they entered, they were once again greeted by the rich and fragrant scent of medicine. This is the aroma, just like last night. Impressive. Yi Laoqi truly possesses skill. The Yi family's prodigious talent is not mere exaggeration. This alchemical mastery is astonishing. On the other side, Uncle Wu and the others had all risen, encircling the furnace, their faces painted with astonishment. It was evident that this batch was poised to be another perfect grade elixir. Incredible. Yi Tonghai was speechless, thinking to himself, Old Seven, you've been hiding this talent all along. Why didn't you share it sooner? Yi Kai was the most exhilarated, having instinctively allied himself with Yi Guocheng. He laughed. What did I tell you? Seventh brother is indeed extraordinary. Individuals like us are mere shadows compared to him. Yi Guocheng was equally thrilled. To witness his son's prowess in alchemy was a testament to his own capabilities. This meant what? It meant he was indeed the elixir immortal. Who would have thought that his identity as a master alchemist would only now come to light? A gifted alchemist. As the moment to harvest the elixirs approached, everyone's gaze fell upon Yi Junlin, for this batch was his creation. However, Yi Junlin was reluctant to take the spotlight, shyly murmuring, Father, I have yet to master the 9 dragons circular technique you taught me for harvesting elixirs, so I fear I may struggle to collect them. The 9 dragons circular technique. Uncle Wu and the others gazed at Yi Guocheng with admiration. They had spent their lives crafting elixirs and had never heard of such an impressive method for harvesting them. Yi Guocheng was bewildered. What technique? Please, repeat that. However, he quickly regained composure, scolding, if you don't practice diligently, how can you expect to perform well at critical moments? Uncle Wu chuckled. After all, he is only 6 years old. There's no need for harsh criticism. Old Seven, why not demonstrate this 9 dragons circular technique and show us the elixirs? Well, Yi Guocheng thought to himself, my son, you've exaggerated your abilities. The 9 dragons circular technique. I cannot perform that either. Observing Yi Guocheng's prolonged inaction, Yi Kai instantaneously comprehended the gravity of the situation. This so-called Dan was indeed the unique skill of 7th brother, not something to be easily revealed. Consequently, he turned away and took a few steps back, saying, 7th brother, I understand your techniques cannot be displayed lightly. I am turned away from you, and at this distance, my spiritual energy is insufficient to reach you. Upon hearing this, 5th uncle and Yi Tonghai also felt embarrassed to remain, promptly distancing themselves with their backs to Yi Guocheng. Old Seven, we shall not watch. Do hasten to refine your elixir. Only then did Yi Guocheng exhale in relief, casting a glare at his son before lifting the lid of the alchemical furnace. Upon its opening, he was taken aback. A dragon figure composed of vaporous elixir emerged, emitting a melodious dragon's roar as it soared skyward, piercing the twilight sky. At this moment, dusk had fallen. One half of the sky was darkening while the other blazed a fiery red, making the white dragon of vapor unmistakably striking. Many members of the Yi family were left in astonishment at this spectacle. Hearing the sound, 5th uncle and the others turned back, each one slack-jawed in disbelief. 5th uncle exclaimed, the 9 dragons circling technique, truly remarkable. As Yi Guocheng retrieved the elixirs from the furnace, he discovered that several of them radiated a mesmerizing 5-colored glow. Upon closer inspection, the essence of the elixirs flowed gracefully, resembling not mere pills but exquisite pearls, crystalline and irresistible. These are not mere elixirs, they are treasures. 5th uncle trembled as he held the precious elixirs, tears welling in his eyes. Our Yi family has produced a dragon. Initially, it was thought that Yi Guocheng had merely stumbled upon the creation of a flawless elixir, but the potency of this second batch was undeniably extraordinary, clearly marking him as a prodigy within the realm of alchemy. Even Yi Tonghai, who had previously maintained a skeptical stance, had transformed into a sycophant of Yi Guocheng. Old Seven, I owe you an apology. 4th brother's earlier tone was unbecoming, and I truly did not expect this. Yi Tonghai continued. I would like to discuss the possibility of showcasing these elixir treasures in our Yi family's various establishments throughout Huangzhou City as our prized possessions. Fifth uncle's eyes gleamed with realization. Indeed, every one of our stores should possess a prized treasure. Let us see how the Bai family can compete with us. The Bai family, also a purveyor of elixirs in Huangzhou City, had always been in rivalry with the Yi family and were indeed the ones who had conspired against Yi Guqing. As they conversed, a maid approached, bowing respectfully to Yi Guqing and announcing, "Seventh Master, the Patriarch has requested your presence for dinner to discuss important matters." Upon Yi Guqing's return the following day, he rapidly gained notoriety. Although Fifth Uncle initially intended to report to the Patriarch, the emergence of the dragon figure from the elixir prompted the Patriarch to take the initiative, sending someone to invite Yi Guqing for a meal, clearly aiming to improve his standing within the family. Fifth Uncle chuckled, "The Patriarch is aware now, Old Seven. I shall accompany you." Yi Tonghai and Yi Kai took their leave. Yet, Yi Guqing hesitated, saying, "I must dine with my son daily. Then let the lad join us." Fifth Uncle suggested, remembering that Yi Junlin had contributed significantly to the creation of this batch of elixirs, and he too was a budding talent in alchemy. Yi Junlin, however, declined, stating, "I am accustomed to dining at home. I shall pass. Then I will be quick in my return." Yi Guqing, reluctant to part from his son, offered a few more reminders before hastily departing. With Yi Guqing gone, Yi Junlin seized the opportunity for himself. System, open the system interface. Instantly, a pale blue light screen projected onto his retina, revealing a plethora of information regarding the acquisition and sale of treasures, swiftly scrolling before his eyes. Dragon Domain Specialty, Purple Dragon Egg, System Certified, Price Negotiable. Publisher, Dragon Hunter. Universal Treasure Spear, a third-grade weapon from the Celestial Realm, priced at 20,000 Celestial Jade. Can be bartered for a small knife or garbage. Publisher, Exterminating Deity. Honest purchase of investigation insects. Quantity negotiable. Priority given to those with mother insects. Publisher, Host 129856. Yi Junlin perused the listings briefly before shifting to the private message section. His gaze fell upon a series of incoming messages. He waved his hand dismissively, deleting the worthless spam while retaining those that posed inquiries. "Greetings, esteemed Celestial Emperor. I am a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage, soon to ascend to immortality. I wish to inquire about preparations for the impending heavenly trial." Yi Junlin responded, "The so-called heavenly tribulation is not merely a test. The heavens are merciless. This is the will of the mortal realm obstructing you. In that moment, the heavens become your adversary, and it is a life or death struggle. Therefore, any preparation is justified. Formations, protective gear, weapons, all must be utilized. Lastly, I advise you to carry a soul-concealing wood for precautionary measures. Soul-concealing wood, to prevent failure during the tribulation and to avoid perishing beneath the thunder. However, wouldn't that instill a lack of confidence?" "Not at all," Yi Junlin replied. "A cultivator must forge ahead, yet always be prepared for contingencies. Solely emphasizing courage is the folly of a fool. In the mortal realm, millions face tribulations daily, with few succeeding. Survival is the primary requirement. We, as the strong, possess confidence and courage that cannot be undermined by a mere piece of soul-concealing wood. Esteemed Celestial Emperor, I am grateful for your guidance." In the mortal realm, an elderly man with white hair nodded appreciatively. This Celestial Emperor is undoubtedly authentic. Carrying a piece of soul-concealing wood may very well save his life. Esteemed Celestial Emperor, thank you immensely. How much do you charge for your wisdom? As I possess limited funds, Yi Junlin replied, I am merely fulfilling a system task, not seeking to amass wealth. You may offer whatever you wish. Ah, I understand now, the white-haired elder exclaimed, realizing that a Celestial Emperor would have no need for wealth. Yet, the more Yi Junlin expressed indifference, the less the elder felt inclined to offer a meager sum. It would be unacceptable to underpay a Celestial Emperor for guidance. As Yi Junlin continued to browse the subsequent messages, one caught his eye. Esteemed Celestial Emperor, I am Yu Lian, a female immortal from the dust-refining celestial realm. I would like to inquire about the method for refining the Yuanxian Harmony Pill, and I also wonder if you require a bed-warming maid? Yi Junlin's expression darkened. I am merely 6 years old, and you wish to seduce me? This is utterly outrageous. How dare you offend the Celestial Emperor? The recipient was instantly petrified. She had intended to offer herself, only to realize she had insulted the Celestial Emperor, and now her name was exposed. Esteemed Celestial Emperor, I was mistaken. Please grant me another chance. How many celestial jades would suffice to make amends? Yi Junlin ignored her, shifting his attention to another private message. Esteemed Celestial Emperor, what methods exist for a peak nascent soul cultivator to break through to the transformation stage? I have lingered at this juncture for hundreds of years. If I do not transform soon, my lifespan will dwindle. Yi Junlin replied, my young friend. The best approach to breaking through to the transformation stage is to embrace mortality and live as a commoner until you achieve sufficient comprehension. Then, transcending to the transformation stage will not pose a problem. The sender replied with a bitter smile, esteemed senior, I have lived as a mortal for 80 years without success. Hence my inquiry for a reliable method. Yi Junlin frowned. That indicates an issue with your capabilities. If one lifetime is insufficient for transformation, then live another. Alternatively, procure a 9 lives fruit. Esteemed senior, I am preparing to purchase one, but it costs 1 million celestial jades. I am still gathering funds, as my partner also requires one. Yi Junlin keenly sensed something amiss. My dear friend, are you not two souls embarking on the path of mortality together? During my time in the lower realm, I had a friend who, alongside his beloved, attempted to transcend to the mortal plane, only to find that both of them ultimately failed, squandering an entire lifetime. Upon hearing this, the individual across from me gasped in astonishment. Esteemed Immortal Emperor, you may have uncovered the crux of my predicament. I too am attempting to descend with my beloved, whose cultivation is on par with mine. Thus we decided to embark on this journey together. Yi Junlin smiled wryly and remarked, though your bond is commendable, there is no need for such a course of action. Separating during the descent would free you from burdens, benefiting both parties. Thank you, thank you. The individual expressed profound gratitude. Otherwise, he would have had to purchase 2 9-world fruits for a staggering 20 million spirit stones, which would have incurred a significant expense. In truth, this nascent soul had contemplated this issue, yet his affection for his spouse was too profound, and she was exceedingly clingy. Now, with the Immortal Emperor's words of wisdom, he could use them to converse with his wife. In that moment, 5 million spirit stones were transferred over. Esteemed Immortal Emperor, you have saved me an immense sum. I happen to have 5 million on hand, and am sending it your way. Hope you do not find it unwelcome. Not at all. Yi Junlin chuckled heartily. I wish you and your beloved success in your endeavors. May you both ascend to divinity. In the blink of an eye, 6 million spirit stones were received. To an ordinary cultivator in the mortal realm, 6 million was indeed a considerable sum. However, for a powerhouse like Yi Junlin, it was merely a trifle. He continued to peruse his private messages. Esteemed Immortal Emperor, I realize my error. I acted thoughtlessly and offended your exalted self. I am willing to offer 30,000 spirit jade in hopes of being spared. Seeing that Yi Junlin had not responded, the female immortal, Youlian, grew increasingly anxious. Offending the Immortal Emperor was a grave sin. There was no need for Yi Junlin to personally take action against her. Merely expressing such an intention would prompt countless powerful beings from the immortal realm to come to his aid. To slay a female immortal in favor of the Immortal Emperor was certainly not a loss. Do you truly believe I am in one of your paltry sum? Yi Junlin finally replied. Youlian, terrified, dared not scheme further, and with a bitter smile, said, Esteemed Immortal Emperor, I truly know my mistake. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I am willing to accept. Yi Junlin then stated, I have no need for your spirit jade, but I have accepted a system task that requires spirit stones. If you happen to possess any, feel free to transfer some. If not, so be it. I hope you will not act so recklessly in the future. Chapter 7. Infinite Stars and Truth. Yi Junlin had no intention of truly extorting Youlian. He merely sought to impart a lesson. To achieve the status of Immortal Emperor, one must possess profound wisdom. Youlian's attempts to enchant the Immortal Emperor with such trivial means were indeed a path to her demise. Esteemed Immortal Emperor, I understand my mistake. Youlian, being an immortal, did not have spirit stones at hand. However, she could exchange them within the system. One could directly convert 10,000 spirit stones for 1 piece of spirit jade. She exchanged all 30,000 spirit jade. Esteemed Immortal Emperor, this constitutes all my wealth. Consider it a price for the lesson learned. Please accept it, and I hope it aids you in completing your task. Soon after, 300 million spirit stones were transferred to Yi Junlin's account. Yi Junlin was somewhat taken aback. He had earned a few million by providing genuine guidance. Yet from intimidating a female immortal, he gained a staggering 300 million. Indeed, a fortune was made through such means. With this 300 million spirit stones, He no longer needed to answer questions. 30,000 spirit jade, even in the immortal realm, is not a trifling amount and will greatly assist me in my task. Yi Junlin did not wish to take advantage of Youlian without offering something in return. He added, Lady Youlian, I can grant you a favor. Should you ever require assistance in the future, I shall help you without charge. That is wonderful. I am immensely grateful. Youlian, despite her heartache over the loss, as she had worked hard to earn those 30,000 spirit jade, could hardly believe she would receive such a favor from the immortal emperor. Tears streamed down her face as she murmured, Esteemed immortal emperor, I truly understand my mistake. Thank you, thank you. With newfound wealth, Yi Junlin no longer needed to answer questions. He once again issued a command to the system to contact Hua Luoye from the Infinite Star Realm. Long-term sale of high-quality spirit rice unique to the Infinite Stars. This spirit rice comes from a planet in this dimensional realm teeming with vitality, possessing remarkable effects that can enhance cultivation and mend the Qi, particularly effective for those whose Qi is not entirely ruptured. It works within 3 days and restores within half a month, at a promotional price of 50,000 spirit stones per pound. On a certain planet within the Infinite Star Realm, Hua Luoye was fervently disseminating this information. He was also a recent recipient of the system. The spirit rice he sold was cultivated in his own home. In this realm, it was sold for 20,000 spirit stones per pound. But upon discovering that it was not available in other dimensional realms, he marked up the price significantly, reaping a considerable profit. Of course, for those from other dimensions interested in purchasing, he would offer a few pounds for tasting. The 3 bowls of spirit rice that Yi Junlin had provided for his father the previous night were from Hua Luoye's trial offer. However, the trial offer could only be claimed once. To partake again, one must purchase with genuine spirit stones. Having lacked funds yesterday, Yi Junlin was now ready to buy. My friend, I wish to purchase 100 pounds. Yi Junlin immediately sent a trade request. Certainly, the total is 500,000 spirit stones. Yi Junlin, now financially secure, did not haggle and proceeded with the transaction. After the trade, 100 pounds of spirit rice appeared in his storage compartment. Upon inspection, it was indeed genuine. The spirit rice looked identical to ordinary spirit rice, alleviating any doubts his father might have. Hua Luoye was thrilled to have made a sale and sent another message. Senior, I never expected you to consume our spirit rice. Oh, I provided some for a junior in the mortal realm. He had suffered an unexpected injury to his dantian. Yi Junlin was aware of the spirit rice's efficacy because a friend from the Infinite Stars had once treated him to such rice. It was indeed fragrant and capable of mending the dantian, with long-term consumption also enhancing its quality. Yi Junlin, noting the name of his interlocutor, added, I know another friend from the Infinite Stars, also surnamed Hua. Hua Luoye was taken aback. Really? What is his name? Hua Wuyin. In the Infinite Star Realm. Hua Luoye's face lit up with joy. Hua Wuyin was an ancestor of his family, lost for many years with no trace to be found. The clan had long been worried. Senior, Hua Wuyin is an ancestor of my family. May I ask how he fares now? Sighing, Yi Junlin replied. Wuyin fell before my time. What? Hua Luoye fell silent for a considerable time, but the Hua family had long suspected this possibility. Hearing the grim news still left him deeply conflicted. Senior, since you are a friend of my ancestor, I cannot accept this payment. Hua Luoye promptly returned the 500,000 spirit stones. Once you have consumed the spirit rice, should you seek me again, I shall still provide it free of charge. It is homegrown, so there is no need for formality. This. Yi Junlin was left speechless, watching the 500,000 spirit stones return to him. He lamented, Alas, my virtue seems to have no place to reside. Reflecting on Hua Wuyin, he felt a pang of nostalgia. The renowned immortal Lord Wuyin, so illustrious in the immortal realm, had fallen just like that. The ascent to the status of immortal emperor was fraught with peril. Failure often meant death. Each immortal emperor has their rank, and when one ascends to the position of immortal emperor, it inevitably means another must be pushed down. To challenge an immortal emperor and fail is to invite death. There is no alternative path. Such a gentle soul like Wuyin was perhaps too hasty. Yi Junlin pondered for a while before a thought struck him. He was not in his previous life. He had been reborn thousands of years prior. During this time, Wuyin not only had not perished but was likely yet to ascend to the immortal realm. What folly! How could he have made such a rudimentary error? Yi Junlin felt a wave of embarrassment, rendered speechless. Despite the misunderstanding, he chose not to message Hua Luoye again. The situation was far too intricate. He did not know how to explain it, and would wait until he met Hua Wuyin again to properly address the matter. After purchasing the spirit rice, he posted a procurement message, purchasing alchemical materials at 3 times the market price. The list is as follows. The alchemical materials he acquired were intended for the creation of the eternal pill. This particular elixir is specifically designed for children undergoing enlightenment upon consumption. It can increase their number of openings and enhance their innate qualities, making it a closely guarded and precious recipe. These pills had been procured by Yi Junlin for his personal use. In his previous life, during the grand ceremony of enlightenment, he could only open 7 pathways, rendering him the greatest failure of the Yi family in this generation. Having been granted a second chance at life, such a situation would never occur again. This time, he would start from a higher point and shatter the void. After posting the acquisition news, he no longer needed to wait idly. Instead, he placed the spirit rice in his room and commenced preparing dinner. Just as he finished cooking, his father hurried home. Yi Guqing, still concerned for his son, had a brief conversation with the family head before being drawn into having dinner with him. He took a few bites and then excused himself to return home. Father, have you eaten enough? Shall I serve you another bowl of rice? Yi Guqing sat down with an air of authority and said, You're trying to distract me, right? That batch of pills from last night was indeed concocted by you, wasn't it? Chapter 8. Cultivating mortal martial arts. He had long suspected that the previous night's batch of pills was not crafted by him. However, witnessing Yi Junlin concocting another round today left no room for doubt. Yi Junlin chuckled. I've merely inherited your talent, father. Without your gift, how could a 6-year-old like me possibly concoct pills? Yi Guqing pondered this. Without his own prowess, how could his son have such abilities? Although his alchemical talent was indeed exceptional, one must remain honest. Yi Guqing replied with mild irritation. The family head asked me many questions just now. I almost let something slip. Yi Junlin replied earnestly. Father, consider this. If word gets out that I can concoct pills so adeptly at just 6 years old, might not others harbor ill intentions and confine me to a dark room to make pills for eternity? Yi Guqing realized the gravity of the situation. So, you suggest pushing me into the limelight? He then expressed concern, with my abilities being equally remarkable, wouldn't he that put me in danger as well? Yi Junlin shot him a disdainful glance. Father, do you wish to never see your son again? Absolutely not. Yi Guqing replied. No one shall separate us. If it is indeed so perilous, then I shall take on such public responsibilities henceforth. Yi Junlin thought to himself, what a delightful endeavor this is. But he merely responded, that would be too much of a burden for you. Not at all, not at all, Yi Guqing reminded him. Just ensure to communicate with me often. With that, he placed another bowl of rice before Yi Guqing. After a couple of bites, Yi Guqing remarked that the rice at home was far superior. The rice at the family head's residence was lacking in both taste and efficacy. He didn't dwell on it much and continued. I have good news. The family head has granted us our own independent courtyard. Father, I wouldn't deceive you. I will ensure you live in a larger house eventually. Yi Junlin nearly choked on his own breath. Is that truly because of you? You rascal. Yi Guqing felt a tinge of embarrassment and scoffed. Do you wish for me to shield you from the storms of life? Do you want me to be confined to a dark room for eternity? Fine. Yi Junlin slightly regretted sharing that with his father. To rein in his boastful son, Yi Guqing added, but don't worry. You won't need to concoct pills every day. The family head mentioned that such extraordinary skills should not be wasted on low-grade pills. Only rare elixirs will require my expertise in the future. That should have been the case all along. Yi Junlin was not particularly surprised. This was precisely what he had anticipated, and it was the reason he wanted his father to shine. Otherwise, to toil daily over inferior pills would be disheartening. After finishing dinner, the father and son prepared to move. Living in such cramped quarters was far from comfortable. One could hardly turn without bumping into something. Just as they were packing up for the move, a striking young woman in her 20s arrived to assist. Seventh brother, I heard about your astonishing talent in alchemy and that you received a new house from the family head, so I came to help. Yi Guqing was somewhat flustered. Sister Yinru, is that you? It's been so many years since we last met. Zhou Yinru giggled. Seventh brother, why are you standing there in a daze? Let us go. Oh, right. Yi Junlin observed sideways, sensing something amiss. He vaguely remembered a beautiful woman weeping at his father's funeral. And it seemed to be this very woman. In his previous life, he was too young to ponder such matters. But now it appeared that this sister Yinru had a special connection with his father. If that were the case, it would be worth exploring whether she could become one of his stepmothers. In truth, there was little to move, as Yi Guqing possessed very few belongings. Upon arriving at their new residence, They found a dedicated alchemical room fully equipped with various alchemical devices, rendering the previous subpar furnace unnecessary. Settling into their new home brought Yi Guqing immense joy. Yi Junlin also acquired his own independent room, allowing him to conduct transactions on the system page without concern for others. Once everything was organized, darkness enveloped the sky. Zhou Yanru lowered her head and said, "Seventh brother, since you've settled in, I shall take my leave." Yi Guqing was momentarily stunned before responding, "Sister Yanru, have you eaten? Our food is quite delicious." His sincere sentiment emerged. Since arriving at the Yi household, the rice had been his only delight, and he often consumed several bowls. Zhou Yanru burst into laughter. "Seventh brother, you're still as silly as ever. We are all in a state of fasting. A single fasting pill lasts a day. Who would still eat rice?" Yi Junlin stepped forward. "Aunt Yin, you live at the Yi household every day and eat here regularly. You must be quite tired of it, and besides, there are no vegetables prepared. You rascal." Yi Guqing's face flushed. "Behave yourself at home. I'll accompany Aunt Yanru out." Watching the two walk side by side, Yi Junlin smirked. When a pair of lovers meet, they surpass countless encounters in the mortal realm. After settling in, the lives of father and son fell into a routine. Yi Guqing would meditate and cultivate after each meal, keenly aware of the miraculous restoration of his shattered dantian. His lost cultivation was gradually returning. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin practiced mortal martial arts daily, mastering the breakthrough blade technique with vigor. "Once you've grasped the blade technique, I shall teach you a set of boxing techniques. The Diamond 100 cracks. Begin by performing it 108 times. 108 times? How cruel." Yi Junlin almost spat blood. "Father, am I truly your biological son? Get started." Yi Junlin wanted to argue that there were countless methods to cultivate vitality and strengthen bones. Why resort to this arduous task? However, reasoning with his father proved futile. 108 times? You must be kidding. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, Yi Tonghai appeared. "Old 7. A guest has come to the pill shop these past few days, requesting the refinement of the boiling blood pill. Ordinarily, Uncle Wu could handle this third-tier pill, but the guest demands an upper-grade quality, so he sent me to inquire if you could take it on." Yi Guqing's expression fell. Although he had anticipated such a day, encountering a third-tier boiling blood pill with an upper-grade requirement was exceedingly daunting. If a master like Uncle Wu hesitated, what merit did he possess? Seeing Yi Guqing's silence, Yi Tonghai expressed confusion. "Old 7, you've managed to refine treasures from ordinary materials. The ingredients provided by the guest are all top-tier." "All top-tier materials?" Yi Guqing's face turned bitter. Internally, he lamented, "I can't afford to fail." Yet he replied with feigned confidence, "Of course, it's not a challenge. It's just a third-tier boiling blood pill." Yi Tonghai beamed. "I knew your talent in alchemy is extraordinary. For you, this will be a piece of cake. I'll go confirm with the guest." As Yi Tonghai departed, Yi Guqing returned to his room, poring over texts. He had been diligently studying and had brought back a series of alchemical manuals to study intensely while also attempting to refine some low-grade pills. However, the results were far from satisfactory. Chapter 9. The Dragon Mountain Gold Water in his attempts to refine the medicinal pill, Dan Yun Dan Bao. He found that 8 out of 10 furnaces had produced nothing but waste pills. He faintly sensed that his alchemical talent was perhaps inferior to that of a mere young rabbit. Soon, Yi Tonghai returned, bringing 3 portions of medicinal materials and stating, "Seventh brother, these materials were provided by a client, valued at over 100,000 spirit stones. They only seek a superior quality third-grade blood-boiling pill. Uncle Wu mentioned that any excess materials you refine will serve as your remuneration. 100,000 spirit stones." Yi Guqing felt as if he were on the brink of despair. If he were to ruin them, he might as well sell himself into servitude. He contemplated refusing. But at that moment, Zhou Yanru approached with a smile, saying, "In truth, that client is a friend of mine. She requires a high-quality blood-boiling pill to break through her realm, and the price and materials are favorable. That's why I recommended her to you. So seventh brother could earn a profit." Yi Guqing nearly wept. "Sister Yanru, surely we do not harbor such deep enmity. Are you truly seeking my demise?" Observing his troubled expression, Yi Tonghai inquired, "Seventh brother, you wouldn't be considering backing out now, would you?" "How could that be? Just wait and see." Yi Guqing feigned a relaxed demeanor. "That's good. Such a trivial matter. You can handle it easily. We shall not disturb you further." After sending the two away, Yi Guqing clutched the 3 portions of materials, poring over the alchemical tome for an extended period. Ultimately, he sat there, anxiously scratching his head, feeling utterly hesitant to begin. Yi Junlin, practicing his martial arts, could not help but exclaim, "Father, those alchemical tomes are merely deceptive. Who would share genuine alchemical secrets with outsiders? Focus on your martial practice without distractions. Just train your fists diligently." Yi Guqing shot back, "You truly do not recognize the kindness of others." Yi Junlin continued to swing his little fists. After much contemplation, Yi Guqing finally gritted his teeth, opened one of the materials, and commenced the refining of his first pill. This time, he was more cautious than before, meticulously chopping, refining, and purifying, expending every ounce of effort. As evening approached, he awaited the auspicious hour, murmuring a few prayers for divine favor. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin continued to practice, muttering, "Heaven must be blind, the pill god is practicing martial arts." Yi Guqing glared. "Practice it 108 times. I'll be damned. Father, do you expect me to plead with you?" The auspicious hour had arrived. He fully committed himself to the task at hand. Holding the alchemical tome, he executed nearly every step with perfect fidelity to the methods recorded within. This rare medicinal pill deserved his utmost care. He refined one pill per furnace. After placing it into the furnace, he felt a slight relaxation, as everything was documented in the book, and he had done his utmost. Emerging from the alchemical chamber, he saw his son diligently practicing his martial arts and nodded in satisfaction. Yi Junlin remarked, "Father, the blood-boiling pill is intended for peak body refinement practitioners to break through their limits. You ought to include a bit more of the blood-withering vine." "Are you more knowledgeable than the tome?" Yi Guqing retorted, "Just focus on your martial training." Yi Junlin fell silent and resumed his practice. As dusk settled, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, instilling Yi Guqing with a sense of certainty. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Yi family estate, the head of the family, Yi Cheng, was discussing matters regarding the family's alchemical workshop with Yi Tonghai. "The Bai family has usurped our business at the Qingshan sect and has now extended their reach into Huangzhou City. Wherever we have a workshop, there is a Bai family workshop across from it. The competition is fierce." Yi Cheng furrowed his brow. "Our Yi family has a long-standing alchemical tradition, while the Bai family is a newcomer. They aim to usurp our position." Yi Tonghai replied, "Head, the Bai family employs unscrupulous means in their dealings. The alchemical business has become increasingly challenging." Yi Cheng, recognizing the gravity of the situation, lamented that despite the Yi family being a century-old alchemical lineage, the recent years had seen a decline in talented individuals, especially in alchemy, leaving them at a disadvantage against the rising Bai family. After some contemplation, he stated, "Currently, we still possess a slight advantage." Yi Tonghai, puzzled, inquired about this advantage, referring to the fertile land of the Yi family valley outside Huangzhou City, where the finest 7-star grass was cultivated, the primary ingredient for the yellow dragon pill. However, the mention of a half-advantage left him confused. "Please enlighten me, head." Yi Cheng smiled. "The half-advantage refers to the 7th brother." At this point, he felt a sense of gratification, adding, "I initially thought the 7th brother had squandered his potential, yet I never anticipated he possessed considerable talent for alchemy. It seems that the bloodline of the Yi family runs strong." Yi Tonghai, hearing this, felt a mix of envy and acknowledgement toward Yi Guqing's talent. Indeed, showcasing the elixirs he refines in our various stores will certainly create an impressive spectacle. Yi Tonghai chuckled. "It's just a pity that the healing and blood-replenishing elixirs lack the grandeur. But it is still an elixir." Yi Cheng inquired further. "As for the blood-boiling pill he is attempting to refine, who knows if it will succeed? After all, even your Uncle Wu found it challenging. It should be fine." Yi Tonghai mused. Recalling Yi Guqing's demeanor, the 7th brother appeared quite relaxed, as if he regarded the matter lightly. If Yi Guqing were present, he would surely feel a surge of indignation. "I am not relaxed. I am merely at a loss for words." Yi Cheng felt greatly pleased, believing that fortune smiled upon the Yi family. Although the 7th brother had become a cripple in terms of cultivation, his alchemical talent might pave a new path for him, demonstrating that hope is never lost. Reflecting on this, Yi Cheng remarked, "4th brother, isn't your son about to participate in the enlightenment ceremony? Send him a portion of Dragon Mountain gold water. It would greatly aid in enhancing his enlightenment aptitude." "I shall attend to it immediately." Yi Tonghai arrived at Yi Guqing's residence, where night had fully fallen. "4th brother, why do you come so late?" Yi Tonghai smiled. "The head heard your son is soon to undergo enlightenment, so he instructed me to deliver this Dragon Mountain gold water. It's highly beneficial for enhancing enlightenment aptitude. Let that boy soak in it often." "Thank you so much, head." Yi Guqing felt a bit overwhelmed. "No need for thanks. Young Lin is also a member of our Yi family, Yi Tonghai replied, leaving the Dragon Mountain gold water behind. He exchanged a few pleasantries but couldn't resist glancing around, and the elixir. I'm currently refining it, Yi Guqing responded. If you're concerned, I'll take you in to have a look. No need, no need. Yi Tonghai felt reassured, having faintly caught the scent of the elixir. He then took his leave to report back to the head. The head is truly considerate. Yi Guqing gazed at the Dragon Mountain gold water, feeling an even greater weight of pressure. Initially, after dinner, he had intended to meditate and replenish his dantian, but tonight, he found no inclination to do so and instead dove back into the alchemical chamber. Yu Junlin watched his father's retreating figure with a pang of sympathy for the 3 bowls of spirit rice consumed by him, then retreated to his room to sleep. As the night deepened, the entire Yi family was engulfed in darkness, save for the alchemical chamber, which remained brightly lit. After 6 hours of continuous refining and nurturing, the moment to extract the elixir had finally arrived. Chapter 10. The Father-Son Agreement. May heaven bless us. May the pill god bless us. Yi Guqing chanted a few more phrases before lifting the furnace lid. Upon peering inside, he was instantly dumbfounded. The meticulously refined blood-boiling pill lay shattered, reduced to countless fragments upon the elixir plate. How is this possible? Yi Guqing stood in stunned silence, internally questioning, with my alchemical talent, this shouldn't have happened. The following morning, after Yi Junlin rose, he obediently picked up his small wooden knife to practice his sword and fist techniques. Observing Yi Guqing pacing back and forth, seemingly at a loss for words, Yi Junlin couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Heaven must be blind. The pill god is practicing martial arts. Yi Guqing could no longer contain himself, saying, Son, it seems that you may have to step in once again. Yi Junlin quickly replied, No way, no way. How could I possibly compare to the alchemy tome? Yi Guqing's expression faltered. To completely trust a book is worse than having no book at all. I have been foolish. Still shaking his head, Yi Junlin insisted, That won't do. I haven't finished practicing my 108 forms yet. No need to practice anymore. Yi Guqing laughed heartily, initially intending to strengthen your vitality and physique through mundane martial arts. However, last night the family had sent over Longshan Jing Shui. Soaking in it mixed with water will yield even better results. But that won't do, as cultivators. How can we abandon our efforts midway? Yi Guqing was momentarily taken aback, then sneered. I see your talent is rather mediocre. Now when faced with precious elixirs, you hesitate to take action. Spare me your childish provocations. Yi Junlin replied. Father, I am not a mere child of 3. At this, Yi Guqing found himself at a loss and resorted to his final tactic. Alas, I am truly useless, unable to achieve anything, not even receiving help from my son. Though aware of his father's ploy, Yi Junlin could no longer maintain his facade and said, Father, do not speak so. While you may have your shortcomings, you possess one significant merit. What merit? You have a good son. What? Yi Guqing's face twisted in disdain, but he quickly lifted his son and said, I knew you wouldn't be so heartless. Can you help your old man, please? Yi Junlin thought to himself, It is you who is heartless, forcing me to practice these useless skills. Father, I can assist you in alchemy, but you must promise me not to make me practice these mundane arts any longer. Agreed. Yi Guqing replied, However, I have a request as well. Oh? Yi Junlin was somewhat surprised. Yi Guqing continued, While you are refining elixirs, you must also teach me, especially that technique of the 9 dragons circling to retrieve elixirs. Yi Junlin nearly fainted. Father, do you truly believe in such things? After reaching an agreement, the alchemy commenced. Although Yi Junlin was an adept in the art of alchemy, he was merely 6 years old and not a practitioner, thus unable to refine and purify the materials. Prepare both sets of materials, chop them finely, ensure to add more blood-withering vines. Under Yi Junlin's guidance, his father Yi Guqing complied. The initial step startled him. You intend to refine both sets together? Yi Guqing was dumbfounded. If his son were to mess this up, all the materials would be ruined, leaving no chance for redemption. You promised to follow my instructions, Yi Guqing thought, trusting those he employed. Noting that even if an extra set of materials were added, he would not be able to produce the desired elixir. Under Yi Junlin's hands-on guidance, all materials were refined and purified. Throughout this process, Yi Guqing learned many techniques. It turned out that the processes of chopping, refining, and purifying held their own secrets. Yet, Yi Guqing pondered, he had never focused on such details in his past alchemical endeavors. How had his 6-year-old son acquired this knowledge? As midday approached, 2 elixir embryos were prepared and placed into the alchemical furnace. Yi Junlin had no such technique as the 9 dragons circling to retrieve elixirs. But he possessed unique methods for refining elixirs, which he willingly shared with Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing, setting aside his pride, earnestly absorbed the information. As the father and son duo diligently engaged in alchemy, the other members of the Yi family grew anxious. Yi Tonghai and 5th uncle were summoned to the family head's chamber. How is it? Has the 7th successfully refined the elixir? Family head Yu Cheng inquired. Yi Tonghai shook his head. His courtyard door has yet to open. That cannot be. Yi Cheng exclaimed. Did you not mention he began refining yesterday afternoon? By now. Surely the elixirs should have been completed. 5th uncle stroked his short beard. In my view, the 7th's alchemical skills are extraordinary. We need not worry too much. Perhaps his methods require more time. Indeed. Everyone continued to wait, but as noon turned to afternoon, the door to Yi Guqing's courtyard remained shut. Now, everyone was filled with anticipation. Could it be that the 7th has ruined the elixirs? Yi Tonghai spoke cautiously. Yi Chen and 5th uncle exchanged glances. Their expressions a mixture of concern. In truth, this batch of herbs was worth over 100,000 spirit stones. The Yi family could afford the loss. However, if Yi Guqing truly ruined all 3 batches without producing an elixir, the family's reputation would suffer a severe blow. Moreover, they had already considered Yi Guqing as the opportunity for the Yi family's resurgence in the realm of alchemy. What if it turned out he lacked the talent? The hope of the Yi family's revival would be dashed. As evening approached, the family head could no longer contain his anxiety. 5th brother and 4th. Come with me to take a look. Thus, the 3 key figures of the Yi family hurried to Yi Guqing's courtyard, where they fortuitously encountered Zhou Yinru. Zhou Yinru, a cousin of the Yi family, had grown up among them, feeling as if she belonged to the family. Yinru, are you not worried either? Yi Tonghai chuckled. Not at all. I merely brought a friend, Zhou Yinru replied, though in truth, she was quite anxious. She feared disappointing her friend, and even more so dreaded Yi Guqing's failure. Hence she lingered outside the courtyard, hesitant to enter. The family head said, since you are here, let us all go in and see. We must ascertain the truth. Everyone was eager to discover whether Yi Guqing was a genius or a failure. Yi Tonghai knocked on the door, and soon Yi Guqing opened it. Upon seeing so many visitors, he exclaimed with delight, Come in. Sit down. After welcoming everyone inside, he called out loudly, Son, cook more rice. Let us treat the family head to a meal today in celebration. Upon hearing this, the family head and others felt a surge of joy. Could it be that the elixirs had already been refined? Entering the courtyard, they saw a rocking chair positioned in the center, beside which rested a tea table with a pot of spirit tea brewing. Quite leisurely. 5th uncle remarked after taking a sip, excellent tea. Zhou Yinru observed the scene and felt reassured. The fact that Yi Guqing could sit and enjoy tea indicated a high likelihood of success. Chapter 11. 9 dragons circling the family head nodded in satisfaction. 7th. Regarding your wife's matter, there were some disagreements between you and the family in the past. After much contemplation, I believe the family has wronged you. At that time, we primarily considered Bai Ying's background and qualifications to be inadequate. Yi Guqing lowered his head and sighed. I do not blame the family. I was young and impulsive back then, or else it would not have escalated to that point. 5th uncle chuckled. Let us not dwell on the past. The 7th has returned to the family. Though his cultivation may not progress, perhaps he can still achieve a legend in the realm of alchemy. Yi Guqing remarked, actually, my Dantian has recently shown improvement. Upon hearing this, everyone paid little mind. A broken Dantian was practically a death sentence. Even the slightest crack rendered any further advancement impossible. Even if Yi Guqing's Dantian had improved, it would only mean his cultivation would no longer decline. To hope for further breakthroughs would be futile. Observing the silence, Zhou Yinru inquired, 7th brother, my friend provided 3 sets of herbs. How many did you use to refine the elixirs? Well. Yi Guqing looked around at the expectant faces, feeling somewhat uneasy, and confessed, last night, 1 batch was a failure, and the elixir was ruined. Currently, I have refined the remaining 2 elixirs, which are still nurturing in the furnace. What? The elixirs have not been produced yet. Family head Yi Cheng almost dropped his teacup in shock. He had assumed Yi Guqing's previous demeanor indicated success. Now to learn that the elixirs had not yet materialized was shocking. No way. 5th uncle was dumbfounded, thinking to himself that Yi Guqing was incredibly bold. Having already ruined 1 batch, how could he dare to refine the remaining 2 simultaneously? And to do so while leisurely sipping tea. His audacity was astounding. Yi Taohai and Zhou Yanru also stood in disbelief, their gazes drifting toward the alchemical room, fearing that the remaining 2 elixirs might also be lost. Yi Guqing noticed the expressions on their faces and felt somewhat awkward, unsure how to respond. Just then, a small figure emerged, head bowed, saying, "Father, it is all my fault. If you had personally handled last night's batch, we would not have been kept waiting until now." "What?" The family head and others were once again left speechless, their expressions frozen in shock. Fifth uncle, unable to believe his ears, exclaimed, "Could it be that last night's failed batch of elixirs was your son's doing?" "Indeed," Yi Junlin affirmed. "Son, you truly are a lifesaver." Yi Guqing hurriedly remarked, "My son has, over the years, been influenced by my teachings, and his skills have now come to rival my own. That is why I allowed him to make a small attempt." The expressions of the onlookers shifted accordingly. Yi Taohai raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive. You dare to let your son handle such precious elixirs." Yi Kai, the eager flatterer, laughed heartily. "It's merely a 3rd-grade elixir. If 7th brother wishes to concoct it, it would be as easy as reaching into a bag. Just let him practice with a portion of the materials. Your boldness is commendable." The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging his audacity. Zhou Yanru gazed at Yi Guqing with admiration, believing that while many alchemists could produce such a fervent blood elixir, few would so generously allow their offspring to practice with it. 7th brother is truly impressive and full of courage. Surrounded by the admiration of the crowd, Yi Guqing felt a flush of humility and modestly replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. Just a routine matter." The crowd gasped in astonishment. To think this was merely a routine task. If it weren't, it would surely be astonishing. The clan leader was overjoyed, grinning widely, realizing that the Yi family has a promising future. Yi Junlin, observing his father's display of bravado, smirked and said, "Father, I've calculated the timing, and it seems I can produce the elixir now." "Produce the elixir?" Yi Guqing was taken aback. The others were equally startled, suddenly recalling that the 2 elixirs had yet to be completed. The clan leader chuckled, "Little 7. I heard you possess a secret technique known as the 9 Dragons Returning Elixir Method." In truth, both the clan leader and Uncle Wu had spent a lifetime in alchemy, never hearing of such a technique, so they were curious to inquire. Well, Yi Guqing found himself at a loss for words. The clan leader, thinking he was reluctant to share, chuckled, "We aren't seeking to learn your methods. We merely wish to understand the principles behind it, as it is quite unheard of." Yi Guqing internally lamented, "I don't know the principles either, clan leader." He had no choice but to look at his son. Yi Junlin stepped forward, stating, "Father, I have diligently practiced the elixir collection method these past few days. Allow me to demonstrate it for everyone." The clan leader and Uncle Wu exchanged glances. Although they were eager to witness this miraculous technique, they felt a tinge of unease about letting Yi Junlin perform, especially since he had previously failed to produce an elixir. The clan leader cautioned, "Little 7, is it wise to let your son attempt this under such circumstances?" Their concern stemmed from the fact that Yi Junlin had ruined an entire batch of elixirs the previous night. Allowing him to try again today could lead to another failure. In a moment of inspiration, Yi Guqing quickly fabricated a reason. "My 9 Dragons Returning method was imparted to me by a venerable master, and I must not casually share it with others. However, if my son were to demonstrate it, I believe that esteemed master would not object." "Ah, I see." The clan leader was nearly moved to tears. For Yi Guqing to devise such a delicate means to pass on the secret technique was truly commendable. A loyal subject of the Yi family indeed. Let the young lad proceed. The clan leader resolved that if the child were to ruin this batch of elixirs, the Yi family would bear the cost, for the 9 Dragons Returning elixir method was far more precious. Yet he couldn't help but feel that if they learned from Yi Junlin, it would imply that they, the elders, had become his disciples. Nevertheless, for the sake of the 9 Dragons Returning method, such thoughts were set aside. As they entered the alchemy chamber, Yi Junlin brought in a small stool. He placed it before the elixir furnace, stood upon it, and began to weave intricate hand gestures. Although Yi Junlin was unfamiliar with the 9 Dragons Returning elixir method, he was a reborn celestial emperor possessing an array of techniques. The hand seals he performed belonged to ancient alchemical practices, accessible even to those without cultivation, and they would, to some extent, enhance the success rate of elixir production. The audience held their breath, utterly transfixed by Yi Junlin, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Yi Guqing's eyes widened in anticipation. Before them, the young boy executed several complex and arcane gestures, and in an instant, an aura of solemnity enveloped him, as if he were possessed by divine spirits, radiating an astonishing presence throughout the alchemy chamber. In that moment, It felt as if ancient deities, long dormant, awakened behind Yi Junlin. His small hands seemed to command the very cosmos, rendering the world silent. The atmosphere grew tense, and everyone found it difficult to breathe. Boom. Without hesitation, Yi Junlin flung open the furnace door. Chapter 12. The Celestial Elixir. As evening descended upon Huangzhou City, the entire metropolis basked in the resplendent glow of the setting sun, a sight to behold. Suddenly, the weather shifted dramatically. Dust and debris were swept up by a fierce wind, heralding an impending downpour. Homeward-bound pedestrians hastened their steps, while others sought refuge in nearby shops, bracing for the rain. Yet, soon, an eerie stillness enveloped the city, as all eyes turned skyward in astonishment. Above Huangzhou City, a peculiar black cloud appeared, descending with remarkable swiftness, casting an ominous shadow over the Yi family estate. It was an unprecedented phenomenon. Why did this dark cloud specifically shroud the Yi family? Such a spectacle had never been witnessed before. In the Bai family residence, an elegantly crafted window swung open, revealing an elderly man with flowing white hair. His murky gaze fixed upon the ominous cloud. Behind him stood a short-bearded, imposing middle-aged man, his brow furrowed in speculation. It's the Yi family, he conjectured. I have heard that the Yi family's ancestral cultivator has remained at the peak of the nascent soul for many years. Could he be attempting to transcend a minor heavenly tribulation? Upon uttering this, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. If the Yi family were to gain another god transformation expert, it would spell disaster for the Bai family. Impossible, the white-haired elder scoffed. Hao Tian, you are still too naive. The power of a minor heavenly tribulation cannot be so easily dismissed. Bai Haotian, the head of the Bai family, felt a surge of dissatisfaction but lowered his head, acknowledging. Elder, your cultivation is remarkable, and your wisdom far exceeds mine. The elder nodded, observing the unfolding situation. Indeed, it appears they are preparing to face a tribulation. However, if it is a cultivator undergoing tribulation, the might of the tribulation cloud seems insufficient. As he spoke, a sudden flash of silver lightning erupted from the dark cloud, followed by the resounding crack of thunder. The elder's warning stirred Bai Haotian from his reverie, yet his expression grew even graver. Could it be that the Yi family has produced a celestial elixir? Indeed, the white-haired elder's countenance darkened as he turned to shut the window, snorting in disbelief. Who would have thought that the Yi family's foundation runs so deep? After enduring suppression from my Bai family for so many years, they still managed to concoct a celestial elixir. Impossible. Bai Haotian shook his head vehemently. The Yi family has suffered a depletion of talent. Both their cultivation and alchemical prowess have been systematically suppressed by us. How could anyone produce a celestial elixir? Could it be that the Yi family's ancestral patriarch has emerged from seclusion? That old codger is on the brink of death. There is no way he would exert himself to produce elixirs. The white-haired elder's eyes flickered with thought before he declared, you must hurry to investigate. Yes. Bai Haotian replied with a fist clasped in salute, then swiftly exited. At the Yi family estate, as Yi Junlin lifted the furnace lid, radiant light burst forth, illuminating his small face with a kaleidoscope of colors. Simultaneously, an invisible force sealed the furnace's entrance, preventing the elixir from being extracted. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers bewildered, yet the seasoned clan leader recognized the significance. His face paled in realization. It was the elixir tribulation. The elixir tribulation. Every elixir must undergo its tribulation as well. When an elixir's quality surpasses the peak, to a degree that the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate, tribulation lightning will descend to obliterate the elixir. In other words, this elixir has reached an extraordinary level that defies the natural order. A pill that has survived the tribulation cannot be termed as a celestial elixir, yet it is undeniably a miraculous one. Everyone turned their gaze towards Yi Guqing, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. To concoct such a potion, one might truly be regarded as a divine alchemist. Yet, Yi Guqing was engulfed in confusion. His son had recklessly experimented, incorporating an insane amount of withered blood vines, and yet it had transformed into a miraculous elixir. Meanwhile, his own attempts, conducted meticulously according to texts, had resulted in failure. He simply could not comprehend it. However, in the next moment, he snapped back to reality and prepared to confront the heavenly tribulation. Indeed, the head of the family declared sternly, the tribulation is imminent. Shaoqi, you are injured. Retreat at once. In truth, the potency of the pill tribulation was limited. Yi Guqing intended to intervene but was promptly ordered by the head of the family to step aside. Acknowledging the head's good intentions, he refrained from insisting and hastily scooped up his son, retreating swiftly to the courtyard. The head of the family stood atop the alchemy chamber, wielding a sword. Amidst the oppressive black clouds, his garments billowed dramatically as he called out, "Old Five, protect the elixir while I confront the thunder." Understood. Uncle Five unleashed his treasures, positioning himself before the alchemical furnace, ready for action. With a whoosh, 3 bolts of tribulation lightning descended. After all, it was merely a minor elixir that had summoned this tribulation. Its power was indeed limited. The head stood proudly on the rooftop, drawing the lightning with his sword. Before long, the tribulation passed, the clouds parted, and radiant golden light poured forth, enveloping the entire Yi family. An intoxicating aroma of elixirs wafted through the city, captivating the senses of all in Huangzhou. We have succeeded. A miraculous elixir. In a subterranean training ground of the Yi family, an extraordinarily aged elder opened his eyes, his expression brimming with excitement. After 430 years, the Yi family has once again forged a miraculous elixir. Our family shall thrive. The entire Yi family erupted in cheers. Having overcome the pill tribulation and achieved a 3rd-grade miraculous elixir, the Yi family was poised to become the foremost alchemical clan in Huangzhou, rivaled by only a select few in Songnan County. Haha. The head of the Yi family sheathed his sword, stroking his long beard, embodying an air of wisdom as he descended from the rooftop. Head of the family, the elixir is complete. Uncle Five had already retrieved 2 blood-red pills. One a miraculous elixir, the other of exquisite quality. The head of the Yi family picked one up. The elixir glowed a deep crimson, resembling a radiant red gemstone, translucent and gleaming. Upon closer inspection, one could discern countless vibrant essences swirling within, akin to a living entity. Truly, a miraculous elixir. The head's face lit up with joy, his gaze entranced. Others gazing upon this elixir were equally entranced. The Yi family has indeed succeeded in crafting a miraculous elixir, a blessing from our ancestors. The miraculous elixir represents the pinnacle of mortal alchemical creations. It is truly a treasure of the highest order. The faces of everyone present glowed with excitement, their expressions filled with wonder, utterly captivated. However, at that moment, a rather inopportune childish voice chimed in. "Father, didn't you say that if you made another elixir, it would be useful for your future advancement into the Golden Core stage?" The crowd suddenly regained their composure. The elixir was crafted by Yi Guqing and belonged solely to him. This group of people holding the elixirs had inadvertently overshadowed Yi Guqing, which was quite perplexing. Chapter 13. Keeping promises. The head of the family blushed slightly and said, "Xiaoqi, your talent for alchemy is beyond doubt, not only in Huazhou, nor just in Songnan County, but throughout the vast Ahau Immortal Kingdom. You shall rank among the elite. The Yi family has a promising future." Yi Kai, who had become an ardent admirer, immediately added, "Seventh brother, with the descent of the pill god, you will surely shine brilliantly, unifying the path of alchemy for generations to come." Yi Guqing felt somewhat embarrassed by the praise and quickly deflected. "Just routine work, routine work." The crowd felt a wave of emotion. If this was merely routine, then what was left for them? "The elixirs shall be returned to you." The head of the family placed the elixir in Yi Guqing's hands and handed another exquisite quality boiling blood elixir to Uncle Five, smiling as he said, "I promised that from 3 portions of ingredients, you would provide 1 superior quality boiling blood elixir to the client. The rest is your compensation. The miraculous elixir you have produced rightfully belongs to you. Use it wisely." As the precious elixir settled into Yi Guqing's hands, the onlookers revealed expressions of reluctance. Yu Tonghai hesitated before stepping forward. "Seventh brother, your Dantian is damaged. This elixir is of no use to you. It would be better to sell it to the family. Name your price." This miraculous elixir could either be placed in our family's alchemical hall or given to someone more capable. In truth, everyone shared similar thoughts. Although Yi Guqing possessed extraordinary alchemical talent, he had become ineffective in cultivation. It would be more beneficial to sell it to the family for promotion or give it to a more promising descendant. "Damn it, I concocted this for my father." Yi Junlin interjected. "My father is also about to reach the Golden Core stage. He needs this for himself." Yi Tonghai was bemused and said, "Shaolin, my child, you don't understand. Your father's Dantian is already damaged, and his cultivation cannot progress. Consuming any elixir would be futile." At this moment, Yi Guqing raised his head, looking at the head of the family, stating, "Head of the family, I still wish to give it a try." The crowd thought to themselves, "Your Dantian is damaged. Your cultivation is wasted. Consuming such a fine elixir would be akin to a tortoise feasting on barley, pure waste." Only Zhou Yenru supported him. "Uncle, seventh brother just mentioned that his Dantian has shown signs of improvement." The head of the Yi family, after all, was the patriarch, he quickly came to terms and smiled. I just said that the elixirs you concocted should be used by you. I have watched you grow. If you wish to give it a try, then do so. I, too, hope for your success. Thank you, head of the family. However, Yi Tonghai still had more to say. There is no need for further discussion. The head waved his hand to halt him. This elixir is the result of Xiaoqi's labor. It rightfully belongs to him. Having spoken, the head signaled for the group to leave. As they exited the small courtyard, a considerable number of Yi family members had gathered outside. The head waved his hand, disperse. The crowd quickly scattered. Yi Tonghai hurried to catch up with the head, anxious. Head, seventh brother's Dantian is ruined. Allowing him to consume the elixir is simply wasteful. Yu Kai had fully transformed into Yu Guqing's admirer, retorting, he concocted the elixir himself. What is wrong with him consuming it? That may be true, but it is still wasteful. The family can compensate him with other treasures. But seventh brother desires this elixir. I cannot explain it to you. Yi Tonghai looked at the head of the family. The head laughed heartily. Do not be short-sighted. Watching the head leave with a smile, Yi Tonghai remained perplexed, standing still. Uncle Five chuckled. Little Four, why don't you understand? With Xiaoqi and our Yi family, why worry about not having miraculous elixirs in the future? Why create discord over this third-grade elixir? Upon hearing this, Yi Tonghai suddenly understood. The head was not unaware that giving the elixir to Yi Guqing was pointless. But to win Yi Guqing's favor, the head was willing to waste this miraculous elixir, honoring his promise. Uncle Five added, moreover, he has already bestowed upon us the Jiolong Huan method of elixir retrieval. That is a tremendous favor. Addressing him as our ancestral master is not an overstatement. So how could we seize his elixir? Yi Tonghai recalled Yi Junlin's demonstration of the hand seal method, feeling immense shame. I truly owe an apology to seventh brother. But it was never for my own sake. Yu Kai scoffed. I see you look down on others, especially seventh brother. Yi Tonghai, filled with indignation, retorted, I won't argue with you. I'll go home and try that elixir retrieval method. With a smug expression, Yi Kai walked away. Uncle Five patted Yi Tonghai on the shoulder and followed suit. Though he said nothing, his intentions were clear. The tides are changing, and one must take care. Seventh brother has truly achieved greatness this time. Yi Tonghai, with a complex expression, glanced back, his gaze tinged with regret. As the crowd dispersed, tranquility enveloped the small courtyard. Yi Guqing had a plethora of inquiries for Yi Junlin, yet Zhou Yanru had not yet taken her leave. Seventh brother, Zhou Yanru, who had long admired Yi Guqing, was even more captivated now. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like stars as she gazed at him. Yes, Yanru. I owe you a great deal for introducing me to this business opportunity. Why not stay for dinner? Yi Guqing suggested, having prepared an ample meal for his son. Although he initially intended to invite the family head and others to dine together, they departed hastily, leaving only Zhou Yanru behind. Is that appropriate? Zhou Yanru's cheeks flushed. What could possibly be inappropriate? Yi Guqing replied, for some reason, the food at my house is particularly delectable. However, he was reminded that Ziqing was still at home. Then let Sister Ziqing come over to play, Yi Junlin interjected. Father mentioned that Sister Ziqing is exceptionally beautiful, resembling our family. Zhou Yanru's face turned crimson upon hearing this. Thinking to herself, how could seventh brother share such things with his son? It was so embarrassing. Yi Guqing nearly fainted. When did I ever say that? Zhou Yanru quickly added, children speak without restraint. Besides, even if you did, I wouldn't hold it against you. Yi Guqing exhaled in exasperation. I truly did not say that. I'll go fetch Ziqing, Zhou Yanru declared, wishing to steer the conversation away from this mortifying topic. I'll accompany you back, Yi Guqing said, casting a disapproving glance at his son before departing. Unappreciative, Yi Junlin muttered, returning to his own quarters, assisting his father in refining elixirs. Along with the aid of spiritual rice, he believed it was merely a matter of time before his father's cultivation was restored and enhanced. Now, he needed to focus on his own affairs. He opened the system trading page. Upon entering, a flurry of notifications emerged, most of which were inquiries directed at the immortal emperor. Yi Junlin disregarded them, dismissing all with a wave of his hand. He then turned his attention to the storage section. The materials for 10 portions of the everlasting pill were all accounted for. These materials were prepared for his own enlightenment. In his previous life, he had failed to breach the void, realizing that his foundation was insufficiently solid. Therefore, in this life, from the very beginning of his cultivation journey, he aimed for the most perfect approach. As for the Dragon Mountain golden water gifted by the family head, it sparked even more ideas. Chapter 14. The cold fire's absolute body. The so-called Dragon Mountain golden water does not originate from true dragons, but from dragon veins. Legend has it that the spiritual spring within these veins is formed from the blood vessels of a colossal dragon during its transformation, flowing with the essence of the dragon's lineage. Utilizing this pale golden water to refine those on the cusp of enlightenment not only offers the chance to enhance their enlightenment count, but also nourishes the physical body, facilitating a steadier path for those who have just embarked on their cultivation journey. Such a treasure is highly valued within a family like the Yi clan. Not every descendant has the privilege to partake. For the family head, bestowing Yi Junlin with Dragon Mountain golden water signifies the Yi family's grace and implicitly acknowledges Yi Junlin's legitimate status. In the Yi family, only legitimate descendants are entitled to utilize Dragon Mountain golden water. However, Yi Junlin regarded this treasure with a hint of disdain. Strengthening the body at the onset of cultivation is merely logical. He mused, the heavens serve as a vast furnace, all things as copper, yin and yang as charcoal, and creation as the artisan. In the realm of cultivation, the physical body itself is akin to a grand furnace. Enhancing it is akin to using a superb cauldron. While it may not be the foundation of cultivation, it is an essential path. The water from dragon veins pales in comparison to the blood of a true dragon. With this thought, Yi Junlin promptly issued a new procurement notice, purchasing a drop of Yinglong's blood. Market price threefold, or exchange for methods to enhance the success rate of dragon blood pills. Publisher, Anonymous. A flood dragon transforms into a true dragon in a millennium. A true dragon becomes a horned dragon in 500 years, and a horned dragon evolves into an Yinglong in a millennium. The blood of an Yinglong is rich and gentle, unlike other dragon blood that is often ferocious, making it suitable for novices like Yi Junlin who are just entering the realm of cultivation. It is said that the Emperor Xian Yuan once hunted Yinglong. Yet, even across the myriad realms, acquiring a drop of Yinglong blood is a formidable challenge. It is a priceless commodity, despite marking it at 3 times the market price. The chances of success are slim. This treasure is so sought after that it is virtually priceless. No amount of money could secure it. Thus, he added a final note, offering the methods for crafting dragon blood pills in exchange. Dragon blood pills are notoriously volatile, beyond the tolerance of human cultivators. Yet, for certain beings, such as dragon tamers or dragon cultivators, these pills are of exceptional quality, whether ingested by themselves or by their young dragons. However, the volatility of dragon blood leads to a high failure rate in pill crafting. Minor mistakes can result in shattered pills, while major errors may even cause the cauldron to explode. Even the pill god would face considerable challenges in refining a batch of dragon blood pills. Nevertheless, Yi Junlin was aware of certain techniques that could elevate the success rate to over 20, which is quite remarkable. In his past life, he stumbled upon this method during his escapades in the true dragon domain. However, the regulations in that domain were stringent, and he dared not disclose the knowledge, lest he draw suspicion. Yet, in this life, having never ventured to the true dragon domain, there was no risk of suspicion falling upon him. Once he posted the message, responses quickly flooded in, with one individual asking if they could exchange conditions for the dragon blood pill crafting method, as they did not possess Yinglong blood. Yi Junlin glanced at the anonymous message, aware that the dragon clan bore a strong sense of vengeance, hence most wished to avoid entanglements with matters concerning true dragons. If you don't have it, then I will continue my search. I only seek Yinglong blood, he replied. Just then, he heard someone entering the courtyard, prompting him to swiftly close the system and step outside to greet the newcomers. The visitors were none other than Yi Guqing, who had come to escort Zhou Yinru and her daughter. Zhou Yinru's former husband was an inner disciple of the Haoran sect, a prestigious sect in the Dahao Immortal Kingdom, renowned as a true prodigy. However, he met an untimely and mysterious demise during a sect mission, leaving behind a widow and orphan without support. Consequently, Zhou Yinru and her daughter moved in with the Yi family. Interestingly, both Yi Guqing and Zhou Yinru had faced personal losses, each bringing a child into the Yi household. Zhou Yinru's daughter, Chen Ziqing, was also 6 years old and preparing to participate in the Yi family's enlightenment ceremony. Shaolin, this is Sister Ziqing. You are of the same age and can play together, Zhou Yinru remarked, hoping the 2 children would bond, as she herself was fond of Yi Junlin. Additionally, with the children playing together, she would have more opportunities to see 7th brother. However, little Ziqing did not share this sentiment. Adorned beautifully, resembling a princess, she had grown up in the Haoran sect, accustomed to being the center of attention, and thus regarded the entire Yi family with indifference, especially Yi Junlin, a rather inconspicuous boy. Consequently, upon arriving, she sat silently, radiating an air of aloofness. Yi Junlin had no desire to play with a child, yet thoughts of certain events from his past life piqued his interest. Sister Ziqing, I have a small wooden knife, he offered. Humph. Yi Guqing observed the two children huddled together and chuckled. Usually, Shaolin cooks, while I prepare the dishes. I'll make you a couple of extra dishes so you can sample my culinary skills. Zhou Yanru chimed in. I'll help as well. Yi Junlin muttered under his breath, referring to them as a couple, as he took hold of Chun Ziqing's hand. Sister Ziqing, your hand is so small. At that moment, Ziqing cried out, Mother, he is holding my hand. Yi Junlin was taken aback, thinking to himself how this little girl was quite perceptive for her age. A voice from afar called, Shaolin is just playing with you. Simultaneously, he heard his father's reprimand, Don't bully Sister Ziqing. With no other choice, Yi Junlin asked, Ziqing, do you ever feel a warm, swelling sensation inside your body? Upon hearing this, Chun Ziqing dashed to the backyard, shouting, Mother, he is saying strange things to me. Yi Junlin nearly fainted, realizing how much this young girl understood. Yet, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to seek another opportunity. In his recollections from his past life, he remembered Chun Ziqing possessed exceptional talent and eventually joined the Haoran sect. With exceptional qualifications and stunning beauty, she became the most outstanding prodigy of the Haoran sect at the tender age of 16. However, her fate was far from favorable. By a twist of fate, the Haoran sect discovered that her deceased father had perished due to a self-detonation of the fire annihilation body, leading them to conduct a similar examination on her, only to be astounded by the revelation that she too possessed the fire annihilation body. Among the 12 annihilation bodies in the world, each capable of devastating destruction, the higher the cultivation, the greater the calamity. Historically, a once formidable ice annihilation body cultivator had self-detonated, instantly freezing an entire sect, resulting in the demise of all disciples below the nascent soul realm, while even the nascent soul cultivators suffered severe injuries, leading to the annihilation of the sect. The fire annihilation body posed an even greater threat, making the cultivation of her potential akin to nurturing a nuclear bomb poised for detonation. Upon this discovery, the Haoran sect resolved to strip her of her cultivation. However, the news leaked, and Chun Ziqing's mentor aided her in fleeing, prompting the Haoran sect to dispatch powerful pursuers and alert sects across the realm. Ultimately, Chun Ziqing and her mentor found themselves cornered and perished at Kunwa Mountain. In his previous life, Yi Junlin had merely been an observer of these events. Yet in this lifetime, out of respect for his father and Zhou Yanru, he felt compelled to take action. Chapter 15. Father S. Fame, no bullying my sister. Shortly thereafter, Yi Guqing set the table with food. Casting a fierce glare at his son, Yi Junlin protested, claiming, I did not bully her. To which Yi Guqing retorted, then why mention anything about feeling hot and swollen? Yi Guqing was truly tempted to reprimand this boy. His previously quiet son had suddenly become quite articulate and audacious, speaking without shame, as if he had learned from someone. Zhou Yanru, who had followed them, felt her face flush at the exchange. Yi Junlin sat down and said, Father, I merely inquired if she would experience such sensations upon awakening her spiritual meridians. Humph. Yi Guqing grunted noncommittally. Zhou Yanru chuckled. Children understand little, seventh brother. You think too much. They are nearing the age of awakening, so their inquiries are likely related to that. Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing ceased his admonishments and said, Come, let us all sit and enjoy our meal. The spirit rice from the infinite stars surpassed the ordinary. After taking a bite, Zhou Yanru's eyes sparkled. Your rice is truly delicious. Previously, she had heard Yi Guqing mention it twice, but had not paid heed, as they had been consuming fasting pills for many years and had not eaten. Yet today, the rice tasted better than all the dishes on the table. Yi Guqing chuckled. I once thought all the rice in the Yi family was exquisite, but after dining at the head of the family's residence, I realized it pales in comparison. Is that so? Zhou Yanru asked in surprise. The family head's rice is inferior to yours? Did you specially procure the spirit rice? Not at all. It's simply provided free by the Yi family. Yi Guqing was unaware that his son had secretly switched the rice. He continued gleefully, after much contemplation. I have unraveled the secret. Oh? Yi Guqing murmured. The Yi family spirit rice is bought in bulk, comprising both premium and ordinary grades. Coincidentally, the batch delivered to me is of the highest quality. Perhaps my luck is simply exceptional. Zhou Yanru realized, seventh brother, you are indeed remarkable. Yi Guqing chuckled. These are insights I have gleaned myself. Seventh brother has been clever since childhood. Watching the two, Yi Junlin shook his head, feeling they were beyond redemption. Father, you truly are clever. Such matters are easily discerned by you. Yi Guqing felt a twinge of discomfort at the praise. Although Zhou Yanru genuinely admired him, Yi Junlin's tone grew increasingly irksome. "You rascal, I shall deal with you later." Yi Junlin feigned innocence. "What have I done, father?" Yi Guqing retorted. "Do not think that mastering a single pill formula makes you impressive. Do you consider yourself a pill god?" "I never claimed to be a pill god," Yi Junlin explained. Then lowered his head to take another bite, muttering, "What is a pill god? I have no idea how many I could sweat dead with a single slap." "Look at this boy." Yi Guqing pointed at his son, impertinent. Zhou Yanru laughed uncontrollably, finding the father-son banter entertaining, despite their playful quarrels. A warm familial atmosphere filled the air, which she believed was the essence of a lively household. "All right, enough chatter. Let us eat." The delightful dinner concluded. Yi Guqing escorted Zhou Yanru and her daughter home. Initially intending to speak with his son, he felt the spiritual energy in his stomach nourishing his dantian. Hence, he set aside trivial matters, returning to his room to meditate and heal. That rascal, I must inquire later where he learned the 9-dragon cycle pill retrieval technique. He ought to teach his father privately instead of displaying it publicly. Truly foolish. The night passed without incident. The following morning, news spread from the Yi family throughout Huangzhou City. "Did you hear? Yesterday, the Yi residents underwent tribulation, and the fragrance of pills filled the city." Indeed, the fragrance was noticed, but the specifics remained unclear. "Hey, let me tell you." "What?" "It is the estranged 7th young master of the Yi family. I heard he was rendered useless." "Wow, I never expected him to carve out a new path." The Yi family had struck gold. On the 2nd floor of a tea house, in an elegant chamber, a middle-aged man with a short black beard sat solemnly, his expression dark, pondering something. At that moment, a subordinate entered, leading a woman and a boy of about 11 or 12. "Master," the subordinate called out. Bai Haoyan raised his eyes, scrutinizing the woman and child before him. Though in her 30s, the woman was exceptionally beautiful, possessing a seductive allure that made her appear even more captivating than an 18-year-old maiden. "Hao Tian, it has been many days since I last saw you." The woman approached Bai Haoyan with her son, saying, "Xiao Chuan, greet your father." The boy named Xiao Chuan seemed somewhat dull-witted, staring blankly at Bai Haoyan for a while before timidly calling out, "Father." Bai Haoyan harbored no fondness for this dim child. Had it not been for the desire to humiliate Yi Guqing, he would have cast the boy into the toilet to drown long ago. "Take him out for a stroll." Bai Haoyan waved his hand impatiently, and the subordinate immediately led Yi Chuan out of the elegant chamber, leaving the man and woman alone. Bai Ying had not seen Bai Haoyan for some time. Initially, she intended to embrace him, but upon noticing his displeased demeanor, she obediently sat to the side. The table held a teapot and cups, yet Bai Haoyan remained silent, leaving her too timid to pour herself tea as she waited for him to speak. Finally, Bai Haoyan set down his teacup and said, "Ying, I know these days have been hard on you. However, you are nominally Yi Guqing's wife. So returning directly to the Bai family would not be wise. Even if you were to return, it would be inconvenient for us to rekindle our past." Bai Ying nodded, resigned to her fate. Bai Haoyan had not come to discuss this matter. Rather, he continued, "Have you heard the rumors circulating outside?" Bai Ying inquired. "Is it about Yi Guqing?" "Indeed." Bai Haoyan explained, "They say the Yi family has a pill god, and the fragrance of pills fills the city. I came to inquire about the situation." Bai Ying felt a pang of bitterness. It seemed Bai Haoyan sought her only for information regarding Yi Guqing. Otherwise, why would he think of her? After pondering for a moment, she replied, "In my opinion, this is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. I have been with Yi Guqing for over 13 years and have never witnessed any aptitude for pill refining. I have seen him concoct pills, yet they were all unremarkable. He has never produced even a mid-grade pill, let alone a miraculous one." "Is that so?" Bai Haoyan's brow furrowed deeper, musing to himself. There were indeed no signs before. Could he have encountered an extraordinary opportunity recently? What extraordinary opportunity? Bai Ying scoffed, after so many years with him. "I know him inside out. He could not have refined those pills." Chapter 16. Everyone has learned, many have witnessed it with their own eyes. How do you explain that? Bai Haoyan inquired solemnly. Bai Ying, momentarily at a loss for words, lowered her head and replied, "I do not know either." Bai Haoyan's gaze lingered on her face for a while, causing Bai Ying to feel a chill run down her spine. She hastily knelt and clung to Bai Haoyan's leg, pleading, "Master, I was an orphan raised by the Bai family, and after our first encounter, my heart has belonged solely to you. Even during the years spent with Yi Guqing, I have yearned for you daily. Now that we are finally apart, I beseech you not to send me back." Bai Haoyan chuckled. He had indeed considered sending Bai Ying back to gather information, but upon sensing her reluctance, he abandoned that thought. Buying. If Yiguqing is truly devoted to you, why are you so unwilling to return? Bai Haotian queried, perplexed. Master, you do not understand women, Bai Ying replied softly. Perhaps it is because you are my first man. Understanding dawned upon Bai Haotian, and he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Rising, he declared, in that case, I shall not send you back to investigate. Instead, I want you to write me a letter. As the sun began to rise, casting a faint light, Yi Qing, the patriarch of the Yi family, emerged from his alchemy chamber, his face showing signs of fatigue, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon entering the hall, he found fifth brother waiting for him. Fifth brother, what brings you here so early? Yi Qing began to speak but quickly changed his question. Have you succeeded? Indeed. Fifth uncle exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. This grand technique not only allows alchemists to refine their elixirs with dignity, but also significantly enhances the success rate. I even believe it can produce higher quality pills. Hearing this, Yi Qing smiled and nodded. I share that sentiment. Fifth uncle, filled with joy, asked, elder brother, have you succeeded as well? Yi Qing could no longer contain his delight, bursting into laughter, after practicing all night. I have finally mastered the 9 dragons circling pill retrieval technique. Congratulations. And congratulations to you as well. Both men, having spent the night learning this remarkable technique, felt immensely satisfied and jubilant. However, Yi Qing, ever the strategic thinker, added, I have 2 concerns in mind. Oh, the first is confidentiality, Yi Qing pondered. Since Little Seven has entrusted us with such a secretive method, we must not spread it indiscriminately. Furthermore, Little Seven has promised that mysterious elder. If this knowledge were to leak, especially to the Bai family, it would be greatly detrimental. Fifth uncle nodded in agreement. Indeed, what you say is very true. Fortunately, only we 5 have learned it. I will caution Little 4, Yi Kai, to keep it under wraps. As for Zhou Yanru, there is no need for concern. She is not an alchemist. Still, it is wise to remind her. Agreed. Yi Qing continued, I am also considering Little Seven's position. With this skill, someone may become restless. Not at all. Fifth uncle chuckled. Little Seven's experience with the shattered Dantian will help him see the world's harsh realities, making him realize that the only true family he has is the Yi family. That is why he returned with his son. I am not worried about him leaving again. Even so, we must not neglect him. Yi Qing paced back and forth, then turned and said, I intend to grant him the title of chief alchemist and appoint him as the deputy patriarch. What? Fifth uncle was taken aback. If you bestow the title of chief alchemist on Yiguqing, no one will oppose it. However, making him deputy patriarch means he would hold significant power in the Yi family. In your absence or during your seclusion, Yiguqing would be left in charge. Should anything happen to you, he would inherit the family leadership. Deputy patriarch, have you thought this through? There's no need. Yi Qing's gaze was resolute. Have you not noticed? Not only is Little Seven's alchemical prowess exceptional, but he also possesses a remarkable talent for nurturing successors. His son is merely 6 years old yet has already become an impressive alchemist under his guidance. If he were to lead the Yi family, I am confident our descendants would flourish and the family would thrive once more. Fifth uncle could not help but admire. You truly are the patriarch. Your foresight is commendable. Reflecting upon it now, it is indeed true. Let us also decree that all of our generation and below must pay their respects to him as their master. Haha. Splendid. Logically, we are also his disciples. Yiguqing exited the alchemy chamber, fatigue etched across his features. He had spent the night practicing the 9 dragons circling pill retrieval technique, yet he had not succeeded even once. At that moment, Yiguqing found himself questioning his very existence. Observing his son's few simple movements had seemed effortless. How could he have failed to master it? Was it possible that the little rascal had concealed some secret? Determined to confront his son, Yiguqing stepped out only to hear a series of knocks on the door. He hastened to open it. Patriarch, fifth uncle, what brings you here so early? Yiguqing quickly ushered the 2 elders inside. Both Yi Qing and fifth uncle wore broad smiles and clasped their fists in greeting. We have come to express our gratitude. What do you mean? Yiguqing was perplexed. Come now, do not be modest. Yi Qing laughed heartily. Yiguqing was even more bewildered, thinking to himself that he had not been modest. He had no idea what they were talking about. Fifth uncle then chuckled. To learn such an astonishing technique, Little Seven, you have become our teacher. Only then did Yiguqing awaken to the reality. However, the next instant, he blurted out, you all succeeded? Indeed. Yi Qing replied with a grin. Your son has been so diligent in teaching us. How could we possibly fail? Do you think us fools? Yiguqing felt as if he might perish from embarrassment. He had assumed his son was withholding knowledge, yet here he was, the only one left behind. Wait a moment. What about my innate talent for alchemy? As they spoke, Yi Tonghai entered. The moment he stepped through the door, he knelt before Yi Guqing, tears brimming in his eyes. Seventh brother, I kneel to apologize and wish to pay my respects to you as my master. I was wrong yesterday. I should not have harbored thoughts of seizing your elixirs. Throughout the night, I practiced the 9 dragons circling pill retrieval technique repeatedly, and my guilt only grew stronger. I have learned your method. Yet I treated you so poorly. I am less than a pig or a dog. Yi Guqing was stunned for quite some time before finally asking, You have learned it as well? With tears in his eyes, Yi Tonghai nodded. I have indeed learned it, though I still make mistakes often. So I wish to seek your guidance on how to improve my technique. Yes. We all wish to consult you. Faced with the eager gazes of the 3 men, Yi Guqing felt an overwhelming sense of despair. What a calamity! I have yet to master it myself. Chapter 17, 3 Paths to Enlightenment. Little 7. Do you think my technique is authentic? Seventh brother, you should assess my technique as well. Seventh brother, I fear mine may not be very authentic. As he watched the patriarch and the 3 others take turns demonstrating their skills, Yi Guqing's face burned with embarrassment, feeling as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. You are all quite authentic. It is I who lacks authenticity. Yet he could not voice this, merely nodding along with feigned agreement. Just then, the door swung open once more, and Yi Kai rushed in. Seventh brother, Yi Guqing felt dizzy. You have learned it too? Yi Kai's expression was awkward as he lowered his head and admitted, I did not sleep last night, but still could not master it. Perhaps I am simply too dull. Yi Guqing nearly grabbed Yi Kai's hand, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, Brother, we are family. However, it was clear that Yi Kai was not on the same page. The very next thing Yi Kai said left Yi Guqing utterly speechless. Seventh brother, could you demonstrate the most authentic technique for us once more? Just one last time? Goodness. Yi Guqing, who just a moment ago regarded Yi Kai as a brother, now harbors thoughts of ending this wretch's life. Fortunately, at this moment, he sees Yi Junlin groggily heading towards the restroom. Yi Guqing hastily exclaims, Son, quickly demonstrate it once more for your uncle Yi Kai. They are truly dull-witted. Only then did everyone come to a sudden realization. How could Yi Guqing promise not to teach others, and then allow a demonstration? Yi Kai hurriedly apologized numerous times before seeking guidance from the young master. Yi Junlin, with a touch of annoyance, gestured dismissively before rushing off to the restroom. Yi Kai, not quite understanding, then heard Yi Junlin seriously state, How can a child hold it in? They cannot wait. This elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. The family head then declared, Little 7, from today forth, you shall be the deputy head of the Yi family, the chief alchemist, and also the teacher to all our peers and juniors. They shall henceforth refer to you as Master Yi, paying respects as a disciple. Upon hearing this, Yi Tonghai and Yi Kai quickly clasped their fists and bowed respectfully, addressing him as Master Yi. But I know nothing. Yi Guqing exclaimed, flustered. How can this be? How can it not be? Uncle Wu replied with a comforting smile. The family head has already notified all branches of the Yi family. Even those managing the alchemical workshops outside have been called back. We will announce it shortly in the ancestral hall. Yi Guqing thought to himself that this was too much. He knew nothing and would surely embarrass himself. He turned around to see that the wretched boy was taking an exceptionally long time in the restroom. With no one around to consult, it seemed everyone had arrived, so let us proceed. The family head grasped Yi Guqing's wrist, saying, I will also call you Master Yi. Let us go. Yi Guqing was pulled along, his gaze still fixed on the restroom. Where are you, wretched boy? You are causing me distress. After Yi Junlin finished in the restroom, he found the courtyard quiet, with his father already taken away. This was the perfect opportunity for him to attend to his own matters, concocting elixirs. He immediately accessed the system and retrieved the materials for 10 doses of the everlasting pill from his storage. Lacking cultivation, he was unable to refine the herbs. However, this posed no challenge as he had acquired various herbs that had already been purified. He proceeded to mold the materials into uniform pill forms, each containing identical potency, totaling exactly 10. The human body possesses 360 acupoints, capable of channeling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The more acupoints one opens, the better their innate quality and the faster their cultivation. The 360 acupoints are categorized into upper, middle, and lower paths. Typically, one opens their first acupoints around the age of 6, usually in the lower path. The lower path is divided into the left leg, right leg, and central leg, with 40 acupoints per leg, amounting to 120. Yi Junlin had previously opened only 7 acupoints, rendering him the most hopeless of wastes, with little prospect for cultivation. His father had opened 36 acupoints, indicating quite exceptional aptitude. Each everlasting pill he crafted could open 10 acupoints. Thus, 10 pills could open 100 acupoints. Combined with his original 7, he could theoretically open 107 acupoints, which was quite remarkable. To open 107 acupoints on the first attempt would surely astonish not only Huangzhou City, but even the entire Daoxian Kingdom and the entire Haoran sect. Yet, the reality was more complex. Opening acupoints was not always advantageous. Historical records indicate that some individuals opened all 120 acupoints at their first attempt, yet their outcomes were dire. Such exceptional talent could not coexist with heaven and earth. Hence, that individual who opened all 120 acupoints was struck down by lightning at the age of 6. Yi Junlin had researched the initiation of acupoint opening in his past life and discovered that the optimal number was best kept under 100. This level of innate talent would not provoke the envy of the heavens. Theoretically, each everlasting pill could open 10 acupoints, but the effectiveness diminished with later consumption. Thus, it should open over 90 acupoints, which was precisely the number Yi Junlin desired. He prepared to refine the elixirs. Closing the furnace door, Yi Junlin finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, his tasks were far from over. He opened the system once more to check his private messages. Numerous individuals had reached out, eager for the recipe for the dragon blood pill, yet those possessing the blood of the Yinglong were exceedingly rare. As he scrolled through, he finally encountered a message. "Friend, I possess Yinglong blood. Let's discuss further." Anonymous. He confirmed that Yinglong blood, while scarce, was not entirely extinct. He promptly replied, "What do you want for a drop of Yinglong blood?" The response came swiftly. "I require 100 dragon blood pills." "I do not need the refining method as I cannot refine them." Anonymous. Only the dragon blood pills, no refining method? Yi Junlin found this rather perplexing. What powerful cultivator could not refine elixirs? Even if one lacked skill, they could learn. His method of refinement was far more precious than 100 dragon blood pills. It seemed somewhat foolish for the other party to ask only for the pills, akin to buying a box while discarding the pearl inside. "I can help you refine the dragon blood pills. However, I lack the materials." Yi Junlin contemplated and responded, "I can provide you with 700 portions of the materials needed for the dragon blood pills in exchange for 100 dragon blood pills. What do you think?" It was feasible, but the success rate was low, making it time-consuming. Yi Junlin added, "I urgently need the Yinglong blood. Waiting for 100 dragon blood pills to be refined would be too time-consuming." After some contemplation, the other party replied, "I can provide you with the Yinglong blood first, but it must go through a system notarized transaction. 1 month later, you will deliver 100 dragon blood pills to me." Anonymous. 1 month later. "This is of utmost importance to me, so do not delay." The other party quickly added. This made Yi Junlin raise an eyebrow. He vaguely sensed a flicker of memory, but could not recall it. After all, his past life's memories were vast and overwhelming, and his 6-year-old mind could not process many profound recollections all at once. It was best not to dwell on it. Yi Junlin promptly stated, "We can request system notarization. Should I fail to deliver on time, I am willing to be unbound from the system." Being unbound was a severe punishment. No one would willingly forfeit the system. Agreement to the transaction. Anonymous. Immediately, a plethora of various materials was transferred to Yi Junlin's storage. Chapter 18. Dragon Blood Refinement 1 month later. "Do not delay my matters." Anonymous reiterated after the transaction concluded. "Rest assured, I would not relinquish the system for such trivial items," Yi Junlin replied. Refining 100 dragon blood pills within a month was a challenge he would readily accept. He then raised his small hand to retrieve the Yinglong blood. This substance was contained within a transparent storage crystal. The other party must be wealthy, for this storage crystal was indeed a treasure. Next, Yi Junlin acquired some commonplace herbs, such as Yin Yuan fruit and Yangji grass, which were used to harmonize with the Yinglong blood. In a side room of the small courtyard, his father, Yi Guqing, had already prepared a wooden tub for him. The tub was filled with mountain spring water, and the Dragon Mountain gold water sent by the family head was set aside. Yi Guqing had originally planned to concoct a bathing liquid for his son, thus it was fortuitous that Yi Junlin would prepare it himself. Standing on a small stool, he poured half a jar of Dragon Mountain gold water into the tub, turning the originally clear spring water into a pale golden hue, which, upon closer inspection, revealed tiny golden particles within. Yi Junlin continued to grasp into the void, each motion extracting precious herbs to add. Once the surface of the water was adorned with a layer of herbs, a faint medicinal fragrance materialized, hovering like a delicate mist above the water. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Using a wooden rod, Yi Junlin stirred the herbs within the tub, resembling a pot of hot pot broth, before retrieving the sparkling storage crystal. Through the crystal, one could clearly see the vibrant Yinglong blood inside, glistening like a gem, a bright red that seemed to drip. Yinglong blood. A splendid find. Yi Junlin nodded in satisfaction, brushing his finger across the bottom of the storage crystal. Remarkably, without any visible lid opening, the Yinglong blood began to drip forth from the crystal. As it emerged into the air, a visible ripple of power emanated outward. This is because this drop of the blood of the Yinglong originates from a higher dimensional world. Fortunately, the disturbance was minimal as the dragon's blood fell into the water. Upon impact, it splashed, the weight of the dragon's blood far surpassing that of ordinary substances, akin to a heavy weight dropping into the water. Subsequently, the entire wooden tub began to boil, as if set ablaze. It churned violently, bubbles surging forth. The medicinal herbs previously added were instantly cooked, resembling a bubbling hot pot. Simultaneously, a rich aroma wafted outward, with medicinal vapors rising to the heavens. Yi Junlin understood that if he allowed this essence to dissipate, the power within the Yinglong's blood would soon vanish. He hurriedly reached into the void, retrieving a handful of white powder he had prepared in advance. This was the most purified spirit crystal powder, purchased at a high price. The powder's purpose was to absorb the dragon's blood, locking in its power while gradually releasing it. Stirring the mixture with a wooden stick, the surface of the water quickly calmed. Yi Junlin dipped his small hand in, finding the temperature just right. With a splash, he shed his clothes and jumped into the small tub, instantly enveloped in warmth, surrounded by water, a sensation so delightful he nearly cried out. However, this comfort was short-lived, as he soon felt an uncomfortable itch and swelling throughout his body. The sensation was unbearable. He would have preferred to endure pain. The itching and swelling intensified, as if countless ants were gnawing at his skin. A person lacking self-control would likely tear at their flesh in agony. Yet, Yi Junlin gritted his teeth and persevered. He knew this was the Yinglong's blood entering his skin cells, fortifying and enhancing them. If he scratched wildly, the effects would be severely compromised. He had no choice but to withstand it. How uncomfortable. It truly felt like a year passing with each second, a tormenting ordeal. Just as the itching reached a breaking point, the swelling sensation began to subside. Dark filaments slowly seeped from the gaps between his cells, representing the waste and impurities within his skin and flesh. This was a profound cleansing. In truth, this purification was far more potent than mere washing of the marrow and skin. It not only eliminated impurities, but, more importantly, under the influence of the Yinglong's blood and various herbs, his flesh was undergoing enhancement. Even his bones would be nourished over time. This cleansing was meant to occur thrice. Yet Yi Junlin combined all into one, resulting in an extended duration of purification, an entire day, from morning to noon, and then to evening. Fortunately, his father was preoccupied with numerous matters that day, allowing Yi Junlin to remain undisturbed in the tub for the entire duration. By evening, the elixirs had successfully been refined. He stepped out of the tub, opened the alchemy furnace, and retrieved 10 successfully concocted eternal pill. Afterwards, he returned to the tub and began consuming the first eternal pill. As the first pill entered his stomach, it swiftly disintegrated, and Yi Junlin distinctly felt an overwhelming force of medicinal power surging within him. This was the activation of his acupoints. Oh, the pain. The long-awaited discomfort finally manifested. It was a swelling pain coupled with sharp stabs, as if a crazed wild bull was relentlessly battering against every one of his acupoints. He nearly fainted from the pain several times. Suddenly, beneath the tranquil surface of the water, a torrent surged forth, as if a spring had erupted from the depths, only to vanish moments later. Yi Junlin was elated. One acupoint opened. Another. Moments later, the medicinal power waned, and he had successfully opened 10 acupoints. 17 acupoints. A fierce glint flashed in Yi Junlin's eyes. From being a waste who only opened 7 acupoints in his past life, he had transformed into a mediocre talent with 17 acupoints. Not enough, he thought. He swallowed another eternal pill. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the sun was setting, the sky darkening. Yi Guqing had a particularly busy and exhausting day. In the morning, he went to the Yi family ancestral hall, where after various rituals, he announced his return to the clan, and the family head proclaimed his appointment. What surprised him even more was that during the announcement, even the long-secluded ancestor of the Yi family sent a message, declaring Yi Guqing as his personal disciple and granting him the Yi family iron order. One man beneath, countless above. The ancestor of the Yi family was the foremost figure, and as a personal disciple, Yi Guqing now stood above even the family elders and the current family head in rank. While others envied him, they also sighed. It was known that the Yi family's ancestor was formidable due to his cultivation. Yi Guqing's dantian had been damaged, rendering him a waste. His apprenticeship to the ancestor was more symbolic, offering privileges but lacking true power. However, with the Yi family iron order, Yi Guqing could now navigate the Yi family with ease. In the afternoon, various families from Huangzhou City sent guests to pay their respects. Alchemists were always the most sought after by cultivators. There would undoubtedly be requests for pills in the future, and it was only proper to establish rapport first. Yi Guqing was preoccupied with thoughts of his son, but found himself unable to leave. He remained busy until the sun set, finally excusing himself from the banquet to hurry home. Chapter 19. A million bath liquid. Sister Yenru, you have come, Yi Guqing exclaimed upon returning home, discovering Zhou Yenru waiting at the door with her daughter Zining. Seventh brother, Zhou Yenru smiled. I heard that you gained the favor of the clan's ancestor today and were bestowed the Yi family iron order, so I came to congratulate you. I was initially worried that you would be attending a grand feast, hoping for a chance encounter, but I happened to see you. Yi Guqing understood Zhou Yenru's intentions and smiled. Then please, come in. He opened the door and continued, I was indeed supposed to attend the evening banquet, but alas, I have a young child at home. He has been alone all day, and I worry greatly. Seventh brother, you are truly a devoted family man, Zhou Yenru replied promptly. Next time, let me handle such situations. You have heavy responsibilities, and I fear you will have to engage in social duties outside. Allow me to help you care for your family. This statement was somewhat forward, causing Yi Guqing's face to flush. Although his wife Bai Ying had quietly left, they had not formally divorced, and having another woman help him at home seemed inappropriate. Sister Yenru, your kindness is appreciated, but I can manage on my own. Yi Guqing trailed off as he stepped into the small courtyard, noticing the absence of his son. His heart sank. His son was his everything. And if anything were to happen to him, the Yi family iron order would be of no use. Son, where are you? Observing his distress, Zhou Yenru sniffed the air, detecting a strong medicinal aroma, likely from the adjoining room. Yi Guqing hurried over, pushing the door, only to find it locked. Unbeknownst to him, his son was afraid of being disturbed and, startled, had suddenly kicked the door open. With a loud crash, the door swung wide, and Yi Guqing rushed in. There lay his small son, motionless in the wooden tub, his eyes half closed, trapped in a semi-unconscious state. Son, Yi Guqing exclaimed, lifting him from the tub, his fierce eyes nearly bursting with blood. He cursed himself for leaving his son alone at home all day. If anything were to happen, he would regret it endlessly. Son, I was wrong. Wake up, wake up. Yi Guqing called out emotionally, cleaning his son's body and cradling him in his arms. At that moment, Yi Junlin was quite well. However, having consumed 10 eternal pills at once, he endured immense pain, especially as a mere 6-year-old child. The combination of itching and excruciating pain was overwhelming. Held in his father's embrace, he felt a wave of relief and whispered softly in his father's ear, Father, I am fine. I will bring you honor. Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing grasped the meaning behind his son's words, his throat tightening, unable to speak, his fierce eyes reddening with unshed tears. Over these days, he had sensed changes in his son's demeanor, interpreting them as signs of maturity. Yet this understanding only pained him further, regardless of whether it was his son's young age or the risks he took today. The sole purpose was to bring glory to his father. Son, I will never leave you alone at home again. Yi Guqing, a grown man, wept profusely. Zhou Yenru also felt her eyes welling up. She did not perceive a man's tears as a sign of weakness. Rather, she beheld a father and son bound by deep affection, an iron-willed yet tender-hearted man alongside a cherubic little boy. Could it be that the alchemical process had gone awry? Should we summon the family head for an assessment? Zhou Yenru suggested. Yi Guqing hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. The herbal concoction in the barrel was filled with unfamiliar ingredients, and with his son suddenly falling into unconsciousness, his mind was in turmoil, leaving him unsure of how to save him. Zhou Yenru instructed Chun Ziqing to remain still and then hurried off to fetch the family head. Upon receiving the news, the family head swiftly departed from the banquet and rushed over. Master Yi, what is the situation? Yi Guqing implored. Please, you must help me. This lad was refining alchemy alone at home, and now he lies in a coma, with no indication of where he may be injured. The family head, A formidable cultivator at the late stage of the Golden Core realm grasped Yu Junlin's tiny wrist with a grave expression, channeling his spiritual energy into the boy's body. He felt a remarkable flow, as though the meridians were even more expansive than his own. How is this possible? The family head exclaimed in surprise as he began to examine Yu Junlin further, parting the boy's garments to inspect, though the grand ceremony of enlightenment had yet to commence. As a powerful Golden Core cultivator, his knowledge and prowess were unparalleled. After a brief examination, he discerned that Yu Junlin possessed extraordinary potential. However, he refrained from making a definitive judgment and instead suggested, "Let us examine the refining liquid." Over at the wooden tub, a group of adults had gathered, drawn by the intoxicating aroma of the herbal essence. As a seasoned alchemist, the family head was well versed in the properties of herbs, and upon retrieving the ingredients, he was taken aback by their sheer quality. Gazing at the barrel filled with precious herbs, he was left speechless, unable to fathom that such invaluable concoction could reside within an unassuming wooden tub. "Master Yi, did you concoct this pool of liquid?" the family head inquired. Yi Guqing was momentarily at a loss for words. The herbs were undoubtedly not of his own crafting, yet his son had urged him to conceal the truth, shielding his father from scrutiny. He could not expose his son. "Indeed, the Dragon Mountain golden water bestowed by you. I merely wish to refine it for little Lin." Yi Guqing replied vaguely, omitting the origins of the ingredients. Zhou Yanru pressed, "But is there an issue with the concoction?" "An issue with the concoction?" The family head chuckled bitterly, gesturing at the herbs in his hand. "This is top-tier Yin Yuan fruit. Each one is worth thousands of spirit stones. And this is the Millennium Yang Extreme Grass. It cannot be purchased even with vast wealth. What kind of herbs these are, I cannot identify, but they are undoubtedly invaluable." Each ingredient within that tub was of extraordinary worth, comprising the finest treasures of this realm, collectively worth several million spirit stones. "Can you truly claim there is a problem? So precious?" Zhou Yanru gazed at Yi Guqing in astonishment. The family head regarded him with an intrigued expression. Previously, everyone assumed Yi Guqing was destitute and had returned to the Yi family out of desperation. Yet, here he was, expending several million spirit stones for his son's refinement. This was extravagance beyond measure, a veritable tycoon, while the Yi family could scarcely procure such herbs. Yi Guqing himself was bewildered. He had intended to use the Dragon Mountain golden water for his son's refinement, which was valued at a mere 1,000 spirit stones. Already a significant token of gratitude towards the family head. Little did he know that this barrel was worth several million. He was unsure how to respond and could only look up and ask, "Family head, what has happened to my son? What is wrong?" The family head could not suppress a laugh. "Master Yi, your son is faring better than any of us. To refine with several million spirit herbs. No wonder his meridians are more expansive than mine, and you still inquire about his condition? I would long to immerse myself in that tub of liquid." Chapter 20. I wish to soak several million spirit herbs. Zhou Yanru gazed at Yi Guqing in shock. Her face soon suffused with admiration. Even among the most exceptional talents in the Howren sect, none would dare to use such potent spirit herbs for refinement. "Seventh brother, you are truly remarkable." The family head shook his head in disbelief, glancing at the half jar of Dragon Mountain golden water with a wry smile. "I had assumed a single jar of Dragon Mountain golden water would suffice, but in comparison, this is rather meager." Now, Yi Guqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. With the knowledge that his son was unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. When facing the family head, he could only speak candidly, "To be honest, I am unaware of where these precious herbs originated." Initially, he wished to shield his son from scrutiny, but acknowledging that a 6-year-old could not possibly procure such items, he sought clarity and thus spoke the truth. "You do not know?" The family head paused, shaking his head. "There is no need for such pretense. I am not asking you for a loan." He assumed Yi Guqing was being evasive. Seeing the family head's skeptical gaze, Yi Guqing pleaded, "I truly do not know." His insistence only fueled the family head's irritation. "Are you implying that these herbs worth millions were all collected by your son?" Yi Guqing truly wished to assert that yes, indeed. However, at that moment, a loud shout from Yi Junlin echoed from the main hall. "Father, I'm awake." The crowd rushed into the main hall, where they found Yi Junlin curled up in a corner, wrapped in a blanket, his wide eyes fixated on the little girl Chen Ziqing. Upon awakening, Yi Junlin was mortified to discover himself completely unclothed, with only Chen Ziqing standing by the bedside, staring intently at him. The embarrassment was overwhelming. In that instant, Yi Junlin wished he could vanish. "I am the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. How could I be seen like this? Do I have no dignity? My son, you have finally awakened," Yi Guqing exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. Yi Junlin, still cocooned in his blanket, quickly said, "Father, could you please help me put on some clothes next time?" Yi Guqing glanced awkwardly at the family head. He had indeed helped his son dress, but the family head had stripped him bare for examination. The family head, however, ignored this detail and sternly asked, "Little Lin, tell me, who helped you with the refinement today while your father was away? Where did the herbs come from?" The family head's inquiry was driven by curiosity and a desire to confront Yi Guqing directly to prevent him from dodging the truth. Upon realizing the predicament, Yi Junlin knew he could not shift the blame onto his father. Doing so would implicate Yi Guqing in wrongdoing for possessing such precious herbs. Yet, he could not implicate himself either. "I conducted the refinement myself. As for the herbs, my father prepared them." After careful consideration, Yi Junlin decided to place the burden on his father. Yi Guqing found himself at a loss for words. Observing the gazes of the family head and Zhou Yinru, he felt as though he could never cleanse himself of this predicament. The family head remained silent, merely regarding him with a teasing expression. Just then, Yi Junlin spoke again. "Actually, I know that a white-bearded old man came at night and gifted them to my father." "You mean the white-bearded old man?" The family head's eyes gleamed with insight as a sudden realization dawned upon him. He comprehended why the clan ancestor had conferred the Yi family's iron token upon Yi Guqing today. It was evident. The ancestor had likely recognized Yi Guqing's potential and had quietly emerged from seclusion to provide the refining materials. In other words, the ancestor seemed to have a greater interest in Yi Guqing's son, Yi Junlin. Why? Because the boy's cultivation aptitude was extraordinary. In an instant, the family head grasped everything. "Family head, please do not heed this boy's nonsense." Yi Guqing attempted to explain, but the family head waved his hand. "No need to elaborate. I understand. I know you cannot speak freely. I comprehend. You understand." Yi Guqing was utterly bewildered, sensing a misunderstanding brewing. "Family head, it is truly not. No, I recognize that you have your own reasons for silence. I am not blaming you. I understand. We are in accord." The head of the family, wearing an expression of complete understanding, patted Yi Guqing on the shoulder and said, "Since that esteemed individual has instructed you to remain silent, there must be profound significance behind it. Remember to keep it confidential. I shall also maintain your secrecy." This left Yi Guqing somewhat bewildered. What was the head of the family actually saying? Why could he not comprehend it? Beside him, Zhou Yinru was equally perplexed, but that was of no concern to her. Her current focus was on the matter of that precious barrel of medicinal liquid. "Seventh brother, that barrel of medicinal liquid is far too valuable. Will Xiaolin still require it after the bath?" "Huh?" Yi Guqing failed to grasp the situation. However, Yi Junlin, hiding beneath the covers, spoke up, "And Yen, the refining this time has reached its effect, and I have no further need for it. If no one will use it, it should simply be discarded." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yinru's spirits soared. After her ex-husband's passing, there were those within Haoran sect who targeted her, which had prompted her to bring Chun Ziqing back to the Yi family. Yet, she was not a member of the Yi family and could not access the Dragon Mountain's golden water. Now, seeing this precious barrel of medicinal liquid, especially after the head of the family had mentioned wanting to soak in it, Zhou Yinru devised a plan. Since Xiaolin would not be using it anymore, why not let Ziqing have a turn? Before Zhou Yinru could finish her thought, the little girl began to cry. "I don't want to bathe in his bathwater." Zhou Yinru, exasperated, scolded, "This medicinal liquid is worth millions of spirit stones. How many people wish they could bathe in it, but cannot?" She then looked at Yi Guqing with a pitiful expression, pleading, "Seventh brother." Yi Guqing was still dazed from the previous conversation and momentarily did not know how to respond. The head of the family nodded slightly. This barrel of medicinal materials had been provided by their ancestor. It was far too precious to waste. If not for his status, he would have wished to soak in it himself. Since Zhou Yinru held such an idea, he turned to Yi Guqing and said, "As this is a family asset, it would be a pity to discard it after just one use. Yi sure, I believe we should allow Ziqing to undergo the refining as well." Only then did Yi Guqing regain his composure. "All right, but I fear the medicinal liquid." The head of the family thought, since it was provided by the ancestor, what could there be to fear? He smiled and said, "No worries, Ziqing is only 6 years old. If it is effective for Xiaolin, it will be for Ziqing as well." "That is the best." Both agreed, and Zhou Yinru immediately expressed her gratitude while taking Chen Ziqing to the side room. Although the little princess was extremely reluctant to bathe in someone else's bathwater, her protests were of no avail. Yi Junlin felt a sense of satisfaction, after all. It was this little girl who had been snooping around while he was asleep. With this in mind, he called out, "Ziqing, You need not worry. I did not urinate in there. The little girl outside wailed even more vehemently. Mama, he peed in there. Observing the chaos, the head of the family shook his head and departed. Once they were gone, Yi Guqing gritted his teeth and scolded, "You scoundrel, tell me the truth. Where did all this medicinal material come from? If you do not clarify, this meal of firewood and meat is unavoidable." Chapter 21. The key to unlocking 99. Yi Junlin managed to distract the head of the family, but deceiving his father would prove much more challenging. After all, these precious medicinal materials were worth millions. Where could a 6-year-old child possibly acquire them? Until these questions were resolved, Yi Guqing, as a father, would not feel at ease. "Father, I'm not lying. There really is an old man with a white beard." "Nonsense!" Yi Guqing shouted sternly. "Do you think I would believe such a tale?" Unfazed, Yi Junlin retorted, his attitude bolder than his father's. "Father, then tell me, where else could I have obtained these medicinal materials? Aside from the old man with the white beard, who else could possibly provide them to me?" "You?" This question left Yi Guqing speechless. It was indeed true. His son was merely 6 years old, having yet to embark on the path of cultivation. In a world where strength reigned supreme, the weak were akin to helpless blades of grass. To suggest that he could engage in nefarious acts such as theft would likely be met with disbelief. Moreover, the Yi family could not even produce such valuable medicinal materials. So where could one steal or rob them from? Yi Guqing's heart softened. Could it be that there really is an old man with a white beard? Do you think? Yi Junlin rolled his eyes at his father and continued, "The old man with the white beard even gifted me a genuine alchemical tome. Far more credible than the text you purchased for 3 spirit stones." Yi Guqing's eyes brightened. He was currently the chief alchemist of the Yi family, and even the head of the family addressed him as Yi Shi. Yet, he knew nothing of alchemy. Today, when hosting guests from several prominent families in Huangzhou City, he had nearly exposed his ignorance. What he needed most was a genuine tome that could transform him. However, Yi Junlin, feeling petulant, declared, "But since you are so fierce, I no longer wish to show it to you." No. Just moments ago, Yi Guqing had been quite arrogant, but now he was at a loss for words. "My son, I spoke too harshly just now. Do not hold it against me. I am merely concerned about you going astray." Yi Junlin remained obstinate. "Then forget it. I fear that this alchemical tome might lead you astray, and when you come to regret it, it would be too late, and I would bear the greatest sin." This child has quite the repertoire. Yi Guqing was nearly driven to madness, yet he could only force a smile and say, "I promise to never be harsh with you again. Regarding your matters with the old man with the white beard, I shall not inquire further." In Yi Guqing's view, the recent changes in his son, his alchemical abilities, and his mastery of the 9 dragons circling pill method were likely all due to the assistance of the old man with the white beard. He must be an extraordinary master. This was his son's great fortune. Since his son had such a chance, he would certainly support him. The old man with the white beard preferred to remain hidden, and he would simply act as if he were unaware. Yi Junlin, satisfied with this response, felt that not only had he managed to gloss over the matter of the medicinal materials, but he had also alleviated future concerns. "Father, remember what you said." After finishing, Yi Junlin tossed out a piece of jade tablet, glistening of vibrant green. It was evident that this was a precious alchemical tome he had acquired from the system for his father, suitable for a novice like him. Yi Guqing took it, pinching the jade tablet between his fingers and releasing his spiritual energy. Instantly, an ancient scroll filled with history slowly unfurled in his mind. The green patterned pill canon, authored by the Black Robe Alchemist. The so-called alchemy originates from the creation of the heavens and the earth. Alchemy is the way of the heavens and the way of all things. A masterpiece by the renowned Black Robe Alchemist. Just from the introduction, Yi Guqing felt a jolt of excitement, quickly followed by elation. This was the monumental work of the legendary alchemist, the Black Robe Alchemist. My heavens! The Black Robe Alchemist has left behind alchemical legacies in the world. Yi Guqing glanced around to ensure no one was watching before carefully placing the jade tablet into his storage bag. The Black Robe Alchemist was far too famous. This individual, both righteous and wicked, was a renowned figure in the mortal realm. He had offended numerous masters from both the righteous and demonic paths, living a life perpetually pursued. Countless individuals wished to end the life of this enigmatic figure. However, it could not be denied that the alchemical skills of the Black Robe Alchemist were recognized as formidable by both sides. Regrettably, a millennium ago, he was betrayed and slain by the combined forces of the righteous and demonic paths in the Night Cry Valley. It is a pity that although the Black Robe Alchemist was killed, The treasures and texts he left behind remain lost to this day. Even after 1,000 years, the events of that era remain an enigma. No one knows when or how the black robe alchemist managed to send his wealth and treasures away. As a descendant of an alchemical family, Yi Guqing was well aware of the history of alchemy. Yet, he had never imagined that he would actually obtain the alchemical inheritance of the black robe alchemist. This was utterly shocking. If this were to spread, not just he, Yi Guqing, but the entire Yi family would face annihilation. My son, you must never speak of this. Yi Guqing felt a twinge of fear. If this old man with the white beard were truly a descendant of the black robe alchemist, the news spreading could spell doom for the entire Yi family. Father, rest assured, my lips are tighter than yours. Yi Guqing's heart settled somewhat, and he added, My son, I know you possess exceptional talent, and you will surely surpass your father. A father's only wish is for you to be safe and sound, to sail smoothly through life, but do take care. Father, rest assured, I am well aware of my path. Yi Junlin was once deemed a talentless individual, yet after today's events, he has transformed himself into one of extraordinary potential. He consumed 10 everlasting pills, unlocking a total of 92 meridians, and with his original 7, he has perfectly opened 99 meridians. Such a talent is already one in hundreds of millions. The best part is, with fewer than 100 opened, he will not attract the attention of the heavens. From the perspective of Yi Junlin, who has once been an immortal emperor, 99 open meridians are undoubtedly the highest potential for advancement. Fullness leads to loss. Haste results in stagnation. 99 is the number of destiny, neither more nor less, just right. That is indeed fortunate. Yi Guqing sat by the bedside, gently patting his son's head. Initially, he had worried that his son's exceptional talent might render him vulnerable. Now, he is pleasantly surprised that his son has found his own fortune. It is evident that while the father may not voice it, he holds great concern for his son's potential, filled with high hopes. Thus, when Yi Junlin's potential was revealed in his previous life, it dealt him a devastating blow, leading him to illness. In this life, I am the heavenly emperor, mastering destiny. How could my talent be lacking? Yi Guqing had long since developed immunity to his son's audacious claims and remarked with a wry smile, You often speak such nonsense. If outsiders hear you, it may not bode well for you. Indeed, Yi Junlin replied, which is why I mentioned to the clan leader that it is you, dear grandfather with the white beard, whom they truly value. Father, you must stand in front of me. Chapter 22. Defying heaven and earth. Little rascal, Yi Guqing chuckled. You truly are a mischievous one. But if danger arises, that venerable elder with the white beard will surely come to our aid. Father, do not indulge in wishful thinking. As the ancients said, relying on mountains may lead to their collapse, and depending on others may lead to abandonment. We must rely on ourselves. Great individuals advocate for self-sufficiency and abundance. Father, you must continue to strive. Your son has faith in you. Very well. Yi Guqing felt somewhat disoriented by his son's words, but found warmth in them. He solemnly stated, I shall diligently study the Azure Pattern Pill scriptures in the coming days. When the Alchemy Conference in Huangzhou City is held next month, I will represent the Yi family at this grand event, ensuring I do not bring shame to my son. Perhaps I may even uncover news about your mother and brother. The Huangzhou City Alchemy Conference. Yi Junlin's expression suddenly darkened. The previous life's impact of this event on Yi Guqing had been catastrophic. The conference, as its name suggests, gathers alchemists from Huangzhou City to discuss and explore various alchemical techniques and exchange insights and treasures. In this era, it had become a battleground between the Yi and Bai families. In his previous life, Yi Guqing attended the conference with the elder members of the Yi family. At that event, the head of the Bai family presented a letter filled with mockery and ridicule from Bai Ying, ultimately leading to a public divorce announcement. Yi Guqing, already burdened by his son's previously deemed lackluster talent, succumbed to despair upon receiving such a letter and became the laughingstock of the city, leading to his demise shortly after returning home. Yi Junlin could not believe that the events of his previous life were already beginning to unfold in this one. His face darkened further. It seemed that his father would still have to attend the alchemy conference, the only distinction being that this time Yi Guqing would lead the delegation. Although Yi Junlin had been reborn, he could not prevent Bai Haotian or Bai Ying from acting. The only solution was to strengthen himself, empowering his father's spirit and resolve. Only by becoming formidable could he shield himself and his loved ones from harm. Father, this time everything will be different. It is merely a letter. How can it disturb your mind? The night swiftly passed. As the moon set and the sun rose, a new day began. Yi Junlin awoke from a restful slumber, having erased the pains of the previous day. With his physical form greatly enhanced, he felt invigorated, as if the world around him had transformed into a higher resolution. This sense of thoroughness and comfort filled him with vitality, boosting his confidence and momentum. While his thoughts became increasingly agile, he finally understood why the other party sought to obtain 100 dragon blood pills within a month. The person who had previously tasked him with crafting these pills and their ulterior motives became crystal clear to him. The Dragon Realm. Yi Junlin gazed at a section of the sky outside the hall, lamenting his youth. The world beyond was vast and awaited his exploration. A sudden wail interrupted his thoughts. It turned out that the little girl Chen Zining had fallen asleep in a wooden tub. In her dreams, she returned to the lofty heights of the Howren sect, where all her seniors and uncles doted on her, treating her like a princess. Yet upon awakening, she realized that all the beauty had faded, and she lay in a dim wooden tub, soaking in the bathwater left behind by others. Zining has awakened? Zhou Yanru, who had been meditating beside her all night, quickly lifted her daughter out and dressed her, finally calming the little girl's cries. After both had bathed, the power of the Yinglong in the water had long since dissipated, but the medicinal properties remained. The clan leader, unwilling to waste it, sent someone to inquire and later moved the tub away, adding Dragon Mountain gold water for other children of the Yi family to bathe in. Yi Junlin, however, did not voice any objections. If others would not use it, he planned to dispose of it anyway. Seventh brother, thank you for your medicinal liquid. I shall take Zining home now. Zhou Yanru lowered her head, her face flushing, as a single woman spending the night at Yi Guqing's place. Despite it being for her daughter's benefit, she was uncertain of the rumors that might arise. Realizing this, she felt somewhat embarrassed and silently resolved to visit less frequently. People's opinions can be terrifying. Seventh brother has recently gained prominence in the Yi family. I cannot let my presence affect his reputation. Yi Guqing, a standard straight man, was oblivious to such concerns and nodded. That is fine. You may leave for now. Zhou Yanru flicked her hair and added, in the coming days, I fear I must remain at home to help Zining stabilize her foundation. Coincidentally, I plan to refine pills myself. Listening to their conversation, Yi Junlin nearly fainted. Father, you are far too straightforward. You are pushing away a woman who has come to you. Auntie, Yi Junlin quickly interjected. Your cooking is delightful. You should come over for dinner every day. My father's cooking is rather unpalatable. Zhou Yanru hesitated, contemplating a refusal. Yi Junlin continued. Our spiritual rice is excellent. After Zining's refining, she should consume some high-quality spiritual rice. It will stabilize her bones and skin. If Zhou Yanru could have refused the previous invitation, she found it impossible to decline this one. Every parent hopes for their children's success, and like Yi Guqing, Zhou Yanru held great expectations for her daughter. Having tasted the benefits of the Yi family's spiritual rice twice as a cultivator, she understood its advantages and believed it would similarly benefit her daughter. But seventh brother, oh, I agree. You may come over. After all, I am merely offering a flower to the Buddha. Ha ha ha. Yi Guqing also comprehended the implication. Then Zining and I shall come to disturb you this evening. Zhou Yanru bowed and took Chen Zining away. In the distance, the sounds of the little girl's protests echoed. I don't want to go. I don't want to. Yi Guqing shot his son a glare, thinking how this boy was becoming increasingly monstrous. Not only had he surpassed him in alchemy, but now he was also meddling in his love life. This is utterly outrageous. Yi Junlin smirked. Auntie is such a wonderful woman. A good woman possesses 3 qualities: gentleness, kindness, and nurturing, yet it seems they are insatiable. Father, you shall owe me a debt of gratitude in the future. Yi Guqing nearly fainted. Is this boy even speaking coherently? Such audacious words. Children who speak carelessly will never grow up. Yi Guqing issued a warning, then added, I shall commence alchemical pursuits shortly. Do not wander about aimlessly. Yi Guqing had spent the entire night engrossed in the azure pattern alchemy scripture, a masterpiece that stirred his heart with excitement and anticipation. He was eager to demonstrate his skills during the day by refining elixirs. However, Yi Junlin had a thought. Father, I possess a furnace of elixirs, and I wonder if you dare to accept the challenge. Do you have elixirs for me to refine? Yi Guqing's expression brightened at these words. He was impatient to transform theoretical knowledge into tangible elixirs, although he had yet to decide which elixir to practice on. Now that his son required an elixir to be refined, he felt an irresistible urge to get started. Indeed, Yi Junlin replied, the old man with the white beard tasked me with concocting 100 beast blood pills. Initially, I intended to refine them myself. But since you need an elixir for practice, I shall honor you with this opportunity. Rest assured, leave it to me, Yi Guqing declared confidently. Having spent the entire night studying the Azure Pattern Alchemy scripture, I have now grasped its essence. Refining a mere batch of beast blood pills will be as easy as reaching into my pocket. Yi Junlin chuckled inwardly, thinking, Father, if you can refine them so effortlessly, it would indeed be a miraculous occurrence. The precise control required for the dragon's blood within the dragon blood pill was a true test of skill. If his father could successfully navigate the intricacies of this elixir, it would mark a significant stride in his alchemical journey. Father, I shall fetch the materials for you. Yi Junlin returned to his room, retrieving 200 sets of dragon blood pill ingredients. With the plan to refine 20 pills per furnace, he could attempt this 10 times. If even one batch succeeded, it would be a blessing. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin explained the refining method for the dragon blood pill in detail to his father. What a potent odor! Yi Guqing remarked, unaware that the blood Yi Junlin brought forth was that of a black dragon. He felt an overwhelming surge of energy, accompanied by a strong scent. Beast blood does have its distinctive aroma, Yi Junlin clarified, but please focus on your alchemical work. I have my own matters to attend to. Very well. With renewed confidence, Yi Guqing set to work, blending his son's instructions with the knowledge gleaned from the Azure Pattern Alchemy scripture. While he focused on refining elixirs, Yi Junlin busied himself with other concerns. Since his father's rise to fame, their humble courtyard had become the center of attention. Everyone, from Yi family's descendants to hired elders, cast curious glances within. Post-rebirth, Yi Junlin was acutely aware of safety. After all, transitioning from a position of overwhelming power to one of vulnerability was an unsettling experience. He harbored a persistent concern that there might be those plotting against him. To preempt any potential threats, Yi Junlin decided to create an utterly secure environment for residence and cultivation. System, please assist me in locating the array disk for the confounding array. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, Yi Junlin possessed extensive knowledge of array formations. However, the arrangement of such formations required cultivation level, prompting him to purchase an array disk. The array disk allowed users to activate powerful formations contained within a jade disk with a simple blood oath, making it convenient to transport. Celestial Magnetic Earth Mother Array Disk. Level 9, featuring both confounding and entrapment capabilities, suitable for mortal sections. A level 9 array seemed excessive. Yi Junlin continued to scroll through options until he found a fitting one. The Maze of 10,000 Mirrors, a level 7 array manageable by mortals. Best of all, it would remain undetectable from the outside, ensuring discretion. The price for the level 7 array was steep, at 20 million spirit stones, but Yi Junlin, undeterred by financial constraints, made the purchase. Upon receiving the disc, he placed it at the center of the courtyard, performed the blood oath, and pressed the central button. Instantly, an invisible, transparent energy barrier enveloped the area. To an outsider, the courtyard appeared unchanged. Yet, even a powerful being at the celestial ascension stage would find it impossible to enter without Yi Junlin's consent. As for breaching the array, it would require an exceptionally skilled celestial being to achieve. Theoretically, Yi Junlin felt entirely secure. As the array's master, he lacked direct control through divine consciousness. But he possessed a palm-sized jade tablet that allowed him to regulate access, much like a remote control. Yi Guqing, absorbed in his alchemical endeavors, sensed something during the array's activation but noticed nothing amiss, so he continued with his work. Yi Junlin granted his father, along with Zhou Yanru and Chen Ziqing, permission to enter freely before storing the jade tablet within the system's inventory, despite being a mere mortal unable to utilize storage rings. Yi Junlin found the system's storage function remarkably convenient. In the family head's courtyard, head of the Yi family, Yi Cheng, pondered a thought and summoned Yi Kai. What has Yi Guqing been up to lately? Yi Kai had become Yi Guqing's most devoted supporter, attuned to his every move. He is likely refining elixirs to enhance his skills, aiming to showcase his talents at the alchemical conference in Huangzhou City on behalf of the Yi family. Excellent. What a fine son of the Yi family. The head exclaimed, deeply moved. Indeed, Yi Kai continued, seventh brother is truly a paragon among us. Diligently refining elixirs to improve his craft, ever striving for greater heights. My admiration for him flows like an unending river, relentless and unstoppable. Each time I think of him, I question my own efforts. What reason do I have to be complacent? How long must I remain idle? The head of the family, pleased with Yi Kai's fervor, remarked, how fortunate for the Yi family. With Yi Guqing's redemption and your emulation of him, how can the Yi family not prosper? Absolutely. The head nodded, adding, Given Yi Guqing's significance, I fear there may be those who wish him harm. Please inquire if he would like to relocate or if he requires a few guest elders for protection. Understood. Just as Yi Kai was about to leave, the head added. Also, his son, little Lin, is on the verge of awakening his potential. Take him to the Yi family academy for a few days of training in our martial arts. It will be beneficial. Of course, I shall attend to this immediately. As Yi Kai made his way, he felt elated at the prospect of seeing Yi Guqing again. He had recently compiled several insights on alchemy and looked forward to sharing them. Initially skeptical of Yi Guqing's capabilities, he had since developed profound respect for him. Acknowledging his own shortcomings, he felt no shame in his motivations, and upon arriving at the small courtyard, he knocked on the door, finding it ajar, and entered. Yi Guqing. Are you here? Upon entering, he found the courtyard empty. Confused, he wondered why Yi Guqing, who had been tirelessly refining elixirs, was absent, and why the furnace was cold. As he continued to search, he was astonished to discover a hidden door in one corner of the courtyard. What is this? Upon stepping through the door, he found another identical courtyard. Yi Kai was utterly bewildered. It felt as though he had encountered a ghost, and when he spotted yet another door in this new courtyard, he hesitated to proceed further. He retreated through the gate of the small courtyard, only to find himself facing the identical courtyard once again. It was a dead end. He was trapped in a ghost wall. Yi Kai, in a frenzy, wandered aimlessly, feeling increasingly disoriented. He attempted to use a communication talisman to summon the clan leader for rescue, yet it failed to send. In a desperate attempt, he wreaked havoc on the courtyard. But in the blink of an eye, the damage was restored to its original state. He tried countless methods, but all were in vain. Yi Shi, where on earth are you? Yi Kai despaired, collapsing onto the ground. Before he knew it, 5 days had passed in a rush. It was only when Yi Kai's wife sought the clan leader that the matter came to light, prompting an immediate order for the entire family to search for the missing Yi Kai. However, after scouring the estate, there was not a trace to be found. Strangely, no one had witnessed Yi Kai leaving. Had he mysteriously vanished from the house? Who was the last person to see him? Upon investigation, it turned out that the last person to see Yi Kai was Yi Guqing, whom the clan leader had instructed Yi Kai to find before his disappearance. Consequently, the clan leader, accompanied by his fifth uncle, set out to locate Yi Guqing. Days slipped by once more. With the clan leader now missing, chaos reigned in the Yi household. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin enjoyed his childhood, spending his days with the little girl Chen Zining. Zining, do you ever feel a flame within you? Or perhaps a sudden warmth or itch in a certain part of your body? Mom, he's asking me strange questions again. Oh dear, must you be like this? I genuinely care about you. Even though Yi Junlin was a reincarnated celestial emperor, he had never delved deeply into the mysteries of the innate fire body, so he needed to gather more information before taking action. Unfortunately, the little girl Chen Zining failed to appreciate his good intentions, and their conversation could not continue, leaving him quite fatigued. Thankfully, Zhou Yanru believed in him and did not blame him, often merely comforting her daughter before letting them play together again. Zining, your brother Shaolin is just chatting with you. Mommy is cooking. I won't play with him. He's a bad guy. Yi Junlin stood helplessly by, thinking, little girl, if I don't save you, you'll be in dire straits. When you grow up, you'll understand your brother's goodness. As Zhou Yanru cooked, she recounted the recent upheaval in the household. You wouldn't know it, but things have been chaotic. First, Yi Kai went missing, and then the clan leader and fifth uncle disappeared too. All of them vanished from the house. Now, the managers from each branch are urging Brother Qi to take charge, but he's too engrossed in alchemy to listen to me. Initially, Yi Junlin paid little attention to Zhou Yanru's chatter. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head, and he smacked his forehead. Could it be? Exiting the kitchen, he focused his thoughts and summoned the town's stone monument, which projected several images in his mind. Goodness, it truly is. Yi Junlin hastily moved. Stepping into the formation, the clan leader and fifth uncle were relatively all right, having been trapped for 3 days, sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, discussing various topics without feeling lonely. However, Yi Kai's mental fortitude was not as strong. When Yi Junlin and the others found him, he was slumped on the ground, covered in mud, and on the verge of a breakdown. Clan leader, I never thought I would live to see you again. Yi Kai wailed as he embraced the clan leader. He had been trapped for 9 days, trying every possible means to escape the maze, convinced he would perish within its confines. It's all right. It's all a misunderstanding, the clan leader reassured him, then turned to Yi Junlin, asking, Shaolin, this maze is quite extraordinary. Your fifth uncle and I have been researching it for quite some time without finding any clues. We have no idea who set it up. Yi Junlin thought to himself, if you could find clues in a 7th-level formation, that would be impressive. He could not reveal that he was the one who had set it up, so he replied, my father mentioned that someone has been spying on the courtyard. Fearing for my safety, so he casually set up a maze. I never anticipated it would ensnare several elders. I sincerely apologize. Your father can set formations? The clan leader's eyes lit up. A true polymath. The fifth uncle clapped his hands in admiration. I never imagined that not only does Xiaoqi possess great talent in alchemy, but he also dabbles in formations. Truly a prodigy. What a blessing for the Yi family. The clan leader felt gratified. Yet upon remembering that Yi Guqing's dantian had been ruined and his cultivation stunted, he could not help but lament. What a pity. The fifth uncle, understanding the clan leader's thoughts, lowered his head and sighed. Yu Kai wiped his tears and complained, you sure set up the formation without a word, causing me to endure 9 days of torment. I cried out to the heavens, but they did not respond. I called out to the earth, yet it remained indifferent. Yi Junlin hastily bowed, saying, I must apologize on behalf of my father for this incident. He has been so engrossed in his alchemical studies that he forgot about this matter, and it was never his intention to trap you all. Before he could finish, the clan leader realized, we cannot tell him. While being trapped for a few days is minor, delaying his alchemical research would be a significant loss. The fifth uncle nodded in agreement. Yi Kai, when you see Yi Shi, do not mention this incident. Though Yi Kai had suffered a silent loss, his admiration for Yi Guqing grew even more. The man had effortlessly set up a maze that had nearly driven him to the brink of madness. That was truly impressive. Yi Junlin led the three back to the small courtyard. Yi Guqing was still in the alchemy room, tending to the cauldron. The past few days had been challenging for him. Initially, he believed that the beast blood pill would be simple to concoct, but he soon realized how gravely mistaken he was. The source of the beast's blood was unknown, and the power within was wild and uncontrollable. At first, the blood seemed manageable, but once it entered the cauldron, it surged violently, causing the pills to explode like popcorn. After 10 days of attempting to refine the beast blood pill, not a single successful batch had emerged, leaving him questioning his very existence. Yi Junlin had provided him with 200 portions of materials, and today marked the final attempt. Yi Guqing felt a sense of despair. Neglecting food and sleep as he sat before the cauldron, staring blankly into the furnace, awaiting the last batch of pills. Yi Shi, you are truly a blessing for the Yi family, a prodigy of heaven. The clan leader's voice echoed from outside. Clan leader, what brings you here? Yi Guqing quickly stood to greet them, his face smeared with soot and his eyes shining with intensity. It was somewhat unsettling. Yi Shi, what happened to you? Yu Kai, with admiration for his idol, momentarily forgot his own grievances and felt a pang of sympathy. Ahem, well? Yi Guqing was a proud individual and could hardly admit that he had failed 9 times in a row, unable to produce even a single beast blood pill. Yi Junlin quickly interjected, my father has been challenging a type of 7th grade pill, which is extraordinarily difficult to refine, hence his neglect of food and sleep. His statement was not a lie. The dragon blood pill was indeed a 7th grade pill, and its difficulty even surpassed that of standard 7th grade pills. By saying this, he aimed not only to inform the clan leader, but also to provide reassurance to his father, who, after numerous failures, had begun to doubt himself. Yi Junlin thought, have I pushed him too hard with the materials? It's possible that the Bai family hasn't worn him down, but I've inadvertently made him feel defeated, which would be quite unfortunate. 7th grade pill. The clan leader and others widened their eyes in disbelief. The current alchemical proficiency of the Yi family hovered around 2nd to 3rd grade. The previous efforts for the blood-boiling pill required a top-grade 3rd grade alchemist, which had already posed a challenge. To attempt a 7th grade pill was utterly outrageous. The clan leader, Yi Cheng, felt quite overwhelmed. Initially, he regarded Yi Guqing as having alchemical talent, and now he was also skilled in formations. How remarkable. But now, Yi Guqing was challenging 7th grade pills. It was truly astonishing. He had never even dared to imagine such a feat. Yi Guqing, on the other hand, felt somewhat embarrassed, quickly responding. But I haven't succeeded yet. I shall not conceal from the head of the family that I have toiled for 10 days, crafting a thick tome of alchemical notes. Yet I find myself merely scratching the surface. I must confess to all present that I feel quite a failure. The heartfelt words he expressed were, to others' ears, merely a display of pretentiousness. Uncle Wu was on the verge of tears, lamenting that while you have merely begun to explore the realm of 7th grade elixirs, I have labored my entire life to barely manage 4th grade once. If you consider this a failure, then have we not already plunged into the depths of despair? 7th grade elixirs. The mere thought of your audacity to challenge such heights renders us in awe. Uncle Wu felt inadequate in comparison. The head of the family had lost interest in conversing with a prodigy like Yi Guqing, as it was too disheartening. He could only force a chuckle, exclaiming, "Indeed. 7th grade elixirs. Such audacity is beyond imagining." After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Guqing finally inquired, "Head of the family, may I ask the purpose of your visit?" "Oh, we merely came to have a casual look around." To avoid affecting Yi Guqing's morale, the head of the family and others refrained from mentioning their recent entrapment. Nevertheless, the head of the family could not help but exclaim, "Ah, my little 7th from the Yi family. I have watched you grow. When you left the Yi family, I felt a pang of sorrow, yet who could have imagined that after more than a decade, you would return as a master of both alchemical and array arts. Truly remarkable." "What are you talking about, array arts?" Yi Guqing thought he had misheard. The head of the family and Uncle Wu exchanged amused glances and replied, "Do not feign modesty. We have witnessed your prowess in array arts, and it was nothing short of astonishing, beyond the comprehension of mere mortals." Yi Guqing was utterly perplexed. He had accomplished nothing in the past 10 days, having solely immersed himself in alchemy. What did array arts have to do with him? Noticing Yi Guqing's bewilderment, the head of the family feigned displeasure and said sternly, "Little 7th, I must say, this is your flaw. Everyone is aware, yet you continue to pretend." "No, I haven't." Yi Guqing felt a surge of frustration, thinking to himself, "What have I feigned? I have merely focused on alchemy." However, seeing the head of the family's increasingly grim expression, he could only modify his statement. "Well, I simply did it casually." "Casually?" Yi Guqing's father nearly fainted, exclaiming, "Brother, your casual actions nearly cost me my life." The head of the family had entirely lost interest in the conversation and, feeling disheartened, said, "Well then, since you are so engrossed in alchemy, we shall not intrude further. Farewell." Watching the head of the family and others depart hastily, Yi Guqing felt a sense of confusion, pondering the purpose of their visit. After seeing them off, Yi Guqing remained troubled. Yet, upon returning to his alchemical chamber, he soon forgot the matter. Despite having failed 9 batches of elixirs in succession, he had indeed garnered a wealth of experience. Over the past 10 days of crafting, alongside the Qingwen Danjing, he felt he had learned more about alchemy than in his entire life. Settling down, he began to fervently write in a thick notebook, stating aloud, "For the 10th attempt, beast blood is exceedingly unstable, hence I have altered the method of pill formation. Each pill shall be individually measured, 20 pills per batch, each with differing concentrations of beast blood." Observing his father seemingly entranced, Yi Junlin could not help but offer a word of comfort, "Father, even for me, the success rate of this endeavor is quite low." No. I am on the verge of success," Yi Guqing insisted, flipping through the now thickly recorded notebook. "Although I have yet to succeed in crafting this beast blood elixir, I have gained profound insights into the path of alchemy. I sense that the moment I succeed with the beast blood elixir will mark the day of my ultimate achievement in alchemy." "Father, you are capable of such thoughts?" Yi Junlin expressed his surprise. His intention in having his father attempt the dragon blood elixir was precisely for this reason. Although the dragon blood elixir posed a significant challenge, the experience gained would be invaluable. The precision in measuring ingredients, the harmonious blending of various materials, and the subtle adjustments of flame within the cauldron. These are not matters easily articulated, requiring the alchemist's experience and intuition. If his father could master the dragon blood elixir, then other elixirs would surely follow with ease. This was Yi Junlin's sentiment, and he was pleasantly surprised to see his father grasp this understanding, indicating that his father had not lost his mind and could continue. "Do you think my father is foolish?" Yi Guqing scoffed. 7th grade elixirs? I thought this was merely an ordinary beast blood elixir. You cannot deceive me like this." Previously, Yi Guqing had felt a twinge of despair, questioning why he could not even manage a basic beast blood elixir. Today, he realized that it was indeed a 7th grade elixir. Yi Junlin could only chuckle. "Father, your alchemical talent is so exceptional that a lower grade will not suffice to enhance your abilities. Of course, do not forget that your alchemical aptitude is inherited from me. If my son is so remarkable, how could I be lacking?" Yi Guqing proclaimed without a hint of modesty. Very well, very well." Seeing his father nearly collapse, yet still able to indulge in grandiosity, Yi Junlin thought, "Why wait? Increase the dosage." He had little else to offer. So he procured an additional 300 portions of materials, saying, "Here you go, take your time with this." In the Bai family, within the inner courtyard, an elder with white hair set down his spiritual tea and inquired, "I have heard that the head of the Yi family has been missing for several days. What is the situation?" Bai Haoyan respectfully replied, "Elder, we are unsure of the peculiarities at play. However, the missing Yi Qing and others have returned, unharmed." "I see." The elder's expression darkened with disappointment. The Bai and Yi families had clashed for many years, and under the relentless pressure from the Bai family, the Yi family was on the brink of collapse. Who could have predicted that with the emergence of Yi Guqing, the Yi family seemed to have regained its footing? A truly unforeseen turn of events. "Is it not possible to bring this Yi Guqing to our side?" the elder inquired again. "That is not feasible," Bai Haoyan replied. "After Yi Guqing defected from the Yi family, I had Bai Ying persuade him to join us. Yet his stubborn nature prevents him from aligning with our Bai family." Even after leaving the Yi family, the elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, if he had wished to ally with us, he would have done so long ago, especially considering his commendable alchemical skills. Nevertheless, he is not a cause for concern, Bai Haotian asserted, producing a letter from his storage pouch with a smile. According to Bai Ying, this individual may appear talented, yet his aspirations are exceedingly lofty, and his weakness lies in his vanity. Now that his dantian is ruptured and his cultivation diminished, why not stoke the flames of his ire, causing him to lose his composure and disrupt his mental state? Upon reading the letter, the elder's face broke into a grin. This Yi Guqing may seem like a genius, but he is, in truth, a fool. Toyed with by a woman, a pitiful sight indeed. Bai Haoyan chuckled, "I wonder how Yi Guqing will react upon receiving this letter. If we were to publicly announce a divorce, would he be driven to the brink of madness? That would be ideal." The elder laughed heartily, but then added, "Yet this psychological manipulation is fraught with uncertainty. Merely a letter may not suffice. Elder, what do you think?" "Haoyan, take a look at this." The elder raised his hand, grasping at the air, and a pristine sheet of paper materialized in his grasp. Utilizing this would enhance our efforts considerably. Bai Haotian took the paper, examined it closely, and his expression turned green as he nearly discarded it. "What is this?" The elder smiled as he took it back. "This is a Miaojianggu page, which I obtained by chance long ago and have hesitated to use. It is inscribed with invisible love curses, particularly effective on those deeply infatuated. Elder, are you suggesting we write the divorce letter on this page and present it to Yi Guqing, thereby unknowingly ensnaring him?" "Precisely." The elder nodded. While a mere letter of humiliation might diminish the Yi family's prestige and potentially incapacitate Yi Guqing, the outcome remains too unpredictable. Only by utilizing this object. When Yi Guqing is ensnared by the curse, can you compel him to betray the Yi family or ensure his silent demise, thereby eliminating future threats? At this juncture, the white-haired elder of the Bai clan wore a countenance replete with cold cunning. Splendid. Bai Haoyan had been pondering whether this letter alone could yield fatal repercussions, but now, with such a treasure in hand, how could Yi Guqing not meet his end? "I find myself yearning for that day to arrive," Bai Haotian mused. "Once Yi Guqing is dead, the Yi family will likely not endure for long." "Ha ha." The elder guffawed heartily. "Father, perhaps we should concoct some other elixirs first. The blood of the beast used in the beast blood pill is exceedingly unstable and difficult to refine." Days passed. Yet Yi Guqing still could not produce the dragon blood pill, and he felt himself growing gaunt. Yi Junlin began to worry that his father might truly be exhausting himself. No. I shall succeed soon." Yi Guqing had been somewhat despondent, but upon learning that this was a 7th grade elixir, he was ignited with fierce determination. He sought to prove himself. The elixirs he had previously created were solely the result of his son's efforts. Did he not know that? It was not jealousy of his son's abilities that troubled him, but rather a sense of shame for being an inadequate father. Yet, this batch of 7th grade elixirs filled him with hope. Should he succeed, he would finally be worthy of his talented son and rightfully regarded as the foremost alchemist of the Yi family. Thus, this was not merely a concoction. It was a matter of paternal honor. "Do not say anything. I am close to success." Yi Guqing's gaze remained fixed on the alchemical furnace. "Very well." Yi Junlin, feeling helpless, returned with 3 bowls of rice and set them before his father. Regardless, one must eat. Yi Junlin harbored another concern. His father had consumed the spiritual rice for over 10 days, and the repair of his dantian should be nearing completion. In these crucial days, Yi Junlin hoped his father would not jeopardize the recovery of his dantian for the sake of alchemy. "All right, you may leave." Yi Guqing glanced at the furnace. picked up the rice, and began to eat heartily. Observing this, Yi Junlin felt a measure of relief. In truth, after his reincarnation, Yi Junlin found his father's psychological resilience commendable. In his previous life, his father had succumbed to despair, beset by overwhelming tribulations. Was it truly the weight of sorrow? Or something else? How could his father be so fragile? Now, Yi Junlin was somewhat uncertain. Upon returning to the main hall, Zhou Yanru and Chun Ziqing were already seated. Xiaolin, is your father well? I've noticed he has been indifferent to food and drink these past few days, Zhou Yanru inquired with concern. He is fine. He is merely too focused, Yi Junlin replied, adding, Aunt Yin, I am still young, and I am grateful for all you have done for our family. My father is not one to care for himself, alas. There is a saying that men remain boys until death. It speaks to their immaturity. Thank you for looking after us. Zhou Yanru had grown accustomed to Yi Junlin's precociousness and was not surprised by his words. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and softly said, Aunt Yin is just helping out. No need for thanks. When your mother returns one day, I shall not be so involved. Yi Junlin thought Zhou Yanru was truly beautiful and virtuous, and she knew how to navigate social nuances. What a wonderful woman. How could he not seize the opportunity? His father truly was a paragon of stubborn masculinity. Yet, it was understandable. Perhaps his father believed that Bai Ying would return someday. Aunt Yin, Yi Junlin felt compelled to reassure her. I sense that my mother may not return. My father simply refuses to accept this truth. Is that so? Zhou Yanru's eyes sparkled momentarily. Indeed, my intuition has always been rather accurate. Oh, Zhou Yanru lowered her gaze, choosing not to say more. Yi Junlin nearly heard the flutter of her heart. He chuckled inwardly, thinking that his father was fortunate this time. As the moonlight poured down like water, the small courtyard glimmered with clarity. In a corner of the courtyard, the alchemical chamber was ablaze with the vivid flames of the furnace. Yi Guqing, covered in alchemical dust, sat cross-legged on a mat, forming a meditative seal with his hands. At this moment, a vast aura swirled within his dantian, akin to the eye of a storm, rotating slowly. For cultivators, until the elixir is refined, the vital energy remains potent. Yi Guqing was a foundational-level cultivator, and the spiritual energy within his dantian was a product of years of cultivation, refined from the world's spiritual essence, energy that belonged solely to him. The quantity of spiritual energy directly influenced a cultivator's prowess. Yi Guqing had reached the late stage of foundation building, at the 8th level. After his injury, cracks had appeared in his dantian, causing a leakage of spiritual energy, which had diminished his cultivation level. Fortunately, the spiritual rice at home possessed the remarkable ability to mend dantian injuries. Over the past 10 days, the cracks in his dantian had gradually healed, restoring his cultivation to the 8th level of foundation building. This evening, his dantian was fully restored, and he sensed that, nourished by the spiritual rice, it was even more robust than before. Who would dare believe such a thing? Yi Guqing himself felt a sense of unreality. His damaged dantian had been healed by spiritual rice, and not only that, it had become even stronger. Were it not for his personal experience, it would be hard to accept. However, to confirm the restoration was complete, he needed to perform one final task, expanding his dantian. In other words, it was a pressure test. Much like inflating a tire, one must fill it to capacity to determine if it holds air. Yi Guqing appeared tranquil, yet within his dantian, a tempest raged. The spiraling energy in his dantian accelerated, swirling faster and faster, the astonishingly abundant white, fluffy spiritual energy forming brilliant luminous specks that radiated outward. Before long, the stored fluffy spiritual energy was entirely vaporized, causing his dantian to swell with energy, expanding violently. Simultaneously, all of Yi Guqing's meridians began to function, drawing in the world's spiritual essence from the air, refining it, and replenishing his dantian. His dantian, already filled to capacity, was now receiving a continuous influx of new spiritual energy, feeling as if it were on the brink of bursting while gradually expanding outward. Now, Yi Guqing suddenly slapped his storage bag, retrieving a handful of the Bai family's secret high-quality Huanglong pills and popping them into his mouth. Immediately, the potent energy surged forth, racing toward his dantian's energy sea. The potency hit him like strong alcohol, igniting a fiery sensation throughout. While the whirlpool within his dantian spun with increasing intensity, further expanding. The dimensions of his dantian were nearing their limit. Excellent, unleash it. Yi Guqing, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide, his gaze fierce and penetrating, reminiscent of a renewed diamond. In that instant, his dantian seemed to breach a threshold, expanding significantly. Concurrently, a visible, brilliant light flickered within his body, and the air around him reached a peak. Before long, the small chamber fell quiet once more. Yi Guqing took a moment to recuperate, then opened his eyes again, now brimming with elation. I have not only fully restored my dantian, but also ascended a level. I am now at the 9th level of foundation building. This was nothing short of unimaginable. When the dantian is damaged, spiritual energy leaks out, causing continuous decline in cultivation, potentially leading to becoming a complete invalid. Yet now, he had not only recovered, but had also improved. This little rascal. Yi Guqing realized that this spiritual rice likely had extraordinary origins and was undoubtedly linked to his son. Amidst his joy, he suddenly caught a whiff of a pungent, malevolent odor. Oh no! Yi Guqing abruptly recalled the alchemical process, hastily rising to open the furnace door. Bang! 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 The previously perfectly round black-red elixirs now erupted like popping beans, scattering across the alchemical plate. This. Yi Guqing gazed at the all-too-familiar sight before him, sinking once more into despair. This was already the 16th batch of beast blood pills he had concocted. Each time proved to be a challenge, as the blood was notoriously unstable, and he never knew when the pills might explode. Was he truly unsuitable for alchemy? Doubts began to creep into Yi Guqing's mind. However, he reminded himself that crafting a 7th-grade pill was no simple feat. A cultivator must persevere through adversity. He hastily pulled out the pill tray, preparing to discard the entire batch of failed pills when suddenly, amidst the shattered remnants of failed pills, a single, dark red pill was emitting wisps of white vapor, its strong, pungent aroma unmistakably emanating from it. He had succeeded. One pill. Yi Guqing seized the pill and, in a fit of frenzy, dashed outside. Son, wake up quickly. 6-year-old Yi Junlin was still lost in dreams when he was jolted awake to see a ghastly figure. Initially startled, he soon recognized it was his father. Father, scaring someone can be fatal. Please, take a look. Yi Guqing handed him the pill. Dragon blood pill. Yi Junlin declared upon receiving it, instantly recognizing it as a finished product without needing to scrutinize it closely. Though its quality was mediocre, dragon blood pills were not meant for human consumption, so quality was of little consequence. Did you succeed? Yi Guqing asked excitedly. Yes. Yi Junlin replied with a smile. I told you, you could do it. Haha. Yi Guqing laughed heartily. So, my son, is my talent for alchemy a fade? Overwhelmed with joy, he had long doubted himself and questioned his path, but this moment validated his prowess as a prodigy in the world of alchemy. Yi Junlin, eager to support his father's enthusiasm, thought to himself that it took 16 attempts to produce one pill, making him ponder how much material was wasted. Father, you are incredible. You are now the 2nd most talented alchemist in the world. Yi Junlin exclaimed, wrapping his arms around his father's neck. Yi Guqing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. While being the 2nd best was commendable, he was curious about who held the title of the best. Of course it is I, Yi Junlin boldly declared. In the earthly realm, who would dare claim the top spot if I remained silent? Me? Yi Guqing raised an eyebrow, and Yi Junlin quickly added with a grin. You are my father, the elder of the family. That is more like it. Yi Guqing chuckled, though he couldn't help but feel a bit discontented knowing he was only 2nd. While Yi Junlin's alchemical skills surpassed his own, he wondered why he couldn't enjoy the title of the best for a moment. Son, could you not show a little filial piety? He mused. Yet, thinking of another matter. Yi Guqing's heart lightened. By the way, I owe much of this to you. Not only did I refine a 7th-grade treasure pill, but my cultivation has also improved. Father, your dantian has recovered? Yi Junlin exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. Today truly brings double happiness. Not only is your dantian fully restored, but you have also ascended a small realm. Yi Guqing declared proudly, my cultivation is now at the 9th level of foundation establishment. The 9th level of foundation establishment was a significant milestone. One more level up would lead to great perfection of foundation establishment, also known as false dam practitioners. In the cultivation world, there were titles beyond mere levels. For instance, minor practitioners of qi refinement were referred to as disciples, while those in foundation establishment were honored as true persons, and those in golden core could be called ancestors. Yi Guqing, being at the 9th level of foundation establishment, was still regarded as a true person, but with further effort to break through, he could potentially attain the status of an ancestor. He had a penchant for pride, and the thought of being addressed as ancestor brought him joy. Yet Yi Junlin was unimpressed, rolling his eyes. To him, being a Golden Court ancestor was trivial. He could easily defeat hundreds or thousands with a single slap. Shouldn't you be more content about your Dantian's recovery? That is the key to reclaiming your path to immortality. Father, I believe the restoration of your Dantian, the elevation of your realm, and the successful crafting of the treasure pill are all joyous occasions. Indeed, Yi Guqing conceded, recognizing that the restoration of his Dantian and elevation of his realm were indeed two causes for celebration. However, he suddenly recalled something. Gazing at his son with a sense of realization. Son, I have come to understand that this restoration of my Dantian is largely thanks to you. Oh, it was nothing. Yi Junlin replied modestly, though secretly relishing the acknowledgement. His father's realization brought him satisfaction. After all, the spiritual rice they consumed was something he had painstakingly acquired. You once told Aunt Yen about your good fortune in acquiring the finest spiritual rice, Yi Guqing sighed. I initially thought it was pure luck that allowed me to consume such high-quality spiritual rice to restore my Dantian. However, upon reflection, no matter how exceptional the rice, it could not have such effects without you. Seeing his father's emotional gaze, Yi Junlin felt a pang of warmth. Although he had not sought recognition for his deeds, it pleased him that his father understood his sincere intentions. But to his surprise, Yi Guqing continued. It was actually obtained from the old man with the white beard. I am truly grateful to him. I do not know who he is, but he has granted me a second chance at life. After speaking, Yi Guqing stood up and offered 3 bows to the air around him. He then turned and bowed in another direction. In total, he offered 12 bows to the 4 cardinal directions, before proclaiming, Predecessor, since you do not wish to meet, I shall not impose. I can only offer my sincere gratitude through these bows, trusting you will feel my sincerity, no matter your location. What is this peculiar behavior? Yi Junlin lay back in astonishment. Father, you are mistaken. It is I you should be thanking. Yi Junlin thought it amusing to play the role of a selfless benefactor for his father, but since it was his father, he let it slide. Good deeds should go unrecognized. Everyone praises my red scarf. Yi Guqing concluded his gestures and then winked at his son, whispering, Son, that old man with the white beard will surely feel my sincerity, don't you think? Sincerity? You look like a fool, Yi Junlin retorted, burying his head under the covers. I'm tired. You should hurry and refine 100 dragon blood pills for the old man with the white beard. Of course, Yi Guqing had used 300 portions of materials to produce 1 dragon blood pill. However, this was not a loss. Over the past 16 days, he had evolved from a novice to an expert in alchemy, particularly in the precise measurements of various materials and the mastery of the refining process. These were skills that could not be gleaned from books but were acquired through hands-on experience. With this newfound foundation, Yi Junlin decided to further encourage his father. Furthermore, the materials were limited. The mysterious benefactor had only provided him with 700 portions. Although he could waste some materials and request more from the mysterious benefactor, this was crucial for Yi Junlin's next plan. Knowing that someone in the true dragon domain was plotting something, he intended to seize the opportunity for gain. With those greedy, miserly old dragons, it would not be in his character to miss out on a chance to benefit as Yi Junlin, the immortal emperor. Thus, it was essential to leave a trustworthy impression on this mysterious benefactor. The following day, under Yi Junlin's meticulous guidance, Yi Guqing finally refined a complete batch of dragon blood pills. However, this batch only produced 20 pills, far from the 100 desired. Yi Junlin encouraged his father to continue refining on his own, stepping in to guide him after several failed attempts. This cycle of correction and enhancement rapidly elevated Yi Guqing's alchemical skills. If he were to attempt refining high-quality blood pills now, he would find it hardly challenging. After all, having succeeded with 7th-grade pills, what difficulty could 3rd-grade pills present? In truth, Yi Guqing often pondered his craft. The Qingwen Danjing is indeed an esteemed text on alchemy. However, one cannot help but feel that the alchemical prowess of the bastard surpasses even that of the Qingwen Danjing. When did this bastard encounter the venerable old man with a white beard? And when did he embark on his studies of alchemy? Is this white-bearded elder perhaps a descendant of the enigmatic black-robe alchemist? Yi Guqing is perplexed and hesitant to inquire directly, yet his heart swells with admiration and gratitude towards this elder, yearning for the day they might meet face to face. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed in the pursuit of alchemy, and 100 dragon blood pills have been successfully refined, many of which Yi Guqing executed independently. This brings a sigh of relief to Yi Junlin, especially with the imminent alchemy conference in Huangzhou City. He wishes to spare his father any humiliation or harm. Meanwhile, the ceremony for the Yi family's awakening has finally commenced. The opening of the spiritual orifices at the age of 6 is predetermined, with each individual's aptitude set before the ceremony. So why did Yi Guqing risk ridicule and bring his son to awaken at the Yi family? It is because of the connection between the Yi family and the Haoran sect. The founder of the Yi family was a well-known alchemist of the Haoran sect, who, after living out his days, had his descendants settle in Huangzhou City. This ancestor was well-liked and bestowed many blessings. Thus, every year, a disciple from the Haoran sect is invited to witness the awakening ceremony. Should any candidates exhibit exceptional aptitude, they are duly recorded and, upon reaching the age of 12 or 13, may have the opportunity to partake in the examinations for outer disciples of the Haoran sect. Naturally, those with the most outstanding qualifications are directly taken to the Haoran sect, paving their path to immortality. The walls of Huangzhou City rise 20 meters high, cloaked in a deep black hue, adorned with dark golden runes that evoke awe and trepidation. At this moment, a terrestrial flying vessel glides gracefully towards the city. As it descends before Huazhou, 2 cultivators, an elder and a youth, disembark. The elder wears a smile, exuding warmth, while the young cultivator bears a cold demeanor, regarding the hurriedly retreating mortals with a hint of disdain. Brother Min, why not land the vessel within the city, directly at the residence of your friend Yi? The young cultivator inquires with dissatisfaction. The elder, known as Brother Min, retracts the treasure vessel and replies with a chuckle, Qingyun. It is an unwritten rule in the mundane world to avoid flying over cities in such magical crafts. Consider that there are countless lives within these walls, and among them may reside formidable cultivators. To soar above them is not only discourteous, but may also invite unforeseen complications. The same applies in the wilderness. Maintaining distance from other sects or sanctuaries is prudent, better to err on the side of caution. Listening to Brother Min imparting the wisdom of the realm, Zhao Qingyun scoffs, his expression one of disdain. Some third-rate sects, mere scattered cultivators, are hardly worth acknowledgement. The Haoran sect, as the preeminent cultivation sect of the great Hao immortal nation, stands aloof, its disciples far superior. Brother Min, seeing his disciples' arrogance, merely chuckles, choosing not to engage further as they enter the towering gates of Huangzhou City. As the 2 celestial masters pass by, whispers arise among the mortals. Indeed, I saw them arrive in silence aboard that vessel, radiant with treasure light. Truly, the methods of immortals are remarkable. I wonder what level of cultivation that elder possesses. He must be at least a golden core ancestor. Did you notice their sleeves adorned with golden wave patterns? They are disciples of the Haoran sect. How impressive. Surely they are visiting the Yi family. Without a doubt, the Yi family's awakening ceremony is about to commence. After the celestial masters have passed, a 12-year-old boy, munching on wontons by the roadside, lifts his head and exclaims, "Mother, I miss my father." The beautiful woman beside him, also savoring wontons, scolds, "You foolish child. How many times must I tell you? The head of the Bai family is your father. You cannot even distinguish between your real father and another. Your poor aptitude has brought shame upon me." Unfazed by his mother's reprimand, the simple-minded Yi Chuan shrinks his head and continues eating. At the mention of his father, Bai Ying loses her appetite for wontons, angrily casting aside her porcelain spoon. As she listens to the surrounding murmurs regarding the Yi family and Yi Guqing, her thoughts swirl in a tempest of complexity. She does not regret leaving Yi Guqing. He is but a worthless man. Furthermore, she never cared for him, her heart ever yearning for Bai Haotian. During their time together, Bai Haotian treated her with exceptional kindness, only to later reveal his true colors, viewing her merely as a tool. Yet, her feelings for Bai Haotian are a tumultuous blend of love and hate, an obsession that lingers. The easier something is to attain, the less value it holds. The more Yi Guqing cares for her, the more she looks down upon him. Conversely, the more Bai Haotian dismisses her, the more devoted she becomes, unable to let go. After painstakingly ruining Yi Guqing, she had hoped to rekindle her past with Bai Haotian, only to realize that he never regarded her as important, refusing her entry into the Bai family. Alas, if you possess superior aptitude, the family head would surely welcome me. The more she gazes at Yi Chuan, the more contempt she feels. Yi Chuan's awakening at 6, with merely 7 openings, is truly lackluster. Yet, she cannot voice her disdain, for her own aptitude is no better. Having trained for over 20 years and still remaining at the 5th level of Qi refinement, she wonders if this upcoming Yi family awakening ceremony will yield any remarkable young talents, able to enter the Haoran sect directly. Sigh. The Yi family is no longer what it once was. Who says they are not? Yi Guqing, the master of alchemy, has refined extraordinary pills, filling the city with their fragrance. This singular skill in alchemy could sustain the Yi family for another 200 years. Yet, it is said he has lost his cultivation. What a pity. Upon hearing Yi Guqing's name, Bai Ying's brows furrow in confusion. She finds this puzzling. After a decade of marriage and the birth of 2 sons, she never heard of his aptitude for alchemy. Although Yi Guqing hails from a lineage of alchemists, he was not taught much in the way of alchemical arts. The Yu family had always regarded him as a cultivator due to his promising qualities, even sending him to the Haoran sect as an outer disciple for a time. When they were together, Yi Guqing often joked about not being akin to the Yi family, his alchemical skills woefully inadequate. How could he have risen to the position of chief alchemist in just a few days back at the Yi family? Bai Ying has pondered this question daily, yet finds no clarity. In her heart, she is skeptical. Yet the evidence of the dragon pill ascending and the city filled with its fragrance is undeniable. She has seen and smelled it herself. Is Yi Guqing truly a master of alchemy? She is now caught in a web of half-belief. Could this wastrel have concealed his talents from her all along? As these thoughts swirl in her mind, a sinister smile creeps across her face. Even if Yi Guqing possesses alchemical talent, what of it? He remains ensnared by the machinations of the Bai family head. Yesterday, she was compelled to rewrite the divorce document. She sensed an undercurrent of malevolence lurking within. Yi Guqing, regardless of your circumstances, come the day of the Huangzhou City Alchemy Conference, your fate shall be sealed. With a disdainful snort, she dismisses the thought of her other son. Yi Lin, entirely. That was merely an accident. The Bai family head forbade her from bearing children with Yi Guqing, yet somehow, she had given birth to Yi Lin. A consequence of a moment's neglect. Thus, even though she has borne this child, she harbors no affection. Her mind chooses to selectively forget him. The Haoran sect cultivator, Min Jingyuan, accompanied by his junior brother Zhao Qingyun, first pays a visit to the city lord of Huangzhou for pleasantries before making their way to the Yi family. The Yi family has made preparations in advance, tidying their home and welcoming the 2 cultivators. Leading the way is Yi Cheng, the family head, a practitioner at the early stages of the Golden Core realm, who is well acquainted with Min Jingyuan. They greet each other warmly and introduce their company. This is our 7th son, currently the chief alchemist of the Yi family, Yi Guqing. Cultivators appreciate tranquility. Thus, the family head has not brought anyone else along. Opting to present Yi Guqing to their guests, Yi Guqing had already refreshed himself. No longer resembling the untidy figure he had been a few days prior in the alchemical chamber. Uncle Min, Yi Guqing quickly greeted. Min Jingyuan smiled, saying, I have known you since you were an outer disciple at the Haoran sect. He then introduced, this is my junior brother, Zhao Qingyun, whom my master has entrusted to me to attend the Yi family's enlightenment ceremony and to experience some worldly trials. Zhao Qingyun, though still in the foundational stage of cultivation, had already become a direct disciple of a nascent soul master, showcasing his extraordinary talent. He offered a slight bow to Yi Cheng, who was at the Golden Core stage, but completely disregarded Yi Guqing. Yi Cheng led the 2 cultivators into the Yi family hall, with Yi Guqing closely following. Once they were seated, Yi Guqing ordered tea to be served and engaged in pleasantries. Min Jingyuan remarked, the last time I visited the Yi family was 5 years ago. Time flies, doesn't it? Yi Cheng nodded in agreement, reflecting, although cultivators have lifespans far exceeding those of mortals, time still takes its toll. I too have grown old. Not at all, Min Jingyuan laughed. As a Golden Core cultivator, you still have 300 years ahead of you. Yet, he continued, that does not diminish the passage of time. Unlike you at Haoran sect, where cultivation continues to rise, prolonging your lifespan. Min Jingyuan sighed. I have not advanced in many years. The future belongs to the younger generation, like Guqing and Qingyun. I remember Guqing's cultivation talent was quite promising. Yi Guqing quickly replied. Not at all. Min Jingyuan added, when I last came, I did not see you. Was there a dispute within your family? Yi Cheng explained, there were misunderstandings among us. But we are family. Everything has been resolved now. Yi Guqing admitted, it was my immaturity. Yi Cheng then mentioned, though Guqing's dantian has suffered some damage, his alchemical talent remains commendable. He is now our foremost alchemist. His intention in mentioning this was not to undermine Yi Guqing, but to inquire whether Haoran sect possessed any alchemical remedies to prevent Guqing's cultivation from declining. However, Zhao Qingyun, who had remained silent until now, could not suppress a scoff. He felt slightly offended that Min Jingyuan had compared him to Yi Guqing. Considering himself a prodigious disciple of the righteous sect, Haoran, having become a direct disciple of a nascent soul master at a young age. What was Yi Guqing? Now, hearing of Yi Guqing's dantian being shattered, he thought that would only render him a useless mortal in the future. How could a waste of potential be compared to him? Thus, he boldly stated, Yi Daoyu, with your dantian broken, your cultivation will inevitably decline, and you will ultimately become a useless mortal. This position of chief alchemist may not last long. Though Zhao Qingyun's cultivation might not surpass Yi Guqing's, his status was still high, prompting Yi Cheng to hastily interject. Although Guqing's dantian is damaged, his cultivation has not dropped significantly, and it does not affect his alchemical abilities. That is merely a matter of time, Zhao Qingyun retorted. The dantian is vital for a cultivator. Any flaw cannot be tolerated. I am not being harsh. It is inevitable that he will become a waste, and you should start considering a successor for the chief alchemist position. His repeated mention of waste was not aimed directly at Yi Guqing, but it stung the ears of those present. Min Jinyuan interjected. Junior brother Qingyun is young and speaks candidly. Do not take offense, housemaster. Not at all. What Qingyun said is indeed the truth, Yi Qing noted, regretting having brought up the matter. However, he thought, since it was mentioned, he might as well continue. So, Taoist men, I would like to inquire if you or Howren sect possess any suitable materials that could be used by Guqing, not necessarily to restore his dantian, but simply to prevent his cultivation from declining. Well, there are not many medicinal materials for that purpose, Min Jinyuan pondered. Yi Guqing felt a pang of regret for not informing the housemaster about the need to repair his dantian sooner. At that moment, he hurriedly interjected, Housemaster, I have recently consumed some high-quality spirit rice, and my dantian has basically recovered. Before he could finish, Zhao Qingyun let out another scoff, muttering to himself, what a facade. Indeed, with a damaged dantian, recovery to its original state was nearly impossible. Precious materials could only delay the decline of cultivation. To assert that consuming some high-quality spirit rice could heal a damaged dantian was absurd. His words left everyone feeling awkward. The housemaster, too, found Yi Guqing's claim somewhat ridiculous, and thus, he said, Guqing, Taoist Min is one of us. There is no need for pretense. Yi Guqing felt frustrated, thinking, I am merely speaking the truth. What pretense is there? Min Jinyuan contemplated, I do not possess such materials, but the sect may have some. I heard last time that we acquired some 10,000-year-old gathering energy grass, which could be used in alchemy and should prevent spiritual energy from leaking. However, the price for such an item. Yi Cheng quickly said, please inquire, Taoist men. The Yi family is willing to pay any price. What would I need that for? Yi Guqing hastily protested, Housemaster, I truly have recovered. Yi Cheng's expression darkened as he retorted, I know you have pride and love to show off, but do not focus on face-saving at such a time. How dare you accuse me of showing off? Yi Guqing felt a desire to scream. Since the housemaster had made up his mind, Yi Guqing no longer wished to converse with them. Fortunately, Min Jinyuan planned to consult Howren's sect, as the 10,000-year-old gathering energy grass was indeed a precious item, and having money did not guarantee its availability. They continued discussing the arrangements for the enlightenment ceremony until Yi Cheng instructed Yi Guqing to present the prepared gifts. The bonds of the older generation had grown increasingly tenuous, so gifts had become paramount in communication. Min Jinyuan and Zhao Qingyun accepted the black pouch offered, using their spiritual senses to inspect its contents, appearing quite satisfied. They were soon escorted to their lodgings. Once the guests departed, Yi Guqing said, Housemaster, I truly have restored my dantian, and my cultivation has even advanced a level. Still pretending, Yi Cheng shot him a glare and turned to leave. Yi Guqing stood there for a while, eventually shaking his head, pondering why no one believed the truth these days. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard of the Yi family, Yi Junlin sat quietly in his small room. If one were to closely observe his eyes, they would notice a flickering pale blue light. System, please connect me with the anonymous trader. Soon, a message from the other party arrived. Taoist friend, have the elixirs been refined? Rest assured, I have successfully refined 100 dragon blood pills. Please inspect them. The other party had previously provided Yi Junlin with the blood of a dragon. Thus Yi Junlin directly traded the dragon blood pills in return. Confirmed, all is in order. The other party responded promptly. According to standard anonymous trading procedures, at this point, both parties could close the transaction, ensuring no one would know the other's identity, thus preventing further exchanges. However, Yi Junlin then inquired, is your surname Long or Ao? The other party clearly showed surprise, hesitating for a moment before responding. Who are you? What do you want? Your identity is known to me, Yi Junlin said with a faint smile. In the true dragon domain, there are various surnames. But only the Long and Ao families can be trusted. I am not from the true dragon domain. I am closing the transaction. Trying to escape? Yi Junlin smiled slightly. Sending another message. The 9 dragons contend for supremacy. The true dragon changes hands. In the grand halls of the true dragon domain, a richly dressed cultivator with the head of a dragon pondered the significance of these 8 characters, his expression shifting dramatically. Initially cautious, he had prepared to close the transaction and cease further discussion. However, upon seeing those 8 characters, he dared not terminate the transaction without clarification. Could it be that the news had truly leaked? Upon contemplating the consequences of this revelation, he turned pale with fright and urgently inquired once more, "Who exactly are you?" Yi Junlin sensed the other party's unease and replied, "I cannot disclose my identity, but I can reveal the origin of my being." From where? The Yujing immortal domain. The Tianji sect. The head of the dragon cultivators gasped in astonishment. The Yujing immortal domain, as legends say, is a realm situated at the pinnacle of the immortal world, shrouded in mystery and unparalleled in prestige. Senior from the Yujing immortal domain, may I inquire the meaning behind those 8 characters you just mentioned? The tone of the person across from him shifted, becoming considerably more polite. Yi Junlin responded, "I, too, am unaware of their significance. However, I sensed a shift in the heavens recently and performed an ancient star divination, which yielded those 8 characters. Upon realizing you are of the true dragon domain, I wish to inquire about their meaning. The inquiry does not pertain to humans. I am unable to decipher it," the head of the dragon cultivators admitted, visibly relieved upon discerning that the other party was not from the true dragon domain. Yet, in the next moment, fear gripped him once more. Yi Junlin smirked and remarked, "If that is the case, I shall consult the Black Dragon King and see if he comprehends these 8 characters." "Senior, please don't." The head of the dragon cultivators trembled, his face drained of color as if all vigor had been siphoned from his body. "A mere little dragon. Let us see how you evade this." Yi Junlin's lips curled into a cold smile, his tone slightly softened. "If I am not mistaken, you belong to the purple dragon lineage, the instigator of the 9 dragons seizing the throne. Do you not wish for me to divine the fate of your clan?" The head of the dragon cultivators was utterly dumbfounded, feeling as though his identity had been completely unveiled. He was at the mercy of Yi Junlin, who dictated the rhythm of their conversation. "Senior, how did you come to know my identity? I implore you to show mercy. I am willing to pay any price." He was baffled as to how the other party knew his true identity. In truth, it was quite simple. Yi Junlin was a reincarnated being, well-versed in the history and subsequent developments of the true dragon domain. At this moment, the true dragon domain was under the tyrannical rule of the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon's cruelty and mercilessness had led to widespread suffering among the dragon clans, who had long harbored thoughts of rebellion. However, the Black Dragon King was formidable, and his clan was filled with powerful individuals. The 9 dragon clans ultimately devised a treacherous scheme to frame the wayward dragon Ao Hai, inciting internal strife within the Black Dragon clan. The mastermind behind the alliance of the 9 dragon clans was none other than the Purple Dragon clan. Yi Junlin stated, "The Black Dragon's tyranny and the Dragon King's heartlessness have drawn the ire of the world. The various dragon clans have endured millennia of oppression, with the Purple Dragon clan suffering the most acutely. If the Purple Dragons do not rise against this, it would be against the natural order. Thus, I surmise that you are of the Purple Dragon lineage." Hearing sympathy for the Purple Dragon clan in the other party's words, the head of the dragon cultivators felt a surge of emotion. "Senior, you understand my clan's plight. I am immensely grateful. To be honest, this scheme was born out of desperation, and these 100 dragon blood pills are intended for the wayward dragon's offspring." Yi Junlin mused, indeed a cunning plan. After the wayward dragon's offspring consumes them, they would find it impossible to evade responsibility. The dragon blood pills were not an issue, but the Black Dragon King had prohibited the use of black dragon blood in their creation. To kill a black dragon and refine pills from its blood was akin to utilizing human blood for alchemy, a matter of ethical significance. Once the Black Dragon King learned of this, he would undoubtedly respond with ruthless measures. However, the wayward dragon was the second most powerful member of the Black Dragon clan and would certainly protect his own. Such a situation would lead to an inevitable confrontation, resulting in mutual destruction, thereby providing the other 9 dragon clans with an opportunity to rebel. Yi Junlin remarked, "The plan is sound. As a member of the Tianji sect, I can even foresee its success. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance, the head of the dragon cultivators exclaimed with unbridled joy. The Tianji sect, capable of tracing the past and predicting the future, was the most mysterious sect in the immortal world. Now that even a powerful figure from the Tianji sect affirmed the plan's viability, how could he not be delighted? Yet, Yi Junlin continued, however, this scheme is too insidious. What grievance does the wayward dragon's offspring hold against you? Should this plan succeed, it is likely that the Purple Dragon clan will face divine retribution. What? The head of the dragon cultivator's expression transformed dramatically once more. Yi Junlin was not deceiving him. The repercussions of the 9 dragons seizing the throne would result in the Black Dragon King's demise, the wayward dragon fleeing, and ultimately the Red Dragon King ruling over the true dragon domain. The instigators, the Purple Dragon clan, would be annihilated by the rampaging Black Dragon clan under the wayward dragon's leadership, resulting in the total extermination of the Purple Dragon clan's lineage. By the time Yi Junlin attained the status of an immortal emperor, the Purple Dragon clan would have all but vanished from the true dragon domain, becoming a mere footnote in history. Senior, I beseech your guidance. The Purple Dragon clan is willing to repay you in full. The head of the dragon cultivators was rendered speechless. Their rebellion against the Black Dragons aimed to secure the survival and growth of the Purple Dragon clan, freeing them from oppression. Yet, if they overthrew the Black Dragon King, the Purple Dragon clan would also be utterly destroyed. It would be better to maintain the status quo. Senior, the fate of the Purple Dragon clan rests entirely in your hands. I implore you to guide us. Whether to proceed or refrain from this matter rests upon your word. The head of the dragon cultivators, in a state of confusion, had lost all conviction and directly pleaded. Do you think you have the authority to decide? Are you the leader of the Purple Dragon clan? Yi Junlin questioned. I am not the clan leader. The head of the dragon cultivators faltered. He suddenly realized that he held no decision-making power. If he reported this matter to the clan leader, the leader might not even believe him. And there was also the issue of not wishing to expose his secret regarding the system. If the leader were to say, invite this esteemed friend from the Tianji sect for a discussion in the true dragon domain, how would he respond? Senior, what is the best course of action now? Perhaps you could visit the true dragon domain and discuss matters in detail with our clan leader. We will surely express our utmost gratitude. Yi Junlin thought to himself, I am merely 6 years old. Why would I bother with such trivialities? Moreover, the elder dragons of the true dragon domain are not easy to deal with. Even if I attain the status of an immortal emperor, I would rather not stir up trouble. Those from the Yujing realm are disinterested in worldly affairs. Yi Junlin feigned profundity, offered a few enigmatic words, and added, were it not for my younger generation seeking some cultivation materials, I would not even bother discussing this with you. Hearing this, the head of the dragon cultivators was overjoyed. He feared that the senior would decline. But since there was a need, it would be much easier to arrange. What does the esteemed senior require? I will procure it immediately as a show of sincerity. Excellent. Yi Junlin had been awaiting this very phrase. I require 2 items. First, a dragon marrow pill, and second, a copy of the ancient immortal body technique. This, it must be said, the dragon race is notoriously stingy. Treasures in their possession are seldom relinquished. Just moments ago, the head of the dragon cultivators had spoken with unwavering confidence, yet doubts began to creep in. Could the person opposite him be a fraud? Senior, these 2 treasures are indeed extraordinary within my clan, and I lack the authority to procure them. I beseech you to grant me a few days to discuss this matter with the clan leader. Upon hearing this, Yi Junlin recognized that the miserly elder dragon had reverted to its old habits. He smiled faintly. No matter how many treasures there were, one must be alive to enjoy them. Compared to the fate of the Purple Dragon clan, these 2 items were but trifles. Whether they were willing was for them to decide. Indeed, the head of the dragon cultivators felt that what the other party said made sense. At least from his perspective, he had begun to trust the other party. However, Senior, I fear I may not be able to persuade the clan leader. After all, my communication with you through the system is something I cannot reveal to him. A cold smile appeared on Yi Junlin's lips. These elder dragons truly would not act unless they saw tangible evidence. However, the logic of the Purple Dragon's statement was sound. If he did not offer something of value, the other party would not take the bait. Who could blame him for genuinely needing these 2 items? Let me share my thoughts. Yi Junlin continued. This plan is indeed feasible. I support your execution of it. However, the pressing issue is how your Purple Dragon clan will ensure its own safety at this critical moment. Furthermore, After the Black Dragon King is slain, how will the Purple Dragon Clan negotiate its interests within the alliance of the 9 clans? Precisely. Every word from the senior carries profound wisdom. I am in complete admiration. Please, senior, enlighten us further. Yi Junlin replied, let us engage in a transaction. You provide me with the 2 treasures I seek, and I shall reveal to you the whereabouts of the item your clan has been searching for. What? The head of the dragon cultivator's eyes sparkled with excitement. Senior, do you know what my clan has been seeking? The ancient true dragons of the 13 clans are all in pursuit of this object. It is indeed fortunate for the Violet Dragon Clan that the treasures of the other 12 clans lie in the hands of the Black Dragon King, while your treasures are scattered far and wide. Senior, you truly possess an extraordinary understanding of our Dragon Clan affairs, the dragon-headed cultivator exclaimed. Overwhelmed with joy and completely convinced of Yi Junlin's integrity, with this item in hand, the Violet Dragon Clan would not only survive, but could also vie for greater benefits among the 9 great dragon clans, potentially even producing a Violet Dragon King to dominate the true dragon realm. Senior, I shall report this to the clan leader at once. A response will be forthcoming within 3 days. Exiting the system, Yi Junlin reflected upon the difficulty of extracting something from the old dragon. Nonetheless, the Dragon Essence Pill and the Ancient Immortal Body Technique are indeed unparalleled treasures, exceedingly difficult to obtain even for immortals in the celestial realm. The Dragon Essence Pill requires the essence of the most talented young dragons, and crafting a single pill destroys at least 3 such prodigies, making it 100-fold more heinous than the Dragon Blood Pill, with very few existing in the true dragon realm. The Ancient Immortal Body Technique is an even rarer cultivation treasure, long lost to most celestial realms, surviving only within ancient races like the Dragon Clan that have endured through countless epochs. It seems that in this lifetime, all of history must be altered. Yi Junlin pondered. However, he did not hesitate. His rebirth is meant to change history. In this life, I shall be the heavenly emperor, wielding the mandate of heaven. Whatever I desire the world to be, it shall conform to my will. Just after Yi Junlin finished his conversation with the old dragon, Yi Guqing returned. Having just entertained 2 esteemed guests from the Howren sect, his expression appeared somewhat despondent. He sat in the main hall, lost in thought. Father, what troubles you? Are you feeling down? Yi Junlin inquired, puzzled. Alas, Yi Guqing sighed. I told the clan leaders that my Dantian has recovered, yet they refuse to believe me, insisting that I am merely vain and trying to show off. Am I truly that kind of person? Yi Junlin wanted to say, be more confident, remove the doubt. Father, you truly are that kind of person. However, saying so would surely provoke his father's wrath. Father, disregard what others think. We shall live well regardless. Yi Junlin rephrased. In truth, caring about one's image and putting on airs is not inherently wrong. Who doesn't do so? The key is to have the capital to back it up. Since they believe you are pretending, then let us show them style. Create a presence. Make your mark upon the world and venture into the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing felt a surge of enthusiasm. If we are to pretend, why not do so with flair? My son, you truly understand me. Yi Guqing exclaimed, deeply moved by his son's words. However, how could he project such style and presence? Yi Junlin laughed heartily. That is simple. Dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Achieve the Golden Core stage, and then who would dare doubt your claim of having restored your Dantian? Indeed, Yi Guqing was enlightened. He was currently at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, having previously been at the 8th level. The clan leader's spiritual vision could not discern the difference. This technique could only identify early, mid, or late stages, hence it could not ascertain his improvement. However, if he were to form a Golden Core, no. Even if he merely reached the perfect 10th level of Foundation Establishment, others would surely recognize his advancement. At that point, he would not need to explain. The truth would speak for itself. My son, you are truly my thoughtful little treasure. Yi Junlin chuckled. Father, little treasure is typically reserved for daughters. Then you are my big pair of trousers. Yi Junlin found himself at a loss for words with such a father. Now that Yi Guqing had received advice from his son, he felt less anxious. After all, having just broken through to the 9th level, how could he quickly achieve perfection? He shifted the topic. Son, I have recently been making significant strides, and I haven't brought you any shame. Yi Junlin thought to himself, that is your own achievement. He then listened as his father continued, make sure you don't embarrass me tomorrow. You have inherited my excellent aptitude and used 1,000,000 spiritual stones worth of materials to refine your skills. The number of openings you achieve cannot be less than my 36. That's hard to say, Yi Junlin replied. What if I inherit my mother's aptitude like Yi Chuan and only open 7? That can't be true. Yi Guqing exclaimed, startled. All his hopes rested on his younger son. If he too turned out to be a failure, he would find it hard to face. Yet after a moment of contemplation, he gently patted his son's head. Do not feel pressured. A cultivator's aptitude is determined by fate, not something you can control. So even if your aptitude resembles Xiaochuan's, it is I who would owe you an apology. Just perform normally in tomorrow's test. Hearing this, Yi Junlin's mood brightened considerably. His father still cared for him, not holding any disdain for him due to inferior aptitude. Rather, he even expressed remorse. Father, you needn't worry. I will control my destiny in this life. I will open as many apertures as I desire. Yi Guqing rejoiced, clapping his hands. My son, I knew your aptitude would not disappoint. Otherwise, I would truly feel remorse. Wait, Yi Junlin nearly spat out blood. Is that how you express remorse? Are you really my father? The next morning, at the Yi family ancestral hall, the rituals commenced with offerings to their ancestors, expressing gratitude for the blessings bestowed. After completing these rites, everyone gathered in the grand hall adjacent to the ancestral hall, the venue for the aperture opening ceremony. The two cultivators from the Haoran sect, along with clan leaders and elders, occupied the prominent seats, while all descendants of the Yi family assembled below. Everyone understood that opening apertures within the Yi family could grant access to the Haoran sect. Thus, those connected to the Yi family sought every means to send their children to participate. The Yi family, however, did not accept everyone indiscriminately, aside from the family descendants. Only those with close ties to the Yi family were permitted entry, allocated quotas based on their relationships. Today, even the city Lord Huang brought his daughter to attend the Yi family's aperture opening ceremony. Lord Huang has arrived. Please take your seat, clan leader Yi Chung quickly greeted. Lord Huang smiled. I heard that the Yi family is holding an aperture opening ceremony, so I brought my daughter to test her aptitude. If she is suitable, I will entrust her to the two friends here. Min Jingyuan and Shan Dao explained. For your information, Lord City Lord, according to the rules of the Haoran sect, opening 12 apertures is considered ordinary, qualifying one for the middle three paths. 24 apertures is noteworthy, allowing entry into the outer disciple selection. 36 and above are exceptional, permitting direct entry into the Haoran sect's outer disciples at 12 years old. Only those who open 72 or more apertures will be taken directly. In reality, whether the aptitude was ordinary or exceptional, it merely recorded a name for potential entry into the Haoran sect in the future, without guaranteeing that one would ultimately become a disciple. However, those with 72 or more apertures were regarded as top-tier geniuses, coveted by various sects, and could directly enter the Haoran sect, swiftly promoted to formal inner disciples. If any ancestor or even a nascent soul cultivator took a liking to them, they could become a personal disciple and ascend to great heights. Everyone aspired to be a top-tier genius, but such individuals were exceedingly rare, like phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. The last top-tier genius from the Yi family was their current ancestor, who had been in seclusion for 400 years. Haha. Lord Huang laughed heartily. Naturally, we shall adhere to the rules of the Haoran sect. Though he appeared completely confident, no one took heed. After all, top-tier geniuses with 72 or more apertures were exceedingly scarce, and few believed that Lord Huang's daughter could be such a prodigy. Yet Yi Junlin was fully aware that Lord Huang must have already tested his daughter's aptitude, discovering that she had opened 78 apertures. The Lord likely did not wish for his daughter's exceptional talent to fall into the hands of the declining Dahao immortal kingdom. Hence he brought her to the Yi family to open apertures and secure her entry into the Haoran sect. Additionally, there was another young lady surpassing 72 apertures, Chen Zining, the daughter of Zhou Yanro. The little girl, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, has astonishingly opened 85 meridians. It is indeed a spectacle to behold. Ironically, at the Leaf family's meridian opening ceremony, none of the remarkable talents were descendants of the Leaf clan. However, this time, things are different. Yi Juling surveyed the scene with an air of pride, glancing around at a group of 6-year-olds. In the realm of cultivation, children mature quickly. They all understood the significance of this day and what opening their meridians would mean for their futures. Thus, each child was dressed splendidly, radiating vitality. The boys donned elegant robes, exuding charm, while the girls wore an array of flowing dresses, each displaying their unique grace. Most notably, the daughters of the city lord, Huang Eileen, and the little girl, Chen Zining, captured everyone's attention. Both were adorned with delicate features, promising to be stunning beauties in the future. And they carried themselves with an air of pride. Yi Guqing observed the children of others, then glanced at his own son, feeling a surge of frustration. This boy, oblivious to the occasion, appeared nonchalant and lackadaisical, inciting irritation with every passing moment. Yet, Yu Juling remained unfazed. Having encountered countless grand events, he regarded this ceremony with indifference. As the auspicious time arrived, blessed by their ancestors, the ceremony commenced. Following a series of rituals, they began assessing each child's talent. The names of the Li family descendants were already prepared, with Yi Junling being the last to be called. Although Huang Aileen arrived later, her father, the city lord, was granted precedence by the family head, Yi Cheng. With a smile, Yi Cheng insisted Huang Aileen should go first, after all. It matters not whether it is done now or later. Grateful, the city lord allowed his daughter to step forward. Greetings to the esteemed elders, Huang Aileen said, demonstrating poise as she bowed to Min Zhengyuan and Zhao Qingyun. The two esteemed guests smiled in return, charmed by the girl's beauty. Please kneel and place your right hand upon the jade tablet, concentrating fully. Distractions will lead to inaccurate results, Min Zhengyuan instructed. Huang Aileen complied. Kneeling and placing her palm on the tablet, closing her eyes and clearing her mind. Suddenly, Zhao Qingyun's expression shifted as he observed the jade tablet illuminating with points of light, his astonishment palpable. Min Zhengyuan, equally taken aback, realized the city lord's daughter possessed extraordinary talent. The luminous display surged to a peak of 82 points before stabilizing at 78, thus revealing her exceptional potential. An unparalleled genius, Min Zhengyuan exclaimed, delight radiating from his features as he addressed Huang Aileen. To encounter a seed of such talent on this day is a rare occurrence. Zhao Qingyun diligently recorded her results, noting the 78 meridian openings and the peak potential of 82. With the city's lord's foresight, he presented 2 small black pouches to the 2 cultivators, expressing gratitude for their future guidance of his daughter within the sect. Certainly, both Min Zhengyuan and Zhao Qingyun replied, their expressions brightening. They recognized that discovering such a prodigy would yield additional rewards upon their return to the sect. However, the family head and elders of the Leaf clan wore expressions of envy and bitterness, lamenting the absence of talented descendants. Congratulations, city lord, they praised. A genius with 78 meridians. Truly remarkable. Within the vast realm of Dahao, such talent was a rarity. And the city lord was destined to enjoy the fruits of his daughter's success. As the crowd celebrated, the city lord reveled in the accolades, but stole glances at the Leaf family, noting the subtle bitterness in their smiles. It was no wonder. The Leaf clan had been waning in strength over the years. The emergence of Yi Guqing, with his 36 meridians, had been a source of great pride, yet he had been led astray by a woman of mediocre talent. Since then, each successive generation had been increasingly lackluster. As the next Leaf children presented themselves for assessment, the results were disheartening, with most displaying mediocre or poor talent, and none achieving more than 24 openings. The city lord sighed inwardly, aware of the rival by family plotting to usurp the annual meridian assessments from the Leaf clan. However, out of respect for the family head, they had refrained from acting thus far. He mused that once the family head passed, the Leaf clan would likely disintegrate. The most valuable asset of the Leaf clan lay in the fertile lands of Yi Family Valley, coveted by the Bai family for years. The city lord contemplated whether to assist the Bai clan in their ambitions during their next visit. As the Leaf youths emerged one by one, the expressions of the Leaf elders darkened, with Huang Aileen's brilliance overshadowing their own. The results of the Leaf children were dismal. The family head felt the weight of despair. At that moment, Chen Zining, accompanied by her mother Zhou Yanru, entered the hall. Zhou Yanru, whose late husband was a member of the Hao Ran sect, greeted the esteemed guests. Min, Qingyun, it's been a while, she acknowledged with a warm smile. Min Jingyuan rose, his demeanor amiable. Zhou Yanru, what a pleasant surprise to see you here after so long. Zhou Yanru nodded, her smile tinged with nostalgia. My family is related to the Leaf clan, so I grew up here. After my husband passed, I brought my daughter to reside in this place. Min Jingyuan reminisced, Chen Chai-Xiao was a remarkable talent. I recall he opened 105 meridians, a top-tier aptitude in the Haoran sect. Zhou Yanru's lovely visage, however, bore a hint of sorrow. Despite her husband's exceptional talent, his early demise had left her a widow, raising their child alone. Yi Guqing, seated nearby, felt a tumult of emotions. He understood Zhou Yanru's plight but felt unworthy of her. Her late husband had opened 105 meridians, while he himself had merely 36. Though he was esteemed within the Leaf clan, his aptitude paled in comparison at the Haoran sect. Zhao Qinyun, who had been growing impatient, brightened at the sight of Zhou Yanru, approaching her with respect. Greetings, third sister-in-law. Zhou Yanru's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Her deceased husband was not the third in rank. Zhao Qingyun participated in a small group within the sect called the Bamboo Grove Society, where everyone, regardless of their cultivation level, referred to each other as brothers, assisting one another in completing sect tasks and sharing insights on their practices. The Bamboo Grove Society held significant influence among the younger generation of cultivators. The third-ranked cultivator had been ardently pursuing Zhou Yanru, his advances widely known throughout the sect. He even proclaimed that once he reached the nascent soul stage, he would request the sect's intervention to make Zhou Yanru his concubine. Unable to endure his persistent advances, Zhou Yanru fled the Haoran sect with her daughter to seek peace at the Yi family estate. When Zhao Qingyun addressed her as third sister-in-law, it made her uncomfortable. She could not help but respond sternly, stating, "My husband, Chai Xiao, died loyal to the sect. I vowed to remain single in mourning for him. And the elders of the sect agree. Your frivolity towards me is an insult to my late husband." Zhao Qingyun, chastened by her words, felt his face flush with embarrassment and frustration. He had little standing in the Bamboo Grove Society and merely sought to ingratiate himself with the third brother. Feeling irked, he retorted, "Sister Yanru, such remarks are rather pointless. The 3 years of mourning have long passed. Do you intend to live out your days in solitude? I speak for your benefit. My third brother is at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, soon to achieve full mastery, with extraordinary talent and unmatched strength. His affections for you are profound. He is worthy of you. How, then, can you speak of insult?" Zhou Yanru's face flushed with anger. She had sought refuge at the Yi family estate to escape such gossip, yet Zhao Qingyun's words had made it public knowledge. Furthermore, her admired Yu Guqing was nearby, and Zhao Qingyun's meddling might stir unwanted thoughts in him. "Zhao Qingyun, did you come here to act as a mediator?" Zhou Yanru asked bluntly. "I am not here as a mediator. I merely wish to greet you as third sister-in-law," he replied. Just then, Min Jingyuan stepped forward, sensing the rising tension. "Qingyun, Yanru is your senior, and Chai Xiao died loyal to the sect. You must not offend her." "I did not, enough." Min Jingyuan interrupted Zhao Qingyun, then turned to Zhou Yanru with a wry smile. "Sister Yanru, let us not dwell on this. Is this Xiqing? Let us first assess her aptitude and set aside other matters for now." Although Min Jingyuan was kind and upright, he dared not offend the third brother and chose to mediate the situation. Zhou Yanru appeared exhausted by the exchange, tucking her loose hair behind her ear, and reluctantly said, "I was just a bit agitated. My apologies. Qingyun, let us proceed with the assessment." Zhao Qingyun remained silent, only huffing in response as he returned to his seat. During this minor upheaval, the Yi family members stood by, unable to intervene. However, Yi Junlin, watching from outside, discerned the unfolding drama and thought, "What nonsense about the third brother! If he wishes my stepmother to be a concubine, I shall ensure his entire family serves that role." The aptitude testing revealed an astonishing result, leaving Zhao Qingyun and Min Jingyuan astonished. If the daughter of the city lord had already been tested, then Chen Ziqing's aptitude was truly a delightful surprise. They had inadvertently discovered 2 extraordinary talents in a grand sect like the Haoran sect. While they had no shortage of cultivators, they desperately sought geniuses. Such top-tier talents were as precious as treasures, and every sect would compete fiercely for them. Their luck in securing 2 was indeed a significant achievement. "Wonderful," Min Jingyuan exclaimed joyfully. "Yanru, I did not expect your daughter to be so remarkable. While her aptitude may not match her father's, she is still a top-tier genius. Congratulations." Zhou Yanru, overwhelmed with joy, shed tears of happiness, realizing her daughter had surpassed her expectations. The crowd gathered to offer their congratulations. Yi Guqing remarked, "At last, she has lived up to your hopes for her." Zhou Yanru wiped her tears and replied, "Seventh brother, I am truly overjoyed today, and I thank you for your medicinal herbs. Those herbs alone cannot enhance her aptitude. It is primarily due to Ziqing's innate talent, a top-tier genius, destined to join the Haoran sect. This is indeed a cause for celebration." Zhou Yanru added with laughter amidst her tears, "Seventh brother, your little Lin will surely not disappoint either. That insufferable brat is not worth mentioning." Observing the exchange between Yi Guqing and Zhou Yanru, Zhao Qingyun felt perplexed, thinking, "Is this woman a fool? The third brother is a rising star of the Haoran sect. She dismisses him, believing her standards are high, yet she seems enamored with this useless Yi Guqing." Zhao Qingyun scoffed, saying nothing further. In his view, Zhou Yanru's daughter possessing such remarkable aptitude would not allow her to escape the third brother's grasp. Securing Zhou Yanru would not only yield a beautiful concubine, but also a daughter of extraordinary talent. As long as the third brother was not a fool, he would undoubtedly pursue Zhou Yanru. Meanwhile, the city lord felt somewhat disheartened. He had expected his daughter, Huang Eileen, to be among the most talented, only to discover another with even greater aptitude. However, he took solace in the fact that among the numerous descendants of the Yi family, none had emerged as a genius. The city lord mused, in comparison to others, we are lacking, yet in contrast to the Yi family, we fare well. The head of the Yi family and the elders exchanged bitter smiles. They had expended considerable resources and efforts to invite representatives from the Howren sect to the aptitude ceremony, only to find that the geniuses discovered were all outsiders. Their painstaking endeavors had merely provided benefits to others, leaving them in dismay. Fifth, compile a record of the descendants' aptitudes and ensure they are nurtured properly. The head of the Yi family, now despondent, hastily ordered this, prompting Min Jinyuan and Zhao Qingyun to prepare to depart. Yet Yi Guqing quickly called out, "Hold on, we still have one more. My son, Yi Junlin, has yet to be tested." The family head smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten the boy, and urged, "Indeed, we must not overlook that lad. Fellow Taoists, please wait." Min Jinyuan set aside the testing jade slip with a smile, saying, "Let us proceed. After all, Guqing has remarkable aptitude with 36 open meridians. His son should not be lacking." "Thank you." Senior Min Zhao Qingyun, somewhat reluctant, sat down and grumbled, "If there is someone left to test, let us hurry." Thus, the last candidate, Yi Junlin, was called forth. Zhao Qingyun harbored little hope for the son of a useless man, while the head of the Yi family and the elders dismissed him as inconsequential. After all, the two geniuses already revealed were so brilliant that even if Yi Junlin matched his father's 36 meridians, it hardly seemed celebratory. Kneeling on the mat and placing his hand on the testing jade slip, he focused intently, striving not to be distracted. Min Jinyuan, exhibiting great patience, noted that unlike others, Yi Junlin walked in confidently, cupped his fists in greeting, and followed instructions. However, once he placed his hand on the jade slip, a brilliant light erupted. The jade slip illuminated entirely, radiating an extraordinary brightness, casting a glow throughout the entire hall. Everyone was stunned. Zhao Qingyun gaped, speechless, as he stared at the jade slip on the small table. Min Jinyuan was momentarily taken aback, initially suspecting the testing jade slip had malfunctioned. Otherwise, how could all 120 meridian points be lit up? However, soon, some points began to extinguish one by one, stabilizing finally at 99, yet still shining far brighter than average. 99 meridians, potentially reaching 120? Zhao Qingyun glanced at Yi Junlin, then at Min Jinyuan, exclaiming, "No way, senior brother. Your jade slip must be faulty." He could hardly believe that such a genius could exist. At that moment, the entire Yi family was elated, though their faces remained grave, eyes fixed on Min Jinyuan. It seemed as though a single utterance from Min Jinyuan determined the fate of the Yi family. Even Min Jinyuan himself found it hard to believe, considering that at the outset, Qin Xining's father had boasted of an exaggerated talent of 105 apertures, with a maximum potential of only 112. Yi Junlin, on the other hand, had revealed a talent of 99 apertures, with a peak potential of 120, indicating that his cultivation aptitude held far greater promise. Not only was he a super genius, but he was also likely to become an unparalleled prodigy. The city lord Huang was momentarily taken aback and said, "I have a testing jade talisman here. Let us give it a try." He promptly provided Yi Junlin with a new talisman and instructed him to place his hand upon it. Yi Junlin replied, "There is no need to switch. It will yield the same results regardless." Yi Guqing admonished, "Quickly, place your hand on it." Indeed, as his palm rested upon the talisman, it illuminated once more. 99 apertures. Truly, a genius of 99 apertures. Heaven bless the Yi family. Our clan has produced an extraordinary talent. The head of the Yi family and others exchanged astonished glances, soon breaking into expressions of unrestrained joy. Had there not been outsiders present, they would have leaped with excitement. The emergence of such a genius would undoubtedly ensure the resurgence and glory of their family for millennia. City Lord Huang, too, discreetly altered his perspective. Realizing that the Yi family was not yet out of fortune, and their revival was indeed promising, he resolved to visit the Yi family more often. Yi Guqing grasped his son's small hand, his eyes already reddened. Having endured the pain of a damaged dantian, a decline in cultivation, betrayal from his wife, and disdain from his clan, the trials he faced recently had been overwhelming. Yet, his sole desire was for his son to excel. "I may be no longer capable, but my son is not." Though his son had previously boasted about his talent, without any testing, who would dare to believe him? Now, With such an astonishing aptitude confirmed, Yi Guqing felt that all his suffering had been worth it. "My son," he began, but suddenly found himself choked with emotion. Unable to articulate further, tears glistening in his eyes, Yi Junlin waved his hand and said, "Father, there is no need for such excitement. It's merely a basic operation." Chapter 36. Father, you're still too young. This opening ceremony for the apertures was undoubtedly the most exhilarating in the history of the Yi family. 3 top-tier geniuses, one of whom was an unparalleled prodigy, had emerged from their lineage. One could only imagine the transformative prospects awaiting the Yi family. All who had contemplated opposing them would need to reconsider, especially in the face of a family harboring such a genius and the formidable backing of the Haoran sect. The entire Yi family buzzed with excitement. Even those who had previously looked down upon or disdained Yi Guqing altered their attitudes, recognizing the value of embracing such a powerful ally. Even the long-absent patriarch of the Yi family, visibly aged and on the brink of passing, personally met with Yi Guqing and his son, bestowing generous gifts and offering words of encouragement. Yi Junlin sensed that this elder might very well crush him with a mere finger. Of course, the patriarch would never raise a hand against him. But this served as an unspoken reminder. At merely 6 years of age, having showcased such extraordinary talent, he might attract those who harbor ill intentions. For instance, the Bai family had an equally formidable elder. There could very well be hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. Yi Junlin found himself regretting his ostentatious display, realizing that his future held boundless potential. Yet if he were to be extinguished in its infancy within a small place like the Dahao Immortal Kingdom, it would be a tragic end before his journey had even begun. It seemed prudent to adopt a more discreet approach moving forward, survive quietly until the age of 99, leaving the task of drawing attention and ire to his father. Before long, the Bai family had received the news. What? Bai Ying and that useless offspring had actually revealed the prodigious talent of 99 apertures? Bai Haotian was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless as if struck by a thunderous blow. How could this be possible? Bai Haotian regretted not insisting that Bai Ying bring back that wretched child. However, it was too late for regrets now. The roots of the grass remain, and the spring breeze can bring them back to life. The clan elder of the Bai family received the news with a countenance that suggested he was ready to devour someone. Bai Haotian ground his teeth and said, "I had initially forbidden Bai Ying from bearing children with Yi Guqing, yet an unforeseen accident has occurred." The clan elder, with a dark expression, replied, "Were it not for the old codger of the Yi family still alive, I would march over to the Yi family right now and eliminate that father and son duo to eliminate future threats." Bai Haotian hesitated. Even if we were to eliminate Yi Guqing during the alchemy conference, it would still be of no use. No, it would be useful. The elder's murky eyes glinted with a cold smile. This child's mother is Bai Ying. Should Yi Guqing perish, the child would be left an orphan. At that point, our Bai family could step in, as we are the child's maternal family. We could have Bai Ying take care of him. A 6-year-old knows nothing and would naturally gravitate towards his mother. At this, Bai Haotian rejoiced. "Elder, you are indeed wise. This way, what appears to be a calamity turns into a blessing. If this unparalleled prodigy were to become a descendant of our Bai family, we could secure a place for ourselves in the entire Dahao Immortal Kingdom." Ha. The Bai clan elder laughed heartily. "Indeed, this child shall be a descendant of the Bai family, and we shall rename him Bai Lin. It has a nice ring to it." Bai Haotian's eyes glinted with malice as he spoke. The most crucial step now is to eliminate Yi Guqing, and it must be done without raising suspicion. At the alchemy conference in Huangzhou City, he must die. While the Bai family plotted, the 2 members of the Haoran sect also had their own considerations. After all, discovering a super genius with 99 apertures and a potential peak of 120, Min Jingyuan, who favored caution, decided to report back to the sect. Firstly, Yi Junlin's talent was akin to a treasure, coveted by various sects and even by demonic entities. He and Zhao Qingyan possessed relatively modest cultivation levels. Should anything untoward occur on their way back, the consequences would be dire. It was safer to remain in Huangzhou City. Secondly, Min Jingyuan still found it hard to believe such aptitude existed, and he sought confirmation from the sect authorities. Thus, he utilized the precious long-distance communication talisman he carried. Reporting to the sect, this talisman was rare and valuable, with each disciple of the Haoran sect possessing only one, primarily for emergencies when seeking aid from the sect. By using the talisman for Yi Junlin's matter, Min Jingyuan demonstrated the gravity with which he regarded it. As for Zhao Qingyun, he was also keen to observe the unfolding situation. Though discovering such a talent would earn him respectable rewards from the sect, He could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy, knowing that this prodigy was the offspring of Yi Guqing, whom he regarded as a failure. Consequently, both Min Jinyuan and Xiao Qingyan lingered at the Yi residence for several days, awaiting the arrival of the sect's elders. In the small courtyard of the Yi family, Yi Guqing and his son sat together, dining on a spread of dishes accompanied by a fine bottle of spirit wine, monkey brew. Today was a day of great joy, a fitting occasion for some celebratory liquor. Yi Junlin sat down and remarked, "Father, it feels a bit too quiet for such a joyous day. Let us invite Aunt Yin and Zicheng over." No. Yi Guqing waved his hand. "Today is a celebration just for us two. No outsiders." Yi Junlin pouted. "Aunt Yin doesn't tea count as an outsider." "I know what you're thinking." Yi Guqing poured himself a glass, allowing his son to savor the aroma but not letting him drink, and slowly continued, "My son, I appreciate your sentiment, but I have my own thoughts. Your Aunt Yin's late husband possessed extraordinary talent. What of my own aptitude? Our families are mismatched, and it may only serve to bring ridicule and trouble. I fear not for myself, but for the potential repercussions on you." Yi Junlin replied, "Father, do not belittle yourself. I've said it before. I am the greatest in this world, and you are my second, so what is there to worry about?" Hearing his son's audacious claims, Yi Guqing chose to feign ignorance, attributing it to the innocent folly of youth. He took a sip of the wine, its intoxicating aroma enveloping him, with a hint of spiciness, before he added, "What I just mentioned is merely one aspect. More importantly, what if your mother returns? And what about Xiao Chuan?" At this point, Yi Guqing suddenly gulped down a cup of wine, setting the glass down with a sigh. "It has been many days since we last met, and as a father, I truly miss them." Sigh. The small courtyard fell silent. Yi Junlin was at a loss for words. His father was a person of deep affection and loyalty. His father had always been reluctant to accept Zhou Yinru, still clinging to the memory of Bai Ying, yearning for the family to be as harmonious and beautiful as before. "Father, you are still too young." Yi Junlin shook his head, dipping his chopsticks into a bit of spirit wine to taste, his small face instantly flushing. The 6-year-old remarked that his 30-something father was too young. Yi Guqing smiled wryly, pondering how he could have such an extraordinary son. Chapter 37. The Huazhou Alchemy Conference. Yi Junlin could empathize with his father. After all, Bai Ying's departure was so sudden that his father had yet to grasp the truth behind it. At most, his father only harbored suspicions and conjectures. Until one witnesses the truth, people tend to hold on to a glimmer of hope. The reason one cannot let go emotionally is that they have not yet suffered to the fullest extent. When true pain arrives, letting go becomes a natural process. Yi Junlin believed that Bai Ying's letter of divorce might ultimately be a blessing in disguise for his father. Now, it depended on his father's psychological resilience and whether he could endure the trials of the Huazhou Alchemy Conference. Yi Guqing continued, "My son, your mother must be discontent with both of us, resentful of my damaged Dantian and your tender age. This time, with my Dantian restored and your extraordinary talents blossoming, she may very well return upon hearing this news, reuniting with us. Father, may your wishes come true." Yi Junlin felt there was little more to say. He could assist his father in many ways, but matters of the heart were best left for his father to decide. He hopped down from his chair, turned, and returned to his room, emerging after a while with a jade pendant. His stature was still small, reaching only to his father's waist as he fastened the jade pendant onto Yi Guqing's outer robe. "Father, tomorrow is the Huangzhou Alchemy Conference. This is the lucky jade pendant given to you by the old man with the white beard. After you refine it and wear it, it may bring you news of my mother." Yi Junlin sensed that his father's psychological resilience was indeed commendable, for the letter from Bai Ying had nearly driven him to despair, and he remained skeptical. He suspected that his father may have been wronged. Thus, he had expended substantial resources to acquire this protective jade pendant. This pendant, named Qiming Ancestor Jade, was crafted by a mortal earth immortal before ascending to the celestial realm, intended for future generations. This item not only defends against physical attacks from powerful adversaries but also provides protection against mental assaults, covering all aspects, including various hidden weapons, toxins, and venomous insects. Moreover, this pendant's greatest value lies in its ability to return attacks tenfold, as long as the wielder is within a certain range. All released attacks will rebound, multiplied tenfold. Yi Junlin invested heavily in this jade pendant to ensure that those who dare to harm his father would face the consequences. If it were merely a life-saving pendant, Yi Guqing might have considered leaving it for his son. However, now that it was described as a lucky pendant, Yi Guqing felt compelled to accept this treasure for Bai Ying's sake and refine it on the spot. "I thank you for this lucky pendant. hoping it helps me find your mother soon. Yi Guqing felt uplifted. At that moment, father and son ceased discussing distressing topics and instead envisioned a brighter future. My son, as you accompany the elders of Haoran sect, you must exercise caution and prudence. The Haoran sect is vast and complex, with individuals harboring ulterior motives. So it is wise to be vigilant. I worry not for your safety, but your words sometimes betray an overly mature and arrogant demeanor. You must learn to temper your tongue. Listening to his father's earnest advice, Yi Junlin inquired, Father, will you not accompany us? I, a mere 6-year-old, am to follow strangers to an unfamiliar place, and you can so easily let me go? Yi Guqing shook his head with a sigh. Of course, I wish to join you. However, the Haoran sect has its own regulations, and my abilities are mediocre, rendering me unqualified for entry. Even if I followed you, I would merely reside at the foot of the mountain. Without the ability to enter, we would be separated, causing confusion to your path. His father spoke wisely. Yet Yi Junlin was reluctant to be parted from him. He harbored too many secrets and could not trust others. Thus, the best course of action was to use his father as a shield while he maneuvered behind the scenes. He countered, Father, have you not considered that if I go to the Haoran sect, it would be exceedingly difficult for the old man with the white beard to find me? Moreover, as you mentioned, the Haoran sect is filled with complex people. What if they take advantage of my youth to harm me? Indeed, Yi Guqing exclaimed, realizing the validity of his son's point. What shall we do then? Yi Junlin chuckled. Therefore, Father, you must possess extraordinary talent, even surpassing my own. That way, if you go to the Haoran sect, the attention will be on you, Yi Guqing. In such a case, I can quietly develop in your shadow, and no one will notice my contact with the old man with the white beard. Such childish notions, Yi Guqing could not help but laugh. Extraordinary talent. More radiant than yours? How could that be so easy? Do you think genius is as common as cabbages, readily available at will? Though genius may not be as common as cabbages, Yi Junlin replied, it is merely a matter of a few meals. There is nothing in the mortal realm that I cannot accomplish. Father, just wait and see. Yi Guqing laughed heartily. To change a person's innate talent is far more difficult than restoring my Dantian. Even your old man with the white beard cannot achieve that. Well, I must lead the team to the Huazhou Alchemy Conference tomorrow. I cannot drink anymore. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Bai Haotian tidied himself up and opened the door to the quiet room. After a night of cultivation, he felt invigorated, radiating vitality. Today marked the day of the Huazhou Alchemy Conference, as well as the commencement of his family's grand plan to eliminate Yi Guqing and seize Yi Junlin. This had become the strategic direction of the Bai family. Are the individuals prepared? He inquired softly to his servant as he stepped out of his courtyard. Yes. Bai Haotian nodded in satisfaction, leading 2 subordinates out to the imposing entrance of the Bai family estate, where a small sedan chair awaited. Upon his emergence, the curtain of the sedan lifted, revealing a stunning face. Master. Yes, Bai Haotian replied. You will accompany me this time, and do not act impulsively. Only come forth when I instruct you to do so. Understood. The woman concealed within the sedan was none other than Yi Guqing's wife, Bai Ying. Bai Haotian had come well prepared this time, bringing Bai Ying along as a precaution, ready to let her emerge and openly strike at Yi Guqing, ultimately wearing him down while he activated his emotional poison. With a dual assault, he was confident that Yi Guqing would not survive. Before long, Bai Haotian arrived at the City Lord's mansion. The Huangzhou Alchemy Conference was held there, organized by City Lord Huang, who had invited renowned families and alchemists from the city to exchange knowledge and compete in alchemical skills, fostering mutual improvement. City Lord Huang, congratulations. Bai Haotian approached briskly, smiling. I heard that your daughter was tested yesterday and found to possess extraordinary talent, qualifying directly for the Haoran sect. What a joyous occasion. Not at all. City Lord Huang replied with a smile. Yesterday, 3 individuals were identified as geniuses. My daughter, Eileen, ranked last, while the most impressive was Yi Guqing's son, who opened his meridians at 99 and reached a peak of 120. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a gifted talent. The Yi family is poised for greatness. As City Lord Huang spoke, he scrutinized Bai Haotian, pondering his reaction, given the long-standing rivalry between the Bai and Yi families. Chapter 38. Regret comes too late. City Lord Huang had intended to witness an awkward expression from Bai Haotian, yet to his surprise, the latter merely smiled faintly. City Lord Huang, you may not be aware, but Yi Junlin's mother is from my Bai family. Upon hearing of this child's extraordinary talent, we in the Bai family are equally thrilled. What? City Lord Huang was taken aback. Originally, he had prepared to firmly align himself with the Yi family, intending to assist them in suppressing the Bai family. Little did he know that the Bai family was actually the family of a prodigy. Whom should he support now? Observing the expressive changes in the face of Lord Huang, Bai Haoyan chuckled heartily and proceeded into the Lord's mansion in a small sedan chair. Within a corner of the mansion's hall, the sedan halted. Bai Haoyan then whispered, "Inger, remain here and wait. Unless I call for you, do not emerge." Understood. Head of the family. From behind the curtain, Bai Ying watched Bai Haoyan depart, her heart filled with trepidation. It was her first visit to the Lord's mansion. The thought of soon encountering numerous influential figures, and even having to publicly hurl venomous words at Yi Guqing, made her increasingly anxious. Besides nervousness, she felt a deep inner conflict. Since yesterday, her heart had been in turmoil. Her least favorite son had unexpectedly revealed top-tier genius qualifications. Even with a heart as resolute as iron, she found herself filled with regret. The concept of having 99 apertures was beyond her imagination as a woman who had only 7. Yet, she could envision that this child's destiny was about to be rewritten, defying the heavens. As he grew, he would become a towering tree. The Bai and Yi families would merely be branches upon him. As his mother, the honors and riches she was meant to enjoy were immeasurable. Precious elixirs that would preserve her beauty, grant her immortality, and even enhance her lackluster qualifications, allowing her to control the fates of others. These were all her fervent desires. To be honest, she felt a twinge of regret. A grand fortune and opportunity had slipped through her fingers. While she was consumed with these thoughts, she noticed powerful individuals passing through a nearby corridor. Among them were those she recognized from Huangzhou, alongside many unfamiliar faces, some exuding a natural aura of Taoist power, causing her heart to race. Today's Elixir Conference was graced by the top powers of Huangzhou, including several venerable figures of the Golden Core realm, individuals she needed to revere. Suddenly, a procession entered from outside the Lord's mansion. "Lord Huang, Master Yi, this truly is an honor." Yi Guqing led the way, accompanied by Min Jingyuan, Zhao Qingyun, Zhou Yanru, and several alchemists from the Yi family. In the past, Lord Huang would have greeted Min Jingyuan and the others first. However, with the revelation that Yi Guqing's son was a super genius, his future prospects dwarfed those of Min Jingyuan and the like. In truth, both Min Jingyuan and Zhao Qingyun were now maintaining a facade of respect towards Yi Guqing. After all, the future of Yi Junlin was incalculable, and no one wished to offend the father of a potential superpower. Yi Guqing laughed heartily. "Lord Huang, you flatter me. My son will be going to Howren sect with Eileen, and the two children will look out for one another." "Absolutely," Lord Huang beamed. "In the future, as they cultivate and grow together, who knows? They may even become in-laws." Everyone erupted into hearty laughter. It was well known that while Huang Eileen possessed remarkable talent, she paled in comparison to Yi Junlan. Should they truly become in-laws, Lord Huang would undoubtedly be the one benefiting from the alliance. At that moment, Zhou Yanru jested. "My Ziqing and Little Lin have grown up together, childhood sweethearts. Why not have her marry Little Lin? A husband with 2 wives, sharing familial bliss." Another round of laughter ensued. "That lad is truly fortunate." Yi Guqing laughed heartily, adding, "Ultimately, it depends on the children's fate. Matters of the heart do not regard talent, only destiny." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying, seated in the sedan, felt as if struck by lightning. Her qualifications were remarkably poor, and after climbing to Yi Guqing's status, she had once asked him why he would choose a cultivation waste like her. Yi Guqing had replied similarly, "Matters of the heart do not regard talent, only destiny." Though Bai Ying had decisively abandoned Yi Guqing, she was no fool. She understood well who treated her kindly, who genuinely loved her, and who sought to exploit her. Watching Yi Guqing, Lord Huang, and the formidable figures from Howren sect enter with an air of confidence and composure, her heart grew more chaotic. Previously, she had only seen Yi Guqing's humility in her presence, but now she recognized that he was anything but weak in the face of power. Indeed, he was the finest alchemist of the Yi family, and his son had been revealed as an unparalleled genius. What reason did he have to be humble? As she observed the procession led by Lord Huang, she suddenly discerned an even more significant detail. Yi Guqing walked alongside Zhou Yanru, engaged in casual conversation. And each time she glanced at him, her gaze, Bai Ying understood all too well, it was a gaze filled with admiration. Zhou Yanru, in terms of appearance, figure, and cultivation, clearly surpassed her. Panic seized her heart. She had always perceived Yi Guqing as a discarded toy, lacking anything to miss. Yet now, that toy was not only intact but also exceptional, embraced by another. Despicable. Bai Ying gritted her teeth, casting a venomous glare at Zhou Yanru. In that moment, Zhou Yanru sensed something, turning to look, causing Bai Ying to hastily drop the curtain, her heart racing. Yi Guqing, I will never regret it. I only hope the head of the family succeeds, and you perish soon. Bai Ying clenched her fists tightly, resolutely setting her mind. Head of the Bai family. Esteemed family heads. Yi Guqing entered the hall, bowing courteously. Even when confronting the rival Bai Haoyan, he remained composed and respectful. This demeanor instantly garnered goodwill from the gathered powerful figures. Master Yi, I hear you have refined a transcendent elixir, truly remarkable. I have always lacked that final step. Might you offer some guidance? Recently well-versed in the Qingwen Danjing, Yi Guqing was adept at answering such inquiries. He smiled and said, I believe it is a matter of fate. There is no need to force it. When the time is right, the elixir will naturally present itself. Master Su, you are too anxious. Indeed, Master Yi, every word is filled with wisdom. May I inquire whether it is better to add more Qingya lotus or more Dingshan grass in the foundation building elixir? Haha, esteemed seniors. You are a master of refining foundation building elixirs. I sought your elixirs when I was building my foundation. Yi Guqing replied with a gentle smile. However, in my opinion, the foundation building elixir is essential for a cultivator's practice. It matters little whether you add more or less Qingya lotus or Dingshan grass. The key lies in the quality of Tianma root, which must be high grade to effectively stabilize true essence and greatly aid foundation building. Excellent. Chapter 39. The Bai family's devious scheme. The questions posed by the alchemists of Huangzhou were intricate and challenging. They appeared to seek advice but were, in fact, testing him. After all, the sudden emergence of a top-tier alchemist from the Yi family, who had concocted a transcendent elixir, raised skepticism among them. However, following a series of exchanges, they nodded in agreement, expressing their confidence in Yi Guqing's alchemical skills and theoretical foundation. As the chief alchemist of the Yi family, you truly deserve this title. Please, take the lead at this elixir conference. The so-called chief of the elixir conference is an esteemed alchemist invited to preside over the proceedings. With the main content of the conference revolving around them, Yi Guqing quickly waved his hands, saying, I am unworthy. I dare not take the lead. All of you are veteran alchemists of Huangzhou. Lord Huang chuckled, yet you are the only one who has refined a transcendent elixir. Master Yi, you must take the lead and deliver the main lecture. The transcendent elixir was merely a coincidence, Yi Guqing replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. That elixir was clearly crafted by his son, and it felt wrong to claim his son's achievement in front of everyone. The more he tried to be humble, the more it seemed to others that he was merely posturing. Lord Huang sighed, Master Yi, if you can refine a transcendent elixir by coincidence, does that not leave us old alchemists who have practiced our craft for a lifetime feeling rather ashamed? Yi Guqing realized he had misspoken and quickly replied, No, my skills are truly lacking. An elderly alchemist, with hair as white as snow, shook his head with a wry smile and remarked, If your skills are lacking, what does that imply about ours? Yi, you must cease your excessive modesty. Such humility borders on arrogance. Well, fine, Yi Guqing conceded, feeling somewhat helpless. His sincere humility had inadvertently been misconstrued as pride. If he was to assume the esteemed seat, then so be it. As he took his place at the head, Bai Haoyan's expression darkened, and he inwardly mused, The higher you are lifted, the harder you shall fall. Await your embarrassment. Once seated, the guests from the Haoran sect, led by Minjing Yuan, found their places. Minjing Yuan smiled and said, It is a fortuitous occasion to reconnect with old friends we have not gathered in many years. Indeed. Daoist Min, your charisma remains unchanged, came the jovial reply. After a round of pleasantries, they gradually shifted to the main topic of the gathering, the discussion of alchemy. For cultivators, elixirs are indispensable, ranging from the essential fasting pills to the foundational Huanglong Dan, as well as healing elixirs and various pills for breaking through realms. It can be stated that every stage of cultivation is intricately linked to these alchemical concoctions. Since he is the honored guest today, we would like to invite him to lead our discussion. The content is entirely at your discretion, said Lord Huang. Very well, Yi Guqing thought, feeling a stroke of fortune wash over him. Thanks to his son's efforts in procuring the Qingwen Danjing and crafting numerous dragon blood pills, he was spared from potential embarrassment. Not well versed in other topics, he began, In that case, I shall discuss the meticulous ratio of auxiliary and main ingredients in elixirs. As I am still young, should I err, I welcome your guidance. By all means, please proceed, Master Yi, the attendees replied, eagerly attentive. Typically, alchemical gatherings do not involve actual pill refining but focus on the theoretical aspects, which tests the cultivator's understanding. Those who merely stumble upon a successful concoction cannot articulate the principles behind it. They may know the outcome but lack comprehension of the process. Yi Guqing had recently refined numerous dragon blood pills, granting him profound insight into the ratios of medicinal ingredients. He began, recently, in my pursuit of mastering precise ingredient ratios. I have concocted dozens of beast blood pills. It is well known that while these pills are of moderate grade, they are notoriously difficult to refine due to the instability of the beast blood, making the proportions of added ingredients crucial. As Yi Guqing elaborated, the alchemist present listened attentively, nodding in agreement. During his discourse, seasoned alchemists posed questions, and Yi Guqing generously provided answers with ease and eloquence. In a distant carriage, Bai Ying observed Yi Guqing surrounded by a circle of formidable figures, speaking with confidence and grace. The aura of self-assurance radiating from him was truly captivating. What is happening? Bai Ying's mind raced. Having spent over a decade with Yi Guqing, she had never perceived him as so dignified and talented. The charm emanating from him, the brilliance in his gaze, made him seem like a different person entirely. Was it that I had previously overlooked his brilliance, or had he been concealing it? The thought gnawed at her. Surely, he had deliberately hidden his alchemical talents, deceiving her all along. This scoundrel, utterly shameless. How could he keep such secrets from me after bearing him 2 sons? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, especially upon witnessing the admiration in Zhou Yinru's eyes directed at Yi Guqing. She felt an overwhelming urge to confront her. Leaving such a cat behind would be a decision I would never regret. Yet, the more she reassured herself, the more she felt the futility of her words. A growing sense of regret beginning to take root in her heart. Yi Guqing continued to speak on alchemy for quite some time. His discourse was not mere bluster. The countless hours spent refining dragon blood pills had imparted a wealth of knowledge. The audience listened intently, including Min Zhengyuan, who found himself greatly enlightened. Particularly notable was Yi Guqing's revelation of employing various ingredient ratios in a single batch of 20 pills, which garnered widespread acclaim. Remarkable. To achieve such intricate ratios in a single batch, Master Ye's alchemical skills are truly exceptional. Lord Huang exclaimed. Indeed, the Yi family has promising successors. With Master Ye's talents in alchemy, they are bound to flourish, echoed the thoughts of the other alchemists. However, Bai Haotian sat in a corner, increasingly agitated. He had previously looked down upon Yi Guqing, viewing him as a mere pawn to be toyed with. Yet now, Yi Guqing basked in the limelight. While he languished as a mere supporting character, the more he contemplated, the more infuriated he became, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of Yi Guqing's talk to present a grand gesture. As noon approached, Yi Guqing's lecture on alchemy reached its conclusion. The gathered alchemists felt a sense of satisfaction. Their attendance had been worthwhile. Lord Huang sighed. Throughout the years, I have encountered Master Yi several times, but I never anticipated such profound knowledge of alchemy. Truly astonishing. Others nodded in agreement, expressing their gratitude for the enlightening experience. Yi Guqing stood and smiled. You are all my seniors. I look forward to your continued guidance. As the alchemy meeting drew to a close, Bai Haotian finally rose. Master Yi, how fortuitous. I happen to have a letter for you. A letter for me? Yi Guqing was taken aback. He had come prepared to confront the Bai family, but had not anticipated Bai Haotian's unexpected compliance. Bai Haotian grinned darkly and produced an envelope, handing it over. The onlookers noticed the words to Yi Guqing on the envelope and instinctively stepped back, aware it was a private correspondence. Upon seeing those words, Yi Guqing's expression shifted dramatically. Inger's letter, he thought, a surge of panic enveloping him. He had been searching desperately for her and their eldest son, who seemed to have vanished without a trace. To find her letter here was a shock. He swiftly opened the envelope, extracting the contents, his expression transforming into one of disbelief as he read the salutation, divorce letter. In this world, men could divorce their wives and women could divorce their husbands. Either party could terminate the marital bond if they deemed it untenable by writing a divorce letter. Impossible, Yi Guqing exclaimed. His mind flooded with memories of their cherished moments together, filled with love and devotion. He had cared deeply for her, showering her with affection. This was his first and only love, a bond etched in his heart. He could not fathom Bai Ying being so unfeeling. Bai Haotian, satisfied with Yi Guqing's reaction, smugly proclaimed, how can it be impossible? Read it thoroughly. The more Yi Guqing read, the more his expression soured. Bai Ying offered no explanation for her decision but recounted her life story. The year of turmoil in the Dahao immortal nation, the conflict among cultivators, and the suffering of mortals. Her parents were killed, and she fled to Huangzhou, where she was taken in by a prominent family. At 6, she awakened her potential, only to discover she was a 7-orifice waste, leading the family to relegate her to servitude, attending to the needs of the nobility. The noblewoman holds significant importance and power within her family, gradually developing feelings for this noble figure. As she blossoms into greater beauty, one fateful day, this nobleman draws her closer, leading to a physical relationship. They share moments of affection for a time. Yet the nobleman becomes troubled and requests her assistance in dealing with a rival's prodigious descendant. For the sake of this nobleman, Bai Ying is willing to sacrifice her body, feigning joy and orchestrating an encounter with the rival's genius. Their eyes meet, and they fall in love, forging a bond. What? Yi Guqing's heart clenches at this revelation. Years ago, at 16, upon returning to Huangzhou from Haoran's sect, he chanced upon Bai Ying, who was compassionately distributing buns to beggars. The kind-hearted maiden, clad in white, showed no disdain for the beggar's dirt, offering him food and even helping him wipe his hands. Yi Guqing was instantly enchanted. Her beauty, both in appearance and spirit, captivated him. Regardless of her perceived shortcomings, he was determined to be with her. He truly fell in love, an affection that spiraled uncontrollably from that day forth. Yet now he realizes this was no mere coincidence. It was a calculated scheme, one of which he was blissfully unaware. He had been ensnared. This cannot be. Yi Guqing mutters to himself. How can this be? It is your own foolishness. Bai Haoyan mercilessly plunges a dagger into Yi Guqing's heart, proclaiming, Yi genius, your wife is merely a servant of the Bai family. If you were to join the Bai family as a servant too, perhaps this relationship could still be salvaged. Bai Haoyan's laughter rings out mockingly. How could I be excessive? He retorts. The Bai family has generously gifted Yi Guqing a wife. He should be grateful. The Yi family members seethe with indignation. Although the others present are unclear about the details, they sense the connection to Yi Guqing's wife. Yi Guqing continues reading the letter. Bai Ying writes that after marrying Yi Guqing, she finds no happiness. The more he cares for her, the more her disdain grows. She perceives him as lacking masculinity, revolving his life around her, which becomes irksome. Her heart remains with that nobleman. She never loved Yi Guqing. She instigated his departure from the Yi family and pushed him into a life of assassination, all to bring him ruin and hasten his demise, allowing her to be with the nobleman. The most unbearable truth for Yi Guqing is that even after their union, Bai Ying maintains a long-standing relationship with the nobleman. While Yi Guqing risks his life earning money as a hired killer, she sneaks away to rendezvous with the nobleman. Their eldest son, Yi Chuan, is actually the offspring of her and the nobleman, entirely unrelated to Yi Guqing. Upon reading this, Yi Guqing's heart shatters. He knows the letter is genuine. After more than a decade together, how could he have been so blind? Bai Ying's words and actions had hinted at the truth, yet he refused to voice his suspicions, unwilling to doubt his wife. Now, Bai Ying has torn open his wounds. Yi Guqing feels his heart bleed. Why must it be this way? What have I done wrong? I can change. And what about our youngest son, Shaolin? Will you abandon him too? Each word in the letter pierces his heart like a dagger, leaving him in agony. The affection he nurtured for over a decade turns out to be a conspiracy, a betrayal. The person he loved for so long had been plotting his ruin with another man. No. Yi Guqing roars in denial. Emotionally, he cannot accept this. He prefers to believe it is Bai Haoyan's wicked scheme. At this moment, Bai Haoyan revels in his triumph. He had already refined the Miaozhonggu page, and with a mere thought, countless invisible love worms would infiltrate Yi Guqing's every pore. The fate of Yi Guqing now lies within his control. Yet he refrains from acting, awaiting Yi Guqing's breakdown, for the potency of the love worms would peak in such a moment. Observing Yi Guqing's disheveled state, Zhu Yanru steps forward to support him, angrily demanding, Bai Haoyan, what do you intend to do? I intend nothing, Bai Haoyan laughs heartily. I merely wish to reveal that this esteemed alchemist's wife is my family's servant, who has deceived him for over a decade. His eldest son, Yi Chuan, is another's child. Huh, Yi Guqing, you truly are a failure. You are the green hat of shame. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd, initially unaware of the situation. They now realize the disgrace. Yi Guqing's son is not his own. The knowledge that Yi Guqing has been cuckolded will surely spread throughout Huangzhou, bringing shame to the Yi family and rendering them a laughingstock. Yi Guqing, still in disbelief, insists, no, we began our life together so sweetly. It cannot be like this. Bai Haoyan's chilling words cut through the air. I have brought her here. Let her speak for herself. Bai Ying, come forth. At the summons, Bai Ying emerges from the sedan. She is a strikingly beautiful woman, yet her excessive allure casts an eerie shadow. Standing beside Bai Haoyan, she coldly addresses Yi Guqing. Are you truly so naive? I made it clear in my letter. It was all a deception from the start. I had to treat you kindly. Or how else could I ensnare you? Yiguqing gazes at his once-beloved wife, feeling his heart bleed anew. Trembling, he asks, did we not share joyful moments? Have you truly never loved me? Ah, the lovesick fool, Zhu Yanru laments, her heart aching for her brother. Yiguqing no longer cares if Bai Ying loves him now. He merely longs to know if there was ever love at all. The answer remains brutal. No, not even for a single day. Not a moment. Bai Ying's derision is palpable. Yiguqing, give up. How could I ever love you? You are a worthless coward. A man should earn his place in the world, not waste his days catering to me. Yiguqing feels as though he might vomit blood, laughing through tears, but you wanted me by your side. Indeed. Otherwise, how could I ruin you? I feigned joy in your presence, all to see you perish. Each of her words is laced with malice, striking at Yiguqing's heart. This is not only by Hao Yan's command, but also her true sentiment. She continues, in truth, I have always been a plaything of the Bai family. You, Yiguqing, a mere man with no future, I never loved you. The crowd gasps again, shocked by her public declaration of divorce, delivering a final blow that would shatter Yiguqing's dignity and reputation in Huazhou. Yiguqing feels as though a knife is plunged into his chest. The one he cherished most humiliates him in such a cruel manner. He coughs, blood surging forth. The moment has come. Bai Hao Yan's face lights up with glee. He knows the time to eliminate Yiguqing has arrived. With a thought, he commands the myriad love worms to invade Yiguqing's body, pierce his heart, and end his life. In an instant, the unseen worms swarm toward Yiguqing. Just then, however, the Qingming ancestor jade at Yiguqing's waist suddenly glows brightly. The jade returns tenfold, affecting the caster. The invisible worms instantaneously redirect, ferociously entering Bai Hao Yan's body instead. Who could have foreseen such a twist? As the scene unfolds, observers, including those who have long disdained Yiguqing, feel a pang of sympathy. They are witnessing a tragic human spectacle, soon to be the talk of the town. As Yiguqing faces public disgrace, his son revealed to be the offspring of another, and the Yi family left with no honor, becoming the laughingstock of Huangzhou. However, unexpectedly, a sudden wail pierced the air. My heart ached. What was happening? Everyone was bewildered. The mournful cry did not emanate from Yiguqing, but from Bai Hao Yan. Bai Hao Yan suddenly clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony, as if he were on the brink of death. The crowd exchanged glances, thinking, shouldn't Bai Hao Yan be reveling in his schemes? Why the anguish? At that moment, he retched violently, spewing forth blood, tears streaming down his face. My heart aches deeply. Do not leave me. Do not abandon me. Bai Hao Yan fell to his knees, desperately clutching Bai Ying's legs, wailing uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Bai Ying, too, was seized by a heart-wrenching pain, embracing Bai Hao Yan, pleading, we once shared tender moments, do not leave me. Please. The scene was utterly bizarre. All present recoiled in fear. What was this performance from the two? Lord Huang furrowed his brow, sensing their antics were excessive. You have already inflicted such misery upon Yiguqing. Must you now steal his lines? By family head, what do you intend to do? Lord Huang expressed his dissatisfaction. Bai Hao Yan was equally perplexed about his intentions. He longed to inquire of his clan elder, what on earth are your Miaojianggu techniques? Why did they fail to harm Yiguqing, yet all surge into me? A myriad of goo piercing my heart. Tenfold the pain. Bai Hao Yan was utterly uncontrollable. Inger, it is my fault. I have betrayed you. Do not leave me. The emotional turmoil Bai Ying inflicted upon Yiguqing was now returned tenfold. She, too, was in excruciating pain, tears cascading down her cheeks. Clan head, Hao Yan. Do not do this. Inger, I was wrong. I never intended to pursue you. Your talents were inadequate. But despite Yiguqing, I engaged with you. I was wrong. Do not abandon me. Ingo. Bai Ying, realizing she had been ensnared, cried out, clan head, do not leave me. Yet, she raised her hand and struck Bai Hao Yan across the face. Clutching her legs, Bai Hao Yan writhed. Do not leave me. I used you. I am no man. I sought to thwart the Yi family and seize their spiritual fields. I had no choice. I was wrong. So you merely used me. Bai Ying retaliated with another slap. Inger, do not leave me. Bai Hao Yan's heart twisted in agony, unable to restrain his emotions, uttering all that should have remained unsaid. The onlookers shook their heads. Bai Hao Yan was despicable, and the Bai family was utterly disgraceful. Their actions were contemptible. Suddenly, Yiguqing burst into laughter, the sound growing louder. Though he was unaware of the specifics, witnessing the disgraceful display of Bai Hao Yan and Bai Ying, he felt entirely liberated. Was it worth such heartache for a woman like this? After investing so much time and emotion, the outcome was somewhat bitter. Yet, reflecting upon it, was this not a blessing in disguise? At last, he saw through a person, unearthed the Bai family schemes, and reclaimed himself. Yi Guqing realized he had come to terms with it. Rottenwood, simply a heap. He put away the divorce decree and addressed the two writhing on the ground. Bai Ying, from now on, we are severed. I wish you and your benefactor a lifetime of happiness. With that, Yi Guqing strode out of the Lord's manor, accompanied by the members of the Yi family. Initially, Lord Huang suspected Bai Haotian was up to something, yet soon realized something was amiss. A foul stench wafted through the air. Bai Haotian lay on the ground, convulsing, unconscious and soiled. If not treated swiftly, he would perish. Quickly, take the Bai family head and this woman back to the Bai family, Lord Huang commanded, pinching his nose. Chapter 42. Once again rescuing my father in the span of an afternoon. The events at the Lord's manor spread throughout the city. Although it was common knowledge that Yi Guqing had been cuckolded, the sentiment was one of sympathy, with greater condemnation directed at the Bai family and that woman for their immorality. The true laughingstock was Bai Haotian. Have you heard? Bai Haotian was left in such a state. A friend of mine working at the Lord's manor said the stench was unbearable when they moved him. Who would have thought the once proud and arrogant Bai Haotian would meet such a fate? How humiliating. He could never show his face in Huangzhou again. In my opinion, he brought this upon himself, deceiving only to be deceived. He aimed to harm others, but ended up harming himself. Indeed, one could only wonder which passing deity had intervened. Otherwise, Yi Guqing would have been bullied to death by these two scoundrels. It seems the Bai family is on the brink of collapse, employing such poisonous schemes, truly unscrupulous. Who would dare purchase pills from them? Who wouldn't fear being poisoned? I certainly wouldn't dare. A pill maker should prioritize virtue. Otherwise, who would trust them? The Bai family, having failed to harm others, found their reputation in tatters. Upon seeing Bai Haotian returned, the clan elder of the Bai family was furious, yearning to exact revenge on the Yi family. However, after much persuasion, he learned that a Yuanian cultivator from Haoran sect had arrived at the Yi family. Attacking the Yi family now would be tantamount to seeking death. Reluctantly, he had to relent. As for Yi Guqing, he returned to the Yi family with the others. The journey was steeped in silence, as they were at a loss for words to comfort him. Upon returning, Zhou Yanru could only softly advise, take some time to rest. Do not dwell on it too much. If you need anything, come find me. I am always here. Yi Guqing, feeling low, nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Min Jingyuan clapped him on the shoulder, giving a thumbs up. Yi, my friend, what a treasure. Yi Guqing did not grasp the meaning. His emotions were still in disarray. He simply wished to return home and find solace. He bade farewell to the others and returned home alone. Although he had seen through Bai Ying, the heartache of loving her for over a decade lingered. Once in his small courtyard and closing the door, he exhaled deeply, pondering how to explain this matter to his young son. At that moment, he heard his son's voice from behind. Father, you're back. Mi Junlin, concerned at home, recalled how in his previous life, his father had attended this very Dan Wei and suffered emotional turmoil, leading to his demise. This time, he had done his utmost, even bringing a protective talisman for Yi Guqing. Yet the outcome remained uncertain. Thus, upon hearing the door, Yi Junlin rushed out to inquire. However, before he could respond, his father embraced him tightly. Son, from now on, it will just be the two of us relying on each other. As Yi Guqing uttered these words, he began to weep. Yi Junlin felt a sense of relief. The act of crying was, in fact, a form of release. Studies suggest that the average lifespan of women exceeds that of men because they express their emotions through tears. Crying is not a negative thing. If Yi Guqing had kept everything bottled up, he might have succumbed to despair. Being able to cry now indicated a turning point in his fate. Father, I will never leave you, nor will I disappoint you. In the future, I'll help you find 10 or 8 stepmothers to ensure your happiness. Hearing his son's comforting words, Yi Guqing almost laughed through his tears. What kind of son are you? What sort of words are these? After a moment, he added, Son, please do not tell me you are not my flesh and blood. Yi Junlin nearly spat blood, replying, Father, do you truly think that? If I were not your son, why would I go to such lengths to help you and even bring you a protective jade talisman? Father, you are truly disappointing. Look at my face. Can a child not be yours look like this? Yi Guqing retorted, slightly annoyed. What is wrong with this face? I find it quite handsome. All right. I know you are my son. Otherwise, where would your alchemical talents come from? Indeed, Yi Junlin chuckled. Without my father, there would be no me. My talents are all thanks to you. Now that's more like it. Yi Guqing chatted with his son for a while, and his sadness began to dissipate. He suddenly felt that the sky had not fallen, and perhaps everything was not so dire after all. He splashed water on his face, and his mind gradually cleared. Raising his hand, he grasped the Qiming ancestor jade at his waist, and a sense of awareness washed over him. He had refined this treasure. Thus he instantly comprehended its prior usage. No wonder Min Jingyuan had spoken so highly of it. It was this jade that had manifested its power. Now, he understood everything, why Bai Haotian had suddenly lost his composure. It was because all of his attacks had been thwarted by this jade tablet, which had not only defended but also returned the force tenfold upon him. Had he not been equipped with this jade, the outcome today would have been uncertain. Such ruthless malice. With this realization, Yi Guqing's last shred of affection for the woman known as Bai Ying dissipated. My son, you have saved me once more. Yi Guqing marveled. His son truly inherited his bloodline, possessing the same extraordinary talent and keen intellect, knowing to adorn his father with such a treasure. Yi Guqing, filled with emotion, affectionately patted his son's head, saying, I am indeed wise to have birthed a son like you. Raising you has not been in vain. You are not at a loss, but I am. Yi Junlin thought to himself, feeling unappreciated for saving his father once again, and he shot a disdainful glance at him. Father, what was the situation back then? Yi Junlin could not help but inquire. Yi Guqing hesitated to recount the details, as Bai Ying was still his son's biological mother, and he wished to spare his son any psychological scars. Thus, he shared only the general circumstances, mainly attributing the blame to Bai Haotian, asserting that everything had been orchestrated by this villain. So that is how it was, Yi Junlin responded. Show me the divorce papers. After a moment of doubt, Yi Guqing finally presented them. Yi Junlin took them, inhaling deeply, and immediately understood. The papers were infused with love poison. He realized that the reason his father had suffered in his previous life was not due to a fragile mental state, but rather the insidious tactics of his adversaries employing such despicable means. Bai Haotian harms both himself and others, struck by love poison, and returning the pain tenfold. No wonder he lost his composure, Yi Guqing stated. After this incident, he must understand that evil begets evil. One would hope he would not act so maliciously in the future. With love poison piercing the heart and returning the suffering tenfold, Bai Haotian would be left severely weakened. If not dead, Yi Junlin had intended to methodically deal with this chief culprit, but it seemed unnecessary now. Just as they were conversing, there was a knock at the small courtyard door. Is Master Yi in? Chapter 43. The nascent soul Grandmaster Sun Qiba has arrived. Hearing someone at the door, Yi Guqing hurriedly tidied his clothing and went to open it. Outside the small courtyard stood a number of people, including the head of the Yi family and fifth uncle Yi. To their astonishment, the ancestral patriarch of the Yi family had emerged from seclusion, engaged in conversation with a white-haired female cultivator. Behind the white-haired cultivator stood several young and beautiful female practitioners speaking with Zhou Yanru, while Min Jingyuan and Zhao Qingyun lingered at a distance. Patriarch, what is happening? Head of the family, Yi Cheng smiled. I heard that young Lin has opened the 9th level of enlightenment, and the Haoran sect is taking it very seriously. After receiving a message from afar, the Grandmaster Sun Rui came personally to visit young Lin, the nascent soul Grandmaster Sun Rui. Yi Guqing was taken aback. He had spent a few years at the Haoran sect in his youth, and though he had never seen this female nascent soul cultivator in person, he had heard many tales about her. This Grandmaster was known for her fiery temper, nicknamed Sun Qiba. All her disciples were female cultivators of remarkable beauty. Yet no male cultivator dared to offend them, for she was particularly protective. Even the top geniuses of the Haoran sect would not dare provoke her disciples, lest they face dire consequences. Yi Guqing did not expect that this time he would attract such a figure. It was quite impressive indeed. The ancestral patriarch of the Yi family smiled. Senior son, this is young Lin's father, Yi Guqing, our family's chief alchemist. Sun Rui glanced at Yi Guqing, not particularly impressed. After all, someone of her caliber was already among the elite in the great Hao Immortal Kingdom, and Yi Guqing's title as chief alchemist held little weight in her eyes. Where is that little genius? Sun Rui's gaze turned to the small courtyard. Being a master of profound cultivation, she immediately sensed something amiss and inquired, Is there a formation in this courtyard? The head of the Yi family quickly replied, Grandmaster, this is a perplexing formation set by Yi Guqing, primarily to guard against unwarranted prying and disturbance. To be honest, I accidentally trespassed last time and was trapped for 3 days. Is that so? Sun Rui sensed the formation's level was no trivial matter. However, as it was meant for home protection, she refrained from scrutinizing it too closely. Yi Guqing had heard his son mention this formation but had not paid much attention, laughing. It's just a trivial toy I casually arranged. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please follow me inside. Just a trivial toy? Sun Rui stepped closer, raising an eyebrow and viewing Yi Guqing with newfound respect. To her, the formation was quite impressive. Had she not studied formations, she might not have even noticed it. As for breaking the formation, she had no confidence whatsoever. This was at least a 5th-level formation, possibly even higher. The fact that Yi Guqing referred to it as a mere toy caused Sun Rui to reassess her view of this chief alchemist. As the group entered the small courtyard, they spotted 6-year-old Yi Junlin. Upon seeing Sun Rui, he paused in surprise, recognizing her. In his past life, he had a misunderstanding with this old woman, leading to a fight. It had stemmed from his inquiry about a female cultivator who happened to be her disciple. She had mistaken him for a lecher and refused to listen to his explanations, resulting in a scuffle. However, it was worth noting that this old woman was fiercely protective, and being her disciple would never be a disadvantage. Moreover, another benefit was that all of Sun Rui's disciples were female, each more beautiful than the last, a veritable paradise for any young man. True to form, after just a few exchanged words, the 3 young female disciples brought by Sun Rui spotted Yi Junlin, their eyes sparkling as they rushed to embrace him. Yi Junlin's small hands flailed about, causing the young girls to giggle with delight. This was the boon of reincarnation. In his previous life, he had never enjoyed such childhood joys. Sun Rui's visit aimed primarily at reassessing Yi Junlin's aptitude, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she intended to take him as her disciple. It was quite a coincidence, indeed. Min Jingyuan had used a long-distance communication talisman to inform his own master. A talent like Yi Junlin's could not be squandered on outsiders. However, when his master received the message, she happened to be engaged in conversation with several other elders of the Haoran sect, including Sun Rui, who promptly rushed over to Huangzhou City, leaving the other elders quite disgruntled. Yi Guqing, what is the name of this formation? Sun Rui, having recently become enamored with formations, was more interested in Yi Guqing than in immediately testing Yi Junlin. Yi Guqing had heard his son mention it, but was unaware of its name. He could only smile and reply, "This formation was arranged by my disciple on a whim and has yet to be named. It primarily serves to confound and ensnare enemies. I humbly asked for senior son's naming." Hearing this, Sun Rui felt pleased. This young man was both capable and polite, a rarity indeed. As for naming it, I wouldn't dare to give it a title without understanding its nature. The ancestral patriarch of the Yi family suggested. Why not let senior son take a look inside the formation? Sun Rui shook her head with a smile. It's inappropriate for outsiders to observe a formation meant for home protection. We should prioritize testing. Only then did Yi Guqing breathe a sigh of relief, thinking his son had not divulged the name of the formation, and he was glad he had been clever enough not to reveal it, or it would have been quite embarrassing. Turning back to glance at his son, he found the boy nestled in the arms of a voluptuous beauty, his small head buried in softness, hands roaming freely, utterly absorbed in joy. Yi Guqing secretly exclaimed in his heart, "This lad truly does not know the meaning of danger. If Sun Rui were to discover your thoughts, she would beat you to a pulp." However, it was evident that Sun did not suspect that a 6-year-old child could harbor such impure thoughts, and she affectionately lifted Yi Junlin into her embrace. Yi Junlin, feeling quite displeased, found himself cradled by an elderly woman, one who had previously been his opponent in another life. The embarrassment was overwhelming. "Father, I'm scared," Yi Junlin cried, reaching out for his father's embrace. Yi Guqing found this amusing and chose to ignore his son, thinking to himself, "My wayward child. Enjoy the tender affections of Sun Chiba for a while." He merely smiled and said, "Son, the child is shy. A little more cuddling will do him good." Yi Junlin nearly spat blood in frustration. "Father, please don't sell me out." Sun Rui, who had never taken a male disciple in her lifetime, was quite fond of children and laughed as she held Yi Junlin. "Little one, your talent is extraordinary. You may call me grandmother." Yi Junlin felt a wave of despair. In his previous life, he had exchanged harsh words with Sun Rui, and now he was supposed to address her as grandmother? Wasn't he that a blow to his dignity? Yet, circumstances dictated otherwise. With reluctance, he finally uttered, "Grandmother." Sun Rui was delighted, exclaiming, "This child is fated to be with me. I have never accepted a male disciple in my lifetime. We shall retest your aptitude. If all is well, you shall become my sole male disciple." Chapter 44. Escaping soon after, Sun Rui and the family elder led Yi Junlin into the house for a re-evaluation of his talents. The others waited in the courtyard, and Yi Guqing was not permitted to enter. Zhou Yinru approached and quietly inquired, "Seventh brother, what are your plans now?" Yi Guqing, swayed by his son's potential, replied, "If my son's aptitude proves satisfactory, I shall certainly accompany him to the Haoran sect." Zhou Yinru felt a surge of joy at this. She too wished to return to Haoran sect and feared separation from Yi Guqing. With him going, it could not be better. However, others cast scornful glances in their direction. Zhao Qingyun muttered to himself, "The son is a genius, and the father is a waste. What purpose does he serve in going to cultivate?" The Haoran sect does not allow the inept to ascend the mountain. Though his words were harsh, they were rooted in truth. The Haoran sect had a strict policy against accepting the inept. Those with even slightly inferior aptitude or strength were turned away, let alone someone like Yi Guqing, whose dantian was damaged. Yi Guqing paid no heed to the derision. His sole focus was on protecting his son. At that moment, the family head, Yi Cheng, approached quietly and said, "We have just received news from the Bai family. Bai Haoyan is completely ruined." The Bai family had spies within the Yi family, just as the Yi family had within the Bai. Any significant event within either family was swiftly communicated. Bai Haotian, having suffered grievously, was on the brink of death. And even the family elder of the Bai could do nothing but expend his life force to save him. Nevertheless, this merely prolonged Bai Haotian's existence as an ordinary person. For cultivators, losing their cultivation equated to becoming a waste. Bai Haotian was now worse off than death. Consequently, a new head must soon be chosen for the Bai family. As the previous one had tormented Yi Guqing, and now he was reaping what he had sown. Bai Ying, too, had finally achieved her desires. Yet her benefactor had been reduced to a state far worse than Yi Guqing. One could only wonder what she felt at this moment. Yi Guqing felt neither sorrow nor joy upon hearing this. It was as though he were listening to a tale of a stranger, his heart untouched. "Let them be," he said softly. As he spoke, a sudden radiance illuminated the room, bathing it in brilliant light. Yi Guqing's expression turned to one of ecstasy. The other members of the Yi family also erupted in excitement. "Little Lin has passed the test. Marvelous. Our Yi family has discovered a true genius." They looked up to the heavens, tears welling in their eyes. They had thought the Yi family was doomed. With the death of their ancestor, there would be no successor. Unable even to contend with the rising Bai family. Yet, who could have anticipated the emergence of such a prodigious talent as Yi Junlin at a crucial moment? If all went well, the Yi family would not only survive, but thrive. If Yi Junlin cultivated diligently within the Haoran sect, it could secure the Yi family's prosperity for 1,000 years. Subsequently, Sun Rui and the family elder emerged, their faces beaming with joy. Min Zhenyuan and Zhao Qingyun also looked pleased, knowing that they had discovered this little genius and would not be lacking in rewards upon their return to the Haoran sect. Sun Rui, with her fiery personality, promptly declared, "Since his aptitude is confirmed, we shan't prolong this further. I shall take little Lin back to the Haoran sect immediately." Yi Junlin's talent was astonishing, with 99 channels being remarkable, but more importantly, it soared to 120. Sun Rui had never encountered another in her 700 years of life. To her, Yi Junlin was a treasure beyond measure, if word spread. Other renowned sects and even powerful cultivators from dark paths would seek to claim him. The priority now was to return to the Haoran sect with Yi Junlin and complete the initiation rites as soon as possible. This way, it would be above board, and others could only look on with envy and resentment. Min Jinyuan stepped forward and said, "Seventh Master, the other young genius, Huang Eileen, has yet to arrive. Should I go to the Huang family's estate?" Sun Rui waved her hand, saying, "I came here for Yi Lin. The others are not my concern. You may escort them back to the sect." Those present could only smile wryly in their hearts. Sun Rui had shown no regard for face, only bringing Yi Junlin along and unwilling to accommodate anyone else. Yet, it was evident that little Lin's aptitude was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, a childish voice called from behind, "Grandmother Master, could you grant me a request?" This little ancestor Sun Rui's heart swelled with joy at being addressed as Grandmother Master, her smile widening. "Speak." Yi Junlin, in a feeble voice, continued, "My father is also an exceptional genius. I want him to go to the Haoran sect with me." This gave Sun Rui pause. To bring a waste to the mountain would violate the sect's rules. Yi Junlin, feigning innocence, added, "Grandmother Master, you just said that as your disciple. I have nothing to fear." The family elder interjected, "Senior son, little Lin is still very young and cannot manage on his own. Having someone to care for him would be beneficial. Moreover, Although Guqing's dantian is damaged, his talent for alchemy is remarkable, making him a genius in that regard. Yi Guqing hurriedly produced a powerful blood-boiling pill he had crafted, saying, "Senior son, this is my creation, although it is of a lower grade." It certainly attracted a tribulation. Seeing this, Sun Rui nodded. "You may accompany me back to the Howren sect, but you must abide by the rules of my seventh peak. Any transgression will result in your expulsion from the Howren sect." Yi Guqing's heart leaped for joy. "Thank you, Master Sun. Thank you, Grandmother Master." Hearing Sun Rui relent, Yi Junlin felt a wave of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, he had finally secured his father's place in the Howren sect. Reflecting on how he had just feigned innocence in front of Sun Rui, Yi Junlin nearly felt nauseated. Thankfully, it did not prove futile. Sun Rui, acting decisively, turned to Yi Guqing and said, "We shall depart now. If you have anything to bring, do so quickly." Yi Guqing had nothing to take with him. He only needed this time to bid farewell to his family. The family elder offered him a few insights on cultivation, saying, "This is my experience reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage. You may peruse it when you have time. Although your dantian is damaged, practicing diligently can still be beneficial." Yi Guqing knelt and bowed deeply to his ancestor. The family head and others all smiled warmly, clasping their fists in farewell. The head of the family reminded him, "Guqing, I know you value your pride, but in the Howren sect, where strong individuals abound, it is best to remain humble. I would never be so boastful." Yi Guqing nearly stumbled, but still turned back to say, "I will. Take care, family head." Yi Kai, the sycophant, wept profusely, lamenting, "Seventh brother, with your departure, there shall be no one to guide us in alchemy." Yi Guqing felt a pang of relief in his heart, thinking to himself, "How fortunate I am to have slipped away. Otherwise, should I remain in the Yi family alone, with others seeking my counsel in alchemy while my son is absent? I would surely expose my lack of knowledge." With this thought, Yi Guqing hastily made his escape. In Chapter 45, The Unreasonable Demon Monk. Sun Rui's steed was an 8-winged golden centipede, measuring several dozen meters in length, its body a striking blend of gold and green, especially its formidable mandibles. As a formidable nascent soul master, she felt no need for restraint and unleashed the creature right outside the Yi family's gates, accompanied by 3 female disciples. Along with Yi Guqing and Yi Junlin, they mounted the back of the majestic centipede, with a powerful flap of its wings. The golden centipede soared into the skies above Huanggo City, hastily departing. Did you see that? The 8-winged golden centipede, the mount of a nascent soul master. Merely possessing this steed signifies a cultivation level at the late stage of the golden core realm. Is it not a great demon? Indeed, it was a great demon. A flying mount of such caliber could only be tamed by a nascent soul master of the Howren sect. How impressive! At that moment, the Bai family courtyard was abuzz with speculation. It seemed a prodigious talent had emerged from the Yi family, having opened 99 acupoints, and a nascent soul master from the Howren sect had come personally to escort him. What an honor! The last individual to open over 100 acupoints had not received such treatment. "You do not understand," someone interjected. "I have heard this young man possesses astonishing talent. Although he has opened only 99 acupoints, his potential is limitless. Could he possibly ascend to immortality? As for ascending to immortality, that remains uncertain, but with such talent, living for a millennium is certainly within reach, transitioning to the nascent soul stage with ease. Indeed, the Yi family is poised for great prosperity." Bai Ying gazed at the colossal 8-winged golden centipede as it flew ever farther, feeling a profound sense of frustration. Had it not been for Bai Haoyan, she too could have mounted the centipede and joined the Howren sect, but alas, that was not her fate. Meanwhile, the sounds of Bai Haoyan's furious bellowing echoed from within the room. "Where is everyone? Come here. Do you think you can bully me just because my cultivation is in shambles? Get in here. And you, kneel before me." Bai Ying hurried back inside. Witnessing the wrathful Bai Haoyan and the foolishly kneeling Yi Chuan, a wave of intense regret washed over her. "I truly feel a deep sense of remorse. At this moment, I wish to weep without tears, regretting my past choices." "Little Lin, are you afraid flying up there?" a female cultivator asked. "It's so high. I am quite scared," Yi Junlin replied without a moment's hesitation. "Do not be afraid," the female cultivator tenderly assured, cradling Yi Junlin in her arms. "Little Lin, fear not. Your senior sister is here." "Senior sister, you are so wonderful," Yi Junlin exclaimed, burying his face into her softness. Yi Guqing, observing this scene, inwardly cursed his son, fearing he might suffocate from the embrace. Sensing his father's gaze, Yi Junlin turned and made a playful face, unaware of the shameless thoughts of the father and son. Sun Rui spoke up. Young friend Yi, I have heard you also cultivated in the Haoran sect. Which esteemed friend did you take as your master? Yi Guqing replied honestly. I did not take a master. I practiced for 4 years as an outer disciple. Oh, an outer disciple, Sun Rui remarked. Then where did your knowledge of array techniques come from? The decision to bring Yi Guqing along was prompted by both the group's request and Sun Rui's recent fascination with array formations. She had discovered Yi Guqing's expertise in this area and wished to bring him back to the mountain for further discussion. However, Yi Guqing had no real mastery of array techniques. He dismissed his son's maze formation as a trivial low-level array. Such a minor formation hardly warrants attention. Merely a self-taught endeavor. Oh, Sun Rui was taken aback, thinking, how audacious. I have struggled to create even a level 5 maze formation. Yet he regards it as trivial and claims to be self-taught. The intricacies of arrays far surpass those of alchemy. Many formidable cultivators spend their lives without mastering anything significant. For someone in their 30s to possess such proficiency is remarkable. Sun Rui intended to ask more, but suddenly changed her expression. It seems you indeed have a gift in this area. Once we arrive at the sect, I must seek your counsel. Seek my counsel? Yi Guqing nearly tumbled off the 8-winged golden centipede. He had assumed his family's maze formation was a low-tier array, and Sun Rui's inquiry was casual. However, it appeared otherwise. Creating an awkward predicament, he was utterly ignorant of array techniques. How could he respond when she truly sought his guidance? Oh, my son. The array you set up at home has placed me in peril. Yi Guqing felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, glancing at his son, who appeared blissfully carefree, wishing he could strangle him on the spot. Sun Rui refrained from continuing her inquiries into Yi Guqing, as they were soon approached by a presence. Standing atop the 8-winged golden centipede, she elegantly waved her sleeve and brandished a myriad of dusters, confidently declaring, whoever you are, since you have arrived, why conceal your identity? Come forth and reveal yourself. In the void, a flash of light revealed a bald old monk seated upon a black lotus, appearing out of thin air. The black lotus was also a flying treasure, hovering several hundred meters ahead of the 8-winged golden centipede, maintaining pace. The elder faced away, his eyes closed, murmuring to himself, Sun Shiba, I have heard that you have acquired a remarkable disciple this time. Upon seeing the elder, Sun Rui's expression shifted, and she coldly retorted, the angry-eyed Vajra of the Black Lotus Temple, what brings you to the territory of my Haoran sect? Are you not afraid of having your eyes gouged out? The bald elder remained unfazed, replying indifferently, I intended to come to the great Hao immortal nation to capture a few female cultivators as furnace cauldrons, but unexpectedly encountered a once-in-a-millennium talent. This disciple shall belong to me. You are dreaming. Sun Rui hastily took Yi Junlin back to the sect, fearing being intercepted. Little did she know, her fears had materialized, and in the form of an unreasonable demon monk. Whether you are dreaming or not, today, that disciple shall be mine, the bald elder proclaimed, suddenly opening his eyes. Boromir, gaze upon me with fury. The title of angry-eyed Vajra was not earned lightly. When he opened his eyes in anger, day turned into night, and the 8-winged golden centipede, along with its passengers, was instantly engulfed in a realm of darkness, an endless void of shadows. At the edge of this darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened, watching from every direction, exuding an eerie presence. Simultaneously, a sinister voice echoed, young lad Yi Lin. Having opened 99 acupoints, you are perfectly suited to cultivate my Black Lotus Temple's 9-leaf demon scripture. Succeeding in your training will yield countless Black Lotuses, and ascending to immortality shall be within your grasp. Yi Junlin shouted defiantly, get lost, you old baldy. I have no desire to become a monk. I want to be with my senior sisters. The demon monk chuckled wickedly, good child, the Black Lotus Temple is no ordinary monastery. It is a place without restrictions, where you can indulge your every whim. As my disciple, you shall have as many female cultivators as you desire, and you can play however you wish. Go away. Go away. Yi Junlin protested. Such matters would only benefit my father. I am merely 6 years old. I cannot indulge. Yi Guqing, in a fit of frustration, stamped his feet. Oh, my son, why bring me into this at such a time? The author has something to say. Only 2 updates today, dear brothers and sisters. Tomorrow, there will be an explosion of content. Please give a 5-star review, and I shall strive to improve. Haha, good lad. How amusing. The bald, old monk chuckled, his blood-red eyes becoming increasingly sinister. At the same time, waves of crimson demonic energy surged forth like thick smoke, enveloping the space in a tempest of demonic flames. Demon monk, you seek your own demise. Sun Rui shouted. Do not make eye contact with that furious gaze. Protect little Lin. In an instant, she vanished. Employing the instantaneous movement technique characteristic of a nascent soul master, appearing directly in front of the bald monk, blocking his path. This tactic, offensive yet defensive, was emblematic of her style. I bid you farewell. The myriad strands of the whisk, a top-tier magical artifact, wielded formidable power. After exerting her utmost effort, Sun Rui unleashed the whisk, and the thousands of strands sprang to life, resembling a mane of silver hair, wildly surging toward her adversary. In the face of the sharp, clawing strands approaching from all directions, the bald monk remained seated, unperturbed, continuously reciting incomprehensible scriptures. Suddenly, he uttered a single word, Bodhi, open. Instantly, a blood-red luminescent barrier appeared, enveloping his form and intercepting the assault. The blood demon shield. Though the myriad strands of the whisk were potent, the blood demon shield appeared to be its nemesis. As the sharp silver strands made contact with the crimson barrier, it became evident that the tips of the silver strands not only failed to penetrate, but were swiftly tainted. Turning crimson, the blood-colored malevolence spread upwards, ultimately staining all the silver strands red, transforming them into a blood-colored whisk. A glint of foreboding flashed in the monk's eyes as he uttered another word, shatter. With a series of sharp cracks, the silver strands shattered. The top-tier magical artifact, the myriad strands whisk, was on the verge of destruction. Yet, the silver-haired elder, Sun Rui, remained unfazed. The myriad strands whisk was merely a bait, not her ultimate weapon. Seizing the opportunity, she opened her mouth and unleashed a small emerald-green sword. Initially minuscule, it transformed into a fine emerald thread in the next moment. The void traversed by the thread cut through the darkness created by the blood-red eyes. Amidst the cascading silver strands, she pointed her hand and commanded, go. It was then revealed that this emerald thread was, in fact, a paper-thin emerald-long sword. Her life-bound treasure, the condensed emerald sword. With a resounding crash, the sword struck the blood-red barrier, causing it to burst apart, scattering bloodlight and disintegrating the blood demon shield into a shower of blood. The sword's brilliance surged forth, aiming directly at the bald monk's body. Wait. Sun Rui's heart tightened. Her opponent was also a nascent soul master. Defeating him so easily seemed implausible. Sure enough, with a thunderous roar, the bald monk's body morphed into a black lotus, cleaved in two by the sword. The sword's glow sliced through even the black lotus platform upon which the monk meditated, utterly destroying it. This is bad. A decoy. Sun Rui's expression changed dramatically. The tactic of drawing the tiger from its mountain lair had ensnared her. She had fallen for it because the black lotus platform beneath the monk was exceedingly precious. Having taken 3 millennia to cultivate into a black waterfowl lotus, meticulously crafted through secret methods, the Black Lotus Temple regarded this as a treasured possession. Yet little did they know, the bald monk had abandoned it in his eagerness to seize Yi Junlin. In this vast world, I claim but a fraction. Indeed, the condensed emerald sword is extraordinarily sharp, and Sun Rui's lifebound treasure is indeed formidable. The bald monk's voice resonated from behind Sun Rui. What an audacious thief. Realizing her blunder, Sun Rui pivoted to pursue, but it was too late. The bald monk had already ascended upon the back of the 8-winged golden centipede, laughing heartily. His gaze turning fierce as an astonishing number of blood-red eyes manifested in the black void, creating an exceedingly bizarre spectacle that even Sun Rui, a nascent soul, struggled to comprehend. With a sudden stomp, he unleashed a wave of force that rippled outward, causing spiderweb-like cracks to form upon the solid back of the 8-winged golden centipede. Jiangong. The 8-winged golden centipede writhed in agony, its lengthy body thrashing violently in the void, especially at its tail, which wreaked havoc. Yi Guqing and the 3 female cultivators, all at the late Foundation establishment or early Golden Core stage, stood no chance against the bald monk. Swaying precariously as they nearly plummeted from the sky, the bald elder executed a teleportation, appearing directly before Yi Junlin. The small female cultivator holding Yi Junlin panicked, attempting to flee. Bring him to me. The bald elder's gaze ensnared the young cultivator's spirit, and with a merciless palm strike, he aimed to destroy her. The small cultivator, merely at the peak of Foundation establishment, would surely perish if struck. Yi Junlin cried out urgently, "Father, come and block him." Yi Guqing, witnessing the imminent abduction of his son, acted without hesitation, brandishing a spiritual sword and abruptly positioning himself before the young cultivator. Bang! The palm struck Yi Guqing, sending him flying and colliding with the small cultivator, both tumbling into a corner of the 8-winged golden centipede's tail. However, protected by the Qingming ancestor jade, Yi Guqing emerged unscathed. In stark contrast, the bald monk was adversely affected by this attack. A tenfold rebound struck him. The elder's ruthless blow returned tenfold upon himself, causing him to stagger and visibly sustain injury. What a treasure, he gasped, blood spilling forth. He had never anticipated that after deceiving Sun Rui, he would be bested by Yi Guqing, a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. Nonetheless, he felt that seizing this prodigious talent made the injury worthwhile. Ha! Bloodied, he laughed heartily, turning to flee. Yet at that moment, the small Yi Junlin he clutched remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "The Black Lotus bears 9 leaves, each distinct from the other." As he attempted to teleport away, the bald monk trembled once more, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Yi Junlin. "What are you saying?" "What I say? You do not understand?" Yi Junlin's small face bore no fear as he met the monk's gaze, continuing, "Lotus leaves are born of heaven and earth. At the genesis of heaven and earth, myriad Tao patterns exist. Take one pattern, and one may ascend to the bliss of immortality." The more he spoke, the more peculiar the bald monk's expression became, as if he had encountered a ghost. Yi Junlin, however, refrained from further recitation, instead stating, "Fierce-eyed Vajra. The Vajra with fierce eyes. I can recite the entirety of the 9-leaf Demon Sutra to you, but I fear you may not have the time." "You." The bald monk was utterly dumbfounded. He had meticulously plotted to abduct the prodigious Yi Junlin to have him cultivate the Black Lotus Temple's secret scripture, the 9-leaf Demon Sutra. He was aware of its contents, but was unable to cultivate it himself. Yet, he never expected that Yi Junlin would recite portions of the 9-leaf Demon Sutra. How could this be? Chapter 47. Reincarnated Golden Body. The bald monk was completely bewildered. He had schemed extensively to come for Yi Junlin, intending solely to have this young boy cultivate the Black Lotus Temple's forbidden scripture, the 9-leaf Demon Sutra. Yet, he had not anticipated that before he could even impart the teachings, the boy would already know them by heart. What is happening? This world is utterly insane. However, what shocked him further was yet to come. Yi Junlin snorted disdainfully and continued, 3 blades. Has the purple bamboo of the Black Lotus Temple's rewrote platform emerged? What? This seemingly nonsensical statement struck the bald monk like a bolt from the blue. You. He trembled violently, his eyes darting as he stared at the 6-year-old Yi Junlin, as if possessed. Meanwhile, the fallen Yi Guqing regained his footing, protected by the Qiming ancestor jade, completely unharmed. However, the small female cultivator he had collided with was rendered unconscious from the impact. Yi Guqing, disregarding the small cultivator, turned to see his son captured by the bald monk. At that moment, the bald monk, seemingly afflicted by some strange ailment, trembled violently, blood staining his chest, his complexion shifting erratically. Yi Guqing, filled with dread, shouted, "Do not harm my son." Yet, what he could never have imagined was the scene that unfolded next. The bald monk suddenly released Yi Junlin, then, with a thud, knelt before him, bowing deeply, tears streaming from his eyes. "Master, I have longed for you dearly." The once arrogant nascent soul master now knelt at the feet of a 6-year-old child, completely prostrated. Yi Guqing stood utterly dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Such an abrupt turn of events would leave anyone bewildered. Yi Junlin, with his diminutive stature, stood resolutely, exuding an air of formidable authority. He reached out to caress the bald head of the old monk before speaking in a calm tone. "Return and cultivate diligently. Do not commit sins. The incense of the Black Lotus Temple shall not extinguish." Upon uttering these words, the once fierce and vengeful Vajra now wept like a child. Truly, it was a reincarnation of the master, with a voice so reminiscent. "Master, master," the bald monk cried uncontrollably. At that moment, a flash of emerald sword light pierced through the distant void, illuminating the surroundings, accompanied by the furious roar of Sun Rui. "Bald bandit, release my disciple." Upon seeing Sun Rui arrive, Yi Junlin said no more, withdrew his hand, and uttered, "Go. Master, take care." In the next instant, the bald monk wiped his tears and vanished without a trace. The surrounding Vajras ceased their collapse. The demonic energy dissipated, revealing a clear blue sky. Shaolin, are you all right? Sun Rui instantaneously appeared beside Yi Junlin, inspecting him from head to toe, finally sighing in relief. It made sense. The bald monk sought to take Yi Junlin as a disciple, not to harm him. Thus he would never inflict injury. Grandmaster, I am fine. That's good. Sun Rui replied before turning her attention to her 3 female disciples. 2 of them, mesmerized by the bloodlust, were approached by her, and she delivered a firm slap to each of their heads. Roaring, awaken. The 2 jolted back to reality. As for the fainted young female cultivator, her situation was more dire. Her internal organs were damaged, necessitating a period of recuperation with medicinal pills. The most unfortunate was the 8-winged golden centipede, whose carapace was marred with countless cracks, resembling exquisite porcelain, causing Sun Rui's old face to twist in anguish. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Guqing picked up his son and quietly inquired, "My child, what just transpired?" He was genuinely perplexed. When the bald monk arrived, he was so ferocious that he seemed unstoppable, yet suddenly the scene shifted, with the old monk kneeling and pleading for mercy, weeping uncontrollably. Yi Guqing found this situation utterly illogical. "It's quite simple," Yi Junlin replied, "because your son is exceedingly handsome, radiating the light of righteousness along this great road." Upon seeing me, the old bald head felt ashamed and experienced an epiphany. Thus he knelt before me in repentance, vowing to reform his ways. Yi Guqing was momentarily taken aback. Though reason told him his son was speaking nonsense, upon reflection, he could find no more plausible explanation. "Then why did he call you master?" Yi Junlin responded matter-of-factly, "Because when he saw me, it was as though he beheld his deceased master, reminding him of the profound teachings he received, which moved him to tears." "Is that true?" Yi Guqing pondered, then added, "It seems this old monk is not entirely wicked. He is indeed a practitioner of Buddhism." "It must be true," Yi Junlin asserted with utmost seriousness. "I might deceive others, but how could I deceive my own father?" Yi Guqing conceded, recognizing that this was indeed his own offspring. "Good son." He embraced his son tightly and planted a couple of kisses on his face. "Get off. Get off." Yi Junlin protested vehemently, revulsed by his father's slobber. Observing his son's expression, Yi Guqing silently cursed, "You rascal. You appeared utterly delighted when those female cultivators kissed you." Yi Junlin ignored his father, his gaze fixed on the direction the bald monk had fled, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. "Shinruahai, in this life, your Black Lotus Temple shall fall under my dominion." As for how he knew these secrets of the Black Lotus Temple, it was due to an adversary from his previous life, Shinruahai. They had been foes for a millennium, and Yi Junlin was intimately familiar with him. It was only after defeating Shinruahai that he discovered he was the reincarnation of the previous abbot of the Black Lotus Temple. After his defeat, Shinruahai had to fulfill his promise and reveal the temple's secret technique, the 9-leaf Demon Sutra, to Yi Junlin. Thus, Yi Junlin could recite it flawlessly. The agreement between Shinruahai and his disciples was that if the purple bamboo planted on the temple's Lanrua terrace sprouted, it would signify his reincarnation. Upon hearing this, the bald monk instantly regarded Yi Junlin as the reincarnation of his master, with no doubt in his mind. "Shinruahai, in this life, should you cross paths with me, your fortunes shall belong to me." Yi Junlin felt a surge of pride. In this life, Shinruahai had been vanquished before he could rise. In truth, with the system at his disposal and being a reincarnated celestial emperor, he found the Black Lotus Temple's meager inheritance unworthy of his attention. The crux lay in the fact that he was aware of a valuable item within the Black Lotus Temple, although he had no use for it. It was something the system sought to collect. Contributing it to the system could unlock additional functionalities and even enable him to project his consciousness into other worlds to seize more opportunities. In the realm of mortals, though I cannot perceive everything, I am aware of numerous opportunities. Yi Junlin mused. However, time was pressing, and he had left no contact information for the old monk. Yet, he was not concerned. The furious Vajra Shurtian had already acknowledged Yi Junlin as the reincarnation of his master and would surely reach out to him in due course. Chapter 48. Junlin of the Haoran sect in such a dire situation. It was truly thanks to young friend Yi. After understanding the circumstances, Sun Rui became even more amiable towards Yi Guqing. Had it not been for Yi Guqing, her disciple, the young female cultivator, would likely have been slain by the bald monk's strike. Yi Guqing quickly replied, "Master Sun, there is no need for formality. I acted to save my son and require no gratitude." He then produced the Qingming ancestor jade, stating, "During my travels, I fortuitously came across a ghost market and, by chance, procured this life-saving treasure at a remarkably low price." Sun Rui, without suspicion, took a glance at the jade and noted the faint cracks on its surface. Realizing it could only be used a couple more times. "Thanks to young friend Ye's precious jade," she lamented, "it is unfortunate that it has suffered such damage. Thus, within the sect, we have acquired a batch of 10,000-year gathering grass, which can be used for alchemy to nourish the Dantian." Yi Guqing interjected, "Master Sun, please do not. To be frank, my Dantian is not severely injured and has nearly recovered, so I have no need for these herbs." "Is that so?" Sun Rui expressed disbelief. "Indeed," Yi Guqing sighed, extending his wrist. "Master Sun, you may examine my Dantian." Being a woman who had never interacted with men, Sun Rui hesitated to touch Yi Guqing's hand and chose to trust him instead. "Since you say you do not need it, I will take your word for it and seek another form of compensation." Yi Guqing earnestly replied, "Master, I am immensely grateful for your willingness to accept my son as a disciple. How could I impose upon you further? Moreover, the jade's expenditure was for my son, truly. There is no need for courtesy." Sun Rui held Yi Guqing in high regard, saying, "Young friend, such understanding. Given your sentiments, I shall not press you further. However, consider this a favor owed to you. When you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me." The Yuan Ing Grand Master was a formidable being capable of establishing a sect, and a favor owed by one of such stature was invaluable. Yi Guqing dared not refuse further, lest he offend her. He promptly bowed, saying, "As you wish, I shall humbly accept your kindness. Thank you, Master." "Very well." Sun Rui nodded in satisfaction. The group continued on their journey, and shortly thereafter, a crisp crane call resonated from the distant sky, beyond the green mountains and white clouds. A majestic crane approached, bearing an elderly cultivator with silver hair seated upon its back. Draped in a long robe, the old man rode the crane, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. "How is my junior sister?" the old cultivator inquired. It turned out that Sun Rui had promptly notified the Haoran sect of her peril. The Haoran sect has dispatched this venerable elder to assist, a formidable being in the nascent soul realm. Sun Rui, somewhat irked, remarked, "Fifth brother, by the time you arrive, the food will have gone cold." The old monk, with a wry smile, replied, "Master Hao informed me, and I dared not delay. I rushed here at the earliest opportunity." All right, it's all settled now," Sun Rui said, her temper more lenient with her senior brother. The elder glanced around and inquired, "Where are my disciples?" "I concern myself not with your disciples. My purpose in Huangzhou City is solely to retrieve my own. Others are of no consequence to me," he retorted. With a sigh, the elder continued, "If someone intends to abduct your disciples, then my own are at risk as well. I shall escort them." With that, the elder mounted his crane and soared towards Huangzhou City. Yi Junlin surmised the identity of this elder. He was none other than Zhang Zeng, the esteemed head of the fifth peak of Haoran sect and a revered elder, who also happened to be the master of Minjing Yuan and Zhao Qingyun, known for his gentle disposition and relatively ordinary talent. Yi Junlin had little impression of him from his previous life. Upon hearing that Yi Junlin was nearly abducted, Zhang Zeng felt a pang of concern, particularly since he had two promising disciples, Chen Zining and Huang Eileen, whom he aimed to recruit personally in Huangzhou City. However, Yi Junlin was aware that Chen Zining had become a disciple of the female peak master of the fourth peak, Long Hanqiu, and was uncertain how events would unfold this time. Long Hanqiu was renowned as a beautiful yet frigid figure in the Haoran sect, possessing formidable cultivation. Ultimately, Chen Zining betrayed her sect for the sake of the Frostfire body, leading both master and disciple to sever ties atop Kunwa Mountain, a tragic tale indeed. Should Chen Zining become Zhang Zeng's disciple in this lifetime, his gentle nature would likely not afford her the protection she once sought. Yi Junlin dismissed these thoughts. Having been granted a second chance at life, certain actions were inevitable. He resolved to assist Aunt Yin in resolving her daughter's Frostfire body predicament. Their journey continued in silence, and by evening, they approached the majestic Haoran sect. The entire sect nestled within a breathtaking mountain range, with verdant peaks stretching endlessly, adorned with countless palace walls and yellow tiles, sprawling for miles. Within the sect, 7 distinctive peaks rose sharply, each reaching for the heavens, their summits cloaked in clouds. As the sun set, the autumn skies blazed with golden-red hues, and from the back of the 8-winged golden beetle, the view was nothing short of magnificent. reminiscent of a celestial realm. Sun Rui and her companions, accustomed to such sights, felt little excitement, while only Yi Junlin, seasoned in grand spectacles, remained indifferent. His father, Yi Guqing, however, was quite exhilarated, lifting his son and exclaiming, "Look, over there is the Star Pavilion, housing millennia of scriptures, and there, the path of the immortals, where those without hope can venture. And there is the life and death platform, alongside the bell and drum tower, and over there." Yi Junlin sighed softly, "Father, please. You're making us seem like country bumpkins in the city." Yi Guqing, momentarily deflated, retorted, "You little rascal, I'm merely explaining things to you." The three female cultivators observed this father-son duo, unable to stifle their laughter. Even Sun Rui managed a smile, instructing them to proceed to the Mountain Gate Hall. The Mountain Gate Hall, not as towering as the Seven Peaks, stood atop a modest hill. Beneath it lay an interminable staircase leading to the heavens. Many spent their entire lives without ascending it. Despite having trained at the Haoran sect for 4 years, Yi Guqing had rarely traversed the staircase, as outer disciples were confined to the lower outer plaza. This time, benefiting from his son's presence, they landed directly at the Mountain Gate Hall without needing to climb. A middle-aged man with a long beard emerged from the hall, greeting them from afar. "Welcome back, elder son, to the sect." This was none other than the current sect leader, Master Hao, an elder of the Golden Core realm, who held an imposing presence before ordinary disciples, yet appeared docile and respectful in the presence of Elder Sunday. Sun Rui instructed, "Little Lin shall henceforth be my disciple of the seventh peak. This is his father, Yi Guqing, who will temporarily serve as a miscellaneous disciple of my peak. Please assign 2 individuals to assist them with the admission process." "Rest assured, Elder, I shall attend to it," Master Hao replied, perceptive as ever. Noticing a female cultivator resting on the back of the 8-winged golden beetle, he deduced that Elder Sun intended to bring a disciple for healing. Consequently, after Yi Guqing and his son disembarked, the beetle soared into the sky, heading towards the 7th peak. As Yi Junlin entered the sect, he was destined to encounter more amusing and unexpected tales, so stay tuned. Lastly, let me express my gratitude. Your 5-star reviews, encouragement for updates, comments, and gifts are immensely valuable to me. I kindly ask all you gentle souls to lend a hand. In return, I shall strive to provide more content. Chapter 49. My name is Yi Junlin. Is this the prodigious disciple Yi Junlin? Master Hao inquired with a smile. Though young, Yi Junlin was already a direct disciple of the venerable elder, his status elevated like a rocket. The esteemed Master Hao, despite his high position, could only address him as junior brother. "Brother Hao, I am Yi Junlin." The name Yi Junlin was adopted after his ascension to the celestial realm, and in this life, he intended to act preemptively, ruling the world. Who but I? He mused, pleased with the name's boldness. Master Hao concurred. However, Yi Guqing was taken aback. According to the naming conventions of the Yi family, direct descendants had specific patterns. The first generation bore 2 character names, the next 3, and so forth. For instance, the family head was named Yi Qing, while the subsequent generation bore names like Yi Guqing and Yi Ta Hai, each with 3 characters. The next generation returned to 2 character names, such as Yi Chuan and Yi Lin. As for Yi Kai, being a branch descendant, he had chosen a name arbitrarily, and no one held it against him. Yi Guqing harbored no objections to his son's name change, but felt that adopting 3 characters might confuse their lineage. "My son, you must not act recklessly." "How is this reckless?" Yi Junlin replied. "Master Hao thinks it sounds splendid." After saying this, he cast a charming gaze towards Master Hao. The elder, unable to resist the allure of such youthful innocence, laughed heartily. "Indeed, it is a fine name." Yi Junlin then asked, "Father, do you prefer Yi Lin or Yi Junlin?" "It is indeed pleasant," Yi Guqing admitted, although he secretly favored Yi Junlin. His son often boasted at home, claiming aspirations to be the heavenly emperor and to command destiny. Nonsense. Really? Yet, what if such nonsense were to come true? In that case, a name like Yi Lin would lack a certain regal aura. Let us adopt the new name. Master Hao suggested, as cultivators, we ought to establish a down name for ourselves. Very well, Yi Guqing relented, unable to oppose Master Hao, and sighed. This boy has always been headstrong. Alas, there is no changing him. Master Hao smiled. After all, young prodigies awaken their potential early. The innate gifts of enlightenment and intelligence are indeed complementary. Yi Guqing, uncertain of the validity of Master Hao's words, nonetheless acknowledged that his son seemed particularly precocious. especially in recent times, appearing to understand matters better than his father. Master Hao, a man of wisdom, personally guided the father-son duo to the disciples' hall to complete their admission procedures. Upon arrival, word spread that Yi Junlin was the newly accepted genius disciple of the seventh ancestor, prompting many disciples of the Hao Ran sect to gather and observe. Although somewhat annoyed by the attention akin to that of a rare panda, Yi Junlin could only curl his lip in response. Shortly after, he received an array of items: a custom-fitted Hao Ran sect long robe adorned with a golden Hao Hai insignia, signifying his prestigious status, and a jade token engraved with the name Yi Junlin, affirming his identity as a disciple of the Hao Ran sect. Traversing the boundaries of the Hao Ran sect, one would find the passage unimpeded through layers of intricate formations. Additionally, a jade tablet imbued with his essence was entrusted to the ancestral hall of the sect, ensuring that should he encounter peril or meet his demise, the Hao Ran sect would be alerted. Furthermore, there existed a finely crafted storage pouch containing spiritual swords, talismans, and foundational texts on qi refining along with elixirs. However, he had yet to embark on his cultivation journey and lacked spiritual awareness, rendering the storage pouch temporarily useless. After completing the entry formalities for Yi Junlin, Sect Master Hao proceeded to enroll Yi Guqing. Although Sun Rui had assigned Yi Guqing the role of a servant in the seventh peak, he was, after all, the father of a prodigious talent. Sect Master Hao could not merely bestow upon Yi Guqing the status of a servant. Thus, he smoothly granted him the title of an inner disciple. Generally, an inner disciple would require a master, so Sect Master Hao declared, "Let it be that I shall be your master. However, my duties are demanding, and I must also carve out time for my own cultivation, leaving me little opportunity to instruct you." Yi Guqing, overwhelmed with joy, found himself inexplicably recognized as the direct disciple of the sect leader and saw no grounds for complaint. "Thank you, Master. I have always preferred self-study and do not wish to impose upon your time." Sect Master Hao, stroking his 5 strands of black beard, chuckled, "Very well then." However, Yi Junlin burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Father, you must now refer to me as your little master uncle." Yi Guqing nearly choked, realizing the absurdity of the situation. "Let us not dwell on such matters. I remain your father." Sect Master Hao joined in the laughter, finding the banter between father and son quite amusing, and continued, "Though I may be a nominal master, I cannot be entirely unyielding." With that, he raised his hand and tapped his storage pouch, producing a flying sword enveloped in misty water hues. "This is a low-grade magical weapon, the Frost Blade, which I once wielded upon achieving the Golden Core. I now bestow it upon you, hoping you attain the Golden Core realm swiftly." Yi Guqing rejoiced. He currently possessed a spiritual tool. While this was a magical weapon, an immense upgrade in power. However, being a substantial artifact, it required a formidable spiritual consciousness to wield, typically acquired only after entering the Golden Core realm. Sect Master Hao's generous gift served to foster goodwill with the future prodigy, Yi Junlin, whom he believed had great potential, and to inspire Yi Guqing to reach for the Golden Core realm. Of course, this was all predicated on Sect Master Hao's ignorance of Yi Guqing's rumored shattered dantian. Had he been aware, he would never have offered such a treasure. "Thank you, Master." Yi Guqing accepted the generous welcome gift, feeling no need for false modesty as he stowed the frost blade away. Sect Master Hao then asked, "You are familiar with the path to the seventh peak, I presume?" "I shall not accompany you, as there are only female disciples there, and you understand the implications." Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing felt a twinge of concern. If even Sect Master Hao feared inciting the wrath of Sun Rui, the formidable matriarch, he, as the sole adult male on the seventh peak, would need to tread carefully. Thus, they took their leave of Sect Master Hao and made their way to the seventh peak. In the mountains, time loses its significance, and it is as if a century has passed in a blink. Such ascetics are rare. The majority of the Haoran sect's practitioners lead leisurely lives, gossiping as fervently as those in the mundane world. The seventh peak had welcomed yet another young genius, the only male disciple of Sun Taishang, who, at 6 years of age, had become the little master uncle to everyone. Rumors spread like wildfire. Consequently, as they journeyed to the seventh peak, Yi Junlin once again became the center of attention. Observers, both male and female disciples, were captivated by the cherubic figure of this 6-year-old, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Daring souls approached him, eager to ruffle his hair. Some female cultivators, lacking restraint, showered him with playful kisses, leaving him bewildered, while others among the male disciples mischievously pinched his chubby cheeks, contorting his face. Ahem. Esteemed disciples, please comport yourselves. Let us not forget the dignity of your little master uncle. Yu Junlin solemnly admonished those lacking respect for their elders, only to provoke a chorus of laughter in response. Fools, he thought, marching along with his short legs. This cannot continue. I must hasten to cultivate my father. He must surely relish such attention. Chapter 50. The Lantian platform of the Black Lotus Temple with a resounding crash. The ancient temple doors were kicked open, and the bald monk Sandao stumbled into the Black Lotus Temple. Master, what has happened to you? A pale, beardless, slender monk rushed forward, steadying Sandao, his gaze betraying alarm as he glanced back at the entrance. Foolish coward, Sandao scolded. Do not look back. No one is pursuing me. Only then did the slender monk exhale in relief, inquiring, Master, what kind of powerhouse could inflict such injuries upon you? Are you in danger? Enough with your foolishness. Cannot you utter a single auspicious word? Sandao dismissed his unfortunate disciple, sprinting towards the Lantian platform. There, he beheld a delicate purple bamboo shoot that had just broken through the soil. Ha! Sandao burst into joyous laughter, tears mingling with his mirth. My master has not deceived me. The purple bamboo on the Lantian platform has finally sprouted new shoots. His disciple watched in astonishment, perplexed by the elder's apparent insanity. Despite his severe injuries, he prioritized witnessing the purple bamboo, exuding such joy. The incense of our Black Lotus Temple shall not wane. Although Sandao believed Yu Junlin's words, he had not returned to the temple recently and needed to see the purple bamboo with his own eyes to be truly at ease. Yet, amidst his happiness, he sensed something amiss. Master, the incense of the Black Lotus Temple will surely endure. The pale-faced disciple chuckled. In truth, my own potential is commendable. If you impart the 9-leaf demon technique to me, I shall inherit your legacy, elevate the Black Lotus Temple to prominence, and ensure your name is revered throughout the land. Is that so? Sandao scoffed. His unfortunate disciple was a transformed minor demon, originally a white-faced fox. Sandao had named him by Siwen. The fact that he could take human form was a fluke, resulting from an ancient elixir. In terms of cultivation talent, he was sorely lacking. Sandao was not opposed to teaching him the 9-leaf demon technique. However, the disciple's insufficient talent and demonic nature rendered it impossible for him to master it. Yet Bai Siwen misconstrued Sandao's refusal as a deliberate withholding of knowledge. Sandao, unwilling to clarify, waved his hand dismissively. I have been away from the temple and did not anticipate your laziness. The place is overrun with fallen leaves and cobwebs. How do you expect to attract followers under such conditions? Get to work and clean up. Yes, Bai Siwen thought to himself, the Black Lotus Temple has a notorious reputation. No amount of cleaning will draw anyone in. Nevertheless, as his master commanded, he had no choice but to comply. As he turned away, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes as he secretly vowed, it's all about not passing on the 9-leaf demon technique. Today, with my master so gravely injured. Just then, a cough interrupted his thoughts. Cough. Bai Siwen recoiled, his malicious intent dissipating. Heavens! I was barely formulating a plan before my master detected it. Best to return to my chores. Foolish creature, your petty schemes are transparent. Sandao huffed, retreating to his meditation chamber. After consuming several healing elixirs, he mused, truly, my master's prowess is unparalleled. My strike was returned tenfold, an impressive feat. Indeed, my master remains unrivaled. Reflecting on this, he became puzzled. Why would a master of the demonic sect choose not to reside in the Black Lotus Temple but instead cultivate within the righteous Howard sect? What could be the reason? Upon further contemplation, the answer dawned on him. My master perished at the hands of the righteous sect in his previous life. Thus, in this life, he infiltrates their ranks. My master is indeed remarkable, possessing both self-awareness and an understanding of his adversaries, ensuring he emerges victorious in every encounter. Sandao admired quietly. But the trouble was how to contact his master. This was simple. While the Howren sect could guard against people, it could hardly defend against a cunning fox. With this thought, Sandao called out, Disciple, come quickly. Yi Guqing ascended the 7th peak with his son. This peak was known for a unique herb that thrived in winter, growing lusher as the weather grew colder, its vibrant green appearing almost translucent against the snow. Hence it was named the Ningxue Peak. However, at this moment, in late summer and early autumn, the peak did not showcase its enchanting beauty. Yet, standing atop the peak, gazing at the Howren sect shrouded in twilight, Yi Guqing still felt a myriad of emotions, marveling at the grandeur. He couldn't help but reflect. Look at the outer gate square where I once stood. The outer disciples were like ants. Who would have thought that I, Yi Guqing, would reach this day? Father. Yi Junlin interjected. This is only the beginning. You will ascend even higher, and transcending the tribulation to ascend is not out of reach. It is not as simple as you say, Yi Guqing lamented. The path to immortality is fraught with hardships and thorns. One misstep could lead to an abyss. Even if one possesses a celestial fate, it merely means taking a few more steps. The entire Haoran sect, at its peak, is merely at the nascent soul stage. Father. The Haoran sect has elders in the transformation stage. I am well aware of this. Yi Junlin responded. In a few decades, the great calamity of the Dahao immortal kingdom will arrive. At first, no one paid much attention, thinking it was merely a change in the royal family. But as it escalated, even the elders in the divine realm emerged. Only then did the world realize that the Haoran sect also harbors beings of the transformation stage. Yi Guqing was ignorant of this, smiling wryly as he replied, I have never heard of any divine realm experts in the Haoran sect. Even so, the distance to transcending the tribulation remains far. After saying this, he ruffled his son's hair and gazed into the distance, stating, Your talents are exceptional, perhaps one day. As for me, I no longer wish to think about it. Yi Junlin thought to himself, this cannot be. Father, if I say you can, then you can. Even if you cannot, you will. Just wait. I will ensure your talents overshadow mine, and then those uncles and ancestors will pay even more attention to you. Is that so? Yi Guqing was initially skeptical, but an ominous premonition crept in. This boy wouldn't try to put his father in a predicament again, would he? Just then, a beautiful female cultivator dressed in palace attire approached with a lantern, greeting them. Greetings, Taoist Yi and junior apprentice. Yi Junlin did not recognize her. But Yi Guqing's eyes brightened, feeling a bit flustered as he stammered. Greetings, senior sister Mingyan. No, you are now at the golden core stage. It should be senior uncle Mingyan. The palace-dressed female cultivator smiled sweetly. Taoist, you knows me? Yi Guqing replied bashfully, many years ago. As an outer disciple of the Haoran sect, I saw senior uncle a few times. Back then, you had not yet attained the golden core. Mingyan chuckled. That was indeed a long time ago. Yi Guqing recognized her, but she did not know him. She then said, Master went to treat junior sister's injuries and asked me to settle you both. I will take you to your residence. Thank you, senior uncle, came the reply. Mingyan walked gracefully ahead, and Yi Junlin glanced at her silhouette and then at his father, who was pretending to be serious, thinking, this is what it feels like for a commoner to see their goddess from years past. I never expected my father's thoughts to be so colorful. Chapter 51. What intra-level cultivation method do you desire? Although Sun Rui did not personally intervene, her arrangements for the Yi family were splendid. Their residence was situated right on the spiritual vein and eye of the Ningzue Peak. It could be said that apart from Sun Rui's own cave abode, Yi Junlin's quarters were the best available. The spiritual energy at this location was not only abundant but also stable, making cultivation here exceptionally effective. Outside the small courtyard, there were 2 acres of spiritual fields, suitable for growing various spiritual herbs and trees, which would thrive easily. In such a favorable environment, even farming would yield fortune. Yi Guqing was quite satisfied upon inspection and quickly expressed his gratitude. Mingyan merely smiled and said, Taoist Yi, please rest well with your junior apprentice. Tomorrow, Master will emerge from seclusion to conduct the formal apprenticeship ceremony. Understood. After sending off Mingyan, the father and son finally settled down. Just the day before, they had faced humiliation at the Lord's residence in Huangzhou City, and now, they found themselves residing in the highest echelons of the Haoran sect. This drastic shift left Yi Guqing somewhat at a loss, almost feeling surreal. Yi Junlin, however, was unconcerned. He rolled over and asked, Father, how did you spend your 4 years as an outer disciple in the Haoran sect? Back then. Yi Guqing's gaze deepened as he reminisced about his youth. The years from 12 to 16. Father, did you have a crush on senior sister Mingyan back then? Do not speak nonsense. Yi Guqing exclaimed, startled. Senior uncle Mingyan was also young at that time, already an inner disciple. We outer disciples could only gaze from afar. How could I harbor such disrespectful thoughts? Yi Junlin smirked. An explanation is merely a cover-up. Why the rush? I am not in a rush. Yi Guqing retorted, but his face flushed with embarrassment. I am concerned for you. If Master Sun truly thinks I have ulterior motives, I might be driven down the mountain, and then you'll have no good days ahead. Yi Junlin pondered this and refrained from teasing his father further, asking, Father, who do you think is better, senior sister Mingyan or Aunt Yin? Which one do you prefer? Or do you wish to have both? You are flustered again. Encountering such a son, Yi Guqing was both exasperated and amused as he replied, I will manage my own affairs. Do not meddle in my romantic pursuits. Now, it is getting late. Hurry and rest. All right. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Sun Rui sent Mingyan to summon Yi Junlin for the formal apprenticeship ceremony. As the grand elder, having taken on a prodigious disciple, Sun Rui certainly would not keep it a secret. True to her nature, she did not make a grand affair of it. Yi Guqing, being a mere errand disciple, naturally had no right to attend. Thus, he descended the mountain alone to visit some old friends. A glance at the passage of over a decade, and catching up with old friends was a joy in life. Yi Junlin arrived at Sun Rui's cave abode to pay his respects to his master. Sun Rui was very pleased to have accepted such a disciple. She first bestowed upon him a storage ring, a rare and valuable item, considering that even Master House still used a storage bag. The advantage of the storage ring was that it recognized its owner via blood. Yi Junlin need not possess consciousness, allowing him to freely access and store items. More importantly, this storage ring also had a concealment feature, meaning that when worn on his finger, others could not discern its presence. The second treasure was a protective jade token. Although it could not compare to the Qiming ancestor jade, it was crafted by Sun Rui herself, infused with a trace of her true essence. In times of danger, it could not only release Sun Rui's spiritual projection, but also notify her from 1,000 miles away. This was indeed a sincere gift. Additionally, there were various spiritual artifacts, elixirs, rare materials, and cultivation texts stored within the ring, along with a substantial amount of spirit stones. While these items were not overly precious to Yi Junlin, they represented the utmost generosity Sun Rui could offer. He did not feign modesty and accepted everything. In his previous life as a loose cultivator, he had to fend for himself. Having such a master in this life was indeed heartwarming. After the apprenticeship ceremony, introductions to senior sisters followed. Sun Rui had accepted a total of 36 disciples. Aside from those in prolonged seclusion or who had passed away, 12 were still present on Ningsui Peak. With Yi Junlin being the 13th junior disciple, he greeted each of the senior sisters, who each presented him with gifts, all quite generous. Yi Junlin could sense that both Master and the senior sisters were very fond of him. He accepted everything graciously, knowing he would repay them in due time. After completing all these formalities, Yi Junlin thought the proceedings were over. To his surprise, Sun Rui picked him up and hurled him onto a flying sword, taking him to visit the other peaks. Aside from the peak masters who were in seclusion or absent, Sun Rui visited each peak one by one. On the surface, it appeared that Sun Rui was introducing Yi Junlin to the various masters, yet her words were laced with a hint of arrogance. It seems that the art of pretense is a skill everyone possesses, albeit with differing degrees of finesse. Ultimately, Sun Rui led Yi Junlin to the fourth peak, presided over by the icy beauty, Long Hanqiu. Renowned for her extraordinary talent, she was the youngest among the supreme elders, and her formidable strength warranted her fourth-ranking position. Even the elders referred to her as senior sister. The choice of the fourth peak was deliberate. Long Hanqiu had no interest in taking disciples, preferring solitude. No matter how gifted a disciple might be, she would not cast a glance in their direction. Sun Rui's visit was merely a formality, devoid of any boastful intent. True to her nature, Long Hanqiu remained aloof, barely lifting her brow as she stated, "Congratulations, junior sister. I have a piece of calming jade here, which I offer as a gift. Young Junlin may carry it during his cultivation. It aids in tranquility and clarity of mind." Upon receiving the jade, Yi Junlin felt a stirring within. At that moment, Zhang Zeng had returned to the sect with Chun Zining and Huang Eileen. If all went as expected, Chun Zining would soon become Zhang Zeng's disciple. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect, this situation had veered off course. However, it would indeed be best for Long Hanqiu to take Chun Zining as her disciple. Upon seeing the calming jade, Yi Junlin conceived an idea. Such a beautiful jade pendant. I noticed that Sister Zining also possesses an identical one. Is that so? Long Hanqiu finally raised her delicate brows and inquired, "Which Zining?" Sun Rui replied, "She is the daughter of Chen Chai Xiao, quite talented. She just ascended the mountain to seek Zhang Zeng as her master." Long Hanqiu immediately stood, declaring, "Junior sister, I have matters to attend to. Will you wait here, or?" Understanding the implication, Sun Rui graciously responded, "Then I shall take my leave." Very well. Watching Long Hanqiu, clad in white, traverse the void towards the fifth peak, Sun Rui mused, "I seem to recall that senior sister owes a personal favor to Chen Chai Xiao. Could it be that she is contemplating the acceptance of a disciple? Yi Junlin felt a sense of relief. No wonder Ling Hanxiu was so supportive of Chen Zining. She was acquainted with her father. Soon after, Yi Junlin followed Sun Rui back to the 7th peak. After showcasing her brilliant new disciple, she gleefully inquired, "Dear pupil, once you open your meridians, you may begin cultivating. What foundational technique would you like to learn?" Chapter 52. The 6 Great Celestial Body Techniques. What foundational technique would you desire? Fearing he might misunderstand, Sun Rui further elucidated. The foundational techniques refer to the cultivation of qi, also known as enlightenment techniques, primarily designed to assist you in refining spiritual energy. They are not of great significance. In many respects, Sun Rui was correct. Most practitioners would find their journey halting at the golden core stage, with only a few, like Sun Rui, advancing to the nascent soul stage. For them, a basic technique like the qi induction scripture sufficed. However, Yi Junlin understood the profound importance of foundational techniques. A practitioner's entire life revolves around refining spiritual energy, and upon reaching the celestial realm, one must refine celestial energy as well. Could one truly deem such techniques unimportant? In his previous life, Yi Junlin had endured considerable challenges due to this, ultimately relying on a pulse-clearing elixir purchased from the system and his determination to alter his cultivation habits to succeed in the end. Though he had not intended to divulge this, Sun Rui had treated him well, prompting him to offer a word of caution. "Master, my father emphasized the significance of foundational techniques in a practitioner's enlightenment, which is why he modified the qi induction scripture for me to cultivate." "Nonsense," Sun Rui exclaimed. While foundational techniques might not be crucial, they were not something one could carelessly alter, even by someone like Yi Guqing, a foundational practitioner. "I agree it is folly, but I shall still present it to my master for review," Yi Junlin added. "That seems prudent." Sun Rui did not press further, acknowledging that Yi Junlin was merely 6 years old, and there was no rush in his cultivation. They would discuss it after reviewing the revised technique. "Master, I shall take my leave now." "Very well." Returning to his modest dwelling, Yi Junlin retrieved the qi induction scripture, a common technique that Sun Rui had provided in his storage ring. He swiftly revised the technique based on his understanding. As a former celestial emperor who had faced adversity in this realm, altering the technique was a trifling task for him. Before long, a fresh version of the technique emerged. While he worked on the technique, he sensed a shift within him. A system notification indicated that there was new information regarding the ongoing transaction. Clearly, the Zilong clan had sent a message. Yi Junlin refrained from responding hastily, opting to complete his modifications before accessing the system. Indeed, it was an anonymous message. "Senior, the clan leader has consented to provide a dragon essence pill and ancient celestial body techniques, seeking only to know the whereabouts of the item belonging to the Zilong clan. May I inquire which particular ancient celestial body technique you are referring to, one suitable for human practitioners?" Yi Junlin asked. "Ah, senior, you have arrived." The other party's tone brightened, pausing for a moment before replying. "Senior, we possess the pure celestial body, the ascendant celestial body, the wandering celestial body, the spirit celestial body, the sovereign celestial body, and the flying celestial body. Please let us know your preference." "Remarkable. All 6 ancient celestial body techniques of the human race are available." Yi Junlin was momentarily taken aback. It was often said that the ancient dragons were wealthy and resourceful, and this was undeniably true. A single copy of any celestial technique could be nearly impossible to find in the mortal realm, yet in the dragon's treasury, they were as common as vegetables. Among the 6, the flying celestial body was the most desirable. However, its crafting was notoriously difficult. In contrast, creating the sovereign celestial body and refining the sovereign body elixir was relatively simpler. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Yi Junlin declared, "I shall opt for the flying celestial body." This new life was a gift from the heavens, and he must seize the opportunity, pursuing only the best. 1 dragon essence pill and 1 copy of the flying celestial body technique is agreeable. However, our clan leader requests that you first disclose the whereabouts of the item. Once retrieved, we shall promptly deliver both treasures. What an unrealistic expectation. A cold smile crept across Yi Junlin's lips. Despite being one of the 4 divine beasts, dragons had a notoriously poor reputation, characterized by greed and deceit. They were miserly by nature, hoarding wealth and lacking integrity. Yi Junlin was not inclined to trust these ancient dragons. "Then I shall request these 2 items from the Black Dragon King instead," he replied without hesitation. "Senior, please wait." The other party's tone shifted to alarm. If the Black Dragon King discovered this, the Zilong clan would be doomed. The struggle for supremacy among the dragons would not unfold as before. Instead, it would result in the slaughter of the Zilong clan, with the Black Dragon King reigning for eternity. Yi Junlin added, the Black Dragon King has a brutal disposition, oppressing other dragon clans from within and disrespecting the heavens from without. This is precisely why the Jade Capital wishes to alter the current situation. However, if the Zilong and the other 8 dragon clans remain obstinately ignorant, I may very well abandon your faction. Senior, please hold on. I shall consult our clan leader. Yi Junlin stated, you have 12 more hours. Should I not see those 2 items, the transaction will be terminated. With that, he closed the system. Under pressure, one tends to perform better. He decided to apply some pressure on the ancient dragons. After completing these matters, he heard footsteps approaching. Yi Guqing had returned from visiting some old friends, though his expression was far from pleasant. Logically, this return to the Howren sect should have been a triumphant homecoming. Yet, upon seeing his old friends, he noticed their peculiar gazes directed at him. Initially perplexed, he soon learned from a blunt friend that rumors had spread like wildfire, claiming that his dantian was damaged, that he had been abandoned by his wife, and that he had worn a green hat, raising someone else's child for over a decade, now returning to the Howren sect in the guise of a servant for his younger son. Upon hearing these slanderous tales, Yi Guqing's good mood vanished entirely. Who could be so malicious? After inquiring further, he found the source was the Zhu Lin Society. Upon returning home and seeing his son, Yi Guqing felt a surge of joy and inquired, my son, how did the master apprenticeship ceremony go? Was there anything that troubled you? I am quite happy, replied Yi Junlin, but it seems you are not. Nonsense. I am exceedingly joyful, Yi Guqing insisted. Father, after all these years, do you think I do not understand you? Your face reveals all, Yi Junlin remarked. It's merely a trifling matter, just a few petty individuals, Yi Guqing confessed. Under his son's persistent questioning, Yi Guqing relayed the general situation, explaining that in the eyes of his former friends, he was regarded as utterly useless. I see, Yi Junlin replied, but you still have me. Indeed, Yi Guqing reflected, feeling somewhat despondent about his perceived inadequacy, yet grateful that his son had not brought him shame. Seeing his father's mindset, Yi Junlin refrained from further elaboration. It was certainly that rogue from the Bamboo Grove Society, the third brother, who, after failing to woo Zhou Yinru, began to slander his father, and that Zhao Qingyun was also a petty individual. All these matters stemmed from him. Father, soon you will become a genius. Even more formidable than I, Yi Junlin proclaimed with youthful enthusiasm. How could that be? Yi Guqing chuckled bitterly, dismissing the notion of genius. In this life, I only wish to cultivate you well and see you soar to great heights. At that moment, a golden starburst flew from Sun Rui's cave, landing at the entrance of the Yi family courtyard. Yi Guqing raised his hand, and the golden light swiftly entered, resting in his palm. It was a communication talisman, requesting his presence from Sun Rui. Oh no, my master wants me to go, Yi Guqing lamented. What shall I do? She must be inquiring about formations, and I am utterly ignorant. Do not worry, Yi Junlin reassured him, handing over his revised qi induction technique. Just deliver this. If your master asks about formations, simply state that you are not articulate, and that will suffice. Reluctantly, Yi Guqing steeled himself for the visit to Sun Rui's cave. She was quite concerned for her little disciple and, upon noticing Yi Guqing's return, immediately sent a communication talisman to inquire about the qi refining technique. In her view, Yi Guqing's alterations to the qi refining method were sheer folly. Is this the revised qi induction technique you created, young friend Yi? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Yi Guqing stammered, still pondering the formations when Sun Rui posed her question. Sun Rui, intrigued, said, Young Lin mentioned you modified the qi induction technique. Is this not your work? Yi Guqing thought to himself, if I deny it, my son will be exposed. Reluctantly, he admitted, Master, it is indeed my revision. I shall have a look. Please take a seat, she instructed, relieved that the inquiry was not about formations, allowing Yi Guqing to breathe easier. However, the emergence of a new qi induction technique only added to his stress. What else can this boy do other than burden me? Is it too much to ask to have someone else to trouble? He mused, but his heart softened. After all, his son was his only kin, if not him. Then who? Seated at the head of the table, Sun Rui examined the modified qi induction technique, her expression shifting dramatically. As a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, Her discernment exceeded Yi Guqing's by a considerable margin. Although the alterations were not extensive, each change was revolutionary, especially the method for refining spiritual energy, which, while adding an additional step, yielded extraordinary results. Remarkable. Fellow Taoist Yi, you possess great talent. Sun Rui exclaimed after quickly reviewing the document. Her tone elevated from young friend Yi to fellow Taoist Yi, clearly placing him on a higher pedestal. Too kind, Yi Guqing replied, hastily rising to pay his respects. In that moment, he unexpectedly noticed Ming Yan, standing beside Sun Rui, gazing at him with keen interest, causing his heart to race. Sun Rui, oblivious to these nuances, continued, fellow Taoist Yi, not only do you have remarkable talent, but your foresight is also commendable. Where is the merit in that? Yi Guqing thought to himself, bemused, as he was unaware of the document's contents. Sun Rui then turned to Ming Yan, asking, what do you think? She did not specify the merits of the technique, but instead sought to assess Ming Yan's understanding. As a practitioner at the early Golden Core stage, Ming Yan's insight was lacking. After reviewing the modifications, she expressed her thoughts. I feel the changes are somewhat superfluous, especially the additional step in refining spiritual energy, which seems to complicate matters unnecessarily. At this, Sun Rui laughed heartily. For you, that may indeed be the case. But let me ask you, what of a powerful cultivator at the late nascent soul or the transformation stage? Ming Yan sighed. Master, I have only been cultivating for a few years. How could I possibly grasp such complexities? Haha. Sun Rui chuckled. While this technique may be slightly cumbersome, it is crucial for cultivators beyond the late nascent soul stage. Using this method to refine spiritual energy will significantly enhance efficiency and outcomes. Is that so? Ming Yan responded, her surprise evident. Had Young Lin been an ordinary cultivator, the standard qi induction technique would suffice. However, given his exceptional aptitude, Guqing has anticipated this, preparing him in advance to adopt this refined method. Inadvertently, she altered her address once more, clearly valuing Yi Guqing highly. Now I understand, Ming Yan said, her eyes reflecting approval. Indeed, he has considered that. Yi Guqing felt a pang of anxiety. Oh son, you have truly put me on the hot seat. At that moment, Ming Yan added, Master, since it seems ineffective before the late nascent soul stage, would it not be wiser to begin with the ordinary qi induction technique and switch when necessary? That way, we achieve the best of both worlds. You underestimate the importance of habit. Sun Rui replied. For instance, I have been using the qi induction technique for 500 or 600 years. For you to suggest I alter my approach to refining spiritual energy now would be quite challenging. Additionally, over the years, my meridians have formed fixed pathways. Changing them is no easy feat. With a sigh, Sun Rui lamented, I only wish I had such a father and such a technique in my youth. Is fellow Taoist Yi truly held in such high regard? Ming Yan asked, astonished as she looked at Yi Guqing. His heart raced like a startled deer, pounding in his chest. Suddenly, Sun Rui addressed him. Guqing, you have done well. Young Lin will begin his journey with your technique. But you must ensure to demonstrate it clearly, lest he misapply it. By your command, Master, Yi Guqing said, his mind racing with worry. If Sun Rui required him to demonstrate now, how would he manage? Fortunately, she did not ask for a public demonstration, instead adding, Guqing, I know you have made strides in both alchemy and formations, and you are well versed in techniques. However, do keep in mind the priorities. Young Lin must focus on cultivation above all else. He must not be sidetracked. Cultivation is paramount. Yi Guqing understood that Sun Rui was concerned he might lead his son astray, becoming immersed in alchemy and formations rather than focusing on cultivation, which would be disastrous. Indeed, Master, I shall heed your advice, Yi Guqing replied, inwardly noting that this troublesome child seemed already somewhat distracted, preoccupied with alchemy and formations. After their conversation, Sun Rui felt reassured and allowed Yi Guqing to depart. Once he left, Ming Yan asked, Master, is the revised qi induction technique truly so remarkable? Sun Rui nodded affirmatively. This child possesses great talent. Even I could not elevate an ordinary qi induction technique to such heights. No, I must present this refined technique to the sect. Henceforth, our most gifted disciples shall employ this version for their cultivation. Such excellence! Ming Yan exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. On both sides, vibrant blooms adorned the surroundings, filling Zhou Yanru's heart with joy. She playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, unable to conceal the smile that graced her face. Her daughter had exhibited exceptional talent, a momentous occasion indeed. To her astonishment, the master of the fourth peak, Lung Hanxiu, made a sudden appearance, accepting her daughter as a disciple. This was truly a double delight. Lung Hanxiu was a prodigious talent, a rare gem in the Haoran sect. Having broken through to the nascent soul stage at a young age and ascended to the position of fourth peak's master, a feat of extraordinary brilliance. However, it was known that Lung Hanxiu had never taken on disciples before, making such an honor seem unattainable for most. Unexpectedly, due to her late husband's past assistance to Lung Hanxiu, Lung Yuanying made an exception and accepted her daughter as a student. This news sent ripples throughout the sect, hinting at an extraordinary future for Chen Zining. The only person likely to feel disheartened was perhaps Zhang Zeng, the master of the fifth peak, who had seen all his disciples poached. This thought brought a mischievous smile to Zhou Yinru's lovely face. Yinru. Suddenly, a familiar masculine voice interrupted her reverie. Zhou Yinru looked up to see a man approaching, and her smile vanished, replaced by a look of alarm and distaste. Yinru, I heard that Zining has become a disciple of Master Lung. What a joyous occasion! The man exclaimed, his face beaming with delight, flanked by his subordinates. Yes, Zhou Yinru replied, lowering her head slightly. I initially intended to visit Zining and bring her a gift, but it seems she has already ascended to the fourth peak. The man lamented. No need, truly, Zhou Yinru hastily declined. How can that be? Such a momentous event warrants my acknowledgement as her godfather. He laughed heartily. Then I thank you. Zhou Yinru managed a polite smile. This man was Hua Feng, the third-ranking powerhouse of the Bamboo Forest Society, a rising star among the younger generation of the Haoran sect. His exceptional talent allowed him to reach the late Golden Core stage at a young age. Sharing the title of the twin dragons of the Haoran sect with Zhou Yinru's late husband, Qin Chaixiao, Hua Feng held a close relationship with Qin Chaixiao, referring to him as elder brother, and thus was designated as Zining's godfather. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Hua Feng harbored ulterior motives. While Qin Chaixiao was alive, his ambitions remained concealed. But after Qin Chaixiao's passing, Hua Feng's true nature emerged. During the mourning period, with the coffin nearby, Hua Feng audaciously made advances towards Zhou Yinru, revealing his true colors. In the days that followed, Hua Feng relentlessly pursued her, seeking the intervention of sect elders and circulating rumors within the sect that upon reaching the faux nascent stage, he would publicly marry Zhou Yinru. This caused her immense embarrassment within the Haoran sect, leaving her in a predicament that forced her to retreat to the Yi family. However, to her dismay, the very next day upon her return to the Haoran sect, this rogue sought her out again. With his subordinates around, Hua Feng called out, "Three sister-in-law." Zhou Yinru's face flushed crimson with anger as she retorted, "Enough with the nonsense. Hua Feng is my late husband's sworn brother. Such address is utterly disrespectful. How would Chaixiao feel in the afterlife? This is the height of impropriety." While she scolded the onlookers, she simultaneously lashed out at Hua Feng for his lack of morals and disregard for loyalty. Hua Feng's expression darkened. "Chaixiao's early departure necessitates that I look after you. It is only right." The crowd erupted again. "Exactly. He is gone. Does that mean you will never remarry? Being our three sister-in-law isn't a bad thing. Just agree." Zhou Yinru, feeling cornered, gritted her teeth and declared, "Rest assured, I will never marry him, even in death." Hua Feng was taken aback by her fierce response, which was more direct than ever before, causing his countenance to darken considerably. "Yinru, I respect you as a woman, but you cannot reprimand my brothers." His attempts to curry favor with his subordinates proved effective, as several young men stepped forward, exclaiming, "Zhou Yinru, don't be ungrateful. Our third brother's interest in you is a blessing. Look at his talent and strength. Countless female cultivators desire him. Don't be so absolute. You have the audacity to claim you'll never marry." At this moment, a snide voice emerged from the back of the crowd. "Look at our third brother. So serious with you, yet so familiar with certain useless individuals." Zhou Yinru's fury ignited. "Zhao Qingyun, what did you say?" Zhao Qingyun, afraid to respond, hid behind the crowd. Hua Feng stepped forward, positioning himself between Zhou Yinru and the crowd, sneering, "I heard that you met a useless person during your return? No wonder you keep rejecting me. It turns out you fancy a pretty boy." Zhou Yinru retorted angrily, "Do not speak ill of my seventh brother. I have known him since childhood, and he is not useless. Our relationship is not as you claim. Whether or not it is as you say, what is known is that he is deemed useless by all." Huafeng remarked with a venomous smile. Indeed, Zhao Qingyun boldly stepped forward. I witnessed him firsthand. His dantian is damaged, a waste among wastes. Moreover, you won't believe it, but this so-called Yi Guqing was even divorced by his wife. Did you know? This fellow had a 12-year-old son, and he didn't even realize the child was not his. Truly pathetic. Laughter erupted. What a coward. Useless rubbish. Zhou Yinru could hardly fathom how she could have ever been interested in such a person. I believe she must be blind. Our third brother treats her so well. And yet she deserves a proper reckoning. Faced with this collective onslaught, Zhou Yinru could no longer hold back her tears and turned to leave. Enough. Huafeng finally called for silence, hastening after Zhou Yinru. Yinru, don't be upset. They merely speak without thinking. Huafeng excelled at this tactic, letting his subordinates provoke others, only to step in as the good guy afterward. Seeing Zhou Yinru silent, he pressed on. Regardless of what you think of Yi Guqing's character, let us consider his damaged dantian. Zhou Yinru remained speechless. You know how vital the dantian is for cultivators. If he cannot even maintain his cultivation, what if you and Xening were to face danger? How would he protect you? Zhou Yinru scoffed. I do not need your concern. That is unacceptable. Huafeng's eyes widened. Chai Xiao left too soon. I must take on this responsibility. If you refuse my courtship, that is fine, but you must at least find someone superior to me, or I shall not hesitate to act against him. Zhou Yinru halted abruptly. What are you planning? I intend to publicly challenge him to a life-and-death duel. Chapter 55. The celestial body acquired absolutely not. Zhou Yinru's complexion paled. Her seventh brother was merely at the late foundation establishment stage, while Huafeng had already reached the late golden core stage. The disparity in their strengths was monumental. Should they face off in a duel, her brother wouldn't stand a chance. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Huafeng, stop dreaming. My seventh brother will not duel you. His cultivation is far below yours, and the sect would never permit such a match. The Howren sect had its own rules. Low-level cultivators could challenge high-level ones, and the latter could not refuse. However, high-level cultivators challenging lower-level ones could disregard it entirely. Huafeng's expression turned icy. What does that matter? I can suppress my cultivation to match his. I shall only use my foundation establishment strength. I believe the sect will agree. No. Zhou Yinru's face turned ashen. If Huafeng truly suppressed his realm, the sect might indeed consent. Her brother's dantian was injured, and with his diminished cultivation, even if Huafeng were to lower his level, her brother would still be at a disadvantage. I will not allow my seventh brother to duel you. Won't allow. Huafeng's smile turned sinister. Then let him crawl through my legs. From this moment forth, I shall no longer concern myself with your trivial matters. I will ensure that the entire Howren sect is aware that Zhou Yinru harbors affection for a coward, a worthless wretch, a spineless creature. After Huafeng's declaration, he added, I will certainly accomplish this. As Zhou Yinru beheld Huafeng's arrogant silhouette, a chill coursed through her heart. It's over. My seventh brother is doomed because of me. If Yi Guqing were to duel with Huafeng, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. However, if he refrains from the duel, he will become the laughingstock of the entire Howren sect. What to do? My seventh brother is in a dire predicament. Tears brimmed in Zhou Yinru's eyes. When Yi Guqing was in Huangzhou City, he was ridiculed, and now, upon arriving at the Howren sect, he is destined to become the target of scorn. I must ascend to the seventh peak to warn my seventh brother. Zhou Yinru yearned to reach the seventh peak, but it was not a simple endeavor. Sun Rui's rules were stringent, and outsiders could face punishment for intruding without consent. She needed someone from the seventh peak to escort her up the mountain. Unfamiliar with the area, Zhou Yinru could only devise a clumsy plan to wait at the foot of the seventh peak. Whether encountering those ascending or descending, the sisters of the seventh peak could relay her message. Just as Zhou Yinru contemplated her ascent, a small white-faced fox stood on the opposite side of the seventh peak, gazing up at the towering mountain. My master has sent me to establish contact with the ancestral master, but this seems exceedingly challenging. Today, the Howren sect did not perform the grand sect ceremony, allowing Bai Siwen to easily enter its domain. However, gaining access to the seventh peak proved to be a formidable task. A little fox traversing the main path was utterly impossible. Navigating through the dense forest required passing the tall walls of the North Gate Hall. The only remaining route was the sheer cliff on the opposite side of the seventh peak. Yet, this area was comprised of steep, vertical stone cliffs, daunting even for the sharp-tongued little fox. There was no other choice but to ascend. Bai Siwen inwardly cursed Shi Sandao's mother 100 times before beginning the arduous climb up the mountain. The initial section was manageable, but it soon became increasingly treacherous, culminating in a hooked cliff face. Bai Siwen clung to the crevices with her sharp claws, her body suspended in midair. My goodness! Casting a glance downward, Bai Siwen felt a wave of dizziness. A fall would result in either death or severe injury. Fortunately, as a fox, she could muster strength in her hind legs, gripping the rocky seams with her rear paws, granting her the opportunity to search for a path upward. Old wretch, I shall never return here again. This is my final attempt, or I shall flee from the Black Lotus Temple. While cursing, Bai Siwen slowly pressed onward. The seventh peak loomed high above. After much effort, she finally found a dry branch protruding from a crack in the rock, allowing her to rest momentarily. Looking up, she realized the summit was still far away. At this rate, it might be nightfall before she reached the top. However, that might be a blessing in disguise. No one would notice her. Yi Guqing returned from Sun Yuanying's cave, feeling a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. He was elated by Sun Yuanying's commendation, and senior sister Mingyan regarded him with newfound respect. Yet, he was also extremely tense, beads of sweat forming on his back. This troublesome child never consults me beforehand, leaving me to walk a tightrope, fearful of any missteps. Tossing the revised Qi induction technique onto the table, Yi Guqing expressed his dissatisfaction. Son, I know you have your own ideas now, but you cannot always act this way. Sun Yuanying questioned me, and I was utterly clueless. If someone were to uncover the truth, it would be disastrous. Father, Yi Junlin chuckled, without experiencing storms. How can one see a rainbow? No one achieves success without hardship. You little rascal, Yi Guqing scolded, yet found himself at a loss for words. When did this rebellious child become so eloquent, spouting off with such confidence? Reluctantly, he added, I am not timid or lazy. The issue is that every time you do this, what if Sun Yuanying demands a demonstration? I would know nothing, and you expect me to handle that? Oh, father, isn't that a simple fix? Yi Junlin replied, unabashed. Just wear a poker face, showing neither joy nor anger. No one will know what you think. A poker face? You are driving me to the brink of exasperation. At that moment, Yi Junlin's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Father, you have worked hard. I have something wonderful to present to you shortly. With that, he dashed into his room. This rebellious child increasingly disregards my authority. Yi Guqing fumed, having only half finished his lecture when the boy scurried off. Once back in his room, Yi Junlin indeed had matters to attend to. You have received a transaction request anonymously. Closing the door, Yi Junlin quickly accessed the system. Accepting the transaction, the other party promptly placed 2 items in the transaction window, accompanied by a message. Senior, our clan leader has stated that the 2 treasures can be provided to you first. We hope you will honor your word. Anonymous, Yi Junlin retorted. Is there anyone in this world less trustworthy than Old Dragon? Rest assured, I will certainly inform you of the location of those items. After all, I cannot claim them myself. That is reassuring. With that, the transaction was confirmed, and Yi Junlin's storage compartment brimmed with 2 new items. Dragon Essence Pill. Yi Junlin lifted the treasure, causing the surrounding air to shimmer visibly. This was an unparalleled precious pill in the earthly realm, exclusive to the true dragon domain. The pill appeared as a translucent orb, amber-hued, with a dragon-shaped entity swirling within. A gentle inhalation revealed an intoxicating aroma that stirred one's appetite. What a remarkable treasure! This item, even in the celestial realm, would incite envy among the immortals. Difficult to procure even by heavenly beings, yet here it was, obtained by Yi Junlin with mere words. Such is the advantage of a reborn individual. Yi Junlin then produced a piece of verdant jade slip. In his grasp, an ancient and profound aura emanated, clearly a relic passed down from antiquity. This item surpassed the Dragon Essence Pill in value 100-fold. It was the coveted immortal body technique, a dream for many. Chapter 56. The Inheritance Dragon Pearl. The Dragon Essence Pill and the immortal body technique are essentially of the same ilk, both aimed at enhancing a practitioner's aptitude. The distinction lies in their methods. The Dragon Essence Pill alters from the outside in, while the immortal body technique facilitates an internal transformation, a fundamental metamorphosis. The intrinsic factors of any entity invariably determine its essence. Thus, in terms of value, the immortal body technique is 100 times that of the Dragon Essence Pill. Excellent. Even as a former celestial emperor, Witnessing the immortal body technique now ignited avarice within his eyes. Should one refine the dragon essence pill, an ascendant immortal would be assured. In contrast, forging an immortal body would pose little challenge, especially when it was the coveted flying immortal body. In this life, this emperor shall undoubtedly reach greater heights. Yi Junlin's gaze sharpened, exuding the imperious aura of a celestial emperor. Senior, I hope you can reveal the location of that item. Anonymous, within the true dragon domain. A young man clad in resplendent robes, possessing the head of a dragon and the body of a human, awaited anxiously. The items had been traded. If the other party were to close the transaction and abscond, he would be finished. Anonymity had left him clueless as to the identity of the deceiver. However, it was evident that the other party was not devoid of integrity. First, let us ascertain the items your purple dragon clan seeks. Let us avoid any misunderstandings. Yi Junlin's words resonated deeply with the dragon. Senior, you speak truly. The life-saving treasures I seek are the inheritance dragon pearls of my purple dragon clan. I earnestly request your guidance. I would be immensely grateful. Anonymous, the inheritance dragon pearl is a supreme treasure passed down through each ancient dragon clan. At the moment of their demise, each clan leader seals their power within the inheritance dragon pearl to bequeath to the next leader. After countless millennia, the strength contained within these pearls is immeasurable, each one regarded as the ultimate treasure of its respective dragon clan. In the true dragon domain, the Black Dragon King rose to power, unifying the realm and imposing strict dominance over the various dragon clans. Naturally, he would not overlook the inheritance dragon pearls of the other clans, forcibly seizing them all. Those who resisted would face extermination. The dragon clans were helpless, as the Black Dragon King was far too formidable to contend with. After the extermination of the two dragon clans, the remaining clans had no choice but to surrender their respective dragon orbs. However, there was one notable exception, the Purple Dragon Clan, whose ancestral dragon orb had long been lost. Before the emergence of the Black Dragon King, the Purple Dragon Clan's orb had mysteriously vanished, a fact acknowledged as a secret among the major dragon clans. Given this circumstance, the Black Dragon King found himself powerless, as the Purple Dragon's orb was irretrievably gone. The Purple Dragon King had nearly forgotten about the matter, until he received a report from his direct descendants, igniting a fierce flame of ambition within him. The 9 major dragon clans were covertly collaborating to overthrow the Black Dragon King. Should the Purple Dragon Clan produce their ancestral dragon orb at a critical moment, the possibility of contending for supremacy over the true dragon realm would not be out of the question. Thus, the urgency to take a risk was palpable. Yi Junlin was well aware of these antecedents and could easily surmise the Purple Dragon Clan's intentions. However, these matters were of little concern to him. The greater the turmoil within the true dragon realm, the more advantageous it would be for the other realms and even the various celestial domains. A unified true dragon realm would be a nightmare for all mortal and celestial realms. Very well, I shall now speak of the ancestral dragon orb. Yi Junlin paused for effect, stating that his assistance stemmed from his foresight of impending doom for the Purple Dragon Clan amidst the struggle for the 9 dragon thrones. Hence the ancestral dragon orb should not be revealed lightly. The Purple Dragon Clan must avoid calamity before considering the orb's emergence. Senior, our clan's leader has made arrangements and will not easily present it. Please rest assured. Yi Junlin merely offered a reminder, indifferent to whether it was heeded, and then declared, very well, the ancestral dragon orb lies beneath the 13th seat in the true dragon hall. Take great care in retrieving it. To his astonishment, beneath the grand hall, the dragon-headed cultivator's expression turned jubilant, his gaze directed toward the distant edifice. After a moment of contemplation, he hastily spoke, Senior. Yet, the system interrupted with a prompt. Transaction closed, unable to send message. Alas, what a pity. This descendant of the Purple Dragon family had intended to maintain long-term contact with the elder from the Jade Capital's Heavenly Mechanism sect. Never mind. He had received the news of the ancestral dragon orb, and this time he had not returned empty-handed. As for whether the other party was a deceiver, he harbored little doubt. I shall inform the clan leader immediately. Retrieving treasures from beneath the true dragon hall seat is no simple task. These ancient dragons, Yi Junlin, clutching 2 treasures, felt an overwhelming sense of elation. In his previous life, he had dealt with these ancient dragons several times and had gained little, as they were notoriously stingy, to the point of foolishness. Unexpectedly, In this lifetime, he effortlessly acquired such treasures from their hands, feeling a profound sense of achievement. Even if these old dragons were cunning as demons, they would still have to drink the bathwater of this emperor. In truth, Yi Junlin had contemplated deception, but he realized that the more chaotic the true dragon realm became, the more beneficial it would be for him. The turmoil of the 9 dragon thrones would extend for many years within the true dragon realm, and when the opportunity arose, he could seize the moment to profit handsomely amidst the chaos. The more tumultuous, the better. With his resolve firmly set, Yi Junlin opened the door. "Father, your son's gift has arrived." "Father?" Yi Guqing had already stepped out of the house and was descending the mountain. "Yanru, you seek me?" A female cultivator from the peak brought word that Zhou Yanru was at the foot of the mountain, requesting urgent matters to discuss, prompting him to hurry down. "Seventh brother." Zhou Yanru hesitated, her face flushing. "No worries. Take your time," he encouraged. "It is like this." Zhou Yanru lowered her head and recounted the entire situation. "What a scoundrel!" Yi Guqing exclaimed, filled with indignation. "This Huafeng must have harbored ill intentions even while your husband was alive. Upon his death, his predatory ambitions became glaringly apparent. Preying upon a widow and her orphan, he is utterly shameless. How could the Haoran sect harbor such scum?" "Indeed," Zhou Yanru replied, furrowing her brow. "That Zhao Qingyun spread rumors, causing you to be implicated. I feel deeply apologetic." As she spoke, another thought crossed her mind. "By the way, it is thanks to you that Zi Ning could become a disciple of Master Long." "Huh?" Yi Guqing was bewildered. What did this have to do with him? Zhou Yanru explained. "It was Xiao Lin who mentioned Zi Ning to Master Long, which led to this news reaching him. Surely it was you who prompted Xiao Lin to speak, seventh brother. You are too kind." Haha, it was nothing." Yi Guqing thought to himself that this unruly child had indeed done a good deed, and thus the credit belonged to him. However, the pressing issue remained. Huafeng was seeking a duel with him, and what was he to do about that? Chapter 57. Could there be other motives? Huafeng's strength was formidable. Even if he suppressed his realm, Yi Guqing was no match. They were simply not on the same level. Just considering their weapons. Huafeng wielded magical implements while Yi Guqing had only spiritual tools. How could he compete? As for admitting defeat and crawling under Huafeng's trousers, he would rather die. Fortunately, Zhou Yanru offered him a good suggestion. "Seventh brother, although Huafeng is powerful, he would not dare act recklessly within the sect. If you simply remain on Ningchui Peak and do not come down, he would not have the courage to challenge you." That, Yi Guqing mused. This idea was not without merit, but did it not make him a turtle withdrawing into its shell? "How can you say that?" Zhou Yanru insisted. "Huafeng's cultivation is already vastly superior to yours. Winning through brute force is shameful. Avoiding battle is a wise choice. Moreover, seventh brother, while you cultivate on the mountain, who knows, you may surpass Huafeng one day." Yi Guqing conceded. He had no desire to meet Huafeng, and this reasoning provided him with a graceful exit. Yet, another concern arose. "Sister Yanru, if that is the case, it will only make things harder for you. That scoundrel Huafeng, unable to find me, will likely redouble his harassment towards you." Zhou Yanru felt her own safety was at risk, yet she could not involve Yi Guqing, so she reassured him, "Seventh brother, worry not. After all, Huafeng shares an 8-bow friendship with my late husband. I will employ the principle of righteousness to keep him in check. He would not dare overstep his bounds." "Very well." Yi Guqing nodded. Although Huafeng was troublesome, the sect had its rules, and he could not act overtly against him. "Seventh brother, you should return to the mountain at once." "All right." Yi Guqing ascended the mountain, feeling increasingly uneasy. Although Zhou Yanru had forcibly explained things, upon reflection, was he not merely a turtle withdrawing into its shell? Moreover, while Huafeng might not dare to be overtly violent, there were myriad ways to coerce someone. Through soft persuasion or hard pressure, he would eventually get his way. Could he really stand by and watch as Sister Yanru was bullied while he feigned ignorance? How infuriating! If only his cultivation were greater. In the realm of cultivation, it ultimately boiled down to strength. Yi Guqing resolved in secret to devote himself to training upon his return. He must at least reach the golden course stage. As he retraced his steps and entered his small courtyard, he spotted his son bouncing out joyfully. "Son, why are you so happy?" "It is for father's happiness." "For me? What joy is there to be found?" Yi Guqing chuckled wryly. "Son, your father is currently embroiled in legal troubles. There are no joyous occasions, only misfortunes looming." The child presented a delicate wooden box, stating, "This is a gift for you." "Father." He opened it and continued, "With this elixir to assist you, it will surely unlock the hidden potential within your body, allowing you to burst forth with all your might. From henceforth, you shall rejuvenate, embark on the immortal path, attain the pinnacle, and sweep away all dissenters. Ascending to the celestial realm shall be but a minor feat." Is that true? Yi Guqing held skepticism toward his son's words. However, upon receiving the wooden box and gazing at the sealed elixir within, he inhaled sharply. He, being a descendant of a family of alchemists, had seen various elixirs before. Recently, he had also delved into alchemy, having successfully refined a 7th-grade dragon blood elixir. Before him lay a pill, radiant and translucent like jade, wholly unlike traditional elixirs. It resembled a precious gem, exuding a magnificent aura. Yet, as he inhaled, an exotic fragrance filled the air, affirming its identity as an alchemical pill. Upon closer inspection, he could see semi-transparent interiors where living creatures swirled, soaring and diving like colossal dragons amidst the clouds, leaving him utterly astonished. Unheard of and unseen. What manner of pill was this, possessing such grandeur? Yi Guqing's heart trembled with awe, for he had never encountered a pill of this nature. "Father, is this the dragon essence pill, a treasure of the true dragon domain?" "Indeed," replied Yi Junlin, though he had not heard of the true dragon domain before. Its name alone hinted at an extraordinary origin. "Is this meant for me to consume?" he inquired further. "Correct. Simply swallow and refine it," came the response. "Oh." Yi Guqing nodded, yet hesitated to partake. "What distinguishes it from the dragon blood pill we concocted? How could you compare such a supreme treasure with that mere trash?" Yi Junlin nearly spat blood in disbelief. "But I see what appears to be living creatures within it. Won't consuming it have adverse effects?" Yi Guqing expressed his concerns. Yi Junlin understood that without clarification, his father would hesitate to consume it, and there was nothing to conceal. The differences between the dragon blood pill and the dragon essence pill were substantial. The dragon blood pill is crafted from dragon blood, intended for young dragons or beast companions, whereas the dragon essence pill is made from the true dragon marrow of the most extraordinary newborn dragons. The success rate is low, typically. The lives of 3 newborn dragons are required to produce 1 dragon essence pill. What? Yi Guqing's eyes widened in disbelief. So, this dragon essence pill is equivalent to the lives of 3 newborn dragons? Indeed, Yi Junlin confirmed. And only the most extraordinary of newborn dragons, as ordinary ones lack the qualifications to produce the dragon essence pill. This is too cruel. Yi Guqing thought about the implications, feeling the weight of such a sacrifice. To create this pill, 3 of the most gifted newborn dragons must perish. Yi Junlin remarked, "What do you expect? In the true dragon domain, during each contest for dominance, countless dragons fall. While true dragons are seldom seen in the mortal realm, they number in the thousands within the true dragon domain. The esteemed ancient dragon clan suffers innumerable casualties, and those evolved from serpents and carps are as plentiful as ants. When the Black Dragon King rose to power, entire clans of tens of thousands of true dragons were annihilated. What are 3 lives in comparison?" Yi Guqing felt a chill run down his spine. In their mortal realm, true dragons were a rare sight. He had lived for many years without seeing even a scale. Yet, his son spoke of the deaths of tens of thousands of dragons as if it were commonplace. "Son, where did you hear all this? Did that old man with the white beard tell you?" "Of course. Who else could it be?" Yi Guqing considered this. His son was always under his watchful eye, and the only plausible source of such knowledge was indeed that mysterious old man. "But son, even if this elixir is precious, I cannot consume it. It must be reserved for your future." "Father," Yi Junlin replied with a wry smile, "I have my own opportunities. Mine are innate. The dragon essence pill, while invaluable, is merely an acquired opportunity, suitable for someone of your cultivation level. It is a gift prepared for you by that old man." "Really?" Yi Guqing felt a surge of gratitude towards the old man. Not only had he guided his son due to his exceptional talent, but now he had also provided for him. But what if this old man has ulterior motives? "I have no interest in men, especially not old ones. I have no inclination towards dragon males." "Father, where are your thoughts wandering?" Yi Junlin nearly fainted from embarrassment. That old man is on the verge of ascending to immortality. He can have whatever he desires, be it man or woman. As for you, with your looks, don't even dream of it. "What do you mean by that?" Yi Guqing wanted to reprimand his son for such disrespect, but he ultimately felt relieved. "I shall take the dragon essence pill," Yi Guqing declared, accepting the pill. Had it been any other time, he might have hesitated. But today was different. He had just been provoked by the news brought by Zhou Yinru. Huafeng intended to challenge him, to duel him, to humiliate him, and he could only cower at Ningsue Peak. No man could endure such indignity. Gritting his teeth, he proclaimed, "Son, for you, for our future, I shall risk it all. Even if the dragon essence pill is poison, I shall consume it." Yi Junlin felt a torrent of frustration surge within him. "Father, what do you mean by even if it is poison? I labored to acquire this for you. Consider the spirit rice you consume. Is it poisonous?" "Yes, yes, my son would never harm me." Yi Guqing felt entirely reassured and added, "No time to waste. I shall begin my seclusion and cultivation now. You take care of yourself outside, and remember to practice the qi induction technique. Rest assured, my modified technique should pose no issues." With that, Yi Guqing, a proud man, resolved to reclaim his spirit. Though life had battered his pride over the years, he had never relinquished his innate dignity. He would not cower in the face of humiliation, nor would he stand idly by as Zhou Yinru was wronged. He could not allow his son to bear the shame of ridicule due to his failures. Since his son had presented him with such a rare opportunity, he had to seize it, to fight for it. Thus, he steeled himself for the challenge. Entering his secluded chamber, he activated the formation with a resounding crash, sealing the room. "Thank you, esteemed elder with the white beard." Yi Guqing bowed deeply in all directions before settling onto the meditation mat to commence his cultivation. For a cultivator, the initial step was to refine the spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was the foundation of cultivation. Even when consuming the dragon essence pill, one must first refine the spiritual energy, inhaling and exhaling it to envelop the body in its essence, achieving an optimal state. Only then was it the right moment to consume the elixir. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin embarked on his own inaugural cultivation session. His diminutive figure sat upon the mat as he began to sense the presence of spiritual energy in accordance with the teachings of the qi induction technique. This was no challenge for him. Perceiving the spiritual energy, he absorbed and refined it, circulating it through his 36 meridians, drawing it into his body, ultimately gathering it within his dantian. For Yi Junlin, cultivation had become second nature. While others might take days or even months to sense the energy, for him, it posed no difficulty at all. From the afternoon until evening, he reached the 5th level of the qi refining realm. If anyone were to enter his chamber at that moment, they would be astounded. Yi Junlin's small form was enveloped in a thick white mist of spiritual energy, as if he were seated among the clouds. This mist pulsated with his breaths, expanding and contracting like a heartbeat, a testament to the abundant spiritual energy he had drawn forth. At the second peak of Haoran sect, known as Iron Blade Peak, the remnants of a past invasion by demonic forces lingered. Years ago, during the Battle of Tsangnan, countless lives were lost, and the first peak was even severed in two. Now, the second peak stood as the highest in the Haoran sect. This peak was abundant in a luminous crystalline iron, reflecting shimmering light both day and night, resembling a treasure mountain. The peak was ruled by Zhang Tianda, a formidable figure and one of the sect's leaders. His prowess was extraordinary, and his followers were exceptionally talented. The once renowned young dual dragons of Haoran sect, Chen Chaishao and Huafeng, were among his disciples. At this moment, within Huafeng's abode on the second peak, Huafeng's face was flushed as he sat across from a middle-aged couple, who also appeared slightly rosy. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, will you assist me in this matter?" Huafeng inquired directly, setting his wine bowl down. The man across from him was a seasoned scholar, his black beard adding to his imposing presence. He paused after placing his bowl down, while the woman beside him smiled first, saying, "Of course we will help with your affairs, third brother. Once you join the Bamboo Grove Society, we are all family. Then I ask you, elder brother and sister-in-law, to act as matchmakers and arrange for Zhou Yinru to marry me," he continued. "That is out of the question," the middle-aged scholar interjected. "While we all wish you and Yinru a happy union, such matters cannot be forced. Moreover, Chen Chaishao has not been gone long. I was his friend in life. If this were to spread, it would reflect poorly on both you and the Bamboo Grove Society." "Elder brother," Huafeng exclaimed in anger, "I cannot wait any longer. Yinru is on the verge of being deceived by that charlatan, that pretty boy." Coughing softly, the scholar refrained from further comment. He was Chu Yintian, the leader of the Bamboo Grove Society, a master at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, a prodigy of his generation, known for his loyalty and integrity. He had grown the Bamboo Grove Society into a prominent internal faction of the Haoran sect. His partner, Shin Muyun, who held the second position in the Bamboo Grove Society, spoke up. Your elder brother has prepared all resources and is on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. We should not disturb his focus. Hua Feng was incensed. Elder brother, you will not lend your assistance? With a cold smile, he added, even if you succeed in your breakthrough, the Howren sect lacks an eighth peak. Will you simply watch as the Bamboo Grove Society falls apart? His words carried an implicit threat. The Howren sect was rife with factions, and Shu Yuntian enjoyed abundant resources primarily due to his leadership of the Bamboo Grove Society. Even if he achieved his breakthrough, he would not abandon such a powerful force. In recent years, Hua Feng had fought valiantly for the society, earning the loyalty of many brothers. If he were to leave with them, it could spell disaster for the Bamboo Grove Society, something Chu Yuntian wished to avoid. What do you mean by that, third brother? Chu Yuntian's gaze sharpened, a flicker of intensity in his eyes. It means nothing, Hua Feng replied, lowering his head and pouring himself another bowl of wine. Elder brother, your time in seclusion to break through to the nascent soul stage cannot be short. You would not want to emerge only to find the Bamboo Grove Society in ruins. Would you? You. Chu Yuntian's anger rose. Initially, he thought Hua Feng might be leaving with his followers, something he was not particularly concerned about. Upon emerging from seclusion, he would be a nascent soul master, and it was well known that many would seek his favor. However, he did not expect Hua Feng to be so malicious as to attempt to ruin the Bamboo Grove Society during his seclusion, making it difficult for him to rebuild even if he succeeded. Seeing the tension escalate, Shen Muyun quickly interjected, we have all had too much to drink. Let us speak calmly. I am not intoxicated, Hua Feng retorted, fueled by the liquor. Elder brother, sister-in-law, you are aware of my intentions. My heart is set on Zhou Yanru. I cannot have anyone else. But it seems she. Chu Yuntian hesitated. Regardless of her thoughts, Hua Feng stood determined. Elder brother, Zhou Yanru has become my obsession. Without her, my heart will remain unsettled. Let us not speak of anything else. In light of my cultivation, you must help me. Is it truly that severe? Chu Yuntian furrowed his brow. Absolutely not an exaggeration. Chu Yuntian and Shen Muyun exchanged glances, their expressions complex. For cultivators, an obsession can be troublesome, often becoming a form of inner demon. When such demons arise, it hinders their cultivation progress, and if encountered during a crucial breakthrough, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Although Chu Yuntian had not intended to pressure Zhou Yanru, given the gravity of the situation, he had to reconsider his stance. Shen Muyun remarked, however, even if your elder brother and I intervene, Zhou Yanru may refuse, which would reflect poorly on us. Elder brother, sister-in-law. The crux of the issue lies with Yi Guqing. Hua Feng gritted his teeth. If we can eliminate this man or ruin his reputation entirely, Zhou Yanru will have no choice but to distance herself from him. At that point, we can invite my master to intervene, and I believe Zhou Yanru will not refuse. Chu Yuntian nodded. While he hesitated to pressure Zhou Yanru, targeting an unknown weakling would be much simpler. How can we assist you, third brother? Yi Guqing is Master Hao's nominal disciple. You need only persuade Master Hao to allow me to challenge him. Chu Yuntian and Shen Muyun exchanged knowing looks, both silently agreeing that offending an unknown weakling while maintaining their own standing was quite reasonable. Shen Muyun smiled. That should be easy. Master Hao has been keen on the silver leaf grass from my medicinal garden. Tomorrow, Yuntian and I will speak to him. Thank you, elder brother and sister-in-law. Hua Feng rejoiced. Having resolved their earlier discord, the atmosphere lightened once more. Chu Yuntian added, I have heard that the useless Yi Guqing has been hiding on Ningzue Peak. Fearing we might persuade Master Hao to allow you to challenge him. I have a plan for that, Hua Feng declared confidently. I have already enlisted my aunt, Lu Yuanying, to go to Ningzue Peak and coax Yi Guqing down. Is that so? Chu Yuntian chuckled wryly. That Yi Guqing has nowhere to hide now. Hua Feng's aunt, Lu Yuanying, was a guest elder of the Howren sect, often visiting Ningzue Peak and having a good relationship with Sun Rui. Once she arrived at Ningzue Peak, she could easily fabricate a reason to summon Yi Guqing down. What courage would he have to refuse? This plan seemed foolproof. At this point, Shen Muyun sighed. That Yi Guqing is truly courting death. Let us not be too harsh, Chu Yuntian replied calmly. He brought this upon himself with his incompetence. In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. A woman like Zhou Yanru is beyond the reach of a waste like him. Alas, Shen Muyun sighed again, but his son possesses exceptional talent. Third brother, if you truly kill Yi Guqing, we may have to worry about his son in the future. Only a mere 9th grade enlightenment, Hua Feng scoffed. Allow me to share a secret. My master has gone to the imperial court of the great Hao Immortal Kingdom and has already made arrangements with Emperor Tuoba to bring Prince Fenghan back to the Haoran sect for cultivation. With Prince Fenghan's potential, that fellow named Yi Junlin will merely be a lowly creature. Upon hearing this, Chu Yintian and his wife felt no further concern and soon took their leave. Watching their departing figures, Hua Feng's face, still flushed with wine, was now filled with an ominous determination. Yi Guqing, you would do well to be wise and yield to me. Zhou Yanru will be mine. As he envisioned the day Zhou Yanru would be his, a surge of fervor ignited within him. In the stillness of the night, under the silver moonlight, a white-faced fox finally peeked its head over the cliff. Oh my, I am utterly exhausted. The steep cliff had taken by sea wind an entire afternoon to climb. His paws weary. At last, he had reached the summit. Uncertain of the location of his ancestor Yi Junlin's cave, he thought to investigate. Silently, Bai Siwen began to roam around the peak. After some time, he stealthily slipped out from a small courtyard, having eavesdropped on some valuable information. I never imagined my ancestor's residence would be near that old hag's son Rui's cave. I must tread carefully. Though Bai Siwen was currently in his fox form, he had already become a demon, and his aura could not be suppressed. If he were to attract Sun Rui's attention, this little demon would have little chance of survival. After mentally cursing the ancestry of Shi Sandao multiple times, he quietly approached the Yi family courtyard. Under the moonlight, a small fox hid in the corner of the courtyard. Fortunately, upon his arrival, Yi Junlin had not set up any formations outside the small courtyard, allowing Bai Siwen to slip in unnoticed. However, the moment he entered the courtyard, an overwhelming aura of a majestic divine beast suddenly descended upon him. What was happening? Bai Siwen was utterly terrified. While the divine beast's aura had a lesser effect on human cultivators, it was an entirely different matter for beasts or beastly demons. Bai Siwen was so frightened that he lost control and huddled in a corner like a frightened lizard, unable to move. At that moment, inside the quiet chamber, Yi Guqing had already swallowed the dragon essence pill. As the pill dissolved in his mouth, a tremendous force surged from his mouth into his mind, causing an intense buzzing in his ears and nearly overwhelming his mental faculties. However, this was merely the power of the pill. It contained no true dragon's will and would not seize his consciousness. In the next instant, this relentless force surged throughout his body, flooding his meridians and energy sea, bringing with it a sensation of excruciating pain. Simultaneously, he could distinctly feel his meridians thickening and strengthening, his energy sea expanding beyond measure. This was not merely a quantitative change, it was a fundamental transformation of his very essence. Indeed, the boy had not deceived him. This dragon essence pill was extraordinary. After his initial delight, Yi Guqing soon realized that these changes were merely the beginning. The true transformation was yet to come. Chapter 60. The 9 Seals of the True Dragon. Yi Guqing opened his mouth, releasing a cry of agony, his handsome visage contorting in pain. As the power of the dragon essence pill reformed his meridians and internal organs, it converged at his back. In that moment, it felt as if his spine were ignited by flames. The burning sensation was unbearable, and his back felt as though it were ablaze. What was happening? Yi Guqing was puzzled when, suddenly, an invisible force yanked him upward. He lost control and was abruptly lifted to his feet, as if a colossal hand were gripping the nape of his neck, leaving his feet dangling in the air. He writhed in pain, and anyone standing behind him could clearly see something crawling up and down his spine, expanding violently, and then retracting sharply. Yi Guqing felt as though his bones were shattering. Overwhelmed by unbearable agony, his spine tingling and itching as though it were regenerating. Time passed, and suddenly his body stiffened, as if something within him was expanding, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. Then, a clear dragon's roar resonated in his ears. Roar! In that moment, his spine transformed into that of a true dragon, imbued with the essence of dragons, unbreakable, immensely powerful, and fiercely formidable. Yi Guqing opened his mouth, unleashing a thunderous roar, his arms stretching wide as he howled into the sky. Roar! At that moment, the peak of the 7th mountain trembled, and all the cultivators were stirred, each heart skipping a beat. What was happening? Sun Rui, lost in the study of a formation manual, suddenly changed color. She released her mental energy, enveloping the Yi family courtyard in an instant. She clearly saw the formidable figure of a colossal black dragon looming over the quiet chamber. The dragon was fierce and violent, Sensing Sun Rui's probing, its eyes widened, and a wave of overwhelming ferocity surged toward her. Sun Rui's face paled in fright as she quickly withdrew her mental energy. She then stepped out of her cave dwelling. Simultaneously, others atop Ningxue Peak were also alarmed, emerging from their respective abodes. What was happening? The female cultivator Ming Yin stepped forward, her expression filled with concern for the Yi family's father and son. Sun Rui's face grew solemn as she remarked, "I sense a powerful true dragon's will. I cannot comprehend why it would manifest here." Afterward, she loudly cautioned all disciples against probing with their mental energy, lest they suffer harm. Ming Yin then inquired, "Could it be the junior brother?" Sun Rui shook her head, indicating that the anomaly originated from the chamber where Yi Guqing resided, and she could not fathom the reason for such a celestial phenomenon. "Let us remain calm and observe," she suggested. At that moment, Yi Junlin, who was practicing the qi induction technique, also opened his eyes. While others might take years to reach the 5th layer of qi refinement, he had achieved it in just a few hours. He could have advanced further. But the commotion from his father had roused him. It was indeed the dragon essence pill forged from the black dragon. Yi Junlin's countenance shifted at this revelation. He had initially believed that the dragon essence pill sent by the Purple Dragon clan was crafted from their own talented young dragons or from genius dragons among mixed breeds. He never anticipated it to originate from the black dragon. The audacity of the Purple Dragon clan to slay a talented young dragon from the black dragon lineage to make this pill was staggering. In an instant, Yi Junlin pieced everything together. The Purple Dragon clan had devised a scheme to bind him to their chariot of war. Having offended the Black Dragon King, he would also find himself at odds with the Black Dragon King by consuming this pill. What a clever strategy. These elder dragons were indeed cunning. Upon this realization, Yi Junlin's expression darkened. He was not particularly afraid of retaliation from the Black Dragon King. If the dragon essence pill were used in any celestial realm, the Black Dragon King might become aware. However, it was currently being used in the mortal realm. With millions in the mortal realm, it was far too vast and chaotic for the Black Dragon King to monitor closely, so there was no need for concern. What vexed Yi Junlin was being outmaneuvered by the elder dragons. "The Purple Dragon clan, you are quite something." A cold glare crossed Yi Junlin's face. He intended to enter the true dragon domain to reap some benefits in the future. Since the Purple Dragon clan was so scheming, he would not hesitate to repay them in kind. The dragon essence pill his father consumed was forged by the black dragon, and in time, his father's temperament would surely not remain as docile as it was now. Although the pill would not alter one's personality, it would inevitably influence one's disposition to some degree. After assessing the situation, Yi Junlin concluded that it should not pose a significant problem. His father, Yi Guqing, was typically too scholarly. If he were infused with the ferocity and dominance of the black dragon, it would not be an unfavorable transformation. At this moment, Yi Guqing's physical transformation reached a new stage. As his spine was reborn and transformed into that of a dragon, he felt an intense itching sensation as the dragon's spine began to grow towards the other bones. Yi Guqing returned to the meditation cushion. The most painful moments had already passed, and he awaited the growth. Concurrently, he focused his mental energy on perceiving this entirely new spine. 9 dragon seals. Yi Guqing suddenly discovered that on this newly formed dragon spine, there were 9 seals inscribed upon it. The first seal was located at the base of his tailbone. A substantial force was locked there. To harness the power of the true dragon, he must break free from this restraint. "Open for me." Yi Guqing immediately summoned all his strength, fiercely attacking the dragon seal. Boom. With a resounding crash, the first true dragon seal was easily shattered. In that instant, onlookers outside, including Sun Rui and others, paled in shock. They clearly saw the colossal black dragon enveloping Yi Guqing's quiet chamber, becoming even more vivid and continuously expanding. "Master, what is happening? Will the junior brother be in danger?" Sun Rui's 12 female disciples rushed forward in a panic, seeking answers. "He should be fine," Sun Rui replied, though uncertainty gnawed at her. Having lived for 700 or 800 years, she had witnessed countless extraordinary sights. Yet today was the first time she encountered such a phenomenon. Even the precious true dragon was something she had only seen once or twice. However, the might of this black dragon, emanating an aura so terrifying, was unparalleled in her experience. The first layer of the dragon seal had been broken. Yi Guqing, oblivious to the spectators outside, felt an overwhelming joy as he sensed a substantial increase in his power. "Second layer, open for me." He once again summoned all the energy within his dantian and struck the dragon seal again. Open, 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 open for me. Yi Guqing bellowed like thunder, his force surging forth, combining with the power released from the first dragon seal, all pushing upward. Open. Boom. Another tremendous explosion echoed as the second dragon seal shattered, amplifying Yi Guqing's true dragon power to an even more terrifying level. Power. This is genuine strength. My son does not deceive me. Yi Guqing was overwhelmed with joy. Even if he were a fool, he would recognize the benefits of the dragon marrow pill. Before him lay the third layer of the dragon lock. Open. Open for me. Open. Chapter 61. The isolated city forms the golden core. Boom. 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 A thunderous sound erupted from Yi Guqing's waist. He exerted all his might, relentlessly assaulting the third true dragon lock. It was futile. He could not break through. After numerous attempts, he realized that his strength was insufficient, just a fraction short. He could feel the true dragon lock twisting, on the brink of shattering. Just one last push was needed. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Guqing. The true dragon 9 locks on this dragon spine must be related to one's cultivation level. The first dragon lock corresponded to the Qi refinement stage, the second to the foundation establishment stage, and the third must correspond to the golden core stage. Yi Guqing was but a step away from the golden core stage. He would risk it all. Yi Guqing reached for his waist storage bag, and another pill flew out, a heaven-defying pill, the boiling blood pill. The boiling blood pill was designed for body cultivators striving to break through to the golden core stage. And now, with his enhanced dragon spine, his body, organs, and limbs were improved, making him almost indistinguishable from a body cultivator, perfectly suited. With this thought, Yi Guqing wasted no time and swallowed the heaven-defying boiling blood pill. As the pill entered his body, he felt as though he had been ignited, completely set ablaze by the heated spiritual energy. Cultivation, after all, is the refining of an inner core within oneself. The body serves as the cauldron, the dantian as the medicine, and the spiritual energy as the fire, all working harmoniously. The boiling blood pill he consumed was akin to adding more fuel to the flames. Boom. Yi Guqing's insides erupted into flames, each organ operating frantically. His meridian system was the most exhilarated, as countless streams of spiritual energy surged forth, racing in every direction. His body resembled a roaring engine, with immense fiery energy propelling him forward, cycling and intensifying. Within his dantian, under the illumination of the flames, the temperature continued to rise. This was the very core of transformation from quantity to quality. The heated spiritual energy gathered from all directions converged here, enveloping the dantian like a blazing fire, refining and solidifying. Under this power, significant changes were occurring within his dantian. Yi Guqing's cultivation was originally at the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. After utilizing the dragon marrow pill to enhance his physique, the potent dragon marrow pill propelled his cultivation to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Now, he was on the verge of breaking into the golden core stage. The talent technique, activate. Yi Guqing had long harbored thoughts of breaking into the golden core stage and was well versed in the technique. He exerted all his energy to operate it. If one were to cast their gaze within his dantian, they would clearly see that as the technique operated, the dantian was gradually contracting inward. As it shrank, the internal space was compressed, and the spiritual power contained within was transitioning from a gaseous state to a viscous one. Indeed, forming a golden core meant solidifying spiritual energy into a liquid state. As the dantian shrank further, the spiritual energy thickened to its utmost limit, and the power brought forth by the boiling blood pill finally peaked at this moment. The golden core, not yet formed. Yi Guqing's eyes widened in fury as he roared. Outside the Yi family's courtyard, the immense aura of the black dragon had reached an exaggerated size, enveloping the entire peak of the condensing Emerald Mountain. This meant that Sun Rui and her disciples were all standing atop the black dragon. As a powerful elder, Sun Rui felt an overwhelming terror before this dominating black dragon. Everyone, remain still. Do not make any hostile moves. Sensing the black dragon's intent was non-threatening, Sun Rui decided it was best to observe the situation. At that moment, other nascent soul cultivators from nearby peaks sensed the disturbance. Zhang Zeng and Lung Hanxiu, among others, flew over to investigate. However, as they approached, they beheld, under the moonlight, amidst the clouds, a ferocious black dragon coiled atop the peak of the condensing Emerald Mountain, its tail cascading naturally from one side of the peak. What is happening? Zhang, riding a white crane, looked on in astonishment, hesitating to approach. What trick is the seventh junior sister up to? The other nascent soul cultivators were equally baffled. Soon, more and more nascent soul cultivators gathered. Even those who had long been in seclusion emerged to witness the scene. This black dragon is not a physical entity. It is a manifestation of condensed aura. Its power shouldn't be so terrifying. Perhaps we should collectively launch an attack? One elder suggested. Lung Hanxiu shook her head, saying, "Everyone, I believe this black dragon means no harm. There is no need for haste. It may be that the seventh sister is cultivating a technique." Impossible, an elderly nascent soul cultivator refuted. The seventh sister could not possibly possess such a domineering technique. If she had such power, she would have already become the top among the seven peaks. What if the seventh sister is in danger? Zhang raised his hand and unleashed a golden transmission talisman. Roar! The golden spark shattered. A dragon's roar echoed. Though no tangible sound emerged, it resonated deeply within the hearts of the cultivators. The fierce dragon's gaze bore down on Zhang Zong, its expression unfriendly. Zhang, feeling intimidated, retreated several hundred meters, clutching his chest. "I cannot compete. This creature is too fearsome." The others were equally astonished. They had no idea where this black dragon had come from or what Sun Rui was experiencing within it. Should they intervene to rescue her? Everyone found themselves in a dilemma. However, at that moment, the faces of several peak masters grew serious, and they exchanged glances, their expressions stunned. They had all received a hint from that one. To think they had stirred the interest of that being. Receiving a reminder from that being. The peak masters sighed in relief. For the other cultivators present, the existence of that being was a secret, and they remained unaware. However, under the persuasion of the peak masters, everyone ceased their restless movements. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Within Yi Guqing's dantian, the spiritual energy surged wildly, thickening beyond measure. Under the intense power of half an hour's duration, a qualitative change occurred. Boom! A shockwave radiated from Yi Guqing's body. And at that moment, all the spiritual energy within his dantian had been refined into a droplet of golden liquid. His dantian had transformed into a small golden core. The formation of the golden core was a success. Yi Guqing's heart swelled with elation. Becoming a golden core ancestor had been his long-cherished dream. Once, forming the golden core had been his youthful aspiration. He believed that achieving this in his lifetime would be the greatest wish. However, life's pressures had damaged his dantian, rendering the golden core an unattainable goal. But now, he had finally succeeded. "I am also a golden core ancestor now. Haha, my son, I have not brought you shame." In the throes of jubilation, Yi Guqing felt his strength surge unexpectedly. With this newfound power, he was now ready to challenge the third dragon lock. Let me see if this dragon lock is still so unyielding. Open, open, open. Chapter 62. The true dragon lies in wait, master. Was there a breakthrough just now? Ming Yan's enchanting eyes were fixed anxiously on the Yi family courtyard, having not missed the recent display of light. You are not mistaken. Someone has indeed formed a golden core and entered the golden core stage. Sun Rui replied gravely. Cultivators often experience 9 distinct celestial phenomena during a breakthrough, commonly referred to as the 9 auspicious signs. The tremor of spiritual energy was one of them. The phenomena resulting from Yi Guqing forming his golden core were far from limited to this one. It was merely that the appearance of the black dragon locked down the space, causing those on the condensing emerald peak to witness only the tremor of spiritual energy. Forming a golden core and entering the golden core stage? Does that mean it was Yi Guqing, my friend? The female cultivator Ming Yan's expression shifted. Everyone had initially believed this fearsome black dragon had been summoned by Yi Junlin, as he was the talented young genius. However, forming a golden core, that could only be attributed to Yi Guqing. Sun Rui sighed deeply, realizing that she had underestimated her companion. Yi, the Taoist friend, was indeed a person of humility and concealment, unwilling to reveal his true capabilities. Oh, Ming Yan suddenly came to a realization and remarked. No wonder he modified the Qi induction technique. Not only that, Sun Rui continued, I noticed that at the Yi residence in Huangzhou, he had cleverly arranged a formidable illusionary formation in his courtyard. I couldn't help but wonder who could possess such extraordinary talent, surpassing my own understanding of formations. What? Ming Yan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Another female cultivator, on her way back from Huangzhou, recounted how their master was lured away. And it was Yi Guqing who intervened to repel the demonic monk from the Black Lotus Temple. Such prowess. Ming Yan was once again taken aback. The more Sun Rui listened, the more her face flushed with shame. After wandering the realms for so many years, she had failed to recognize Ye's talents and had even insisted he serve as a menial worker on the Green Jade Peak. The elderly woman felt utterly humiliated. Yi Guqing's mastery of formations and alchemy far exceeded her own, and now he had summoned a colossal dragon. It was all a display of modesty and restraint, while she had genuinely believed he lacked ability. Suddenly, Mingyan recalled something and said, "However, I heard rumors in the sect yesterday that Yi Daoist's Dantian was damaged, causing his cultivation to decline, rendering him a waste." "Nonsense!" Sun Ri exclaimed, spreading falsehoods. "If his Dantian were indeed damaged, how could Yi Daoist have forged a golden elixir? In my nearly 8 centuries of cultivation, I have never heard of anyone with a damaged Dantian successfully forming a Dantian. Indeed, it must be that someone is maliciously spreading rumors." Just as the female cultivators were engaged in animated discussion, a more shocking event unfolded. The immense shadow of a black dragon, towering over the Green Jade Peak, expanded several times. At this rate, the peak could no longer support the dragon's form, and soon, its tail slipped down, followed by its massive body. Eventually, only the dragon's head remained atop the mountain. "Everyone, come and see." Initially, only Sun Rui and her disciples, along with several nascent soul cultivators, were aware of this matter, but as the black dragon's body descended, the entire Howren sect was stirred. The first to notice were the inner disciples on patrol. Upon looking up, they were all petrified. In their panic, a shout echoed, prompting the entire sect to emerge and witness the spectacle. The Howren sect had 8,000 inner disciples and 100,000 outer disciples, all of whom stepped out of their quarters, gazing up at the black dragon coiling above the Green Jade Peak. Even Master Hao emerged from the inner hall. Glancing at the dragon perched atop the 7th peak, his expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion. A dragon coiling around the peak. Why has such an anomaly appeared at the Green Jade Peak? It has grown larger. In the clouds, the members of the nascent soul, standing on their flying artifacts, exchanged glances, bewildered by the origins of the black dragon and whether it heralded fortune or calamity. Zhangxing pondered, who knows? Now that the entire sect is in an uproar, it would be difficult to keep this a secret. It keeps getting larger. When will it end? Just as everyone was chattering, someone noticed the direction of the moon and exclaimed, "Look over there." "My goodness." Zhang Zong, startled, almost stumbled from his white crane. Against the backdrop of the bright full moon, a dazzling 5-clawed true dragon was seen, swiftly approaching while standing on auspicious clouds. "This is the Guardian True Dragon." My heavens, even the Guardian True Dragon has arrived. Guardian True Dragon. The nascent soul cultivators were left speechless, realizing that they had stirred the Guardian True Dragon. A matter of great significance. The Guardian True Dragon is a protective deity of every mortal realm, appearing only in times of dire peril. As the saying goes, a divine dragon is rarely seen in full. Even for the esteemed nascent soul cultivators, the opportunity to witness the Guardian True Dragon firsthand is exceedingly rare. With a resounding roar, the Guardian True Dragon reverberated through the surroundings. It flew swiftly, circling above the Green Jade Peak, its presence capturing the attention of the black dragon below. With an even more thunderous roar, the black dragon responded, the two dragons now in contention. Master Hao gazed up at the unfolding scene, his heart racing, yet he felt a sense of relief. The origins of the black dragon remained unknown, fierce and menacing. But thankfully the Guardian True Dragon had arrived in time, suggesting that the black dragon might relent. The inner disciples present nodded in agreement. After all, the black dragon would likely show respect to the Guardian True Dragon, the sovereign of this realm. However, just as Master Hao's words faded, the black dragon, undeterred, shot half its body upward, roaring defiantly into the sky, and to everyone's astonishment, the majestic Guardian True Dragon suddenly shrank back in fear. My heavens! Surely I did not see that correctly. Someone gasped. The Guardian True Dragon has retreated. Impossible. Others speculated that perhaps the Guardian True Dragon was caught off guard and would soon unleash its might. But then, they watched as the Guardian True Dragon circling slowed, eventually halting to one side and lowering its head, as if in deference. The Guardian True Dragon has submitted. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The Guardian True Dragon has knelt. What is the origin of this black dragon? Initially, the nascent soul cultivators had thought to band together to confront the dragon. But now they were struck with dread at their earlier reckless thoughts. If even the Guardian True Dragon was intimidated, what hope do we have? This is... Everyone panicked, unsure of what had transpired. Not only the cultivators of the Howren sect, but even the elders and nascent soul masters were filled with trepidation. If this black dragon were to establish a long-term presence in the Howren sect, what would become of them? Master Hao, once high and mighty, now began to worry whether he might lose his position. Fortunately, this unsettling scene did not last long. After the guardian true dragon bowed, the black dragon withdrew, its form gradually fading, and the guardian true dragon returned along the same path. Approximately half an hour later, everything returned to normal, as if the astounding spectacle had merely been a dream. Chapter 63, Yi Daoist Revelation. This. In the clouds, the nascent soul masters exchanged glances. Just moments ago, they had eagerly rushed to the green jade peak to investigate, yet now that the black dragon had vanished, none dared to move. Finally, Zhang Zeng spoke up, suggesting, "Why don't we all go to the 7th peak and see what truly happened?" "That sounds splendid." Everyone nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, the peak masters received a transmission from a higher authority. "A once-in-10,000 years genius has awakened within our sect. This is an absolute secret, and those who leak it will face dire consequences. The Green Jade Peak is temporarily designated as a forbidden zone, accessible only to the officially recognized elders of the sect." The senior elders received the message simultaneously, their expressions a mix of astonishment and joy. Initially, they had thought the emergence of the black dragon was a malevolent omen, but now they realized it was the awakening of a super genius, a rare occurrence in a millennium. This is magnificent news. However, it was also stated that this is a sect secret, and anyone who leaks it will be punished. Suddenly, a figure sped toward them, and within moments, a plain-looking elder in white robes appeared before them. "Senior Brother Qi, Elder." "Greetings, Senior Brother Qi, Elder." "Good day, Elder Qi." The crowd hurriedly bowed in reverence, astonished that this individual had been stirred. The elder in white robes was none other than Qi Min, the first peak master and the most senior elder of the Howren sect, who had been in seclusion for a century. Qi Min was the longest-serving elder of the Howren sect. He had been injured in the battle against the demonic path during the Tsangnan War a century ago, and had been in seclusion for healing until today. No one expected to see Senior Brother Qi. As the crowd spoke in awe, Qi Min's expression turned stern as he surveyed them. Once everyone was silent, he said, "Everyone, what transpired just now is a confidential matter of our Howren sect, and I ask for your discretion in keeping it a secret." "Certainly, certainly." Qi Min held the authority and strength to ensure compliance, and no one dared to oppose him. The other elders were instructed to remain, while the rest were dismissed. His icy words left the other guest elders and the temporarily visiting Yuaning masters of the Howren sect with no choice but to depart in dejection. In the end, only the sect's own supreme elders remained, namely the peak masters from various mountains. Yet, even so, the peak masters dared not speak freely in front of Qi Min. "Esteemed guests, follow me to the Ningxue Peak," Qi Min announced as he turned to leave. Shortly after, all the Yuaning masters arrived at Ningxue Peak, where Sun Rui and her 12 female disciples were already waiting. "Brother Qi, you have emerged from seclusion," Sun Rui exclaimed with joy. Despite her current elderly appearance, Qi Min had known her for a long time and regarded her as a younger sister. A faint smile finally crossed Qi Min's face as he replied, "The highest authorities of the sect have been stirred. How could I remain in seclusion?" "The highest authorities have been stirred?" Sun Rui's expression changed dramatically. It was then that those beside her spoke up. "The Supreme has just sent us a message, stating that a once-in-100,000-year genius has awakened on Ningxue Peak." "Who could it be?" Zhang Zing looked around and asked, "Could it be that young genius from Huangzhou City?" "Not him." Sun Rui shook her head. "Then who?" she was asked. Sun Rui then smiled wryly. "It is his father." "How is that possible?" Zhang Zing nearly fainted. Observing the puzzled expressions on the faces of those around him, he explained, "Yi Guqing's qualifications are average. He only opened 36 acupoints back then. Spent 4 years in the outer sect, and it took a fortune for the Yi family to help him successfully establish his foundation. He returned to the Yi family. And recently, I heard he had his Dantian damaged, regressing in cultivation. He is known as the famous waste of Huangzhou City." Upon hearing this, everyone was bewildered. How could a damaged Dantian waste be a once-in-100,000-year super genius? Were it not for the reverence toward the Supreme, they would have long considered it a joke. Just then, a creaking sound came from the small courtyard of the Yi family, indicating someone was opening the door to step out. Sun Rui smiled. "Whether it is him or not, you shall see." Turning back, she commanded, "Ming Yin, summon Daoist Yi." "Not so fast." Qi Min quickly intervened. A genius capable of attracting the guardian true dragon should not be treated lightly. Qi Min said solemnly, "This is a fortunate event for our Howren sect, and this person is of utmost importance. He shall be regarded as our equal henceforth. We should take the initiative to pay him a visit." Regarded as our equal? The faces of the Yuan Ying masters changed. They had not anticipated Qi Min to hold this person in such high esteem. It should be noted that Qi Min was not only respected within the Howren sect but throughout the entire Songnan continent. The fact that he suggested a visit was quite extraordinary. "Let us go." Qi Min led the group to the small courtyard's entrance and gently knocked on the door. At that moment, Yi Guqing was experiencing a profound transformation. Not only had his cultivation greatly increased, but he had also acquired a piece of black dragon marrow and unlocked 3 true dragon seals, enabling him to summon the power of the true dragon at will. He had attempted to break through the 4th seal but felt a considerable gap, so he had given up. He stepped out of his meditation chamber, eager to share the good news with his son, hoping to bring him some joy. However, just as he exited the chamber, he heard a knock at the door. Who could it be at this time? Qi Min smiled. "I am Qi Min, the chief supreme elder of the Howren sect, here to pay a visit to Daoist Yi. Please open the door." "Chief Supreme." Yi Guqing was nearly overwhelmed and almost fell to the ground. Stories of Qi Min safeguarding the Howren sect had circulated in the outer sect. Were it not for his timely intervention during a critical moment, the demonic forces would have invaded the Howren sect. Yi Guqing had fervently admired Qi Min since hearing those tales, dreaming countless times of that moment. Now, his idol was right outside, knocking politely. "Master Qi." Yi Guqing forgot about his son in his excitement and rushed to open the door. Upon opening it, he found several figures standing outside, all peak masters and supreme elders. At the forefront was an elderly man clad in a simple white robe, appearing lean yet vigorous. Unremarkable in appearance. However, a formidable aura emanated from him, instilling a sense of reverence. "Master Qi?" Yi Guqing inquired. Qi Min, who had maintained a stern expression, now wore a brilliant smile. "You must be the once-in-100,000-year prodigy, Yi Guqing. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you." Yi Guqing was bewildered. "But I am a waste. How have I become a once-in-100,000-year prodigy?" You were here for my son, right?" "No, we are here for you." Sun Rui stepped forward, full of apologies. "Daoist Yi, you must stop being so modest. It is time to reveal your true self. We all know you are the real top genius." "Truly. The exceptional do not reveal themselves, and I was blind not to recognize your greatness. But I have not been modest." Yi Guqing was perplexed. Others said he was vain and liked to show off. Now they accused him of being too modest. Chapter 64. The bloodline of the true dragon. Yi Guqing genuinely did not understand the commotion surrounding his breakthrough. After inviting everyone into the small courtyard and listening to their discussions, he finally grasped the situation. "I sincerely apologize. My cultivation inadvertently caused such a stir, even prompting Master Qi to break his seclusion. There is no sin in this. You are a blessing to our Howren sect." Qi Min, who was usually stern, was all smiles today. He then inquired, "Daoist Yi, may I ask what transpired during your breakthrough that summoned the black dragon and startled the guardian true dragon?" Yi Guqing was secretly astonished. His son had mentioned something about the true dragon domain, but he had not taken it seriously. The fact that he had indeed attracted the guardian true dragon was somewhat exaggerated. He silently scolded his son, but could not voice it. With such a prodigious offspring, he needed to protect him from exposure. However, what about the dragon marrow? Yi Guqing made up his mind to keep that secret. Thus, he wore a perplexed expression and replied, "To be honest, I am not entirely clear. I was at the 9th level of foundation establishment and decided to cultivate today, only to find I had unexpectedly broken through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. At that moment, I became a bit greedy and took the heaven-defying boiling blood pill I had previously crafted, attempting to break into the golden core stage. However, I suddenly felt as if my back were on fire, as if my spine was regrowing." He spoke half-truths, concealing the dragon marrow while truthfully relaying his experiences, including the matter of the true dragon seals. After finishing, Yi Guqing felt a bit anxious, knowing he was surrounded by powerful figures. What if they discovered his deception? To his surprise, the Yuan Ying masters appeared completely unfazed by his revelations, even sharing knowing smiles amongst themselves. A heavy weight lifted from Yi Guqing's heart, and he boldly posed a question, "Esteemed masters, what do you think of my situation? Is it a blessing or a curse? The Supreme does not deceive me." Qi Min smiled gently and replied, "You need not worry at all. This is a tremendous good fortune. However, I I would like to confirm if Taoist you would allow me to examine your condition? Of course. Yi Guqing extended his hand. Qi Min placed his fingers on Yi Guqing's wrist, pressing down on the Shunmin acupoint, and released a gentle stream of spiritual energy. Upon entry, Qi Min's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "What broad meridian pathways?" Yi Guqing smiled wryly. It was not like this before. It only appeared today. Excellent, excellent. Qi Min continued his examination, discovering that Yi Guqing's internal organs had strengthened, and the golden core forming in his dantian was quite impressive. He nodded with a smile. At last, he directed his spiritual energy along the meridians to probe into Yi Guqing's spine. However, as soon as the energy reached that point, a resonant dragon's roar echoed in his ears, and the fingers pressing on Yi Guqing trembled uncontrollably, causing the other Yuanian cultivators to grow anxious. No need to worry. Qi Min raised a hand, signaling everyone to take their seats. He then addressed Yi Guqing. You may want to attempt to relax the dragon's spine. Yi Guqing smiled wryly. Master, I wish I could calm it down, but at times it seems to have a mind of its own. Oh. Qi Min examined for a moment longer before withdrawing his hand. He glanced around at the other Yuanian cultivators and then back at Yi Guqing, who was visibly tense, unsure of what secret Qi Min had uncovered. The others also watched Qi Min with bated breath, awaiting his final conclusion. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Min spoke 4 words, Supreme Dragon Marrow. It was indeed the awakening of the true dragon bloodline, the Supreme Dragon Marrow. The Yuanian cultivators exchanged astonished glances, as if something monumental had occurred. Yi Guqing was bewildered. He had never heard of Supreme Dragon Marrow. His son had only mentioned that he consumed a dragon marrow pill. Observing Yi Guqing's confusion, Sun Rui explained, Taoist Yi, it is said that in ancient times, some qi refiners were born with great fortunes, possessing the true dragon bloodline, known as the descendants of dragons. Before awakening, they cultivated just like ordinary individuals, with no distinguishing traits. However, once their true dragon bloodline awakens. At this point, she looked at Yi Guqing with envy. Zhangxing interjected, once the true dragon bloodline awakens, their innate talents become exponentially superior, hundreds or even thousands of times greater. Their physical constitution, enhanced by the power of the true dragon, far surpasses that of ordinary body cultivators. The path of cultivation becomes smooth, devoid of bottlenecks. And from then on, your journey will be unimpeded, your physical body remarkably resilient, and your combat capabilities immeasurable. Is it truly that formidable? Yi Guqing felt a surge of trepidation. When did I become so powerful? Am I still myself? Indeed, you are formidable, Qi Min chuckled. If it were otherwise, why would we come here at such an hour? Even the guardian true dragon has been stirred. Wouldn't you say that's impressive? Furthermore, even the highest echelons of our sect, who did not emerge during the demonic siege, have been alerted. Brother Guqing, you are indeed extraordinary. At this, Yi Guqing's shock deepened. It was the first time he had heard the term sect's highest. To the outside world, Qi Min was the foremost elder of the Howren sect, the supreme leader. Yet, above Qi Min, there existed an even higher authority. Was it the divine monarch of transformation? Yi Guqing felt a mix of astonishment and joy. He was astonished that the Howren sect indeed had a divine monarch in residence, and elated that this rascal had managed to guess such secrets. Qi Min continued, however, for Brother Guqing, I can share a few words. With a respectful expression, he stated, my master, divine monarch Yunhao, founded the Howren sect with friends 3,000 years ago. He is the ancestral founder of our sect. Master Yunhao is still alive. Yi Guqing was flabbergasted. He never expected the founding ancestor of the Howren sect to still be among the living. This revelation should not have been surprising. Qi Min explained. In our small realm of Songnan continent, a divine monarch is akin to an immortal. In truth, we are still far from that. The mundane world we inhabit is vast and boundless, containing many higher and more perilous realms. It is there that you will discover the true multitude of formidable beings, with some having lived for millennia, and even sects that revere immortal ancestors. Hiss. Not only Yi Guqing, but the other cultivators present were also left in awe. Nevertheless, Qi Min refrained from elaborating further and added with a smile, the reason I share these secrets of the Howren sect with you, Brother Guqing, is that our sect has reached a decision that you may not refuse. What? Yi Guqing's expression shifted. What decision? Qi Min enunciated each word carefully. Divine Monarch Yunhao wishes to take you as his personal disciple. Chapter 65. The third figure what? Not only Yi Guqing, but even the elders present gasped in astonishment. To be the personal disciple of the sect's highest authority was akin to ascending to the heavens. The elders present were filled with envy, for among them, only Chi-Min was a personal disciple of divine monarch Yunhao. By this token, Yi Guqin would become the third most significant figure in the Haoran sect. This. Yi Guqin was flustered. He had previously been merely an outer disciple, a presence as insignificant as an ant. His presence here was thanks to his son. He had come to the Haoran sect as a lowly servant. Now, being elevated to the third most powerful figure in the sect left him feeling unsteady and somewhat dazed. This cannot be. Yi Guqin wished to refuse, but he noticed Chi-Min regarding him with a chilling gaze. Daoisti, do you wish to leave the Haoran sect and seek another path? And no. Yi Guqin was startled, forcing a smile. I do not wish to join another sect. It's just, suddenly becoming a personal disciple of the sect's highest authority. I fear others may not accept it. With the awakening of the true dragon bloodline, rebirth through the supreme dragon marrow, summoning the mighty black dragon, and overpowering the guardian true dragon, Chi-Min declared proudly. Who would dare to question your worth? The other elders, too, set aside their disdain and jealousy, nodding in agreement. It is well deserved that Brother Yi has become the personal disciple of the highest authority. None of us harbor any dissent. Not you all. Yi Guqin felt increasingly cornered and hurried to clarify. I am merely a newly formed golden core cultivator, suddenly being named the personal disciple of the sect's highest authority. I fear that other disciples may harbor thoughts of jealousy, as words can be quite fearful. In truth, you need not worry, Chi-Min replied. My concern is that your current cultivation is too low, yet your potential is extraordinary. If word gets out, I fear that some may harbor ill will toward you. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement. Given the interferences among the major sects, should they learn of such a prodigious talent emerging from our sect, they would undoubtedly have their own thoughts. As for the demonic factions, it is even more concerning. Sun Rui sighed. On our way to the Haoran sect, we were already accosted once by a demonic Yuanian cultivator. Thus, we must maintain secrecy, Chi-Min stated. The news of Brother Yi becoming the personal disciple of the sect's highest authority shall remain known only to a select few. Should this information leak? Do not blame me for being unyielding. Moreover, the matter of your true dragon bloodline must remain strictly confidential. Sun Sister, you are responsible for your 12 disciples. That is easy. Sun Rui replied, I have some forgetting elixirs. I will reward each of them with one. And they will forget everything that happened in the last 12 hours. How do you possess such an unusual elixir? The others were taken aback. Sun Rui chuckled wryly. Do not think too much of it. I obtained it from a flower thief during my last excursion, not from my own alchemy. That works perfectly. Chi-Min lamented that such elixirs were too scarce. Otherwise, he would have distributed them to every inner and outer disciple. Seeing that everyone had reached a consensus, Yi Guqin no longer resisted. At such a moment, further humility might lead others to suspect his intentions. However, after a moment of thought, he remarked, I was originally a nominal disciple under Master Hao. Chi-Min pondered. Since this matter requires discretion, Brother Yi, you may continue to be listed under the tutelage of Hao Sitong. However, I shall remind him to treat you privately as a junior. Coincidentally, Master Hao was a disciple of Chi-Min, while Yi Guqin was initially Chi-Min's disciple. Now, having become a junior, Master Hao would rather be regarded as his nephew. That sounds excellent. Please arrange it, senior brother. With the arrangement in place, Yi Guqin no longer hesitated and acknowledged his identity. The Yuanian cultivators present became his seniors, and each of them clasped their fists in greeting. After the courteous exchange, Chi-Min waved his large sleeve, revealing a vibrant red fruit. This was a millennium-old Zhu fruit, known for its healing properties and its ability to enhance one's spiritual strength. It was intended as a welcoming gift from the senior brother. Yi Guqin quickly protested, Master Chi, such a precious treasure, I cannot accept it. Listen to me. Chi-Min insisted, pressing down on his hand. You have just awakened the supreme dragon essence within you. Do you know why it is so unruly? Yi Guqin shook his head. Chi-Min continued. There are 2 reasons. First, your cultivation level is too low, and it remains unconvinced. Second, your spiritual strength is insufficient to control it. Thus, this millennium-old Zhu fruit is perfect for you. Despite this reasoning, Yi Guqin still declined, Master Chi. It is well known that you suffered severe injuries in the battle against the demonic forces. This Zhu fruit would greatly benefit you as well. If this fruit were effective for me, why would I keep it on me for 100 years? Chi-Min chuckled wryly, pushing the Zhu fruit towards him. Junior Brother Yi, please do not refuse any longer. Then, I shall accept it. Thank you, Master Chi. With this concession, Yi Guqin felt it would be rude to refuse further. Soon, The other nascent soul masters also presented their gifts. This nest silk armor is a mid-grade defensive artifact, perfect for you now that you have successfully formed your core. This Tianheng boat is an excellent flying artifact for your travels. I also have a pound of great sage iron, which will be useful for you in forging your own magical item. As Yi Guqing beheld the treasures presented by his senior brothers, he felt a rush of excitement. These were items he had once dared not dream of. Yet, he also felt a sense of embarrassment. Dear brothers, you are too generous. What merit do I possess to deserve such kindness? Laughter erupted among the group. Junior brother Yi, your presence in the Haoran sect is the greatest gratitude we could receive. We have devoted our lives to this sect, which is our home. As you uplift Haoran sect in the future, we shall naturally rise alongside you. That is the best thanks you could offer. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yi Guqing nearly shed tears. He clasped his fists in gratitude, promising, if one day I achieve great success, I will surely repay each of you. After exchanging pleasantries, the nascent soul masters returned to their duties, extinguishing the flames of chaos that had arisen from the Black Dragon incident. Ultimately, Sun Rui would take the blame, claiming that his failure to forge the Black Flood flag had released the malevolent spirit. Whether others believed this narrative was of no concern, as long as Yi Guqing's identity as a prodigious talent remained concealed. Once the nascent souls departed, Qi Min smiled and said, Junior brother Yi, come with me. Yi Guqing quickly rose, adjusting his garments, knowing he was to meet the sect's esteemed master. The thought of being accepted as a direct disciple by the highest authority in the sect was exhilarating yet daunting. Master of transformation. He had never dared to envision this moment, and now he steeled himself for the encounter. Master Qi, allow me a moment to settle my son. Qi Min sighed. This junior brother is too attached to his child. Before meeting his master, Yi Guqing wished to check on his son, fearing the tales of the Black Dragon and the Guardian True Dragon might frighten him. Father, congratulations on forming your core. Yi Junlin greeted dutifully. Seeing his son calm and composed eased Yi Guqing's heart, prompting a hearty laugh. I have wonderful news. The sect's highest authority wishes to accept me as a personal disciple. Yi Junlin had anticipated this turn of events. With Yi Guqing awakening the true dragon bloodline, not only would the god monarch take notice, but even an ascendant being might seek to take him as a disciple before their ascension. Father, I have always said you would surpass me as a genius. You must strive diligently. Of course, Yi Guqing replied proudly. Now, you are no longer my little junior uncle. Wait, Yi Junlin nearly fainted. Father, you still remember that? Such a trivial matter. Yi Guqing retorted playfully as he turned to leave. Father, don't get too proud. Be my shield. Yi Junlin stuck out his tongue at his father's retreating figure. Once the hustle and bustle subsided, Yi Junlin returned to his room and lifted the silk covering a small brocade handkerchief, a temporary purchase he made to conceal by Siwen. The little fox emerged, having been terrified by the appearance of the true dragon. The true dragon, as the sovereign of all beasts, represented the most ancient lineage of beast cultivators, and he had nearly lost control upon its arrival. Thankfully, Yi Junlin had noticed him in time, using the brocade to shield his form. Otherwise, the nascent soul masters would have surely dispatched him with a single strike. Such secrets could not be revealed to a mere creature. Greetings, Master Ancestor. Bai Siwen took on a human form, kneeling respectfully before Yi Junlin. Rise, Yi Junlin commanded. After standing, Bai Siwen cautiously inquired, Master Ancestor, what is your command? Do not ask what should not be asked, Yi Junlin replied tersely. What did Shi Sandao send you for? Oh, I see. Bai Siwen recalled the purpose of his visit and quickly added, My master sent me to seek your teachings, stating that you are a dragon among men, and your words are of utmost value. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow. Speak plainly. My master wishes to know when to begin cultivating the 9 leaves demon art, and whether he should prepare the Black Lotus Jade Lotus. I have my own plans in this life. He need not remind me. Yi Junlin's expression darkened. While he intended to utilize the Black Lotus Temple for his own purposes, he despised being constrained by others. Seeing Yi Junlin's anger, Bai Siwen trembled slightly. Yi Junlin tapped his fingers on the table and added, Return and assist me with 2 tasks. First, remove the treasure gourd from the top of the Black Lotus Temple's Grand Hall and bring it to me. Second, inform Shi Sandao that I have great ambitions in this life and that he should not interfere with me. He should focus on his own cultivation for the future, when I may find use for him. With that, Yi Junlin tossed a jade tablet toward Bai Siwen, instructing him to cultivate diligently. Though Shi Sandao was a monk of the demonic path, he possessed simple intentions: to recruit him as an aide. Yi Junlin believed a balance of both reprimanding and rewarding was necessary. After a scolding, a teaching of cultivation methods would ensure the monk remained obedient and grateful. Understood. Bai Siwen carefully accepted the jade tablet, preparing to leave. However, after a few steps, he hesitated, turned back, and knelt once more before Yi Junlin. Master Ancestor, I wish to request a favor. Oh? Yi Junlin's interest was piqued. It appeared this little fox was not as docile as expected, harboring a spark of ambition. Speak. Bai Siwen had long desired to cultivate the 9 leaves demon art, but Shi Sandao had always denied him. Upon realizing that the Master Ancestor seemed uninterested in this particular technique, he saw an opportunity. If you do not wish to cultivate it, why not pass it on to me? Thus, he knelt and bowed. Master Ancestor, I vow to serve you and my master for all my days, never to betray. I am willing to become a monk and elevate the Black Lotus Temple. I would give my life for you. For a single word from you, I fear nothing. And what do you seek? Yi Junlin inquired, raising his eyes. I wish to cultivate the 9 leaves demon art. I see. Although the 9 leaves demon art was a precious secret of the Black Lotus Temple, to Yi Junlin, it was not particularly significant. Passing it on to this little fox posed no major issue. However, the fox's ambition and boldness were both admirable and concerning. Yi Junlin remained silent. His gaze fixed on the kneeling Bai Siwen, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Under such psychological pressure, the little fox felt anxious and disoriented. Regretting his rashness, while simultaneously anticipating his master's decision, time seemed to stand still, and after a while, Bai Siwen contemplated backing out. It was then that he heard Yi Junlin calmly state, the 9-leaf demon technique is not withheld from you by Shi Sandao, but rather due to your inadequate aptitude. Otherwise, why would he not practice it himself? Bai Siwen suddenly realized he had long misunderstood his master, believing he was being denied the opportunity to train, and even harbored murderous intent because of it. Alas, he sighed deeply. However, at that moment, the 6-year-old master added, yet I can modify the technique, allowing you to practice it, and it will be even more powerful. Thank you, master, Bai Siwen exclaimed, bowing fervently. In his heart, he mused that the master was indeed superior to the teacher. Yi Junlin continued, however, I cannot impart it to you without recompense. I shall work tirelessly for you. Pledging lifelong loyalty. To work tirelessly, Yi Junlin replied, there are many willing to do so. It depends on whether you possess the capability. Master, I will certainly give my utmost. Bai Siwen thought to himself that as long as the master was willing to teach him the technique, once he learned it, he would bid farewell. However, it was clear that it would not be so simple. Yi Junlin stated, modifying the technique will take time. First, complete the 2 tasks I have assigned. When you return next time, I will inform you of the assessment method. Once you pass my evaluation, I shall grant you the modified version of the 9-leaf demon technique, ensuring you can practice it and grow even stronger. Thank you, master. I will hurry back. Bai Siwen was overjoyed, eager to return and complete the task at Black Lotus Temple. With that thought, he picked up the jade pendant, which emitted a faint scent of fox. Yi Junlin tossed him a silk handkerchief, saying go. Chapter 67. Please show mercy. After Bai Siwen departed, Yi Junlin sat quietly at the small table. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out and grasped at the air. A jade tablet of emerald hue fell into his hands. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement precisely because he sought to examine this jade tablet. At the 5th level of Qi refinement, one acquires the basic spiritual awareness necessary to utilize storage bags, talismans, and to unleash minor spells, as well as to read jade tablets. He pinched the tablet between his thumb and index finger, and a plethora of ancient, time-worn characters surged forth. The celestial body technique. Yi Junlin had finally laid eyes on the technique he had long yearned for. In his previous life, even as an esteemed celestial emperor, he had never encountered a single copy of the celestial body technique. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't obtain one. If a celestial emperor devoted their entire life to it, there was still a chance to procure a copy. However, the crux lay in the fact that acquiring it would be futile. The celestial body technique must be learned, practiced, and crafted at the very beginning of one's cultivation, prior to establishing a foundation. Obtaining it after establishing a foundation would be utterly useless. He meticulously perused each page, absorbing the entirety of the technique. And upon setting down the jade tablet, he fell into deep contemplation once more. To artificially create an ancient celestial body from the acquired methods was no ordinary challenge. Yi Junlin had been prepared, yet after examining the procedures closely, he still gasped in astonishment. The multitude of steps and the exorbitant materials required far exceeded his expectations. Yi Junlin began to comprehend why the celestial body technique had become lost to time. The preciousness of its components was one aspect, but the sheer difficulty in crafting it was another, as the necessary materials were celestial treasures that made the task seem nearly impossible. Regardless, in this life, he was determined to shatter the void. He must succeed in its crafting. Suddenly, he heard familiar footsteps approaching from outside. With a swift motion, Yi Junlin stored the celestial body technique in his storage ring, and the next moment, Yi Guqing entered, his face flushed with excitement. My son. The sect's majestic realm is truly extraordinary. The place I stayed felt like another world, filled with swirling clouds and a harmonious sea and sky. I was utterly astounded. Really, you should have seen it. Observing his father's elation, Yi Junlin cleared his throat and sighed. Father, it's merely a dimensional space. You will encounter it once you reach the transformation stage. You little rascal. Yi Guqing, initially eager to boast to his son, was taken aback by Yi Junlin's apparent indifference, feeling somewhat disheartened. What on earth are you thinking about all day? He grumbled. You're sitting there with a serious face, like an ancient demon that has lived for centuries. Father, how can you say such things about your own son? Yi Junlin retorted, feeling disgruntled. What do you mean by lively? Running around in split pants like a 3-year-old? You shouldn't act as if you know more than your father all the time. Even if the old man with the white beard taught you much, you should remain humble in front of your father. All right, my father is the most formidable. Yi Guqing finally felt satisfied and embraced his son, saying, when I entered my master's dimensional space, seeing him felt like gazing upon a colossal figure, towering as high as the heavens. Yi Junlin longed to explain that it was his own dimensional space, and he could make it as high as he wished. This was only natural. However, he thought better of it, and instead feigned astonishment. So high. Indeed, Yi Guqing regained his enthusiasm and added, the voice he spoke with was extraordinary. Echoing as if the entire world responded, I couldn't tell from which direction his voice came. Wow, that's incredible, he continued. And my master also said that the welcome gift is the key to his private treasury. We can take whatever we want. Even Qi Shixiang didn't have that privilege. Father, you're amazing. Does that mean I can also enter and reap a fortune? What can you possibly obtain with your current cultivation? Of course you can. Wow. Haha. Let me have a turn. Get lost. As night fell, the small courtyard was filled with the joyful banter of the father and son. Did you see it yesterday? What? The black dragon at Pantfong, the condensing emerald peak. Shoo. They've issued a gag order. You're looking for death if you speak of this. What is there to gag? The disciples from the mountain to the foot have seen it. I heard it was Sun Yuanying. The following day, the entire Haoran sect was engulfed by rumors of the black dragon's appearance. Secretive discussions erupted everywhere. Even though the sect had issued a gag order, it could not suppress the fiery curiosity of the 10,000 disciples. Whenever an opportunity arose, they would engage in whispers. There were even rumors circulating that claimed the peak master of condensing Emerald Peak, Sun Rui, had inadvertently released the black flood serpent's spirit while refining a treasure. And what they had seen was not a black dragon, but rather a black serpent. Some believed this rumor, while others did not. Then, another rumor spread, suggesting that it was not a black serpent, but rather that Sun Rui was crafting an unusual beast spirit flag. And what had escaped was the soul of a demon dragon. This time, some began to believe it. Sun Rui, known for her fiery temper, had a poor reputation among the Haoran sect, and now she was directly labeled as an old witch. Upon hearing these rumors, Sun Rui was furious, wishing to tear the mouths of these gossip-mongers apart. Yet, she found herself powerless. If she wouldn't take the blame for this incident, who would? To protect Yi Guqing, this super genius and hope of Haoran sect, she had no choice but to bravely assume the role of scapegoat. Regardless of how many rumors circulated outside, she chose not to refute them, instead retreating to the mountains, feeling as if she had solidified the rumors. In this situation, the couple from the Bamboo Grove Society visited the inner hall to pay their respects to Master Haostong. Brother Chu and his esteemed wife have graced us with their presence. I wonder what guidance you seek. We merely came to visit. Shun Muyin smiled. My husband is about to enter seclusion to break through to the nascent soul stage and seeks a quieter underground cave. Master Haostong replied with a smile. That is truly congratulations. In the secluded cave on the back mountain, one can find a sanctuary that ensures complete isolation. Even if the ominous black dragon were to descend upon the world, it would not disturb you. Thank you. It is best not to dwell on the matter of the black dragon's arrival. Chu Yuntian, adept in social graces, was reluctant to offend Sun Rui. Master Hao then suggested, "Shall I take you to see it now?" "No rush," Shen Muyun replied. "We actually have another matter to discuss. I have heard that you have taken on a named disciple." Master Hao raised an eyebrow. Having received permission from the highest authority, he was already aware of certain truths and had visited the little master uncle, Yi Guqing. To his surprise, this couple had come to inquire about the little master uncle. Could it be that they harbored ulterior motives? Master Hao was internally astonished, yet his expression remained unchanged as he countered, "Indeed, there is such a matter, but it was merely a favor, devoid of any true master-disciple relationship. Why do you inquire about this?" Shen Muyun felt somewhat troubled, but upon glancing at her husband, she continued, "I hope Master Hao can show some leniency. Someone wishes to challenge Yi Guqing." Chapter 68, Refining Dragon Essence. Someone wishes to challenge Yi Guqing? Upon hearing this, Master Hao's immediate reaction was one of incredulity. Why challenge anyone at all, let alone the little master uncle? Had they lost their minds? The little master uncle had only recently taken the Supreme Master as his teacher. Did these individuals truly not understand the concept of danger? Raising an eyebrow, he retorted, "Who wishes to challenge? You?" "No, no." Chu Yuntian hastily waved his hands. "It is our third member, Hua Feng." Oh, Master Hao thought to himself how reckless this was. He had already received word that Hua Feng had been openly disparaging Yi Guqing, calling him a waste, and claiming he was unworthy of Zhou Yanru. As the sect leader, Master Hao typically refrained from meddling in such matters, but now that Hua Feng sought to issue a challenge, he felt compelled to speak out. "Chu Shixiang," Master Hao said sternly, "you are on the verge of seclusion to break through to the nascent soul stage. Why engage in such folly? There are indeed rivalries within the sect, but they are generally handled discreetly. How can one so easily issue challenges to the life and death arena? Such news would be most unbecoming." "I am at a loss," Chu Yuntian replied with a wry smile. "Hua Feng is a valuable asset to our Bamboo Grove society, contributing greatly to our efforts. As I prepare for my seclusion, our society relies on him for support, so I must assist." With that, he exchanged a glance with his partner, Shen Muyun. She quickly produced a transparent jade box, revealing a plant with silver leaves inside. "Master Hao, we kindly request your assistance. You need only pretend to be unaware." Shen Muyun smiled sweetly. Master Hao was indeed coveting the silver leaf grass, yet given Yi Guqing's current status, he feared that accepting it today might lead to repercussions tomorrow. Master Hao's expression turned icy as he returned the silver leaf grass, resolutely declaring, "You two must not insult me. Though Yi Guqing is my named disciple, he is still my disciple. Do you think a mere silver leaf grass can bribe me into watching my disciple face death in the life and death arena? Withdraw it at once, or do not blame me for my wrath." Chu Yuntian and Shen Muyun exchanged glances, bewildered by Master Hao's sudden shift towards righteousness. "Master Hao, you may be mistaken." Shen Muyun hesitated before adding, "We understand Hua Feng's intentions. He does not wish to kill Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing would never agree to the life and death arena. His aim is merely to humiliate Yi Guqing, nothing more serious." "Humiliate him?" Master Hao erupted into laughter. These individuals were truly mad. Within the sect, there were only two disciples of the utmost authority, Qi Min and Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing's status was more exalted than that of the elders. Given that both the Supreme Master and Qi Min were in prolonged seclusion, Yi Guqing was, in effect, the de facto leader of the Haoran sect. To humiliate Yi Guqing was tantamount to publicly slapping the face of the entire Haoran sect. "Do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Master Hao could not help but inquire. "Do not worry, Master," Qiantian replied, seemingly oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Hua Feng stated he would suppress his cultivation to match Yi Guqing's level. Of course, Yi Guqing can concede. If he crawls through Hua Feng's legs, the matter will be settled. What? Master Hao was nearly propelled from his seat. To have Yi Guqing crawl through Hua Feng's legs. He could scarcely contain his urge to slap Qiu Tian. Unaware of Master Hao's shifting demeanor, Qiu Tian continued, "In fact, Yi Guqing has a third option. He can publicly vow to keep his distance from Zhou Yanru, ensuring he can live peacefully within the Haoran sect." Very well. To live peacefully within the Haoran sect, it seems some have forgotten who truly holds power here. Master Hao scoffed internally, though he refrained from voicing it. A new idea struck him. If he intervened, Hua Feng might devise another scheme. It would be wiser to delay and report the issue, seeking a thorough resolution. "We need not concern ourselves with the affairs of disciples within the sect. This matter shall be left to Yi Guqing to decide for himself." Master Hao softened his tone. returning the silver leaf grass, and advised Zhu Shixiang, having known each other for nearly a century. I offer you this counsel. Do not become too deeply entangled in this affair. Some matters are not as simple as you perceive, and some individuals are not ones you can provoke. With that, he waved his hand, signaling the end of their audience. As they exited the inner hall, Xu Yutian and Shen Muyun wore perplexed expressions. What did this mean? Shen Muyun furrowed her brow, uncertain whether he had agreed or disagreed. Xu Yutian pondered. He stated he would not interfere. It seems he has tacitly consented. Shen Muyun mused, yet he warned us in the end. Could it be that Yi Guqing possesses some hidden background? What background? Xu Yutian replied. I've investigated thoroughly. He is merely the waste of the Yi family from Huangzhou City. His only background is his son, who is yet to commence cultivation. It is difficult to say what his future holds. How is that a background? Perhaps it pertains to Sun Rui. She seems quite invested in this disciple. Xu Yuntian, somewhat frustrated by the convoluted situation, retorted, regardless. Master Hao has declared he will not intervene. You should inform Huafeng. I shall go inspect that secluded cave on the back mountain. Understood. Within the inner hall, Master Hao, having seen off the unexpected guests, wore a somber expression, his fingers stroking his long beard as he contemplated deeply. Over the years, my master has been in seclusion for a century, allowing malevolent forces to flourish unchecked within the sect. It seems the Haoran sect has reached a critical juncture for a thorough cleansing. He held some thoughts, yet lacked the authority to make decisions. It was best to seek guidance first. Whom should he consult? After consideration, he realized only the little master uncle would suffice. Master Hao raised his hand, releasing a golden sound transmission talisman. This talisman soared from the hall, transforming into a beam of golden light that sped toward the summit of Ningxue Peak. Originally, Sun Rui had prohibited the indiscriminate use of sound transmission talismans atop her peak, finding the incessant flying bothersome. However, with Yi Guqing's newfound status, she would not impose further restrictions. In the tranquil meditation chamber of the Yi family courtyard, Yi Guqing sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in tranquil contemplation, employing an inner vision technique while repeatedly refining the supreme dragon essence with his spiritual energy. During his recent visit to the divine monarch Yunhao, he had inquired about several matters. The foremost inquiry was how to command the allegiance of this dragon essence. Divine monarch Yunhao elucidated that a cultivator possesses, fundamentally, two aspects, the self and external objects. The self is formless, while external objects are tangible. The physical body is merely an external object, and the dragon essence is no different. Dragon essence, magical tools, and treasures are all external objects. To conquer them, refining them is the only effective method. Truly, a being of divine mastery, the words struck Yi Guqing with clarity. Chapter 69. A scholar may be killed, but not humiliated. Yi Guqing is currently unable to refine the entire dragon marrow. So he will first refine the 3 segments that have already been unlocked from the true dragon lock. Naturally, this method of refinement is not the typical technique used for spiritual tools or artifacts. To aid him, Lord Yunhao has bestowed upon him an ancient text, the 100 Refinements Classic. The most notable characteristic of this classic is its principle of using the weak to refine the strong, through relentless refinement and repeated tempering until the essence is thoroughly absorbed. This method is perfectly suited to Yi Guqing's current situation. His master is indeed extraordinary. Following the techniques outlined in the 100 Refinements Classic, Yi Guqing utilizes his mental energy to engage in the refining process, and he has already begun to see results. The first segment of Dragon Marrow has completely submitted to him. Come forth. He claps his waist pouch, and a long sword, imbued with a misty aura, swiftly flies out. This is the frost blade gifted to him by Master Hao. He rises, his gaze fierce, raises his hand, and utters a single word. Go. The frost blade responds, dancing through the quiet chamber, leaving a trail of frost and frigid air in its wake, as if winter has descended upon the room. After a moment of controlling the sword, he focuses his thoughts. True dragon power. A spectral image of a true dragon flickers along his spine, emanating an overwhelming force that floods his body, ceaselessly and powerfully. Return. He grasps at the void, and the frost blade obediently returns to him. He grips the sword, channeling the true dragon power into it. Instantly, frost flowers bloom along the blade, accumulating a thick layer of ice within moments. Yi Guqing, wielding the sword, dances as a chilling aura pervades the chamber, the cold wind swirling and the ground and walls accumulating a heavy frost. Wow, how formidable! Yi Guqing is secretly astonished. Without the true dragon power, he could easily contend with a typical first-layer golden core cultivator. However, with it, even a third-layer golden core cultivator would pose no challenge. This is the might of true dragon power. He glances at the frost blade in his hand and notices that he has overexerted it. The ice and mist within require considerable time to condense before it can be wielded again. The Supreme Dragon Marrow is indeed domineering. This is merely the refinement of the first segment. Should he refine the second and third segments as well? Even those in the late stages of the Golden Core realm would not stand a chance against him. Yi Guqing muses to himself, "My son is truly filial." In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. For treasures, for opportunities, for longevity, what does it matter if they are bound by blood? In the face of treasures and opportunities, it is not uncommon for spouses to turn against each other, for brothers to harm one another, and for fathers and sons to fall out. The Dragon Marrow pill is such a precious opportunity that countless individuals would vie for it, even to the point of bloodshed. Yet, his son offered it without a second thought. Though he said nothing, he felt deeply moved and had already resolved to protect him with all his might. At that moment, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and waved his hand. The door to the quiet chamber burst open, and a golden star swiftly flew into his palm. Moments later, Yi Guqing crushed the golden star, his face filled with anger as he declared, "Hua Feng, you have gone too far." To avoid this Hua Feng, he had resolved not to descend the mountain, evading confrontation. Yet, it seems the other party is intent on pursuing him, even going so far as to challenge him directly. Although it is evident that Hua Feng does not wish to kill him, his underhanded methods and insidious vows are incredibly insulting. Yi Guqing is not one to tolerate humiliation, nor is he one to be bullied. Furthermore, if he were to succumb to such actions, how would his son, Yi Junlin, establish himself within the sect? How could he face the world as a genius of Howren's sect? He would rather die than endure such an insult. A gentleman may be killed, but he must not be humiliated. Yi Guqing slammed his hand down, sending a message to Master Hao. "I am aware of the situation. I will observe and act according to my own judgment." Upon receiving the message, Master Hao sensed something amiss. His original intention was to have the leaders of the various peaks intervene to intimidate the nefarious Hua Feng, punishing this scoundrel according to sect rules. If the scoundrel refused to repent, then stripping him of his cultivation and banishing him from the mountain would not be out of the question. However, Yi Guqing did not accept his suggestion and merely stated he would observe and act according to his own judgment. Could it be that the young master intends to accept the challenge? A wild thought surfaced in Master Hao's mind. This cannot be allowed. Yi Guqing has just established his golden core, while Hua Feng has reached the 9th layer of the golden core realm. Though both are golden core ancestors, their strengths are worlds apart. Even if Hua Feng were to suppress his cultivation, when it comes to a life-and-death confrontation, who would hold back? "Young master, please do not." "Young master, allow me to analyze the situation for you." "Young master, respond to me." He quickly sent several more messages, desperately urging Yi Guqing to avoid accepting Hua Feng's challenge. Yet, these messages vanished into silence, receiving no response. Master Hao was filled with anxiety. If the young master and Hua Feng faced off on the life-and-death platform, and something unfortunate were to happen, the repercussions would be dire. After ruminating on the matter, he concluded that his only option was to seek out Zhou Yanru. Soon after, at Zhou Yanru's residence, Yanru, "Master, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Master Hao, Zhou Yanru initially thought she was mistaken. Although Master Hao is also a golden core cultivator, his authority within the sect is second only to the Grand Elders. Zhou Yanru could hardly fathom that Master Hao would visit her personally. After entering, Master Hao sighed. It is all because of that scoundrel Hua Feng. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yanru's expression changed. Hua Feng had employed numerous mediators to persuade her, and now he has even brought Master Hao to her door. "Master, I assure you that I have no romantic intentions toward Hua Feng. Please do not force me." Master Hao could not help but chuckle. "I have no concern regarding Hua Feng's intentions. I am here for Yi Guqing." "Seventh brother? What happened to him?" Zhou Yanru asked, astonished. Master Hao, seeing her reaction, smiled. "It is said that you and Guqing have a good relationship. This meeting confirms it." Zhou Yanru's face flushed, and she inquired, "Master, what exactly brings you here?" Master Hao then sighed. "I wish for you to accompany me up the mountain to persuade Guqing to abandon any thoughts of battling Hua Feng." "What?" Zhou Yanru was taken aback. "Did I not tell him to stay at Ningxue Peak and avoid meeting Hua Feng?" Master Hao responded. "The current Guqing is no longer the same. He has gained confidence, which is why he considers accepting the challenge." I must inform you that Guqing has now become a golden core ancestor. What? Upon hearing this news, Zhou Yanru felt a whirlwind of emotions. It was not that it was bad news, rather, it was entirely unexpected. Yi Guqing's dantian had been damaged, which was a widely accepted fact, known even to Zhou Yanru in Huangzhou City. Though Yi Guqing had claimed to have recovered multiple times, few believed him, as even minor damage to the dantian is often irreparable. Yet now, Yi Guqing has advanced. He has broken through. He has established his golden core. This is simply unfathomable. Are you referring to the Yi Guqing from Huangzhou City? Zhou Yanru asked. Master Hao nearly burst into laughter. Is there another Yi Guqing in Haoren sect? Oh. Zhou Yanru now believed it. Feeling a surge of joy, she mused that her seventh brother must have divine protection, for it seemed his dantian had truly healed. Seventh brother is now a golden core ancestor. Just as joy filled her heart, a frown soon marred her brow. However, even if he has established his golden core, he cannot possibly stand against Hua Feng. Indeed, Master Hao lamented, a newly established golden core ancestor facing off against a seasoned ninth-layer golden core elder. The disparity is simply too vast. Zhou Yanru grew anxious. Her elder brother, with a well-established foundation and a breakthrough in cultivation, should seize the opportunity to train diligently. How could he recklessly engage in combat with Hua Feng? Such a course of action was profoundly unwise. Master Hao agreed, asserting that in his view, as long as Guqing summoned the esteemed elders, they could handle Hua Feng without him needing to intervene personally. What? Zhou Yanru was taken aback once more. From Master Hao's tone, it seemed that Yi Guqing could command the elders with ease. Master Hao, are we indeed discussing Yi Guqing from Huangzhou City, the father of Xiao Junlin? You cannot fathom the circumstances. Master Hao replied with a bitter smile. Indeed. Without a doubt, Guqing is no longer an ordinary person. Not an ordinary person? Zhou Yanru was perplexed. Regardless, her brother's safety was paramount, and she promptly declared, I must go to Ningxue Peak. I am here to persuade him. The ban on ascending Ningxue Peak had been lifted, but permission was still required. Master Hao, being a person of authority, had no trouble escorting Zhou Yanru up the mountain. After a short while, they arrived at the entrance of the Yi family's courtyard. They did not find Yi Guqing, but instead spotted Yi Junlin wandering in the spirit field. Yi Junlin, striving to cultivate the immortal body technique, required materials that were extraordinarily precious. However, he was not in a rush. At merely 6 years old, he had ample time to proceed one step at a time. The basic spirit herbs needed for the first step of the immortal body technique were challenging to procure, so he intended to grow them himself. Although the spirit field before him was slightly lacking, he had his own plans. Shaolin, Zhou Yanru called out. Yinny Ant. Yi Junlin hurried over. In truth, he considered Zhou Yanru his foremost choice for a stepmother. In his previous life, after Yi Guqing's death, Zhou Yanru had wept inconsolably, which clearly demonstrated her genuine affection for him. However, Yi Junlin was unaware of his father's intentions. Recently, his father seemed somewhat distracted, possibly because he had encountered his long-lost crush, Ming Yin, and had not seen Zhou Yanru for several days. Master Hao, Yi Junlin greeted again. Master Hao, puzzled, inquired, What are you doing here? Oh, my father intends to set up a planting formation here and asked for my assistance, Yi Junlin replied, cleverly shifting the responsibility onto his father. A planting formation? Master Hao gasped in astonishment. Is it the legendary 10,000 spirit-wood formation from the Qiling sacred ground? Yi Junlin clarified, it won't be that grand, but the principles are quite similar, and the efficacy is even better. Master Hao was rendered speechless, realizing that the Qiling sacred ground was one of the premier spiritual planting sects in Songnan continent, possessing countless cultivation techniques unknown to other sections. The 10,000 spirit-wood formation was particularly significant, producing an impressive quality and yield of spirit herbs and woods each year, making the sect exceedingly wealthy. The thought that Yi Guqing had mastered such techniques was astounding. Suddenly, Master Hao had a thought and asked, once the formation is established, could I place a seedling of silver leafgrass within? He did not necessarily desire Shinmu Yun's silver leafgrass, but sought to cultivate it himself. If he had access to this planting formation, he would even accept common silver leafgrass. Yi Junlin replied, you would have to ask my father. However, given your admirable character and handsome demeanor, I believe he would agree. Not at all. You flatter me. I am but a shade less than your father. Master Hao, overwhelmed by the praise, found himself grinning broadly for the first time in his life. How shameless. You're already quite unattractive. The difference is hardly noticeable. Zhou Yanru murmured to herself before asking, Shaolin, is your father at home? He is in seclusion. You won't be able to see him. Yi Junlin replied. Master Hao and Zhou Yinru, skeptical, entered the courtyard only to find it as Yi Junlin had said. Master Hao even noticed a few of his communication talismans, now floating forlornly outside the quiet room. What to do now? Master Hao felt a wave of urgency. Zhou Yinru, familiar with Yi Guqing, suggested, Shaolin is quite perceptive, and your brother often values his opinions. Perhaps we should speak with him first and have him help persuade your father. Master Hao agreed, recognizing that when Yi Guqing emerged from seclusion, his son's counsel would carry more weight than anyone else's. Xiao Junlin, Master Hao approached the boy again, producing a spirit fruit with a smile. Have you ever tasted a spirit fruit? Try this. Yi Junlin glanced at it, scoffing. He then reached into his storage pouch and pulled out several fist-sized spirit dates. These are the Qingyu spirit dates my father gives me as snacks. You should try them. Master Hao intended to use the spirit fruit to foster a connection, but being dismissed by a 6-year-old left him both amused and bewildered. However, when he accepted the spirit dates, his expression turned to one of astonishment. The dates were a brilliant green, translucent and shimmering, resembling carved jade. Holding one, he felt a wave of spiritual energy emanating from it, realizing that the power contained was several times greater than an equivalent-sized spirit stone. This was undoubtedly a spirit date from a tree over 10,000 years old. Master Hao was nearly beside himself. Such spirit dates were precious medicinal materials, each worth a fortune. Yet his junior uncle had the audacity to give such delicacies to his child as mere snacks. It was extravagance beyond belief. Reflecting on his own struggles to obtain a single silver leaf grass, he felt utterly humbled. Yi Junlin then reached into his storage pouch again, this time producing a small black bag filled with similar spirit dates. He handed it to Zhou Yinru, saying, Yinny Aunt, this is for Ziqing to enjoy. Tell her to come and play with me. In truth, these spirit dates were meant for Ziqing, the gluttonous little girl, who would inevitably come to him for a health check after indulging. Yi Junlin had cleverly devised this plan. All right, thank you. Zhou Yinru accepted the spirit dates and added, Now, Yinny Aunt has something very important to discuss with you. Chapter 71. The Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is anxious. Yi Junlin was unaware of the situation involving Hua Feng. This was the first time he had heard of it. Upon hearing Zhou Yinru's account, his expression darkened immediately. This Hua Feng was truly courting death. How dare he bully his father and attempt to take away his chosen stepmother? He would not let him off lightly. Yinny Aunt, you needn't worry. My father has his own plans. With the awakened true dragon power, how could Yi Guqing possibly be overpowered by a nameless individual like Hua Feng? Moreover, he had his covert assistants. Master Hao voiced his concerns. But your father is intent on battling Hua Feng. Isn't that the best solution? Yi Junlin countered, lifting his small head. However, the disparity in their cultivation levels is too great. Master Hao analyzed. Your father has just entered the Golden Core realm, while Hua Feng is at the 9th level. They are simply not in the same league. Once Guqing emerges from seclusion, you should persuade him. Yi Junlin, however, shook his head and posed another question. Master Hao, how do you believe this matter should be resolved? Before Master Hao could respond, Yi Junlin continued, in your view, the solution would likely involve a few esteemed elders publicly denouncing Hua Feng or imposing some disciplinary action from the sect. Yet, Hua Feng has not committed any egregious offenses. Any punishment would likely be merely a warning. Indeed, Master Hao nodded. According to sect rules, a more conciliatory approach is usually favored. But what if Hua Feng is truly treacherous? If he feigns repentance while secretly plotting malice? Master Hao was left speechless by the question. Yi Junlin added, an open attack is easily evaded, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. You know my father is not his match. If they cannot confront him directly, what if Hua Feng ensnares him with a covert scheme? Zhou Yinru suggested, the best course of action would be for my brother to remain on the mountain, diligently train. And one day, he will not fear Hua Feng. That is impossible. Yi Junlin dismissed the idea without a second thought. Hua Feng has already sought out Master Hao, which indicates that he possesses his own means to compel Yi Guqing to descend the mountain. There is no escaping this fate. Moreover, Yi Guqing's refusal to confront this challenge would severely tarnish his reputation. Thus, engaging in battle is the most prudent course of action. Aunt Yin, fret not. Concern breeds chaos. Yi Junlin's expression hardened as he declared, if Hua Feng dares to challenge my father, he is doomed. This left Zhou Yinru momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated Yi Junlin's stance. Master Hao, however, regained his composure, recognizing the truth in Yi Junlin's words. Hua Feng had not committed a grave error. and it would be unreasonable for the sect to impose harsh penalties. After all, one cannot condemn Huafeng to death over such a matter. Yet, once on the life and death platform, the situation would be entirely different. On that stage, life and death hang in the balance, and no one can foresee the outcome. Even if Huafeng were to perish there, it would be a consequence of his own actions. Conversely, Yi Guqing could elevate his standing through this battle. Junior brother, what do you believe are your father's chances of victory? Master Hao inquired. After hearing Yi Junlin's words, he no longer regarded the boy as merely a 6-year-old child. Yi Junlin flashed a mischievous smile, revealing his delicate little teeth, and replied, once on the life and death platform, the king of hell arrives. I cannot say. I am not the king of hell. In truth, Master Hao's question was somewhat probing. His knowledge was limited. He was aware only that Yi Guqing had received the sect's highest recognition and had become a direct disciple. As for Yi Guqing's capabilities, he was quite uncertain. However, Yi Junlin was indeed clever, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Rest assured, we will confront whatever comes our way when wolves arrive. We will wield our rifles to address the situation, Yi Junlin said with a calm smile. You all carry on. I have pressing matters to attend to. Upon leaving the Yi family courtyard, Zhou Yanru felt an unease that she could not quite articulate. Little Junlin had always been exceptionally astute. Why had he suddenly become so foolish? Her father was heading towards certain doom, and he was in agreement, insisting he had urgent matters to handle. She genuinely wished to knock some sense into the boy, questioning whether he truly understood what constituted pressing matters. Master Hao, what do you propose we do? Master Hao chuckled lightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Twirling his long beard, he stated, the emperor is not anxious, nor is the crown prince. We are not eunuchs. So why rush? Zhou Yanru had not expected such a remark, and she burst into laughter, realizing that she and the master were akin to two eunuchs. Nonetheless, her concern persisted. Let us seek out Master's son. Her counsel is always valuable. No need, Master Hao replied, having come to a realization. Yi Guqing was the sect's most esteemed disciple. How could he possibly be outmatched by Huafeng? Furthermore, even if Yi Guqing were to falter against Huafeng, would the elders of the nascent soul sect simply turn a blind eye? While the life and death platform forbids interference, the rules exist to be broken by those bold enough to do so. Thus, it is clear that Yi Guqing's safety is assured. What we must truly worry about is Huafeng. I fear for his life, Master Hao exclaimed. Sister Yanru, it appears there is no need for concern. As for Guqing, I truly cannot say. In any case, if Huafeng dares to strike, he is as good as dead. Zhou Yanru was genuinely bewildered. It seemed everyone had gone mad. Yi Guqing was deranged, and Yi Junlin had also lost his senses. Master Hao, who had seemed rational, now appeared equally unhinged. Yi Guqing would undoubtedly lose to Huafeng. How could they all fail to see this? Sister Yanru, allow me to clarify, Master Hao continued, for Guqing's sake. My master has emerged from seclusion. Do you think the sect would allow him to meet his demise? While it was unwise to discuss the sect's highest matters, Master Hao was aware of Yi Guqing's potential. However, the fact that Qi Min had emerged from seclusion was common knowledge. Master Hao could only allude to this point. Well then, Zhou Yanru mused, pondering how Qi Min's emergence was related to Yi Guqing's impending duel with Huafeng. Yet, she sensed that her elder brother was no longer an ordinary individual. It was remarkable. She could not quite articulate the feeling, as if Yi Guqing was soaring to heights that distanced him from her. She was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Not long after, she returned to her residence, seeking solitude to gather her thoughts. Could it be that her elder brother had indeed encountered a fortuitous opportunity? As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a mix of joy and melancholy. If Yi Guqing were to ascend to greatness, would he not look down upon her even more? Sighing, she brushed her hair away from her face, realizing that some aspirations were perhaps best left unfulfilled. She should focus on nurturing her daughter instead. With this in mind, she retrieved the spiritual jujube that Yi Junlin had gifted her. It was not that she lacked faith in Yi Junlin. She always tasted the food intended for her daughter first, concerned that its potency might be overwhelming. At that moment, she plucked a jujube and placed it in her mouth. Instantly, its sweet juice flooded her palate, rich in spiritual energy, yet gentle and prolonged, coursing through her meridians and reaching her dantian. Zhou Yanru's eyes widened in astonishment. Heavens! I am about to form my core. Chapter 72. Yanru forms her core. Zhou Yanru's aptitude was comparable to that of Yi Guqing, perhaps even slightly superior. Thus, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, and she believed that would be her limit in this lifetime. Perhaps one day, she might encounter a significant opportunity that would allow her to enter the golden core stage, and that would suffice for her existence. However, she never anticipated that consuming a single spiritual jujube gifted by Yi Junlin would yield such miraculous results. The jujube was brimming with spiritual energy. More importantly, it contained an indescribable force. Once this power manifested, her dantian felt invigorated, as if a withered tree were blooming anew. In that moment, she sensed the impending formation of her core. Yet, she was unprepared with the necessary techniques. What was she to do? Zhou Yinru found herself at a loss, unprepared for such a breakthrough. Seeking the scriptures in the library would undoubtedly take too long. This sensation of breakthrough is fleeting, akin to the urgency of a person suffering from constipation. If one does not act promptly, the sensation may fade, and no amount of effort will suffice. This rare opportunity was one she could not afford to miss. She immediately retreated to her meditation chamber. Even without a technique, she could still break through, as she understood the fundamental principles. Of course, this approach carried some risk, and the golden core she ultimately formed might not be ideal. However, she was unconcerned. Her life's limit had always been forming a core, and if it turned out imperfect, so be it. As long as she became a golden core ancestor, that would suffice. Zhou Yinru's formation of the core, much like Yi Guqing's, was a sudden stroke of fortune, accompanied by the sensation of breakthrough. Thus, her core formation progressed swiftly. Within a day and a night, by midday the following day, a ring of spiritual light erupted from her body. Simultaneously, golden clouds gathered above her residence, and those nearby could hear the ethereal music resonating in the air. Many were drawn in by the fragrant aroma, while others beheld the sight of celestial beings scattering flowers amidst the clouds. What? Zhou Yinru has formed her core. At least 5 distinct celestial phenomena had manifested. When cultivators break through, it is customary for 9 auspicious signs to appear. The number of phenomena can generally indicate the caliber of a cultivator's core formation. 1 phenomenon is undeniably the worst, 3 phenomena is considered quite good, and 4 is exceptional. Zhou Yinru's core formation had attracted 5 celestial phenomena, placing her at the level of a top-tier genius. How could this be? Hua Feng, upon receiving this news, could hardly believe it. His desire to possess Zhou Yinru was primarily driven by her beauty. In terms of cultivation and talent, he held her in contempt. He had even calculated that after indulging himself with Zhou Yinru, he would reduce her status to that of a concubine. Eventually, he would attain the nascent soul stage, at which point he would seek a partner of equal stature, ensuring mutual support in their battles. What was Zhou Yinru to him? Merely a plaything. Only her daughter held some potential value. Otherwise, he would not have deigned to keep her as a concubine. Unexpectedly, when Zhou Yinru achieved her golden core, she astonished everyone as the 5 auspicious omens converged. This development suggests that with another century of cultivation, Zhou Yinru may indeed have the prospect of forming an infant core. How fortuitous! Hua Feng smirked, initially dismissive of her modest cultivation, yet now recognizing her potential, he concluded that capturing her would undoubtedly serve him greatly. He promptly altered his strategy. With her commendable aptitude, she would be a significant asset, especially as Chen Zining matures and showcases even greater talent. Marrying her would be a remarkable gain. Before him sat his aunt, Lu Hongying, a being of nascent soul. Lu Hongying, a free-spirited cultivator, had traversed the world and forged numerous connections, including a complicated relationship with Zhang Tianda, the master of the Second Peak. Hua Feng, having apprenticed under Zhang Tianda, benefited from Lu Hongying as support. Over recent years, Zhang Tianda had been recruiting within the Haoran sect, gaining considerable momentum, and Lu Hongying had also been absorbed into this search. However, she wished to retain her independence and refrained from fully committing to the Haoran sect, opting instead to serve as a guest elder. This role afforded her leisure, access to the sect's vast resources, regular offerings, and a prestigious status. Their primary obligation was to reside within the sect and assist during crises. Yet, this was merely a fade in dire situations. The sect's own disciples would hardly rely on these wandering cultivators to risk their lives. Thus, the role of a guest elder primarily served to bolster Haoran sect's reputation. Having spent several years within the Haoran sect, Lu Hongying was well acquainted with both internal and external affairs, and her connection with Zhang Tianda granted her a notable standing. Congratulations. My dear nephew, she remarked, I was initially skeptical about Zhou Yinru's capabilities, but to discover she possesses the potential for a nascent soul is quite promising. Thank you, Aunt. Hua Feng replied, though he noted that to secure this woman, he must act swiftly. Once her golden core was firmly established, her pride would only grow. Indeed. As you say, he grinned, the timing of your intervention is now crucial. Lu Hongying pondered briefly, stating, if I were to hastily command Yi Guqing to descend from Qingsui Peak, it would be too conspicuous and might create discord with Sun Rui. Therefore, I intend to wait until the tea-picking day in 3 days, using the pretext of gathering tea to ascend the peak and then instructing Yi Guqing to fetch some tools for me. That sounds excellent. On Qingsui Peak, there existed a tea garden famed for its exquisite spiritual tea, and during this season, many would ascend to harvest. Lu Hongying's pretext was thus perfectly timed. She planned to lure Yi Guqing down, while Hua Feng would be poised to intercept him. By the time Sun Rui discovered the situation, it would be too late. She would likely hesitate to offend a nascent soul, especially with Zhang Tianda's backing. Upon departing Lu Hongying's abode, Hua Feng found himself outside Zhou Yinru's residence once again. He knocked and called, Yinru, are you home? I have come to congratulate you on your successful golden core formation. However, after his knocking, there was no response. At that moment, a female cultivator passed by and informed him, Master Lung has summoned Yinru to ascend the 4th peak. Reluctantly, Hua Feng turned away. At this moment, Zhou Yinru had arrived at the 4th peak to pay her respects to Long Hanqiu. Master Ling, I have come to greet you, she announced. From now on, address me as Shishu, Long Hanqiu nodded. I did not expect you to form your golden core so swiftly. Neither did I. It was truly unexpected, Zhou Yinru replied, her face alight with joy. This achievement was a surprise not only in its occurrence but also in its manner, lacking a golden core technique. She could only refine spiritual energy to intensify the power within her dantian. Yet, without a method, it felt incomplete. Akin to how soy milk requires coagulant to transform into tofu. Just then, a vague yet profound force emerged from the spiritual jujube, unexpectedly aiding her in forming the golden core. Zhou Yinru's success in forming her golden core left her with many questions. What kind of core had she formed? And what was its grade? She sought Long Hanqiu's assistance to assess her unique situation. Yet, Long Hanqiu remained aloof, speaking little. Her summoning of Zhou Yinru was merely a formality, a gesture due to her connection as Chun Xining's mother, offering a few congratulatory words and a gift without much engagement. Do not be surprised. This is the result of your persistent cultivation, Long Hanqiu remarked, releasing a weapon and stating, I hear you have encountered some troubles. This weapon should serve you well for protection. Now, you may return to your affairs. Thank you, Master Shishu. Noting the lack of further conversation, Zhou Yinru expressed her gratitude and departed. To speak of it, Long Hanqiu was not inherently cold or aloof. Her demeanor was simply one of icy resolve. Aside from cultivation, she deemed everything else a waste of time. Nevertheless, her heart was kind, as evidenced by the fine gift she provided, a top-tier low-grade magical weapon, the Mu Yi Tung Huang sword, far superior in combat capability to the White Frost sword bestowed upon Yi Guqing by the sect leader. Zhou Yinru sighed softly, exiting Long Hanqiu's dwelling. She made her way to Qin Xining's residence. Qin Xining lived alone on the mountain, yet her needs were well catered for. Long Hanqiu had assigned 2 outer disciples to assist her in daily matters. Upon arrival, Zhou Yinru found her daughter in meditation. Mother, you've come, Qin Xining exclaimed, springing to her feet. I heard you successfully formed your golden core. I wish to congratulate you on your advancement in cultivation and your enhanced power. May you enjoy eternal blessings and longevity. The young girl had learned such phrases from Yi Junlin. Thank you, my dear. Zhou Yinru beamed at her daughter, embracing her warmly. How has your own cultivation progressed? With excitement, Qin Xining replied. I learned the qi drawing technique in just 1 day and have already reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. So swiftly, Zhou Yinru was pleasantly surprised. Her daughter's extraordinary aptitude truly shone through. She then retrieved a black pouch from her storage bag. Grinning, Xiao Lin asked me to bring you some treats. The young girl, ever tempted by deliciousness, eagerly opened the pouch and bit into a spiritual juju. So delicious. Zhou Yinru had tasted it herself. Although the juju was infused with remarkable spiritual energy, it was gentle, posing no risk for her daughter. Qin Xining devoured the sweet fruit, reaching for another, only to have Zhou Yinru gently swat her hand away. This fruit is rich in spiritual energy. Once consumed, it cannot be wasted. You must refine its energy before eating more. Understood. Qin Xining complied, sitting cross-legged to meditate. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes joyfully. Mother, I've suddenly advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement. Is that so? Do you feel any difference? Not particularly. Zhou Yinru pondered about the enigmatic force that had aided her daughter, but found it difficult to articulate. So she simply advised, while this fruit is beneficial, do not overindulge. Rapid advancement may lead to an unstable foundation. Do you understand? Okay, I'll limit myself to 5 a day. Zhou Yinru nearly fainted, quickly retorting, only 2. Otherwise, I shall not want you anymore. All right. Qin Zining lowered her head, looking pitiful. Zhou Yinru scooped her daughter up for another affectionate kiss before saying, and do not linger on the peak every day. It can be quite lonely. In a few days, Uncle Qi will emerge from seclusion. I will take you to visit him. This spiritual juju was sourced by him, so we must express our gratitude. If Yu Junlin were to hear this, he would undoubtedly spit blood in disbelief. What nonsense is this? It was clearly I who acquired it. After leaving the 4th peak, Zhou Yinru initially intended to ascend to the Ningcue peak to express her gratitude. However, Yi Guqing was in seclusion, and Yi Junlin was engrossed in some unknown task. Consequently, she decided to postpone her visit for a couple of days to see if Yi Guqing had emerged from his retreat. That evening, at the 4th peak, Long Hanqiu perused an ancient tome in her possession when she was suddenly reminded of her disciple. With a swift motion, she exited her cave dwelling. Though she was generally reclusive, she held a particular fondness for the young Qin Ziqing, reluctant to let her traverse the night alone, and thus decided to visit her personally. Upon entering the small courtyard, 2 outer sect female disciples were startled and quickly saluted her, fearful of their icy yet stunning master. Long Hanqiu gestured for them to resume their duties and proceeded to Qin Ziqing's room. Master, I've advanced 5 levels in my cultivation today. Qin Ziqing exclaimed joyfully as she rushed forward. 5 levels in a single day? Long Hanqiu gasped in astonishment. Although ascending in the Qi refinement stage was relatively easy, achieving 5 levels in a day was quite extraordinary. She grasped Qin Ziqing's wrist to sense her energy and confirmed that her cultivation had indeed risen without any apparent issues within her body. It seems your talent is exceptional, she thought, a rare smile finally gracing her icy features. Master, you are so beautiful, Qin Ziqing remarked. What use is beauty? The path to immortality is fraught with challenges. External appearances will ultimately fade into nothingness. We must not be blinded by outward appearances but strive to perceive the essence of all things. Do you understand? I understand, Master. Qin Ziqing replied, lifting her small hand to present a spirit jujube. Master, you should have one too. Upon seeing the spirit jujube, Long Hanqiu's expression shifted in surprise as a realization dawned upon her. You've advanced 5 levels in a day. Could it be due to this? Enraged, she scolded. Child, how can you indulge your appetite and consume such things recklessly? Qin Ziqing, taken aback by her master's anger, burst into tears. It was a treat from my mother. A treat from your mother? Long Hanqiu nearly fainted. The spirit jujube was evidently priceless, likely harvested from an ancient jujube tree. Each one worth a considerable sum, and it was being treated as mere snacks? She took one, bit into it, and her expression changed dramatically, a look of delight overtaking her features. This as though she had reached the yuaning stage, which should render the jujube ineffective for her cultivation. She was instead astonished by the indescribable essence contained within it. Is it the essence of the Tao? The 1,000-year spirit jujube, while precious, did not overly shock Long Hanqiu. However, the presence of Tao essence was utterly astonishing. Was the jujube tree itself enlightened, or had a transcendent being cultivated near it for an extended period? Truly remarkable. Internally marveling, Long Hanqiu realized that Qin Ziqing consuming this would undoubtedly have no adverse effects. Ziqing, do not cry. I was overly harsh just now. She gently patted the girl's head and, once the tears subsided, inquired, where did your mother obtain such a thing? My mother said it was given by Uncle Yi, and Brother Lin also has some. Qin Ziqing replied, wiping her tears. Long Hanqiu shook her head internally. This was far too extravagant. Did they have a mine at home? Or a spirit stone mine? Other mines could not sustain such extravagance. Was it Uncle Yi Guqing? She asked again. Yes, Qin Ziqing nodded. Could it be a gift bestowed by the sect's highest authorities? Long Hanqiu was aware that Yi Guqing had become the disciple of the esteemed god Yunhao. If it was a treasure granted by the god, it would be understandable. Yet, she also found it hard to believe. This spirit jujube was remarkably fresh. And god Yunhao had been in seclusion for over 1,000 years. Where could he have acquired it? It was improbable that he had grown it himself, as god Yunhao was only 3,000 years old. Regardless, the god must have his means, which were beyond her speculation. The reason Long Hanqiu inquired about the jujube was due to the Tao essence within it. While Zhou Yinru did not grasp its significance, Long Hanqiu understood all too well. Attaining cultivation is easy, but grasping the Tao is arduous. To become an immortal, one must first comprehend the Tao. It is said there are countless paths. Acquiring even a fragment of one can yield boundless opportunities for immortality. Typically, one must comprehend the Tao upon entering the God transformation stage, truly engaging with the Tao. However, Long Hanqiu was already on the cusp of touching the Tao, stuck at the pinnacle of the sixth layer of the Yuaning stage. Her stagnation was partly due to her lack of comprehension of the Tao. In recent days, she had scoured ancient texts and countless classics of predecessors in search of her own path. It was exceedingly difficult, and she felt utterly lost. Yet, that small spirit jujube had finally allowed her a glimpse of the Tao. While the Tao essence was not the true Tao, it could indeed provide insight. This revelation sparked new thoughts within her. After soothing Chen Ziqing, she retreated to her cave. In her quiet chamber, Long Hanqiu gracefully settled into a meditative posture, a jujube pit floating before her. Although the jujube was sweet, its Tao essence was minimal. The pit, being the jujube's essence, likely contained even more Tao essence. Without hesitation, she began to refine the pit. With a breath, she released a strand of spiritual fire, which swiftly consumed the hard pit, leaving behind a flattened seed. She opened her mouth, letting the seed rest on her tongue. Instantly, a clearer essence of the Tao resonated within her. Indeed, a smile broke through Long Hanqiu's icy facade. She had not erred. The essence within the seed was richer and more distinct. Even more thrilling was the realization that the Tao essence from the spirit jujube possessed a pure wood attribute, which aligned harmoniously with her own innate affinity for wood. The resonance between the Tao essence and her constitution was mutually beneficial. However, the essence was fleeting, and soon she could no longer perceive it, replaced by the bitter taste of the seed. The jujube pit was toxic and should not be consumed recklessly. She expelled the pit, contemplating its significance. The essence was precious. Yet understanding it was challenging, she needed more. Without delay, she hurried back to Chen Ziqing's residence. "Master," Chen Ziqing said, slightly bewildered. "Today?" Her master seemed unusually persistent in her visits. Long Hanqiu felt a bit awkward, but, recalling her own cultivation needs, asked, Ziqing, what happened to the pit from the spirit jujube you previously ate?" "I threw it away," Chen Ziqing replied. Long Hanqiu felt a wave of frustration. How could such a precious item be discarded? "Where did you throw it?" she inquired. "In the latrine," Chen Ziqing replied, and Long Hanqiu nearly spat blood. She had hoped to utilize it, yet now it lay in such a foul place. How could she retrieve it? "Why did you throw it away so carelessly?" Long Hanqiu finally lost her temper. "Woo-woo, I want my mother," Chen Ziqing cried, once again brought to tears. Long Hanqiu sighed. Knowing the child could not possibly understand the pit's value. "Do not cry, little Ziqing." After managing to calm Chen Ziqing down, she asked, "Ziqing, do you have any more spirit jujubes?" "Yes." "Then why aren't you eating them?" "Quickly, eat." Chen Ziqing replied, "Mother said I can only eat 2 a day. And I've already had 3. Long Hanqiu was left speechless. The essence of the Tao was within reach, yet she could not claim it, which was truly maddening. However, she could not snatch the spirit jujubes from a child. That was not her character. Sighing, she instructed Chen Ziqing, "Finish them tomorrow. And remember to save the pits for your master. I have use for them." "All right. And please do not throw them into the latrine." Long Hanqiu reminded her once more before returning to her cave, feeling the opportunities slipping away and her heart in turmoil. Just as she was engulfed in her thoughts, an idea struck her. Yi Junlin treats these as snacks too. Long Hanqiu was overwhelmed with excitement, realizing how foolish she had been not to consider this sooner. Early the next morning, she departed the 4th peak, sending forth a flying sword towards the 7th peak. Yi Junlin had been rising early these past few days, and the spirit field was beginning to take shape with the spiritual plan array. The task of arranging formations is far from simple, particularly when it involves the intricate art of earthbound spirit summoning. The meticulous placement of various array nodes, the positioning of banners, the tension of the formation lines, and the writing of the formation symbols all require considerable effort. Fortunately, he now has his own devoted assistant. "Senior Brother Hao, you've made an error in the formation symbols," he called. "Senior Brother Hao, the formation lines radiate from this node," he continued. Senior Brother Hao, clad in a long robe, busily scurried around the spiritual fields, immersed in his work. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin sat comfortably on a small chair at the edge of the field, directing operations here and there with the air of a carefree landlord's son. It's worth mentioning that Senior Brother Hao's frequent presence in the spiritual fields was not merely due to a love for labor, but rather for the spiritual dates. Having obtained 3 spiritual dates one day, he consumed one upon returning home and immediately sensed something amiss. His cultivation was stirring. After years of stagnation in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, he had nearly lost all hope. Recently, He had come across ancient texts suggesting that refining a 3-turn silver spirit pill was necessary to break through his bottleneck. The primary ingredient for such a pill was the mature silver leaf grass. However, this grass could not be preserved once picked. It had to be grown by oneself. Despite numerous attempts, senior brother Hao had failed to cultivate it, as each endeavor ended in failure. Thus, he turned his attention to Shin Muyun's silver leaf grass. Yet unexpectedly, with the acquisition of the green jade spiritual dates, he found he no longer needed such resources. That very night, he consumed all 3 spiritual dates, successfully breaking through his bottleneck and advancing to the late stage of the Golden Core realm, a delightful surprise for him. Henceforth, he visited the Ningxue Peak daily to assist. He harbored his own ambitions. These spiritual dates were treasures. Once the spiritual plant formation was completed, he envisioned claiming a small plot for himself, where he could plant the date pits, cultivating a cycle of consumption and profit, an effortless path to prosperity. Senior brother Hao envisioned a future where, if not as a sect leader, he could thrive as a fruit farmer, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Chapter 75. The beautiful senior uncle as a tool junior brother. How does this look? Senior brother Hao called from a distance. It's nearly perfect, Yi Junlin replied, standing to squint at the formation, his brows furrowing. The great formation had begun to take shape, yet several central nodes and crucial symbols remained unresolved. Junior brother, I fear I lack the strength to manage these nodes. Senior brother Hao admitted, glancing at the positions of the main nodes. Senior brother Hao, you've worked hard. Yi Junlin smiled, promising, when my father emerges from seclusion, I shall inform him that you have a designated area within this grand formation. Wonderful. Senior brother Hao exclaimed with delight, having eagerly awaited such a declaration. Yi Junlin strolled a few steps around the spiritual fields, pondering whether to enlist Sun Rui as assistance. The old lady would certainly be willing to help. Yet she had recently become obsessed with formations, which would inevitably lead to a barrage of questions. Unanswered inquiries would be awkward. But too many answers might reveal his own limitations. While he hesitated, a swift beam of light from a flying sword approached, revealing the figure of Long Hanqiu. Senior brother Hao? Long Hanqiu exclaimed upon spotting senior brother Hao engaged in labor among the fields, momentarily doubting her own eyes. Senior brother Hao hurried over to pay his respects. Greetings, Senior Aunt Long. Yi Junlin followed suit, internally noting that the Senior Aunt Long was quite beautiful, albeit a bit cold. Unlike the other female disciples who would have already snatched him up for affectionate embraces, this senior aunt appeared rather aloof. Was it because his youthful demeanor lacked the charm to entice her? Yi Junlin inwardly scoffed. With a cool demeanor and few words, Long Hanqiu glanced at the spiritual fields in surprise. Little Junlin, you've learned to set formations? Not quite. My father arranged it. And I'm merely assisting senior brother Hao. Yi Junlin modestly deflected the credit onto his father. Oh, Long Hanqiu nodded, not suspecting anything amiss. This formation is quite impressive. Drawing in spiritual energy to nourish the fields. I had realized your father was not only exceptionally talented but also accomplished in the art of formations. Her discerning I was commendable. Yi Junlin continued, Senior Aunt Ling, it's not merely about drawing in spiritual energy. My father stated that only the 5 elemental energies metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, when harmonized in the proper proportions, create an environment ideal for spiritual plants to flourish. Indeed, that makes sense, Long Hanqiu mused, quietly astonished. While merely drawing in spiritual energy might not be particularly challenging, achieving transformative effects was another matter entirely. This Yi Guqing was indeed no ordinary individual. Senior Aunt Long. Yi Junlin continued, we've reached a critical juncture in setting the formation. There are a few main nodes and symbols that I fear neither senior brother Hao nor I can manage alone. Might I request your assistance? He had initially contemplated finding a helper, and Long Hanqiu had conveniently appeared. I'd be glad to help, she responded, having come with her own purpose in mind. Very well, let us begin with the formation symbols. Understood, Long Hanqiu agreed, and they set to work. Although she was a formidable nascent soul expert, she was not particularly skilled in the nuances of formation symbols and soon found herself somewhat bewildered under Yi Junlin's guidance. Nevertheless, she did not forget the reason for her visit. As a nascent soul expert, she felt reluctant to directly ask for date pits, choosing instead to wait for the opportunity to arise as Yi Junlin consumed the spiritual dates. However, after a morning of labor, she had yet to witness Yi Junlin eat even a single spiritual date. Frustration began to mount within Long Hanqiu. This boy was far too dedicated. How could he focus solely on work and neglect to snack? Surely he had already consumed his daily allotment. She had arrived early in the day. After all, There was no way he could have finished all 3 dates so soon. Suppressing her irritation, she continued to toil diligently under Yi Junlin's direction. Yi Junlin, on the other hand, was quite pleased. Despite her icy demeanor, this senior aunt was a diligent worker. Most importantly, she was incredibly hardworking, uttering not a single complaint, much like a tireless ox. He resolved to call upon her again when labor was required in the future. Yet Long Hanxiu remained unaware of Yi Junlin's perception of her as a mere tool for labor, feeling increasingly anxious as the afternoon wore on. Why are you so chatty yet neglecting to eat? Would it not be better to have a spiritual date to quench your thirst? As the afternoon passed and evening approached, the main nodes of the formation were finally established. Senior brother Hao, exhausted, sat on the edge of the field, pulling out a spirit stone to replenish his energy, marveling. Senior Aunt Ling truly is remarkable, having worked tirelessly all day. Long Hanxiu felt like crying, thinking, I wish I could too. What am I to do if this boy refuses to eat? As they neared completion, she could no longer contain herself. Little Junlin. She began hesitantly after a long day of silence. I noticed Ziqing eating a type of spiritual date said to be given by your father? Indeed. The green jade spiritual dates are from me for Aunt Yin, he replied. Then why aren't you eating? Yi Junlin thought to himself, of course I can't eat. I must control my cultivation, how could I dare consume one? But he refrained from stating this outright, instead offering a vague response, I've had some already. Long Hanxiu's eyes brightened as she pressed on, and what are the pits from the dates you've consumed? Yi Junlin had not consumed any, so he had no pits to offer. Just then, senior brother Hao interjected, are you seeking date pits, senior aunt? I happen to have 3. He rummaged through his storage bag, producing 3 pits with a hint of reluctance. I had intended to plant these within the grand formation, but if senior aunt wishes to use them, senior brother Hao reluctantly offered the pits. Upon seeing the 3 date pits, Long Hanxiu's face lit up with joy. She eagerly inquired, little Junlin, when did you eat these? These were consumed last night, senior brother Hao chuckled. You ate them. Long Hanxiu nearly spat blood in disbelief, gazing at senior brother Hao's yellowed teeth and then at the 3 date pits in her hand. A sense of disillusionment washed over her. They bore an uncanny resemblance to something retrieved from a cesspit. Yet Yi Junlin discerned her underlying intentions. This woman had labored from dawn till dusk solely for the sake of those date pits. Yi Junlin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This cold master uncle, seemingly frigid, was merely putting on a facade. After holding it in all day, it must have been quite uncomfortable for him. He patted his storage bag and produced 3 jade spirit dates, offering them to Master Hao. Since I've already given the 3 date pits to the cold master uncle, I shall present you with 3 spirit dates as well. Cold Hanxiu almost spat out blood in frustration. You truly are inept at handling matters. Why not give them to me directly? I certainly do not want the remnants of his dates. Master Hao, upon receiving 3 spirit dates in exchange for 3 pits, was overjoyed and chuckled, little junior brother, you are indeed generous. I admire this quality of yours. In the future, should I require assistance, I will not hesitate to come to you. Yi Junlin replied, my father will likely emerge from his retreat tomorrow. Please come early so we can prepare to set up the formation. Cold Hanxiu felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. After a long day of hard work, all she received were 3 discarded date pits. Such hardship. However, she was not one to habitually seek help, so she clutched the pits and prepared to take her leave. Yet, Yi Junlin felt reluctant. He couldn't treat a tool like this poorly, especially since he would need her assistance again in the future. Cold Master Uncle, wait a moment. Chapter 76. What grudge, what hatred him? Cold Hanxiu halted, casting a puzzled glance at the boy. Yi Junlin inquired, you came today for the date pits, did you not? Indeed. Cold Hanxiu's icy demeanor turned slightly rosy. It was rather embarrassing for a Yuaning master to be reduced to scavenging for date pits. If this were to be revealed, she would surely be the subject of ridicule. Yet, disliking deceit, she could only concede. Yi Junlin continued, what purpose did the date pit serve for you, Cold Master Uncle? Might you enlighten me? Cold Hanxiu remained silent, not out of a desire for secrecy, but because she felt it futile to discuss Dao comprehension with someone so new to cultivation. It would be akin to playing music to a cow. Unwilling to divulge, she thought, I fear I cannot be of assistance to you. Yi Junlin shrugged helplessly, preparing to depart. Cold Hanxiu, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation, thought, if this little brat truly wishes to help me, he should simply give me more spirit dates. What use is this idle chatter? She could not help but retort, Junior, I fail to see how you can aid me. She had previously referred to him as Little Junlin, but now she addressed him as Junior, subtly acknowledging his identity and age. Is that so? You think I am too young? Yi Junlin turned back, saying, since you are unwilling to speak. Let me take a guess, see if I am correct. All right. Cold Hanchio was skeptical of his ability to discern anything. Yet, to her astonishment, Yi Junlin immediately stated, you wish to comprehend the Tao contained within the date pits. What? Cold Hanchio's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yi Junlin, utterly shocked that he could possibly know the answer. How could you know? Of course, my father informed me, Yi Junlin replied, invoking his father's authority once more. You truly are well informed. Cold Hanchio gazed at the Yi family's small courtyard, feeling a surge of admiration for the young boy. Yi Junlin added, my father mentioned that you should not carelessly discard the date pits once consumed. They serve two purposes. First, he raised a tiny finger and continued. Like Master Hao, you can plant them in the ground, hoping for a date tree to grow in the coming year. Second, you can extract the Tao from them for cultivation. I surmised that you are not one to cultivate trees, thus I assumed it was the latter. Did I guess correctly? Cold Hanchio, the icy beauty, suddenly broke into a radiant smile, for Yi Junlin's deduction was entirely accurate, gazing at this clever little boy with his tiny fingers. She couldn't help but feel affection swell within her. She scooped him up and planted a couple of kisses on his cheeks. How can you be so clever? Yi Junlin felt a rush of warmth as he was embraced, internally reveling in the moment. Since Cold Hanchio was so supportive, he decided to assist her in return. He inquired, Cold Master Uncle, do you hold the date pits in your mouth to comprehend them? You little rascal, how do you know? Has your father told you this too? Cough, this is merely my guess. Correct, Cold Hanchio replied, recalling Master Hao's yellowed teeth. She pondered whether or not the pits should be held in the mouth. Such high-quality materials should not be utilized in such a rudimentary manner. Yi Junlin clapped his hands and produced a small incense burner, saying, Cold Master Uncle, this is a magnetic mother incense burner. Its primary function is to allow incense to burn for extended periods and retain its fragrance. If you use the date pits as incense, that would be the true method of utilization. Is that so? Cold Hanchio's eyes sparkled with delight. The magnetic mother incense burner was truly invaluable. At least she wouldn't have to put Master Hao's used date pits in her mouth. She even considered the possibility of using the pits that had fallen into a cesspit. No, let that thought go. How did you come by this? Cold Hanchio was astonished. This was given to me by my father. He doesn't need it at the moment, so I shall lend it to you. Yi Junlin invoked his father's name once more. Your father prepared this so early. Cold Hanchio gasped, feeling a chill run through her. This little junior brother was truly remarkable. Can I be of assistance to you now? Yi Junlin asked again. It was my mistake. You have greatly aided me. Cold Hanchio kissed the little boy's face a few more times and added, tomorrow morning. When your father emerges from his retreat, I will come to express my gratitude in person. With that, Cold Hanchio joyfully released Yi Junlin and mounted her flying sword. Returning to the fourth peak, Yi Junlin wiped his face, feeling a bit smug. The saliva of an ice beauty isn't so bad after all. Upon returning to his courtyard, the sky was nearly dark. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned back. Come out. Hee. A little fox emerged from beneath a nearby cloth. Come with me. Yi Junlin felt an inward thrill. With this creature's arrival, many matters would become more manageable. Once inside his room and seated, he asked, have you relayed the message to Shi Sandao? I have spoken with the master. Bai Siwen transformed into the appearance of a small monk and said, at first. The master was mumbling to himself, but upon seeing the text you provided, he became overjoyed and immediately focused on cultivation. He didn't even mind when I opened the treasure gourd. Good. Yi Junlin nodded and asked, where is the treasure gourd? Right here. Bai Siwen, having donned a storage ring, wiped his hand, and a half-foot-tall treasure gourd appeared in the small room. Excellent. Yi Junlin inspected it, finding it intact. The item should still be inside. With 2 tasks completed, Bai Siwen felt a sense of relief. The ancestor had mentioned that today he would undergo an assessment. And once that was complete, he could learn the 9-leaf demon technique. Yi Junlin, however, did not hold back and declared, as I mentioned before, to test your loyalty. I will assess you today. Thank you for your esteem, ancestor. Bai Siwen quickly knelt and bowed. Do not be hasty in your gratitude, Yi Junlin said. I require you to go to the city of Dahaojing and eliminate someone. This. Bai Siwen's face turned pale with fright. Though he was a demon, he had never killed anyone, especially not in Dahaojing, a place heavily guarded. Wouldn't going there to kill be akin to seeking death? Yi Junlin continued. The target I need you to eliminate is the son of the current ruler of the Dahao Immortal Kingdom, Shen Heng, the newborn Shinruahai. Indeed, this Shinruahai was the reincarnation of the former abbot of the Black Lotus Temple, just over 6 months old. In his past life, he had been Yi Junlin's fierce rival in the mortal realm. In this life, Yi Junlin felt no fear of him. However, as he intended to subdue the Black Lotus Temple, Shen Ruohai must be eliminated. Otherwise, if he were to interfere unexpectedly, it would surely jeopardize my grand plans. Bai Siwen, upon hearing this, nearly spat out blood. Killing a 6-month-old infant? What enmity or grievance could warrant such an act? Ancestor, he chuckled bitterly. Killing a child of such tender age may not pose much difficulty, but the household of Shenheng and Dahaojing is bound to discover me before I even enter. Chapter 77. The Lie of Thunder and Lightning. No. Yi Junlin waved his hand and said, I do not intend for you to act in secrecy. Rather, I wish for you to incite Shenheng to personally strike down his beloved son. Bai Siwen, astonished, could hardly fathom such a notion. How could that be possible? Even among my kind, the fierce and predatory, a father does not slay his own child. Moreover, Shenheng is the formidable ruler of the great How Immortal Kingdom. He would never be swayed by a mere lowly demon like myself. I say you can, Yi Junlin insisted, smacking his waist storage bag and producing a scroll of cultivation techniques. For the next few days, you shall remain in my meditation chamber and thoroughly study this manual. Bai Siwen accepted the scroll, nearly choking in disbelief. The Sutra of Universal Salvation? He lamented. Master, I only became a monk because my teacher forced me to. I do not wish to be a monk. The moment I glimpse Buddha's teachings, I feel compelled to sleep. Please, spare me. This particular text is quite extraordinary. Yi Junlin replied sternly. If you do not begin your cultivation, do you not desire to acquire the 9-leaf demon art and ascend to the ranks of the demon emperor? Only through diligence can one find a path forward. Only through effort can one achieve success. With a determined grit of his teeth, Bai Siwen took the Sutra of Universal Salvation and retreated to the quiet chamber in the small courtyard to commence his meditative practice. Yi Junlin then busied himself with his own affairs. The treasures within the precious gourd were far too valuable to be carelessly revealed. He promptly procured a high-grade secrecy array formation, and after setting it up, stepped inside and released the gourd. What a treasure! Yi Junlin's eyes gleamed with avarice. In his previous life, he had only acquired this item after defeating Shen Ruohai, wasting considerable time. Now, having obtained it earlier, he anticipated unlocking new system features. He raised his hand once more, unleashing a remarkably sharp dagger, a treasure capable of slicing through iron with ease, which he used to sever the gourd's top. Instantly, a radiant light erupted, and myriad red beams shot forth from the gourd's opening, amidst which countless runes danced. Concurrently, the resonant chanting of numerous monks filled the air, instilling a profound sense of reverence. Unperturbed, Yi Junlin continued to cut open the gourd, revealing an irregular red shard within, adorned with an astonishing number of yellow paper talismans. Atop these talismans lay an ancient, heavy jade talisman. How many sought to possess such a remarkable item? Yi Junlin marveled as he circled around it, recognizing it as a treasure of the heavens, exceedingly precious, so rare that there were fewer than 10 in an entire realm. If this were in the immortal realm, countless individuals would have surely fought for it. Yet in the mortal realm, the majority remained oblivious to its existence, rendering it a hidden gem, stored within this gourd atop the temple as a protective treasure. Yi Junlin sighed in regret, lamenting his insufficient cultivation that rendered him unable to utilize it, compelling him to offer it to the system to unlock further capabilities. System, assist me in acquiring a lie-detecting talisman, one imbued with 7th-level lightning. After completing all preparations, he began to unravel the seal. Having done so in his previous life, he now approached it with familiarity, gently touching the ancient jade talisman. Amitba, the jade talisman glimmered, and amidst the chant, the figure of an elder monk seated upon a black lotus manifested. Benefactor, have you breached the precious gourd? Has Black Lotus Temple perished? Yi Junlin replied nonchalantly. The temple has not been destroyed. It merely lacks vitality, with only one old monk remaining, who frets daily over the absence of successors. Oh. The rise and fall of fate are all ordained by heaven. I have long since come to terms with it, the elderly monk sighed, his countenance kind yet tinged with melancholy. Do not be disheartened, dear elder. I have promised the old monk that I would carry forth the legacy of Black Lotus Temple. You truly are a compassionate child. The elder monk's mood brightened significantly, and with a smile, he said, Come closer, let the founder bless you and grant you enlightenment. I am the founding patriarch of Black Lotus Temple, the Black Lotus Taoist. Very well. Yi Junlin stepped forward, but the elder's eyes sparkled with unbridled joy. Only for Yi Junlin to halt again, lifting his gaze innocently. Patriarch, you truly would not harm me, would you? If I intended to harm you, may the heavens strike me down. Good. Yi Junlin took another step forward. Chapter 78, System Upgrade as Yi Junlin advanced. The Black Lotus Taoist felt an overwhelming exhilaration. He possessed a dark magical technique that allowed him to seize another's soul and body, but it could only be used once. He had contemplated its use in his final moments but ultimately abstained, for even if he inhabited a youthful body, he would still be unable to unravel the secrets of this treasure. Hence, he sealed a fragment of his soul within the Jade Talisman, awaiting the day when a fated individual would come. I do not know what this object is, Yi Junlin stated. The old monk asked me to inherit the legacy of Black Lotus Temple, and I requested he descend the gourd for me to examine it as a gesture of goodwill, which is why I opened it. The Black Lotus Taoist's expression darkened, astounded that his descendant was so inept as to dismantle the temple in search of a successor. I see, he mused. After a lifetime of cultivation, I have yet to discern the true nature of this artifact, and you, a mere child. How could you possibly comprehend it? I shall fetch my master to take a look. Do not. The Black Lotus Taoist thought, realizing this child was not easily deceived. A grown-up would pose a greater challenge. Fear not. I am your master's master's master, indeed, your ancestral master. Greetings, ancestor. Yi Junlin promptly bowed. Haha. The Black Lotus Taoist laughed heartily. 18 generations of disciples. Come closer. Your ancestor wishes to bestow upon you the most formidable techniques. Is that truly the case? Swear that your entire family shall perish if I deceive you. The Black Lotus Taoist mused. My family has long since perished. Very well. Yi Junlin relaxed his guard and approached eagerly. As he drew nearer, the Black Lotus Taoist's heart soared with anticipation, his eyes gleaming with desire. However, just as he was a mere step away, Yi Junlin paused again, looking up with a childlike voice. Ancestor, you truly will not harm me? If I wish to harm you, may the heavens strike me down. Good. Yi Junlin took another step forward. In a moment of sheer terror, he clearly saw a young child before him, holding a talisman paper with a smile on his face. You dare to deceive me, you foolish child. Yi Junlin scoffed, discarding the lie-detecting talisman. Upon revealing the unclaimed jade talisman fragment, the other yellow paper talismans ignited spontaneously without wind, and in no time, they had burned away completely. Now, the entire shard lay before Yi Junlin. It was a flat stone piece radiating a dim red light, adorned with countless strange and varied patterns, mesmerizing to behold. Yi Junlin dared not gaze too long. With a thought, he called upon the system. The system responded swiftly, transmitting several messages. Host, a new task has been discovered. Collection task, gather the lost laws of this world. Task reward, activation of mental projection ability, enhancement functionality unlocked, DAO discussion pavilion opened, teleportation feature enabled. And credit limit raised to 1 million immortal jade. Host, discovered task item, will you collect it? The source of laws, a treasure of the level of creation. Even the system desires it. Yi Junlin sighed, ultimately gritting his teeth and agreeing to collect it. Although the source of laws was indeed a valuable item, it was utterly useless in the mortal realm, and Yi Junlin was far from ascending to immortality. Moreover, the rewards offered by the system were quite generous. I believe that in the future, I will acquire even more treasures of creation. After contributing the source of laws to the system, it fell silent. No matter how much Yi Junlin called out, it merely displayed a single message. System upgrading. Having completed the day's task, Yi Junlin reflected. I'm merely 6 years old. Must it be this arduous? Such suffering. As he drifted into slumber, Long Hanqiu was in a state of ecstasy. In the meditation chamber, a wisp of blue smoke curled upward. Once the Juju pit was ignited and placed in the magnetic incense burner, it would burn slowly, allowing one pit to last an hour. During this hour, Long Hanqiu could perceive the essence of the Tao and comprehend the grand principles of heaven and earth. This was far superior to placing it on her tongue. Not only was there no unpleasant sensation, but the duration of comprehension was multiplied many times over. This magnetic incense burner was truly a divine artifact. This child, Long Hanqiu, sat cross-legged, a faint smile appearing on her icy jade-like face. In her lifetime, she had lost composure more times today than ever before, and it was all due to a mere child. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. Who knows how troublesome this little rascal will become when he grows up? Enough of that. It is time to begin comprehending the essence of the Tao. She had received 3 Juju pits from Master Hao and 3 from Qin Zining today. 6 pits would suffice her for a considerable while. Abandoning her worries, she immersed herself in her practice, and the night passed in the blink of an eye. When the first rays of dawn illuminated the 4th peak, Long Hanqiu opened her eyes. The Juju pit in the magnetic incense burner had burned away without her noticing. and she contentedly opened her eyes. How delightful! This is the essence of the Tao. After a night of enlightenment, though still distant from grasping the intent of the Tao, she had touched the essence a few times. This was an unprecedented sensation for her. If I continue like this, I am confident that it won't be long before I can reach the edge of the Tao. With newfound hope in her cultivation, Lung Hanqiu's confidence surged, and her spirits lifted. All thanks to his father and son. Since my junior brother is emerging from seclusion today, I shall go and express my gratitude early. With that thought, Lung Hanqiu stood, tidied her garments, and exited her cave dwelling. Meanwhile, Hua Feng arrived outside Lu Hongying's cave dwelling. Aunt, why do you seek me so early? Aunt, today is the day for picking spiritual tea from the condensing emerald peak, Hua Feng reminded with a smile. I see. Lu Hongying replied, shaking her head in mild annoyance, giving him a light tap on the forehead. What a disappointment. You are truly infatuated with that widow, utterly bewitched. Hua Feng chuckled. Little aunt, you are unaware that I have secretly admired Zhou Yanru since Qin Chai Xiao was still alive. I only regret not having the opportunity. You wish for a friend's wife as well. Lu Hongying playfully scolded. Indeed, it's precisely because she is a friend's wife that it is intriguing, Hua Feng remarked. Then added, Aunt, now that her talent has improved and her daughter is also a prodigy, soon my family will have 2 more Yuanying. That would be advantageous for you as well. All right, I understand. Lu Hongying spoke softly. In fact, I have already inquired. That useless Yi has been in seclusion these past few days and should be emerging today. I will go a bit later. Perhaps I will encounter him as he exits. Thank you, Aunt. Hua Feng's heart leapt with joy. As long as he dealt with Yi Guqing, winning over Zhou Yanru would become effortless. Aunt, I shall wait at the foot of the condensing emerald peak. Please hurry. Yes, I know. Lu Hongying lingered in her cave for half an hour before summoning one of her female disciples, Chaner. I've heard we are picking spiritual tea from the condensing emerald peak today. Let us go and acquire some new tea. If they are busy with the harvest, do lend a hand. Chaner hurriedly bowed. Master, I understand. Then let us be off. As a guest elder, Lu Hongying possessed the privilege of using flying treasures within the sect, allowing her to avoid the time-consuming ascent. She released a slender flying treasure resembling a hairpin. And after Chaner boarded, they soared directly to the condensing emerald peak. Upon arrival, they found the area bustling. Not only were Sun Rui's female disciples working industriously, but even Zhang Zeng and Lung Hanqiu were present, and Master Hao had arrived early. As she descended from the treasure, she coincidentally spotted Ming Yin and inquired, Why is picking tea so lively this year? Ah, Elder Lu, you may not know. Today is Yi Guqing's emergence from seclusion, and everyone has come to congratulate him. Ming Yin responded with a smile. What nonsense. Lu Hongying was bewildered. So many have come to congratulate that useless Yi Guqing for merely emerging? Lu Hongying was utterly perplexed. They are here to congratulate Yi Guqing on his emergence from seclusion? This made no sense at all. However, Chaner chimed in, perhaps it's because of his son. That could be, Lu Hongying laughed, though she still sensed something amiss. Ming Yin chuckled in agreement. She had witnessed everything that day, but after taking a forgetting emotion pill, she had completely forgotten. Are we not picking today as spiritual tea? Lu Hongying asked again. We will, but we have to wait a while, Ming Yin replied. That is good. Lu Hongying nodded. She was not in a rush to find Yi Guqing. It was inconvenient with so many people around. Let us visit senior sister's son for a while. Sun Rui was not in her cave either. But Lu Hongying had a good relationship with her and could directly enter her outer courtyard. Thus, she and Chaner settled in the outer courtyard. How strange. Why was there such a crowd for the emergence of a useless Yi Guqing? Why would senior sister's son, who was so averse to men, also go to congratulate him? Chaner laughed. Master, they say that Yi Junlin is exceptionally talented, charming in appearance, and eloquent. Even Master's son is fond of that disciple. Haha, you were quite astute. Lu Hongying had considered joining the commotion to see what was happening, but she needed to deceive Yi Guqing into descending the mountain, making it inconvenient to encounter him now. So she refrained. At that very moment, Yi Guqing had just exited the meditation chamber. The morning sun was splendid, casting its warm rays upon him. Crack, crack, crack. He stretched his body, and his spine emitted a series of crisp sounds. Excellent. He was utterly satisfied with his physical condition. In just 7 days, he had refined 3 segments of dragon marrow. The sensation, his entire being was brimming with strength. Yi Guqing had never felt such unwavering confidence in his 30-plus years of life, despite currently being merely a first-layer cultivator of the Golden Pill realm. He possesses the ability to unleash the full power of the true dragon essence from the 3 dragon course. Even the most formidable ancestors in the late Golden Pill stage would find themselves at a disadvantage against him. The might of this true dragon essence is indeed formidable. It possesses the capability to engage in battles several levels above its own. Anyone would feel a surge of confidence in such circumstances. "Congratulations, congratulations!" exclaimed the overly enthusiastic sect leader Hao, approaching with excitement. "Congratulations, little uncle disciple, on your emergence from seclusion. You appear radiant, surely indicating significant progress in your cultivation." "Not at all, it is only to be expected." Sect leader Hao continued with a grin. "Your innate talent is exceptional, coupled with the highest teachings. Your return from this retreat will surely lead to unparalleled achievements in the unification of our sect." Yi Guqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What kind of language is this? It is usually only that wretched child who speaks in such a manner. How has sect leader Hao also caught this infection? What do you mean?" he asked. Sect leader Hao replied with a smile. "I am here to welcome you, little uncle disciple. The leaders of each peak have arrived, and your junior brother is currently conversing with them." The arrival of all the peak leaders? Yi Guqing's expression changed. Although he was already a disciple of the divine monarch, the peak leaders were all formidable figures at the nascent soul stage. He could not underestimate these senior brothers and sisters and quickly inquired, "Where are they?" "Outside," came the response. Yi Guqing followed sect leader Hao outside, feeling a twinge of annoyance. That wretched child should have invited the senior brothers and sisters inside rather than hosting them outside. It is terribly disrespectful. Upon exiting the small courtyard, he discovered a group of individuals standing in the spirit field. In truth, the peak leaders had come not only to congratulate Yi Guqing, but, more importantly, to observe the spiritual planting formation. The spiritual planting formation is a closely guarded secret of the Qingling sacred land, with the vast array of 100,000 spirit trees drawing the attention of all sects on the Cangnan continent, who covet the opportunity to establish their own. For cultivators, it is a necessity. What cultivator does not have a piece of spiritual land? Each nascent soul master possesses not only spiritual fields but also medicinal gardens. However, the quality of the spiritual herbs produced varies greatly. For instance, sect leader Hao's attempts to cultivate silverleaf grass often resulted in failure, a common occurrence among cultivators. As farming is indeed a skill, now that Yi Junlin had established a spiritual planting formation, everyone could not help but come to take a look. If successful, they could grasp the essence of the formation and replicate it. If not, they might still wish to request a small plot of land within this grand array to plant their most cherished spiritual herbs. The intricacies of the spiritual planting formation indeed run deep. Recently delving into the study of array formations, Sun Rui could not help but express her admiration. Although the structure and layout of the array lay before her, she found herself utterly incapable of manipulating it. The symbols at each array were beyond her comprehension, and the materials required for the formation were even more so. The other nascent soul masters, after inspecting the array, likewise abandoned any thoughts of attempting to set one up themselves. Firstly, they could not comprehend it. Secondly, the materials used in the formation were not easily obtainable. Not to mention the unseen materials essential to the array, even the array lines, flags, and eyes were of the highest quality, difficult to acquire even with wealth, requiring fortuitous circumstances. Indeed, as a disciple of the divine monarch, he possesses considerable wealth. The peak leaders silently acknowledged this. At that moment, sect leader Hao led Yi Guqing over. The peak leaders crowded around, clasping their fists in congratulations. "Little junior brother, your retreat has borne fruit, and you have established a grand formation in the spirit field. Truly a double blessing." "Huh? What grand formation? Haha." Yi Guqing momentarily froze, but then he began to laugh. He had grown accustomed to this. Regardless of whether the achievement was his own or not, it was best to respond affirmatively, since the wretched child was not present, after all. If there were tasks to be done, let the child do them. If there were none, let him be reprimanded. "Thank you, esteemed brothers and sisters. I am at a loss for how to repay you," Yi Guqing said, noticing there were no outsiders present, thus feeling free to reveal his true identity. Engaging with the nascent soul masters felt immensely pressuring. Zhang Zeng chuckled. "Little junior brother, the spiritual planting formation you established truly leaves one in awe. We, the old folk, have wasted several centuries in vain." "Haha." Yi Guqing laughed, only then noticing the various array eyes and lines densely spread across the spirit field. He glanced at the wretched child, who was not far away, making faces at him, which inexplicably brought him a sense of reassurance. "I have always enjoyed planting herbs and vegetables at home." Upon arriving at the Ningxue Peak, I found this spirit field quite agreeable. So I casually set up a planting formation. Please, do not mock me. Yi Guqing had a knack for boasting, and such grandiose statements flowed easily from his lips. The nascent soul masters were left feeling embarrassed. A true expert. To cultivate a spiritual planting formation from merely planting vegetables at home. If you were to raise a pig, wouldn't you become a legendary beast? Sun Rui added, little junior brother, I have been researching array formations lately and have not had time to discuss them with you. I must certainly seek your guidance in the future. Yi Guqing's face turned noticeably awkward. Oh no, I have overdone the boasting. I know nothing. If you seek my guidance, I would be at a loss for words. Noticing his change in expression, Zhang Zhang stepped forward. The spiritual planting formation is a priceless secret, not to be revealed lightly. Junior sister, you are asking too much of him. Yi Guqing felt a wave of relief. Zhang Zhang truly understood him. Sun Rui quickly clarified. That is not what I meant. Little junior brother, I do not seek your guidance on the spiritual planting formation, but rather on other aspects of array formations, such as ancient arrays. Yi Guqing nearly stumbled. I don't even understand the spiritual planting formation. You want to ask me about ancient arrays? Chapter 80. A perfect match. The peak leaders had come under the pretense of congratulating Yi Guqing, but in truth, their primary interest lay in securing a plot of land within the spiritual planting formation. After a round of flattery, Zhangxing spoke up. Little junior brother, you claim to be at a loss for how to repay us, but truthfully, there is an opportunity for you to assist us right now. He had always relied on his seniority to gain benefits, and he was quick to speak up. Once he did, others followed suit, eager to stake their claim within the spiritual planting formation. Yi Guqing was inwardly astonished. What kind of formation has that wretched child created that even the nascent soul masters are scrambling to claim a piece? This is easily arranged. Yi Guqing waved his hand, casually delineating a few areas. Each of the senior brothers and sisters received a plot, and even sect leader Hao was granted one. Everyone was delighted, and the combined area they claimed exceeded half of the spirit field. Yi Junlin could only shake his head at the sight. While others are indifferent to their offspring's inheritance, his own situation is quite the opposite. The father sells the son's land without a care. Dad, Yi Junlin called out. You mentioned that this spiritual planting formation consumes a great deal of spirit stones. Daily maintenance requires hundreds of stones, and it necessitates spirit stones of the 5 elemental properties in specific proportions. Activating the formation alone requires 3,000 spirit stones. So you need to provide me with the spirit stones first. 3,000. Yi Guqing was taken aback. Though he possessed the key to the divine monarch's private treasury, he lacked the courage to directly enter and squander spirit stones. I only have 300 spirit stones on me. The other nascent soul masters were momentarily stunned, then immediately chimed in. We have already taken advantage. We cannot allow little junior brother to bear the cost. We can pool together the extra spirit stones. Yi Junlin interjected. The 3,000 spirit stones are merely the activation fee. Ongoing maintenance will also require spirit stones. If it is inactive for just one day, the spiritual herbs and trees will be adversely affected, necessitating a year's worth of spirit stones, 50,000 in total. Zhang Zhang stared in disbelief. Originally, 3,000 spirit stones could be easily contributed among them without much thought. However, 50,000 stones over a year meant nearly 10,000 for him alone. Time flies in the realm of cultivation, and a year passes in the blink of an eye. How could he afford such long-term investment? Little junior brother, is it truly necessary to require so many spirit stones? He could not help but inquire. Yi Guqing had also come to a realization and sighed. Of course, the spiritual planting formation consumes spirit stones. To maintain a high concentration of spiritual energy within the formation, various spiritual herbs and trees must thrive without hindrance. Everyone's initial investment of spirit stones will not be in vain. Though he spoke thus, they all needed to consider whether they truly required such an investment. The master Hao spoke first. I shall plant 3 jujube trees, occupying a small area, hence I desire this little plot. Upon finishing, he smiled at Yi Guqing and inquired, for such a small space, how many spirit stones are required? Yi Guqing, uncertain about the calculations, was relieved when Yi Junlin interjected. You should provide 100 spirit stones for the initiation and 2,000 for annual maintenance. Hao Master gasped at the sum, but, considering the potential profits from selling the spiritual jujubes in the future, deemed the investment worthwhile. He promptly handed over the spirit stones to Yi Guqing. The other nascent souls had to deliberate as well, for the area occupied would significantly increase their costs. Zhangxing remarked, then I shall take this plot, which is twice the size of Hao's. and I will pay double." With their lead, others quickly followed suit, marking out smaller areas and offering their payments. Eventually, Long Hanqiu expressed her desire for a plot, offering 1,000 spirit stones for initiation and 10,000 for maintenance. Everyone was taken aback. The area she delineated was comparable to that of Master Hao, yet she was offering such a substantial amount. Yi Guqing felt compelled to interject, "Sister Lang, that is too generous. You should match Master Hao's offer." "No, no, no," Long Hanqiu coolly responded, producing a black pouch and handing it to Yi Guqing, stating, "For the matter of the Tao, I am immensely grateful. Such spirit stones are trivial compared to the debt of gratitude I owe my junior brother, which I shall repay in due time." Yi Guqing was bewildered, pondering how a brief retreat could have resulted in such gratitude. However, noticing Long Hanqiu's reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from further inquiries and entrusted all the spirit stones to his son. "My son, we have gathered enough spirit stones. It is time to activate the Great Formation." "All right," Yi Junlin exclaimed, bounding into the formation and placing the required spirit stones into each of the formation's nodes. As each node illuminated, it released a brilliant light, simultaneously brightening the formation's radiating lines. When all nodes were aglow, beams of light converged into a spatial formation, drawing in spiritual energy from all directions. The formation flags fluttered, and the formation symbols activated, creating misty walls that enclosed the spiritual field. Furthermore, the spiritual energy from the underground veins surged forth like numerous fountains, cascading with vitality. The assembled nascent souls stood within the spiritual field, acutely aware of the intensifying spiritual energy, brimming with life and vigor. Not only would spiritual plants thrive here, but even a person standing within for too long would feel rejuvenated. "Excellent. Planting spiritual herbs and trees here will undoubtedly yield great results," they collectively acknowledged, realizing their expenditure on spirit stones was worthwhile. Master Hao immediately planted his 3 jujube seeds in the designated area, while the other nascent soul masters quietly resolved to transplant their most precious spiritual herbs and trees from their gardens. Yi Junlin, satisfied after surveying the area, prepared to cultivate numerous spiritual plants. Although only a few would be of genuine utility to him, the majority would serve to confound others. "Junior brother, now that the formation is activated, I shall not linger and will return to transplant some purple twilight grass. I too will return to transplant. My 1,000-year-old jade Bodhi needs proper care, or it may perish," Sun Rui stated. One by one, the nascent souls hastily took their leave, leaving the spiritual field serene. The last to depart was Long Hanqiu from the 4th peak, who smiled and bowed, saying, "Junior brother, your foresight is unparalleled. It is beyond the reach of ordinary folk. I am in admiration." As he watched the ice-cold beauty smile, Yi Guqing found himself momentarily entranced. After a considerable time had passed, and once Long Hanqiu had long departed, he inquired, "My son, do I appear much more handsome after my retreat?" "Ah, fathers," Yi Junlin exclaimed, "while you were in seclusion, Yin visited you twice. Concerned about your duel with Hua Feng. I see your genuine affection. She would make a fine match." Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, "What do you know about suitable matches? I am fully aware of adult matters." "Humph," Yi Junlin muttered to himself. "I struck a chord with him, and now he's flustered." Yi Guqing glared. "I am not flustered. Look at you. You are flustered." Chapter 81. The Sutra of Universal Salvation. Though Yi Guqing was vexed, he remained internally vigilant. Recently, with the awakening of his dragon marrow, his cultivation breakthrough, and his status as a disciple of the divine monarch, he felt somewhat elevated. Reflecting on his most desolate times, he recalled that aside from Zhou Yinru, who stood by him, who else remained? Even when his Dantian was damaged and he was genuinely regarded as a waste, Zhou Yinru never showed any disdain, unwavering in her support. Now, with a bit of success, he found himself entertaining trivial thoughts. His son was indeed correct. Contemplating these matters, Yi Guqing lowered his head as he returned to his small courtyard. Upon entering, he was taken aback to see a young monk standing there. A youthful monk with a smooth, white head. Despite his youth, the monk radiated an aura of spirituality, as if enveloped in the light of the Buddha, with a halo of sacred light emanating from the back of his head. Who was this enlightened monk? Yi Guqing clasped his hands together, ready to pay his respects. To his astonishment, upon seeing Yi Guqing, the monk was struck with fear, collapsing to the ground and bowing profusely. This. Yi Guqing stood dumbfounded. Turning to his son, who had just entered, Yi Junlin smiled gently and said, "Father, please observe." Upon looking back, he noticed a monk's robe scattered on the ground, with a trembling white fox demon hiding nearby, its aura swirling. The monk from earlier was, in fact, this fox demon? Yi Guqing was astounded. He had encountered both demons and monks, but a fox demon masquerading as a monk, that was simply too convincing. Indeed, Yi Junlin nodded with satisfaction, beckoning, and the little fox promptly scurried behind him. This is a newly acquired demon pet of mine. Although righteous cultivators and demons are typically at odds, if a demon becomes a pet of a cultivator, it is a different matter altogether. Much like Sun Rui's 8-winged golden centipede, which is a demon pet at the Golden Core realm. This demon pet is quite intriguing. Yi Guqing remarked, the aura of Buddhism is so profound. I almost prepared to bow to him. Even a nascent soul master would be deceived. Yi Junlin confidently stated, it's remarkably impressive. Is it truly that powerful? Yi Guqing marveled, then asked, but why did he reveal his true form upon seeing me? Yi Junlin chuckled, that is due to the true dragon's power you possess. All demon and beast pets instinctively sense fear. This fear is innate, granting you an advantage when dealing with such creatures. The true dragon's power has such an effect. Yi Guqing rejoiced. The true dragon's power is a formidable innate essence. Yi Junlin then produced a jade slip, saying, this is a technique I have long prepared for you, which, when combined with the true dragon's power, will be remarkably synergistic. Once you refine the dragon marrow, you can begin your cultivation journey. Yi Guqing was accustomed to his son presenting precious treasures. He accepted the slip and, probing within with his spiritual sense, golden characters immediately emerged in his mind. Dragon Emperor's Overlord Technique. Merely reading the name of this technique left Yi Guqing astounded, feeling it was extraordinarily impressive. After refining the 3 segments of dragon marrow, he could release the true dragon's power freely, yet he lacked an accompanying technique. If he were to master the Dragon Emperor's Overlord Technique, his true dragon's power would become even more formidable. Excellent, Yi Guqing declared, clutching the jade slip as he retreated to his cultivation chamber. Yi Junlin commanded the white monk to revert to human form, donning a robe, while simultaneously releasing the Sutra of Universal Salvation. Instantly, a youthful high monk appeared in the courtyard once more. What do you think? Yi Junlin inquired. How is the Buddhist practice? Remarkable. Bai Siwen chuckled softly, feeling that his master was indeed exceptional. The Buddhist scripture he received, which he initially thought to be an ordinary text, revealed itself to lack true Buddhist teachings upon further cultivation. Yet, it bestowed upon him an ineffable sense of enlightenment, as if he were intimately connected with the profound wisdom of the Buddha. Not only others, but even Bai Siwen himself felt as though he had attained a deep understanding of the Dharma, akin to the Buddha descending to the mortal realm. Faced with the prospect of lecturing in front of a nascent soul master, he felt a twinge of apprehension. The nascent soul master could easily extinguish his life with but a gesture. He was not a 9-tailed fox with multiple lives to squander. You have now mastered your cultivation technique, yet your mental fortitude requires strengthening, Yi Junlin advised. For the next few days, you shall roam freely within the Haoran sect, adopting the demeanor of a venerable monk. Familiarize yourself with this role, and once you feel prepared, we shall head to the capital. Bai Siwen felt a lingering unease, but reassured himself that this was his master's territory. Surely, if he encountered a nascent soul master, his master would come to his aid. Yi Junlin then suggested, I shall write a note for you. Descend the mountain alone and request an inner-sect disciple identification from Master Hao. Meanwhile, Sun Rui returned to her cave abode and immediately spotted Lu Hongying waiting for her. Junior sister Lu, it has been a while, she greeted. Indeed, Lu Hongying smiled. I have come to request some spiritual tea, as I do every year. You truly are relentless in your pursuits, Sun Rui replied cheerfully. This year's tea harvest has been delayed, so you may have to wait a bit. That's quite all right, Lu Hongying responded. I heard you all went to congratulate that little genius's father on his retreat from seclusion, which caused the delay. You mean the little master? Sun Rui began, but remembering the need for discretion, she quickly amended. Little Junlin's father is indeed quite impressive and proficient in formation techniques, having devised a spiritual plant formation. Ah, I see, Lu Hongying thought to herself, surprised. It was said that Yi Guqing was a waste, yet it seemed even a waste had its talents, particularly in formation techniques. Not daring to pry further, she exchanged a few pleasantries with Sun Rui before suggesting, Sister, since I have some free time, why don't I take Channa with me to assist you in harvesting the spiritual tea? That would be rather inappropriate, Sun Rui replied. We are all sisters here. There is nothing inappropriate about it, Lu Hongying assured her. I prefer to personally harvest the spiritual herbs I consume, but I feared you might decline. Why would I decline? Sun Rui replied. You may go ahead. I must move a few heart-calming herbs from the cave to the spiritual plant formation. This suited Lu Hongying perfectly. Sister, I shall head to gather the spiritual tea, she laughed, taking Channer with her as they exited the cave and made their way to the Yi family courtyard. Before long, they arrived outside the Yi family's courtyard. Upon witnessing the grand spiritual plant formation, Lu Hongying was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the so-called waste would possess such skill and arrangement. Nevertheless, she did not regard it too seriously, after all. What did it matter if one could arrange formations? Without cultivation, one was nothing in the realm of immortals. Knock on the door and summon Yi Guqing. Lu Hongying instructed Channer. In the quiet chamber, Yi Guqing was engrossed in the dragon's sovereign overlord technique, becoming increasingly astonished. This technique was a genuine inheritance of the true dragon. In other words, this scripture was not authored by human cultivators, but was an ancient text created by a superlative dragon, bestowed upon human practitioners. The mere origin of this text left Yi Guqing in awe. Although the mortal realm had guardians of the true dragon, had anyone ever heard of a guardian dragon attaining human form? Who would a dragon practitioner write a book for humans? He wondered about the identity of the elderly man with the white beard who managed to obtain such a text. Perhaps he hailed from the true dragon domain spoken of by the miscreants. The dragon's sovereign overlord technique consisted of 5 parts. As Yi Guqing began perusing the first part, Dragon might dread, he became engrossed in his reading when suddenly, a woman's voice called from outside, Yi Guqing, come out here. The voice, imbued with spiritual energy, reached him clearly as the door was not locked. He hastily rose and opened the door, only to find an unfamiliar female cultivator at the threshold, accompanied by a distant nascent soul master. Sister Yu, Yi Guqing queried, perplexed. Channer, with an air of arrogance, introduced, Yi Guqing, this is my master, nascent soul master Lu Hongying, a guest elder of the Haoran sect. Taken aback, Yi Guqing quickly bowed, Senior Lu. Lu Hongying approached, clearing her throat. So, you are Yi Guqing? Indeed, he affirmed, internally questioning why this guest elder sought him out. Did she wish to claim a portion of the spiritual plant formation as well? Lu Hongying scrutinized him, her suspicions mounting. It was said that Yi Guqing was at the late stage of foundation building, with a damaged Dantian, unable to progress in cultivation. Yet, the individual standing before her clearly exuded the aura of a golden core ancestor. Were you not at the foundation building stage? Respected elder, he replied. I recently broke through to the golden core stage just a few days ago, and I have since been in seclusion to stabilize my cultivation, which is why the outside world remains unaware. As a solitary cultivator, Lu Hongying was astute and sensed something amiss. The external rumors contradicted the reality. If Yi Guqing's cultivation was indeed improving, it suggested that his Dantian was intact, and the tales of him being a waste were likely exaggerated. However, with the arrow already knocked, she had no choice but to proceed. Clearing her throat once more, she stated, Yi Guqing, I have heard you've been working as a laborer on Singchui Peak. I need to assist in harvesting spiritual tea on the back mountain, but I forgot to bring the necessary tools. Please go down to my cave and fetch my disciple, Wan'er, perceiving the shift in her tone. He thought little of it, reasoning that her request was reasonable, just a simple errand. Please wait, senior. I shall quickly tend to my child and fetch the tools. Very well. I shall await you in the tea garden on the back mountain. Lu Hongying and Channer departed, her thoughts lingering. Even if Yi Guqing was not a waste, he was no match for her nephew, Huafeng. The difference in power between a newly ascended golden core cultivator and one at the late stage was not merely a matter of a single tier, but an entirely different realm. Nevertheless, she still felt a twinge of unease. After taking a few steps, she suddenly halted, reaching into the void and retrieving an ancient wooden box. Channer, hurry and deliver this to Huafeng. Should the two engage in a life and death battle, it may prove useful. Understood, Channer replied, swiftly making her way down the mountain. Lu Hongying then relaxed, inwardly smirking, regardless of whether you are a waste. Your fate is sealed. My nephew Huafeng far surpasses you, and with the divine talisman I have bestowed upon him, I hope you act wisely and crawl beneath him. Despite these thoughts, Lu Hongying felt a pang of regret. Even she, a nascent soul master, felt the weight of the divine talisman. Meanwhile, Yi Guqing had returned to the small courtyard, instructing, Son, I am heading down the mountain to fetch some tea-picking tools for a senior. I shall return shortly. Yi Junlin raised an eyebrow. Recalling the impolite tone of the female cultivator who had knocked on the door, It felt more like an adversary coming to disrupt rather than a simple request for assistance. This indicated that their intentions were not benevolent. Furthermore, it was common knowledge that his father had remained on the mountain to evade Hua Feng. What could this woman want by sending Yi Guqing down? Father, wait a moment, Yi Junlin called, stopping him. Show me your most trusted weapon and armor. Understanding his son's concern, Yi Guqing chuckled, I'm merely fetching some tea-picking tools. I'll be back momentarily. There is no need for worry. Yi Junlin clung to his leg, insisting, just show me. It won't take much time. Yi Guqing found himself with no alternative but to tap his storage pouch, retrieving a flying sword and a piece of armor. The Chaosi treasure armor was a gift from senior brother Zhangzong, while the Baishuang sword had been bestowed by Master Hao. Yi Junlin cast a glance at them. The Chaosi treasure armor was a mid-grade magical item, quite standard and acceptable. However, the Baishuang sword was utterly unimpressive. Yi Junlin sighed inwardly, reflecting on how his father was such a down-to-earth person. Master had even given him the key to the private vault, yet he chose to continue using the unwanted items gifted by others. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that his father would venture into the vault to select superior weapons. Father, wait for me a moment, Yi Junlin said, clutching the two items and swiftly returning to his small room. Hurry up, that senior sister is still waiting for my tea-picking tools, Yi Guqing mused, acknowledging that while his son was commendable in many respects, he exhibited an excessive caution that was unwarranted for such a short absence. Upon entering his small chamber, Yi Junlin promptly activated the system. The system had successfully upgraded, displaying a plethora of new content. He paid it little mind. Having encountered even more complex interfaces in his past life, he accessed the enhancement feature. Enhancement feature has been activated. Please place the item to be enhanced inside. Yi Junlin initially intended to procure a few treasured weapons for his father, but the suitability of the weapon was crucial, no matter how high quality a weapon might be. If it did not align with his father's accustomed style, it would be of little use. Thus, he opted for enhancement. He placed the worthless Baishuang sword into the system. Notice, the durability of the item to be enhanced is critically low. Would you like to repair it? System repair requires 1324 spirit stones. Proceed with the repair, Yi Junlin decided, dismissing the cost of spirit stones. A flash of white light signaled the completion of the repair. Item, Baishuang sword, low-grade magical item. Enhancement is possible. Please select the enhancement star level. Yi Junlin began by selecting a 10-star enhancement. Item, Baishuang sword, low-grade magical item, 10-star enhancement. Predicted success rate, 1. Required enhancement cost, 1,058, 752 spirit stones. Yi Junlin nearly choked in disbelief. This wretched sword was worth only a few thousand spirit stones. Yet the enhancement cost exceeded 1,000,000. The success rate was dismally low, so he considered a 7-star enhancement instead. Item, Baishuang sword, low-grade magical item, 7-star enhancement. Predicted success rate, 60. Required enhancement cost, 88, 752 spirit stones. 7 stars it is. Let the enhancement commence. Item enhancement in progress. Before his eyes, the surface of the Baishuang sword shimmered with white light. With each flash, the star level of the sword altered. Success would elevate the star level, while failure would diminish it. After a brief wait, it finally stabilized at 7 stars, and the system provided its evaluation. Enhancement successful. Baishuang sword, low-grade magical item. Attack power increased by 1200. Ice element enhancement by 900. Durability increased 5-fold. Special effect added. Ice strike, instant freeze, slow, passive. Impressive. Yi Junlin nodded in satisfaction. The previously lackluster Baishuang sword had undergone a 12-fold increase in combat power, rivaling even the finest magical items. The added special effects were lethal techniques in practical combat. Most importantly, the Baishuang sword remained a low-grade magical item. It was well known that low-grade magical items required minimal mental energy, and should it be upgraded to a superior grade, Yi Guqing might struggle to wield it. Spending over 80,000 spirit stones was a significant gain. He finally felt that the fragment of the fundamental law he had contributed to the system was not in vain. Next, he placed the Chaosi treasure armor into the enhancement system. This item also warranted a 7-star enhancement, as excessive enhancements would result in a low success rate. In a short while, the Chaosi treasure armor was also successfully enhanced. Enhancement successful. Chaosi treasure armor, mid-grade magical item. Physical defense increased by 1100. Magical defense increased by 600. Durability increased 4-fold. Special effect added, defensive lethal strike, automatic healing slow. While the improvements were not as dramatic, the base value of a mid-grade magical item was substantial, ensuring that even if Yi Guqing stood still, he could withstand strikes from Huafeng. With both treasures enhanced, Yi Junlin heard his father's impatient voice from outside. "Are you done yet?" "I'm coming," Yi Junlin called back, still uneasy as it was his father's first appearance on the life and death platform. He cast a final glance at the available treasures. Truth be told, the items for sale in the system were primarily high-end, and it was exceedingly rare to find treasures suitable for someone of Yi Guqing's golden core level. In a hurry, he glanced through the listings and purchased a jade pendant. The previous Qingming Ancestor Jade had a tenfold return feature, but it was nearing the end of its usefulness. This new item could defend against assassinations but was unsuitable for combat. Yin Gui Jade Pendant, a specialty of the Wanli realm, crafted from Yin Gui back armor. A beneficial item, can release a spiritual energy shield for use in combat and hazardous areas. 950,000 Spirit Stones, negotiable. Publisher, Li Xiaobai. Though somewhat expensive. With his father urging him to hurry, Yi Junlin had no time to haggle. He quickly initiated the transaction, tossing 950,000 spirit stones at the seller. The seller responded with 2 words, "Quick deal." Soon after, the Yin Gui Jade pendant appeared in the transaction window, landing in Yi Junlin's palm, a small jade turtle shell, no larger than a hand. "Are you done yet?" Lu Yuanying is still waiting. At the sound of the urging voice, Yi Junlin opened the door and stepped outside. All right. He handed his father the weapon and armor, then swiftly removed the Qingming Ancestor Jade from his waist and attached the Yin Gui Jade pendant instead. Yi Guqing accepted the Baishuang sword and Chao Si treasure armor, his brow furrowing. These 2 items looked identical to their previous forms, yet he distinctly sensed a significant increase in their power. The chilling force emanating from the Baishuang sword sent shivers down his spine. "Son, what have you done? Why do these 2 items seem to have multiplied in strength?" Yi Junlin was at a loss for how to explain the enhancement process, so he simply replied, "Father, this is a secret technique passed down by Grandpa Whitebeard. It cannot be disclosed, otherwise it would lose its effect." "Ah, I see." Yi Guqing had reached a point of complete trust in his son and did not ponder further, reassured that his son would not harm him. Yi Junlin then reminded him, "Father, remember to refine this jade pendant so you can activate it in battle." However, upon seeing the jade pendant, Yi Guqing was immediately displeased. "Son, why have you replaced it with this green turtle jade pendant? I do not want it. The previous Qingming Ancestor Jade was just fine." Yi Junlin nearly lost his composure. "Father, what green turtle? This is the Yin Gui Jade pendant, and it cost 1,000,000 spirit stones. Even if it's a more expensive green turtle, I refuse to accept it." Yi Guqing was exceedingly dissatisfied. Having faced ridicule in Huangzhou City, he had finally managed to leave that past behind. Now, with a green turtle pendant hanging from his waist, it was as if he were openly declaring himself to be a green turtle. Yi Junlin found himself at a loss. Even the wisest are prone to oversight. Who could have anticipated that this item would strike a nerve with his father? Thus, he had no choice but to say, "Father, just wear it. If you don't need it, store it in your pouch. You can take it out when required." Yi Guqing hurried to descend the mountain. Had no time for further discussion. He hastily removed the Yin Gui Jade pendant, shoved it into his storage pouch, and opened the door to leave. Just then, Master Hao and Bai Siwen rushed over in a flurry. "Little uncle, you must not descend the mountain." Yi Guqing halted, a cold glint in his eyes. "Why not? Huafeng is waiting for you down the mountain." It turned out that Bai Siwen had gone to find Master Hao to complete the entry formalities. Upon seeing him, Master Hao realized he was a high monk of the Buddhist sect. Yi Junlin's intention was to grant Bai Siwen the status of an ordinary inner disciple, allowing him to roam freely within the Haoran sect, which would be perfectly acceptable. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Master Hao understood that a high monk from the Buddhist sect would be regarded as a distinguished guest anywhere. Granting such a monk merely the status of an ordinary inner sect disciple was a breach of etiquette. Without delay, he accompanied Bai Siwen back up the mountain. However, at the foot of the mountain, they spotted Huafeng and a group of individuals lurking in a side hall, peering up the mountain and gesticulating. Master Hao, being astute, sensed something amiss and muttered a warning, leading Bai Siwen to hasten up the mountain. As anticipated, they encountered Yi Guqing just as he was about to leave. With a sense of foreboding, Master Hao cautioned, "Little Master Uncle, Elder Lu Hongying is Huafeng's aunt. Their bond is as close as mother and son." This is an attempt to lure you down the mountain. Yi Guqing glared with fury, feeling wronged by the treachery of good intentions meeting malicious designs. He had been contemplating rushing down to fetch tools, not wishing to keep Elder Lu waiting. Little did he know that she harbored ill intentions against him. Had it not been for his son's delay, he might have already confronted Hua Feng. Master Hao continued, "Since we are aware of the situation, little master uncle, there is no need for you to descend. I shall retrieve the tea-picking tools for Elder Lu." "No." Yi Guqing dismissed him with a wave of his hand, his expression resolute. "Avoiding the initial confrontation will not spare me from the inevitable. I, Yi Guqing, have never feared anyone. If Hua Feng does not seek me out, I shall go to him. Since he has orchestrated this elaborate scheme for my downfall, how can I allow his efforts to go to waste?" With that, Yi Guqing affectionately ruffled his son's hair before striding decisively down the mountain. Master Hao was in a state of panic, exclaiming, "What shall we do now?" At the foot of the mountain, within a side hall, Zhao Qingyun stood among the crowd, exuding confidence and vitality. After informing Hua Feng about the events in Huazhou, he felt a newfound sense of importance. Though Hua Feng had not directly benefited him, he was often seen accompanying him, clearly accepted as a brother. This elevation in status lightened his spirit, and he had begun to gain recognition within the Bamboo Grove Society. "Third brother," Zhao Qingyun remarked, glancing outside. "It seems Master Hao has spotted us. Do you think he will disclose our whereabouts to Yi Guqing?" "That insatiable cur," Hua Feng retorted. "Having Brother Chu give him a heads-up was a courtesy. If he dares to disrespect that, he will regret it later." Another member of the Bamboo Grove Society scoffed. "Once Brother Chu successfully forms his infant soul, you, third brother, will soon reach the same realm. At that point, our Bamboo Grove Society will stand as the eighth force of the Howren sect, second only to the Seven Peaks. Let us see how that little man will then act. Master Hao's position as leader will soon be in jeopardy." Hua Feng sneered. "Once my master returns from the capital of the great Hao Immortal Kingdom, he will undoubtedly remove Hao Sitong from his position." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Hao Sitong's authority stemmed from his master, the esteemed elder of the first peak, Qi Min. With Qi Min in seclusion for a century, the master of the second peak, Zhang Tianda, had quietly assumed control of the Howren sect. Zhang Tianda's strength was now comparable to that of Qi Min in his prime, and with a century of influence. Replacing Master Hao was merely a matter of a single decree. This also sent a clear signal. Zhang Tianda aimed to challenge Qi Min's authority and seize complete control of the Howren sect. Zhao Qingyun interjected. "But what if Yi Guqing receives word and refuses to descend?" "Simple," Hua Feng replied with a sinister smile. "We shall spread the rumor that Yi Guqing has surrendered and crawled beneath my legs, swearing never to approach Zhou Yanru again, lest he wishes to be treated worse than a beast." What brilliance! The crowd echoed their admiration. What transpired today remains unknown to others. After all, 3 men can become a tiger. A lie told 1,000 times becomes truth. As long as everyone here corroborates this, it will be as though it has indeed happened. Soon, the entire sect will hear of it, and Yi Guqing will have no face left to show. More importantly, once this reaches Zhou Yanru, she will likely be disappointed in this cowardly man. Thus, when Hua Feng relentlessly pursues Zhou Yanru, he will have no trouble winning her over. "Third brother, you truly are astute. We admire you," Zhao Qingyun praised, giving a thumbs up. At that moment, a voice called out, "Look, Yi Guqing is coming down. He really dares to show up." Hua Feng was somewhat taken aback. Earlier, Chon'er had informed him of Yi Guqing's advancement to the Golden Core stage, but he had dismissed it. To someone of his prowess, the distinction between Yi Guqing being in the late Foundation establishment stage or the early Golden Core stage was inconsequential. As he observed Yi Guqing approaching, Hua Feng's muscles tensed, and he stepped forward. His swift movement was matched by his subordinates, who quickly surrounded Yi Guqing. Finally, Hua Feng squeezed into the crowd and addressed Yi Guqing in a mocking tone. "So, you are Yi Guqing?" Previously unfamiliar with Hua Feng, Yi Guqing now recognized him and responded without fear. "So you are Hua Feng? No wonder Sister Yanru finds you unappealing. With that countenance of yours, you should return and consume beauty elixirs for 100 years before stepping outside." "You," Hua Feng seethed. He had anticipated that upon his arrival, Yi Guqing would cower in fear. Instead, the young man had the audacity to attack his appearance. Before Hua Feng could retort, his subordinates erupted in insults. "Yi Guqing, you worthless trash. You dare act so arrogantly? In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Only you, a pretty boy, would care about looks. Pretty boy, living off others." Zhao Qingyun chimed in. Even if third brother is unattractive, He is still a late-stage golden core cultivator. Yi Guqing chuckled. Zhao Qingyun, you admit he is ugly. Realizing his blunder, Zhao Qingyun panicked and replied, Third brother, that's not what I meant. Never mind, Hua Feng said, patting Zhao Qingyun's shoulder. Yi Guqing, since you dare to descend from the Tsingchui Peak, I commend your bravery. Now, let us dispense with the pleasantries. I offer you two choices, and you shall decide. Yi Guqing crossed his arms and inquired, what are the two choices? The first option, face me on the life and death stage, where only one of us may survive. Hua Feng declared, stepping onto a stone beside him and gesturing between his legs. The second option, kneel and crawl through here. After which I shall no longer interfere in your affairs with Zhou Yinru. With a loud guffaw, Hua Feng added, Brothers, prepare the recording pearls. Let us capture this moment for all disciples of the Haoran sect to witness. Haha, splendid. The group of followers erupted in excitement, clamoring loudly. Some even shouted, Yi Guqing, crawl through. This is sheer bullying. Yi Guqing seethed with anger, finding Hua Feng's arrogance intolerable. He pondered how he would cope with such a situation had he not consumed the dragon's blood pill. Hua Feng, you have gone too far. Yi Guqing retorted. A gentleman seeks a virtuous partner. We should compete fairly and allow Sister Yinru to make her own choice. Furthermore, as fellow disciples, we should support one another. Your actions are indeed excessive. Hua Feng sneered. Excessive? And what of it? In the cultivation world, strength prevails. Treasures, opportunities, and women should all be claimed by the strong. A weakling like you is nothing but a waste. Zhou Yinru is merely deceived by your charm. A waste? Yi Guqing laughed heartily. Do you truly believe my Dantian is damaged? Have you not seen that I have successfully formed my core? To me, you are the real waste. What? He has formed his core. Zhao Qingyun finally realized this detail. How is it possible? The expressions of the other subordinates of Hua Feng changed drastically. So what if he has reached the core formation stage? Hua Feng coldly declared, If I wish to kill you, it shall be a trivial matter. He pointed arrogantly at Yi Guqing's nose and continued, Pretty boy, if you do not wish to die, crawl through here obediently and let everyone in the Haoran sect see that the one Zhou Yinru favors is indeed a coward. Useless, spineless. Yi Guqing's gaze sharpened. Then let us ascend the life and death platform. We shall determine victory and death. Chapter 85. A hero to the rescue. Hua Feng and Yi Guqing ascended the life and death platform. A message spread through the inner sect of Haoran like wildfire. Many were unaware of who Yi Guqing was, but as the news circulated, he gained notoriety. What? Is Yi Guqing crazy? I've heard he just reached core formation while Hua Feng is on the verge of infant transformation. Does he seek death? They wondered if he had lost his mind. Perhaps believing he could fight several levels above his own. Ridiculous. Who does he think he is? Yet, truth be told, Yi Guqing's audacity to confront Hua Feng on the life and death platform indeed showcased his courage. Cultivators from various inner sects debated fervently and made their way to the platform, eager to witness how this Yi Guqing would meet his demise. Seventh brother, no. Zhou Yinru pleaded softly. She had been waiting for news these past few days and hurried here upon hearing that Yi Guqing had exited his seclusion. However, by the time she arrived, he had already decided to confront Hua Feng. Seventh brother, you cannot defeat him. Zhou Yinru was anxious, fearing the worst had come to pass because she was a moment too late. Seeing Zhou Yinru arrive, Hua Feng grew more exhilarated and boasted, Yinru, I initially intended to spare this little punk, but he seeks his own death. He insists on going to the life and death platform, and I shall make sure you witness him perish at my hands. Zhou Yinru retorted angrily, Hua Feng, do you have no shame? What is your cultivation level compared to his? Now you inquire about cultivation? Hua Feng sneered. When he tried to steal my woman, did he ever consider my level? Yi Guqing scoffed coldly. By your logic, if a nascent soul master wishes to bed your partner, no, your mother, must you personally offer her up? Hua Feng was infuriated by this remark, his eyes filled with malice. Sharp-tongued, but alas, the life and death platform tests strength. Strength? Yi Guqing smirked slightly. Do you truly think you are strong? After years of cultivation, you still haven't reached infant transformation. How have you practiced? Hua Feng stood dumbfounded, feeling the world's absurdity. Regaining his composure, he shouted, Come and witness. This newly formed core cultivator dares to look down upon my cultivation. The gathered disciples of the Haoran sect shared in the disbelief at Yi Guqing's arrogance. A mere silver-tier contestant dares to scoff at a starry champion? If Hua Feng is a waste, what are we? They murmured. How audacious. Where did this Yi Guqing come from? Having just reached core formation, he spoke so brazenly. If he attained infant transformation, would he not dominate the entire Howren sect? This time, I support Brother Hua. Let him be arrogant. Once on the life and death platform, he will surely regret it. More and more cultivators gathered, with Yiguqing and Hua Feng leading the way to the life and death platform. Zhou Yanru walked beside Yiguqing, earnestly advising, "Seventh brother, I believe in your talent. With more training, you might catch up to Hua Feng. However, the gap is truly vast now. What do you suggest? Should I crawl through Hua Feng's legs, or vow never to see you again and leave the Howren sect in disgrace?" But Zhou Yanru sensed a hint of affection in his words, her face flushing, unsure of how to respond. Yiguqing gently reassured her, "Do not worry. My willingness to ascend the life and death platform is based on my own confidence. But your cultivation. Enough. Cultivation is merely a facade. True strength is eternal." Yiguqing nonchalantly brushed his hair back and strode forward. How charming. Zhou Yanru felt a tingle run down her spine at his boldness. Could he genuinely possess the strength to defeat Hua Feng? When Yiguqing and Hua Feng arrived at the life and death platform, the leaders of the various peaks had already arrived, riding their flying treasures. "Little junior brother, this is rash. With such talent, why compete with a mere nobody?" Zhangxing frowned and suggested to the other peak leaders, "Let me intervene and prevent them from ascending the life and death platform." "Absolutely not." The young Yi Junlin followed Sun Rui to the life and death platform, continuing his brash demeanor. "Hua Feng is too arrogant, daring to covet my stepmother. If I do not eliminate him on the life and death platform, shall I let him live? Master Zhang, whose side are you on?" Zhang Zeng felt faint, amused by the child's streetwise bravado. "Of course, I stand by your father. How could you not know the difference?" he replied, thumping his chest. Sun Rui pulled Yi Junlin's hand, admonishing him to behave. "Enough. If they insist on ascending, let them. When the time comes, you may intervene." "Really?" Zhang Zeng's face soured. He understood Sun Rui's implication. Wait until Yiguqing is on the verge of defeat before he intervenes. Interfering in the life and death platform battle would violate sect rules. Zhang Zeng was unwilling to bear such responsibility. Sun Rui countered otherwise. "How will you explain to the sect if our esteemed disciple is killed before your eyes?" Zhang Zeng was at a loss for words, but then questioned, "Why must it be me?" At that moment, Long Hanqiu suddenly spoke up, "I fear nothing. I shall intervene when needed." The assembled nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances, surprised at this unexpected turn of events. Long Hanqiu, the ice-cold beauty, was prepared to be the hero. Yiguqing was hardly a paragon of beauty. Zhang Zeng was delighted to stay out of it, adding, "Then we shall leave it to Sister Lang." Given the immense commotion when little junior brother awakened his true dragon heritage, he might last a few hundred exchanges. The thoughts of the other nascent souls echoed this sentiment. The gap between Yiguqing and Hua Feng was indeed vast. Defeating Hua Feng seemed nearly impossible. Yet, as the esteemed direct disciple of the sect, possessing the supreme dragon marrow, enduring a few hundred exchanges would already be a remarkable feat at this moment. Lu Hongying, accompanied by Chon'er, arrived on a flying treasure. "Oh dear, what has sparked this conflict?" Lu Hongying feigned ignorance. Sun Rui's expression darkened instantly. She despised being manipulated. Having considered Lu Hongying a friend, she was dismayed to discover this underhanded scheme. "Junior sister Lu, are you unaware of how this began?" Sun Rui, fiery in temper, nearly pointed a finger at her. "You deceived Yiguqing into descending the mountain while Hua Feng lay in wait below. You and your niece have performed a splendid duet, and I could almost applaud your performance." Lu Hongying felt embarrassed, wishing she could convey her thoughts more delicately. "Chon'er, ever brash?" exclaimed. "Isn't Yiguqing just a servant? Master merely asked him to fetch some tea-picking tools. What is the harm?" "Yiguqing? A servant?" Sun Rui scoffed, enunciating each word. "If you two continue to harbor such thoughts, the Howren sect may not endure much longer." Chon'er attempted to retort, but was met with a resounding slap from Lu Hongying. Slap. Chon'er's face swelled from the blow. "When Master speaks, you have no place to interject." Chapter 86. The Life and Death Platform's Tranquility Steal after Lu Hongying chastised her disciple. She turned to Sun Rui with conviction. "I may have erred, yet it is Yiguqing who has gone too far, robbing my niece's affections first. He is courting his own demise." At that moment, a youthful voice piped up. "Who is robbing whose affections? Old hag, you truly distort the truth. It is you who is seeking your own end." "Outrageous!" Lu Hongying exclaimed, infuriated by the audacity of the mere 6-year-old brat. "What gives you the right to insult me? I shall tear your mouth apart." With a fierce glare, she advanced toward Yi Junlin. Sun Rui stepped in front of Yi Junlin, coldly stating, "Junior Sister Lu, you are not qualified to discipline my disciple. You." Lu Hongying was taken aback by Sun Rui's protectiveness. "Sister Sun, how can you be so blind? This child, at such a tender age, dares to insult his elders. What will become of him in the future? That is because you deserve to be scolded." Yi Junlin, hiding behind Sun Rui, retorted, "Old hag, shameless. As a veteran of the nascent soul stage, you weave lies and deceive the disciples of our sect. What kind of elder are you? If traitors arise from the Haoran sect, you will be the prime suspect." Lu Hongying was so enraged, she felt like spitting blood. Despite being just 6 years old, this child spoke with venom, striking right at her heart. "Little beast." Lu Hongying snapped, "I have seen many creatures like you. When the opportunity arises, I will surely end your life. Do not let me catch you." She could not lay a finger on Yi Junlin, so she could only vent her frustrations with a few insults. However, her words caused the other elders present to change their expressions. Yi Junlin was the son of the highest-ranking disciple, akin to the crown prince of the Haoran sect. Threatening the crown prince, even with thoughts of murder, was absolutely intolerable. Lung Hanxiu, with a frosty demeanor, admonished, "Lu Hongying, say that again. Are you certain you wish to kill him? The first rule of the Haoran sect is to prohibit internal strife. Killing a disciple of our sect is punishable by death. Do you intend to violate sect rules?" Lu Hongying was taken aback. Killing a disciple was a capital offense, even for those at the nascent soul stage. No, I was merely speaking out of anger. I did not truly wish to kill him." Lu Hongying secretly cursed, "You little brat, you have thrown me into turmoil." But what was going on with Lung Hanxiu? Wasn't she known for her disinterest in meddling? Lung Hanxiu continued, "Junior Sister Lu, I will let this slide since it is your first offense. However, should there be a next time, I will not be merciful." Very well, very well." Lu Hongying chanted the heart-calming mantra 18 times, managing to suppress her fury. Yet, to her astonishment, Yi Junlin shouted again, "Old hag, no wonder Hua Feng is so ugly. You are just as hideous. It's clearly a family trait. The poison in your heart has manifested on your face. Birds of a feather." He continued to insult her. Lu Hongying was on the verge of madness, feeling an overwhelming urge to flip the table. As a nascent soul master, did she not have any dignity? Yet, it was evident that as a guest elder facing a group of senior elders, flipping the table would only starve her own stomach. "Sister Sun, do you truly allow your disciple to behave like this?" Lu Hongying, frantic, looked around, wishing for someone to come to her aid. "Brother Zhangzong, say something about this child." As she called out to Zhangzong, he was taken aback. "What do you want from me?" The typically easygoing Zhangzong hesitated before replying. "Who? Are you speaking of little Junlin? I think this child is quite good. He is straightforward, saying what needs to be said. Junior Sister Lu, you should not bicker with a child." "Am I bickering?" Lu Hongying felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses were running through her mind. She truly did not understand. Sun Rui was protective because Yi Junlin was her disciple. But why were Lung Hanxiu, Zhangzong, and the other nascent soul elders tolerating this child's mischief? Her gaze shifted, landing on the sect master, Hao Zhongmin. "Sect master Hao," Lu Hongying said, "did you not hear this vile child publicly insult an elder?" Before she could finish her sentence, Hao Zhongmin had already taken a step beside Yi Junlin and said, "Insult an elder? I did not hear that. I only heard little Junlin speak the truth. Despite his young age, he is a natural genius, exceptionally bright. If you were indeed insulted, I suggest you go home and reflect on it." Heavens! Lu Hongying was about to go mad. This man had the audacity to stand openly on Yi Junlin's side, to side with a mere chi-refining disciple against her. Was he out of his mind? Lu Hongying felt her anger boiling over, bewildered by the madness of the world around her. The wind howled, and garments fluttered. Yi Guqing and Hua Feng stood before the life and death stage, facing the heart-calming monument. The words engraved upon it warned, "Life and death stage, the threshold of life and death. From henceforth, fate is beyond one's control." The heart-calming monument served to remind the disciples of the sect to think carefully before ascending the life and death stage, for life is beautiful, and one should not act impulsively. If one still chooses to proceed after contemplation, they must take a jade tablet from the stone monument and sign a life and death contract. Yi Guqing and Hua Feng stood before the heart-calming monument for a moment before each took a jade tablet. "I, Yi Guqing Hua Feng, willingly ascend the life and death stage, accepting all consequences, and shall never regret my decision." They inscribed their life and death contracts within. Having passed this threshold, they could now proceed without obstruction. As long as they held the jade tablet, they could enter the life and death stage. At this moment, The area beneath the life and death stage was already crowded with people. Zhou Yanru stood among the crowd, though she wished to pull Yi Guqing down. She understood it would be futile. Yi Guqing, though amiable, possessed a stubbornness. Once he set his mind on something, he would not back down. "You must win," Zhou Yanru suddenly shouted. Hearing her voice, Yi Guqing turned to look, brushed his hair back, and then stepped onto the life and death stage. He did not understand why this gesture made him feel so dashing. He had learned it from that little rascal, and it indeed felt rather amusing. It is said that one should always fix their hair before important matters, and after the showdown, one's hairstyle should remain intact. Hua Feng felt unjustly oppressed, and his momentum weakened. With a sudden surge of energy, he stepped onto the life and death stage. Observing Yi Guqing's flamboyant gesture, the male disciples jeered loudly, yet the female disciples had a different reaction. Why is it that when Yi Guqing brushes his hair, I cannot help but feel weak in the knees? Once the two were situated on the life and death stage, two semicircular light barriers slowly rose, enveloping them. According to the rules of the life and death stage, only one of the two cultivators could emerge alive. It was a fight to the death. Even if one surrendered and begged for mercy, they could not leave the array unless their opponent agreed, and they would only be left to die in battle. "Yi Guqing, you are quite brave," Hua Feng declared, standing firmly on the life and death stage, relieved that he held the upper hand in this space. He was supremely confident in defeating Yi Guqing, who had just entered the Golden Core stage, and thus decided to win with some flair. "I am 8 levels above you in cultivation, yet I will not take advantage of you," Hua Feng proclaimed, pulling out a black cloth strip inscribed with runes from his storage bag and tying it around his head. "This is a treasure that suppresses cultivation. I will limit my power to the initial stage of the Golden Core, ensuring that you lose convincingly." A wave of excitement rippled through the disciples of the Haoran sect below. Hua Feng's audacious move was commendable. By suppressing his own cultivation, he was not taking advantage of his opponent. Regardless of their feelings toward Hua Feng, everyone at this moment admired him for his gallantry. The members of the Bamboo Forest Society were especially invigorated. "Third brother is a real man. Look, this is our third brother from the Bamboo Forest Society. Zhou Yanru, you must be blind. You reject a true man like third brother for a pretty boy. Third brother, defeat him. Destroy him." Hua Feng glanced at the crowd below, then at Zhou Yanru, feeling elated. He knew that once he stepped down from the life and death stage, his reputation and status would receive a tremendous boost. Hua Feng's spirit soared, his fighting intent igniting. Yi Guqing observed him with cold indifference. Although Hua Feng had suppressed his cultivation, his treasures and combat prowess remained intact. His strength had not diminished significantly. "Hua Feng, that headband looks quite nice," Yi Guqing remarked, "but when I defeat you later, you must not take it off." Hua Feng laughed heartily. "Whoever takes it off is a dog. Remember those words." Yi Guqing boomed with laughter. Words were futile at this point. Hua Feng's expression darkened as he struck his storage bag, producing a massive iron gourd. "Yi Guqing, I will ensure you acknowledge your defeat and die with your eyes closed." Though harboring a psychological contempt for his opponent, Hua Feng would not underestimate the gravity of the situation in actual combat. Yi Guqing, daring to engage him on the life and death stage, must possess some formidable support, and thus should not be taken lightly. Hua Feng opened the lid of the iron gourd. His lips moved as he uttered a singular command. "Go." A plume of fiery ash erupted from the gourd's mouth, followed by 6 crimson spheres, each seemingly forged from an unknown material and glowing with intense heat. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Hua Feng sent the 6 iron orbs soaring towards Yi Guqing, their scorching presence a timely arrival. In response, Yi Guqing deftly summoned 2 high-grade spirit talismans from his storage pouch. Having once been an assassin, his combat experience was considerable. Although the origins of the iron orbs were unclear, their fiery nature was evident. Yi Guqing retrieved 2 water-based talismans to counter the fire element. He nimbly stepped back, simultaneously unleashing the talismans with a command, "Swift." Upon release, one talisman transformed into 3 fist-sized water spheres that cascaded towards the fire orbs like buckets of water. However, the flames of the iron orbs were fierce, rendering the water ineffective. The orbs remained incandescent. The second talisman conjured a shimmering water curtain adorned with a large rune, capable not only of extinguishing flames, but also of obstructing the iron orbs. A smirk of disdain appeared on Hua Feng's face as he waved his sleeve, maneuvering the fire orbs to arc around the water curtain, charging towards Yi Guqing. The display of Hua Feng's prowess elicited applause from the lower-tier cultivators. while the higher-tier practitioners remained silent, observing intently. The 6 iron orbs were merely a probing attack, a means to assess Yi Guqing's true capabilities. Seeing that his 2 talismans had proven ineffective, Yi Guqing reluctantly reached for his storage pouch once more, this time producing a flying sword imbued with a chilling aura. The sight of this familiar blade caused a flicker of concern in sect leader Hao's expression. It was the Frost Blade, a weapon he had wielded during his early foundation stage, albeit briefly. Its power was limited, with its only merit being its frosty essence, which had been compromised during its forging. Surely he wouldn't resort to using that sword, sect leader Hao thought, alarmed by the implications. With Huafeng's formidable strength and numerous treasures at his disposal, Yi Guqing's chances of victory with this sword were grim. Others could see it as well. Lu Hongying's lips curled in derision at the sight of the inferior weapon. Yi Junlin, observing her smug demeanor, muttered to himself, against a waste like Huafeng, a low-grade weapon is more than sufficient. Chonner shot him a look, thinking how naive he was, lacking the understanding of the true peril at hand. As the Frost Blade was unleashed, its blade shimmered brilliantly under Yi Guqing's control, gracefully maneuvering to deflect the 6 fire orbs. Simultaneously, the chilling aura emanating from the blade intensified. And soon the once vibrant fireballs began to darken, their flames diminishing in potency. Return, Huafeng commanded, sensing that Yi Guqing's strength was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Just as he prepared to call back the 6 iron spheres, Yi Guqing advanced a step, declaring, leaving them behind will be easier than retrieving them. With a single thought, the Frost Blade surged with renewed vigor, its passive ability triggering to slow the movement of the 6 iron orbs, rendering them sluggish, as if caught in slow motion. Concurrently, the frost emanating from the blade amplified exponentially, visibly transforming the fiery orbs from crimson to black, then to white, ultimately encasing them in frost. One by one, they plummeted to the ground, shattering into a cascade of icy shards. The onlookers beneath the life and death stage were left in a state of disbelief. They understood Huafeng's actions were merely a test, but the inability to recall his treasures was undeniably humiliating. Zhou Yanru beamed with delight, proclaiming, 7th brother will surely prevail. The female cultivators present could hardly contain their excitement, eager to cheer, but then hesitated, realizing that they were not aligned with Huafeng. On the spectator platform, sect leader Hao wore an expression of triumph, akin to winning a battle himself. This frostblade was a gift I bestowed upon Guqing, he remarked proudly. Zhangzeng nodded, astonished at the potency of this low-grade weapon. Ah, it possesses some ice-infused ore, sect leader Hao explained. Zhangzeng sighed, lamenting, unfortunately, the craftsmanship fell short. Low-grade artifacts are not to be relied upon. Yi Junlin interjected, though it may be a low-grade artifact, its power is still formidable. Preposterous. Lu Hongying scoffed. A low-grade weapon is still a low-grade weapon. If your father lacks superior artifacts, his next move will surely lead to his downfall. As she spoke, Huafeng made his next move. Though he had not retrieved the iron balls, he remained unfazed. They were merely low-grade artifacts. Their retrieval was inconsequential. Now recognizing Yi Guqing's capabilities, Huafeng prepared to unleash his true killing blow. Once more, he tapped his storage pouch, but this time, no object emerged. Instead, a resounding bird call echoed through the air. In the next instant, a brilliant beam of golden sword light flashed before Huafeng's eyes, revealing a gleaming golden sword. This magnificent sword radiated a dazzling light, its hilt adorned with exquisite feather-like designs in a harmonious blend of red and green. As he unleashed the sword, the disciples of the Bamboo Grove Association erupted in astonishment, exclaiming, "It is the Shishan Fengming sword. Brother Hua's famed treasure. He's released the Shishan Fengming sword so swiftly." Zhou Yanru's face reflected concern. In the past, when Qinchai Xiao was still alive and had called Huafeng his brother, he had spoken of the sword's extraordinary might, claiming it to be one of Huafeng's ultimate techniques, a high-grade artifact harboring a sword spirit within. This was no trivial matter. Weapons imbued with spirits were not only powerful but also remarkably agile, akin to living entities. Qinchai Xiao had mentioned that its power was second only to Huafeng's life-bound treasure. 7th brother Zhou Yanru's eyes brimmed with worry. Simultaneously, Lu Hongying wore a self-satisfied grin. Knowing that the superiority of a high-grade artifact over a low-grade one was indisputable, Yi Guqing's defeat seemed inevitable. Sun Rui and Lung Hanxiu shared similar expressions of concern, their gazes fixed on the life and death stage, poised to intervene at a moment's notice. Yi Junlin, however, remained unfazed, casually remarking, "Old hag, if my father does not lose, you will kneel and apologize to me. And if he does lose?" Lu Hongying countered sharply. "If he loses, I shall kneel and admit my fault." With a cold snort, Lu Hongying felt that even if she won the bet, it would not benefit her. She chose to remain silent. "If you lack courage, do not speak," Yi Junlin derided, turning his attention back to the stage. At that moment, Huafeng's demeanor shifted to one of icy resolve as he pointed at Yi Guqing. Enunciating each word with chilling clarity, "Yi Guqing die." With another piercing bird call, the golden flying sword transformed into a streak of light, aimed directly at Yi Guqing. "This is bad." Lung Hanqiu's expression turned grave. Huafeng's prowess was undeniable. The Xishan Fengming sword was moving with such speed that saving Yi Guqing would be a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the frostblade was not slow either, and at that moment, it too surged forth, enveloped in a frosty mist. Clang, clang, clang. The two swords clashed midair, their energies colliding fiercely, creating a spectacle of equal might. What was once a calm demeanor among the experts now transformed into astonishment. This low-grade artifact held an unexpected secret. The Xishan Fengming sword, a high-grade artifact, was evenly matched against the unremarkable frost blade. Two swords clashed in midair, initially giving the upper hand to the Xishan Fengming sword with its agile form. However, as the battle progressed, its movements began to slow, with frost accumulating thickly on its golden blade, leading to a decline in its combat effectiveness. How could this be possible? Huafeng was left in a daze. The Xishan Fengming sword was a genuine high-grade magical weapon, one of the more powerful ones at that, yet it was struggling against a low-grade weapon. What was happening? "Release all your strength. Stop hesitating." Huafeng immediately communicated with the sword spirit. Unfortunately, the sword spirit could not articulate its struggles. It felt wronged, having already exerted its utmost effort. It could only lament the peculiar nature of its adversary, which caused it to feel sluggish upon nearing. With a piercing cry of the phoenix, the golden sword radiated a brilliant light, melting the frost and significantly quickening its movements. The disciples of the Zhuan society below felt an inexplicable sense of relief and began to smile, declaring that the Xishan Fengming sword was not truly weak, but merely feigning vulnerability, now revealing its true prowess. Indeed, this was all part of Huasan's strategy. However, before they could finish their thoughts, the Xishan Fengming sword started to slow once more, feeling as if it had skipped breakfast and was lethargic. Another feigned weakness? What was Huasan's game this time? The spectators were bewildered. Previously, Huasan had faced life and death without hesitation, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Why was he now resorting to such tactics? Huafeng, too, was utterly perplexed. The Xishan Fengming sword had been ferocious in the past, yet today it was clearly underperforming. He contemplated retracting the sword to replace it with his innate magical treasure, but doing so would feel like an unfair advantage. Yi Guqing had just formed his core and had not yet refined his innate treasure. Winning with his own would only lead to ridicule. Thus, he steeled himself and reached into his storage pouch, retrieving a secret weapon. A shadow flashed, revealing a towering warrior clad in black, wearing a wide-brimmed hat. What was this? Gasps erupted from the crowd. This was a puppet from the war puppet forest. Wow, third brother, you're impressive. When did you venture into the war puppet forest and manage to subdue such a formidable weapon? This spelled doom for Yi Guqing. Zhou Yanru gazed at the stage, her heart in turmoil. The war puppet forest, located on the fringes of the Tsangnan continent, was a sect known for its barbarism, adept at transforming living beasts and even humans into war puppets. Once successfully crafted, these puppets exhibited greater ferocity and agility than in life, their bodies as hard as steel, devoid of pain, and fearless of death. They were essentially humanoid weapons. It was unclear when Huafeng had ventured to the war puppet forest and subdued such a lethal instrument. Yi Guqing, your sword has indeed surprised me, but alas, your fate is sealed. Huafeng declared coldly, his gaze icy as he pointed a finger, commanding the black war puppet to attack. The puppet lifted a long weapon from its back and charged at Yi Guqing. In an instant, Yi Guqing found himself in a dire situation. The frost sword lacked a spirit, requiring him to manipulate it with his mental energy. And now he was confronted by a puppet launching close-quarters attacks, leaving him feeling cornered and vulnerable. The disciples of the Zhuan society breathed a sigh of relief. Third brother was true to his reputation and would not disappoint them. Yet, some cultivators shook their heads in disapproval. As a high-ranking expert, Huafeng needed to deploy two treasures simultaneously to suppress Yi Guqing, which was hardly a cause for celebration. Zhou Yinru felt her heart racing as she watched Yi Guqing evade the puppet's attacks while struggling to control the frost sword, sensing defeat looming closer. What to do? Meanwhile, Yi Guqing cursed inwardly, feeling that Huafeng was shameless for relying on numbers to gain victory against him. He was now thoroughly suppressed. Though the life and death stage was vast, his territory was shrinking rapidly. His retreat weakened his control over the frost sword, allowing the Xishan Fengming sword to strike. Soon, Yi Guqing found himself with his back against the light barrier, the frost sword barely 3 feet in front of him. The puppet's iron staff relentlessly assaulting him as the Xishan Fengming sword gleamed with golden light. Huafeng's expression darkened as he sneered, "Yi Guqing, you are but a mere shadow. Your end is inevitable." With this thought, he commanded the sword's spirit once more, "Give it your all, strike down Yi Guqing." The Xishan Fengming sword, invigorated by the battle, unleashed a torrent of golden sword energy, forcing the frost sword to retreat. It was almost upon Yi Guqing. "Yi Guqing, do you not wish to perish?" Huafeng bellowed. The Xishan Fengming sword was now directly before Yi Guqing. Suddenly, the sword emitted a startling cry and abruptly halted in midair. Yi Guqing felt a stirring within, sensing the weapon's will. Was it submitting to him? What was happening? Everyone was bewildered. The disciples beneath the life and death stage and the onlookers above were equally perplexed. Just as the Xishan Fengming sword seemed poised to strike down Yi Guqing, it came to an abrupt stop before him, motionless. The most anxious of all was Huafeng. "Useless thing, what are you doing? Kill him," he screamed mentally, but found no response from the sword spirit. It was as if he had sent a message to his beloved deity, only to receive no acknowledgement. This was deeply disheartening. However, what was even more disheartening lay ahead. Realizing the Xishan Fengming sword posed no threat, Yi Guqing redirected the frost sword to combat the puppet, while he focused intently on the golden sword. He reached out, gently caressing the exquisite blade, which seemed to revel in the attention, inching closer to him. What a shocking turn of events! The spectators were left speechless. In an unprecedented occurrence, Huafeng's weapon had betrayed him. The sword spirit had turned against him. Who could believe it? Huafeng felt as though he was dying inside. It was akin to his idealized beloved vanishing without a trace, leaving him frantic with worry, only to discover she was in another man's embrace, exuding tenderness. "Get back here!" Huafeng nearly roared, his frustration palpable. But then he realized something even more devastating. He had lost his mental connection with the Xishan Fengming sword. His beloved had effectively blocked him. What on earth was going on? Huafeng was so infuriated he nearly spat blood, feeling as if he might collapse on the spot. The reason was straightforward. The sword spirit, being a beast soul, had encountered the true dragon and, sensing the ancient and primal aura of a king, had immediately submitted to Yi Guqing. Yi Guqing's heart leapt with joy. He had not anticipated that the power of the true dragon could yield such extraordinary results. Upon connecting with his consciousness, he realized that the spirit of the Fengming sword was none other than that of a 7-tailed golden pheasant. Had it been a phoenix soul, it might have fought back against the true dragon, but the sword spirit's essence was merely that of a 7-tailed golden pheasant, leaving no room for contention. Yi Guqing seized the Xishan Fengming sword, which emitted a melodious cry of joy, and a radiant golden light shot into the sky. Everyone witnessed the magnificent silhouette of a giant 7-tailed golden pheasant unfurling its wings behind him. Yi Guqing raised the sword high, its brilliance extending for dozens of feet, striking against the barrier of the life and death stage, generating countless sparks and a cacophony of metallic sounds. He infused it with some of the true dragon's power. And the Xishan Fengming sword surged with an unprecedented ferocity. "Frost sword, stand aside." The frost blade swiftly veered to one side, and in an instant, a magnificent golden sword aura surged forth, resembling a resplendent golden curtain. Boom! The shimmering barrier swept across the pitch-black figure of the puppet, cleaving it cleanly in two, rendering the fearless puppet into mere shreds of meat. A heavy iron rod clattered to the ground. Hiss! As the afternoon breeze drifted over the arena of life and death, an eerie silence enveloped the spectators. No one had anticipated that Yi Guqing would emerge victorious, and with such impeccable finesse. Huafeng's weapon was confiscated, and the puppet was severed. It was a complete rout. Not only did the junior cultivators fail to comprehend the spectacle, but even the nascent soul masters were left bewildered. Lu Hongying appeared utterly flabbergasted. She had clearly witnessed her nephew gaining the upper hand, only for the situation to deteriorate so drastically in an instant. What use is this iron rod? Suddenly, the peculiar song of an unlikable child reached her ears, and Lu Hongying felt an overwhelming urge to drown this impish brat. In the toilet, it seemed someone had proclaimed that her father would surely lose. Otherwise, he would kneel and apologize. Yi Junlin remarked while digging at his ears. Lu Hongying's face turned ashen, and she remained silent. Zhang Zhengxin and the others couldn't help but chuckle at Yi Junlin's antics. You have lost. Yi Guqing turned to face Hua Feng, offering him a chance. No need to humiliate yourself. All I ask is for you to concede defeat, kneel, and swear never to disturb Zhou Yanru again, and I shall spare you this time. It is premature to discuss victory or defeat. Hua Feng smiled faintly, unfastening the talisman from his head and tossing it aside, shrugging as he said, Since you have concealed your strength, I shall no longer honor my promise. Truly shameless. Zhou Yanru couldn't help but exclaim. The disciples of the Bamboo Grove Society looked utterly embarrassed. Just moments ago, they had been boasting about their third brother. And now he was resorting to deceit. How utterly disgraceful. The female cultivators who had once quaked in fear at the sight of Yi Guqing had now completely shifted their allegiance. They could hardly believe Hua Feng was such a person. I was just cheering him on, and now he resorts to this. Hypocrite, shameless, despicable. Do you remember what he himself said? Whoever breaks the promise is a dog. Ha, Hua Feng is a dog. The disciples of the Bamboo Grove Society felt their faces flush with indignation, inwardly cursing, Third brother, please act like a human. Since they had stepped onto the arena of life and death, and with Guqing's formidable strength, why end it so soon? Hua Feng's expression remained cheerful, but his gaze turned sinister as he suggested, why not have some fun and engage in a true battle of life and death? Clearly, he intended to unleash his full power as a ninth-layer golden core cultivator to annihilate Yi Guqing. That's more like it. Lu Hongying silently admired. If Hua Feng were to kneel and concede publicly, it would indeed be a complete defeat. But now, by acting as a treacherous scoundrel, aiming solely to kill Yi Guqing, he would be perceived as a true powerhouse. In the path of cultivation, survival is paramount. Truly shameless. Zhang Zeng suddenly spoke, his voice reverberating throughout the arena, declaring, Duelist Hua Feng and Yi Guqing, the disparity in your cultivation levels is glaringly apparent, and your strengths are wholly mismatched. According to the rules of the Howren sect, a higher-level cultivator challenging a lower-level cultivator grants the latter the right to refuse. Yi Guqing, you may decline to fight without losing face. Indeed, refusing to fight does not equate to disgrace. Voices began to rise from the audience, from Zhou Yanru to several female cultivators, and soon more joined in. Even among those not aligned with Hua Feng in the Bamboo Grove Society, many were vocally supportive. Yi Guqing, you have already won. There is no need for further combat. Declining to fight does not diminish your victory. You are the victor. The chorus of voices reached the arena, and Yi Guqing turned to glance back, clasping his hands in gratitude, and said, I appreciate the concern and kindness from all the seniors and fellow disciples, yet I wish to continue the battle. The reason for my decision is not out of fear of losing face, but rather, at this point, his gaze fixed on Hua Feng as he articulated each word, this waste truly is not my opponent. Chapter 90. Inferior Artifact versus Personal Treasure. This waste truly is not my opponent. The proclamation echoed throughout the arena, deafening and disorienting. It became clear that the rumored waste, Yi Guqing, was not a waste at all. The true waste was Hua Feng. Even more astonishingly, spectators noticed Yi Guqing seizing the opportunity to wink at his son in the viewing platform. My, what confidence! This is a battle against an opponent 8 levels higher. Everyone present felt a shiver of excitement at Yi Guqing's audacious display. Yi Junlin, not to be outdone, shouted, Father, you must win. If you lose, don't come home. The crowd fainted once more. This father-son duo was a spectacle, with one declaring that if his father lost, he'd report to the king of hell. How could he return home? Zhang Zeng, witnessing the scene, could only smile wryly. His earlier interjection had been well-intentioned, but he hadn't expected Yi Guqing to refuse. He and the other nascent soul masters believed it was a perfect opportunity for Yi Guqing to exit the arena as the victor without losing face. But who knew Yi Guqing would forsake this chance, insisting on fighting to the end? This seemed a bit unwise. Hua Feng, after all, was a 9th-layer golden core cultivator, and his combat prowess was formidable. If he unleashed his full strength, the consequences would be dire. Earlier, Hua Feng had allowed Yi Guqing to win with some decorum, but now, with the gloves off, the situation would shift entirely. Zhang Zeng sighed, Little Julin. You may have inadvertently put your father in jeopardy. The more times you get into trouble, the more accustomed you become to it. Yi Junlin shrugged it off with a smile, adding honestly, I just pity Brother Hua for missing his one chance at survival. TSK. Lu Hongying and Chana chuckled from a distance. Lu Hongying found the little rascal more agreeable now. He was doing splendidly by pushing his father into the fire. Little disciple. Your father is doomed this time. Is that so? Yi Junlin retorted. If my father does not perish, you shall kneel and apologize. Here we go again. Lu Hongying's mood soured. How about this? If I lose, I will kneel and apologize. Dare you wager? Coward. Then keep silent. Yi Junlin remained as audacious as ever. The nascent soul masters exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened by the antics of this child and the spectacle on the arena. Like father, like son, since he had decided to continue fighting, Huafeng would no longer hold back. With a mighty tremor, he raised his hand and withdrew a blue iron ring from his storage pouch. Upon its release, the iron ring floated above his head. His expression grew serious as he chanted incantations, pointing decisively, open. With a resonating hum, a vast expanse of azure light emanated from the iron ring, enveloping Huafeng within. This was a defensive treasure. Zhou Yanru felt a jolt of surprise. Huafeng, prior to combat, had summoned a defensive artifact for his protection, indicating that he regarded Yi Guqing as an equal adversary. The true battle was about to commence. Observing Huafeng's defensive measure, Yi Guqing glanced at the life-saving jade talisman at his waist. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose not to activate it. After establishing his protective barrier, Huafeng's expression turned cold as he declared, Yi Guqing, your time has come. With that, he opened his mouth, and a gleaming silver sword shot forth. As the sword emerged, it rapidly expanded, exuding a sense of stability as it circled around Huafeng before hovering majestically in the air, its tip pointed upwards, radiating an imposing aura. Hiss. Many spectators drew in sharp breaths. To deploy a personal treasure from the outset was a clear indication that Huafeng was prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. A personal treasure is an artifact cultivated and nurtured by a cultivator from the Golden Core stage onward, regarded as their most formidable weapon. Even in later stages, such as nascent soul and early transformation, personal treasures remain the most crucial instruments for a cultivator. Huafeng had directly summoned his personal treasure. The situation for Yi Guqing is indeed grim, many whispered to themselves. Lu Hongying could not help but feel proud, stating, My nephew's innate treasure is called the secret silverfish dragon sword, crafted from the rare secret silver found only in the heart of Kunwa Mountain. And the sword body is made from the most precious backbone of the swordfish from the Songhai. Its cost is extraordinary, and its power is immense, far surpassing the West Mountain Phoenix Cry sword. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions grew serious. The secret silver is heavy and sturdy, possessing great might. And the intact backbone of the swordfish is a superb material for crafting flying swords, coupled with over a century of nurturing within Huafeng's body. This sword has reached the peak of the Golden Core realm, becoming one with Huafeng's very essence. Yi Guqing's attempt to exploit a loophole and turn the opponent's treasure against them is now utterly impossible. Silver sword? Yi Junlin could not help but exclaim, Indeed. One plays with what one possesses, one trains with the sword that suits them. Senior brother Huafeng's silver sword is excellent, truly a fine sword. If I am not mistaken, the sword technique used by senior brother Hua must be the downward strike. The silver sword paired with a downward strike makes senior brother Hua undeniably the sword master. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Even the usually stoic Long Hanqiu could not suppress a hint of a smile. This cheeky young man truly had a sharp tongue. The disciples below could hardly believe their eyes. They had never seen the radiant smile of their teacher, Long Hanqiu. Did I just see that right? Teacher Ling smiled. My heavens, did you see? The flowers around us have started to bloom, just as the disciples were awestruck by Long Hanqiu's beauty. Another shocking event unfolded on the life and death platform. Yi Guqing sheathed the West Mountain Phoenix Cry sword into his storage bag, then grasped the White Frost sword in his hand. Beckoning to Huafeng, come, bring it on. Is he serious? Everyone was taken aback. Yi Guqing intended to use this inferior artifact to confront Huafeng's innate treasure. Moreover, he chose to engage in close combat, wielding the White Frost sword directly. Was he seeking his own demise? I've seen people court death, but never like this. Lu Hongying laughed heartily. Yi Guqing, abandoning a superior artifact, chose to battle with the inferior White Frost sword against an innate treasure. It was utterly foolish. More critically, his method of combat was flawed. Yi Guqing could have controlled the White Frost sword from a distance, allowing him to switch to another weapon if the battle turned against him. However, by opting for close combat, he risked the destruction of the White Frost sword. leaving him defenseless against the secret silver fish dragon sword's lethal strike. Sun Rui and Zhang Zong, both in the nascent soul stage, exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend Yiguqing's reckless maneuvers. Is this a deliberate attempt to court death? Master Hao looked mournful, lamenting, "It's over. The frost power within the white frost sword is limited. After that exchange, it will be nearly impossible to unleash its frost again." Yi Junlin comforted him. "Brother Hao, do not be disheartened. Even if my father loses, he will not blame your white frost sword. I am not upset about that." Master Hao thought to himself, "Oh, I have offended Lu Hongying for your father. If he falls, how will I survive in the Haoran sect?" As Yi Guqing stood with the sword in hand, ready to face off, Hua Feng found the scene amusing. He had regarded his opponent with such seriousness, even activating his defensive treasures, only to discover that the adversary was merely a fool. What a waste of my regard. Very well, let's end this. Hua Feng's expression turned cold as he pointed downwards. Kill. The secret silver fish dragon's sword soared through the air, its heavy blade slicing through the void with a menacing roar. The aura of a powerful being crushing all foes. On the observation platform, Lung Hanqiu's beautiful eyes narrowed, her entire being tensing up. Despite Yi Guqing's reckless behavior, she resolved to intervene, not only because Yi Guqing was a favored disciple, but also due to the debt of gratitude owed to him. He had helped her, and she could not stand idly by as he faced death. Yet, with Yi Guqing opting for close combat, the timing for her to save him was exceedingly precarious. As Hua Feng's heavy sword bore down, Yi Guqing was likely to be slain in an instant, and even if she used her teleportation technique, it would be too late. At that critical moment, however, a soft object unexpectedly slipped into her palm. Startled, she looked down to see the small hand of Yi Junlin. She had no resistance to this adorable little boy and, grasping his tiny hand, asked, "Little Junlin, are you worried? Cold teacher is here." "I am not worried. I just think you seem too tense," Yi Junlin replied, but he could not articulate it that way. Instead, he opened his arms, exclaiming, "Hug. Hug." Long Hanqiu smiled wryly, thinking, "If I hug you, how can I save your father?" She glanced back at the life and death platform and noticed that Yi Guqing had not been immediately slain. Feeling a sense of relief, and thus she lifted the little boy into her embrace. "Look over there." The male disciples watching all turned their heads to them. The battle had become secondary. Cold Teacher was holding Yi Junlin, her face filled with affection, like the melting of an iceberg, heralding the rebirth of nature. And the season for bears to frolic and animals to call. The sight of Yi Junlin nestled in Long Hanqiu's arms filled the male disciples with envy and jealousy. "If only I could be embraced like that, I would die without regret." Many thought to themselves, while others harbored resentment, that detestable little boy. How dare he be held by my beloved goddess? Yi Junlin scanned the crowd and discerned their thoughts, causing him to squirm. In his movements, his small hands inevitably touched certain inappropriate areas. He provocatively glanced at the male disciples. How infuriating. He is doing this on purpose. This unfortunate child. Let me perish. Better to be blind than to witness such distressing scenes. My goddess is being publicly groped. The male disciples lamented internally. Yet, Yi Junlin remained undeterred, and Lung Hanqiu, oblivious, continued to shower him with affectionate kisses. Finally, one male disciple could not contain himself and fainted, blood spurting from his mouth. However, more male disciples held their ground. And as their attention returned to the life and death platform, they were met with an even more astonishing sight. Yi Guqing wielded the white frost sword, unleashing a 3-foot sword aura. Frost-like in its essence, creating a scene of icy desolation. His form was resolute, movement steady, each strike resonated with a metallic clang, and amidst the frost, sparks flew as steel clashed, showcasing the intensity of the battle. In contrast, the secret silver fish dragon sword moved sluggishly, akin to a feeble elder, merely relying on its weight to withstand the onslaught. "What is happening?" Lu Hongying exclaimed. "Master Hao, did you not say the sword could no longer unleash frost? Why does it seem to be growing stronger?" Master Hao was equally baffled. The white frost sword had not exhibited such ferocity in his hands. He could only surmise that had it been in his possession, it would have shattered under 3 strikes from the secret silverfish dragon sword. Yet, in Yi Guqing's hands, it not only stood firm, engaging the innate treasure in fierce exchanges, but also released more and more frost, to the point where the innate treasure was becoming encased in ice. How could this be? Sun Rui and others shared in the incredulity, having never witnessed such a formidable inferior artifact. The most frustrated was Hua Feng, who was on the brink of madness. His innate treasure had been unleashed. Yet it could not subdue Yi Guqing. With nothing but the inferior White Frost sword, Yi Guqing had managed to render even an innate treasure powerless. Whilst the frost power emitted by the White Frost sword continuously drained the innate treasure's strength, the magical treasure resonates deeply with its master's soul. While Hua Feng must continuously replenish his spiritual energy to sustain his life-bound artifact in battle. Yi Guqing, I shall grind you to dust. Hua Feng recognized he had encountered a formidable adversary. He sensed something peculiar about Yi Guqing and the frost blade. It was a fine sword, capable of murder and conquest. Greed flickered in Hua Feng's eyes. He immediately sat cross-legged, raised his hand to seize a pill, swallowed it, and then extracted a spiritual stone to absorb its energy. With a swift tap to the back of his head, a brilliant golden elixir emerged, hovering behind him, radiating golden light. The secret silver fish dragon sword surged with newfound vigor, launching a fierce attack. Astonishingly, Hua Sanggu had mastered the art of using a golden elixir to control his sword. The disciples of the Bamboo Grove Society gasped in unison, while other cultivators, including Yuaning masters, stared in disbelief at Hua Feng. The Yuaning cultivators possessed a formidable method of sword control, allowing them to project their Yuan Ying to manipulate their swords. This direct connection between the Yuan Ying and the magical treasure enabled optimal control, thus maximizing its combat potential. However, to witness Hua Feng, a golden elixir cultivator, achieve such a feat was truly astonishing, earning him the respect of the Yuaning masters. Under such overwhelming pressure, Yi Guqing finally felt the weight of the challenge. After all, he had only recently attained the golden elixir level. His strength was derived solely from the power of the true dragon, bridging the vast gap between him and Hua Feng. Now, with Hua Feng unleashing his golden elixir sword control, the secret silver fish dragon sword became even more formidable, amplifying the pressure on Yi Guqing. Ah, so you have reached your limit. Hua Feng sensed his opponent's condition, joy flooding his heart. In that case, Yi Guqing, your end is nigh. Prepare to die. A wild glint sparkled in Hua Feng's eyes as he rapidly consumed spiritual stones, trading them for a more ferocious assault from his life-bound treasure. This won't do. Yi Guqing, in a moment of desperation, summoned all his strength and devised a plan. Thanks to the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique his son had shown him, the first chapter had just been absorbed, and now its power could be unleashed. With that thought, Yi Guqing unleashed the Dragon Emperor's dominance technique for the first time, manifesting the might of the dragon. Chapter 92, Divine Sovereign's Symbolic Treasures. The dragon's might emanated. The Dragon Emperor's dominance technique was the initial profound art of the true dragon's power. In merely the first chapter, the might of the dragon was unfathomably potent. Yi Guqing had refined the essence of 3 dragon segments, allowing him to release the true dragon's power through his physical form. This was why he wielded the frost blade and engaged in close combat. However, with the dragon's might, the true dragon's power could be unleashed in an intangible form, creating a space of intimidation within 3 feet of his body. Boom! The true dragon's power erupted, centered around Yi Guqing, forming a sphere of purple energy. The sphere crackled with countless purple lightning bolts. Outside the sphere, the hearts of all present felt a tug, their faces shifting in alarm. Within the sphere, the secret silver fish dragon sword stood frozen, its brilliance dissipated. This was dire. Though Hua Feng was outside the sphere, his heart raced, and at that moment, his connection with his life-bound treasure diminished to its lowest point. Stripped of its master's power, the sword's spiritual connection was at a historical low, rendering it exceedingly vulnerable. At that instant, Yi Guqing's eyes flashed with determination. The true dragon's power surged to its peak, flooding into the frost blade. The sword instantly released a frigid aura that swept through the surroundings, freezing the very air. It was as if Yi Guqing was enveloped in a world of ice and snow. The Frostblade's effects activated, instantly encasing the battlefield in winter's grip. With a single strike, the Frostblade unleashed its dual effects, transforming autumn into the depths of winter, its icy breath illuminating the sun and moon. Crash! The observers were engulfed in blinding whiteness, unable to discern anything. Moments later, as their vision cleared, they beheld a scene that shattered their understanding. The inferior-grade Frostblade had severed Hua Feng's life-bound treasure in 2. This was utterly unbelievable. Even witnessing such a spectacle, no one dared to accept it. An inferior-grade artifact severing a life-bound treasure? It felt as surreal as using a 98K rifle to obliterate an armored vehicle in modern times. The Yuaning masters were left dumbfounded, and the headmaster, Hao, was filled with sorrow. Once, a treasure had been at his side. one he had taken for granted, only to regret its loss too late. Had I known the frost blade was this formidable, why did I give it away? I should have kept it for myself. What a loss of 3 billion. Pff. Hua Feng spat blood. The bond between a master and their life-bound treasure was profound, in essence. The treasure had become part of him over the years, indistinguishable from his limbs. At this moment, the severing of the treasure dealt a devastating blow, injuring him gravely as well. Very well. Hua Feng disregarded the blood at the corner of his mouth, first retracting the golden elixir, then hastily consuming a handful of healing pills. His eyes were filled with a frenzied light. Yi Guqing, I misjudged you. I never anticipated you possessed such strength to shatter my life-bound treasure. You were ruthless. Yi Guqing exhaled, feeling a wave of relief. He too had been tense. Hua Feng was indeed his most formidable rival. That last strike had drawn upon all his resources, revealing his hidden cards. Hua Feng, you have finally come to regret your choices. Regret? Not in the slightest. Though Hua Feng coughed blood, his gaze remained greedy. I have come to understand one thing. This treasure is the key. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Yi Guqing and declared, now, you must present the frost blade to me. Bow an apology, and I may spare your life. His proclamation was met with a wave of astonishment. How shameless. His life-bound treasure lay in ruins. What arrogance did he have left? A 9th-level golden elixir cultivator unable to best a newly minted golden elixir master was truly a disgrace. Hua Feng was left with little more than words. Indeed, his arrogance is misplaced. One could easily mistake him for the victor. The Bamboo Grove Society's Hua Sangu was mocked by many. Amidst the scorn, some faces turned grave. Something was amiss. Hua Feng was about to unleash his ultimate technique. Indeed, every cultivator at this level prepared some life-saving measures, a final strike. If Hua Feng invoked his last resort, it was uncertain whether Yi Guqing could endure. The powerful figures furrowed their brows. Hua Feng, bloodied and fierce, bellowed, Yi Guqing, do as I say. Surrender the frost blade and bow an apology, or face your doom. Yi Guqing's anger flared. How dare Hua Feng be so audacious, still believing him to be easy prey? Hua Feng, unleash whatever you have. Hua Feng laughed. Blood-stained and resolute. You will live to regret this. With that, he struck his storage pouch, producing an intricately crafted wooden box. He delicately placed it on the ground before him, then knelt and bowed several times. The onlookers were left in confusion, wondering what lay within the box. Only Lu Hongying smirked inwardly, her eyes glinting with malice, knowing all too well that this item might soon come into play. After his display, Hua Feng sat cross-legged, opened the wooden box, and began to chant, Ancient treasure, assist me in vanquishing my foes. As the box opened, nestled within was a jade talisman, upon which was depicted a vividly lifelike green flying sword. After Hua Feng produced the jade talisman, he discovered that beneath it lay another jade tablet. Upon picking it up, he learned the incantations contained within and began to cast his spell. With a resonant hum, a sword-shaped treasure of verdant hue materialized from the jade talisman, enveloped in a misty luminescence. As this enigmatic object, resembling a sword yet not quite one, ascended into the air, a chilling aura of terror surged within the hearts of all onlookers, including Yi Guqing and those spectating from the death arena. What manner of object is this? Zhou Yinru's heart raced in her throat. Hua Feng was not exaggerating. This was indeed a lethal strike of unmatched potency. A treasure so rare that it would only be wielded in the direst of circumstances. The nascent soul masters observing the spectacle were well versed in such matters. It is a divine talisman, Zhang Zeng remarked, his brow furrowed in disbelief. A divine talisman, capable of being utilized even in battles among nascent souls. How could Hua Feng possess such a thing? At this juncture, Sun Rui's gaze suddenly shifted towards Lu Hongying. Naturally, Lu Hongying would not concede, placing her hands on her hips and declaring, I never expected my nephew to possess such depth over the years. I do not even own a divine talisman, yet he possesses one. This artifact could indeed turn the tide as a final strike. Yi Junlin could not contain himself, exclaiming, Old hag, if Hua Feng fails to turn the tide, you must kneel and apologize. Here we go again. Lu Hongying was on the verge of fury. I have no eggs to spare. Let us see how this plays out. She retorted, hands on her hips. Let us wager, but should you lose, you must join my ranks. Do you dare?